Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Rattata used tackle. Came the somewhat rough, grating voice of a boy dressed in green shorts and a white shirt with red boots on his feet. The shorts had suspender clips attached to them that went up and wrapped around the brown-haired trainer's shoulders before crossing at his back and clipping onto the brown belt he wore, from which his Pokeball hung. Across from the boy and his purple rat Pokémon was a very familiar yellow electric mouse, as well as his just as recognizable, messy black-haired, tracksuit-wearing trainer. While the former two looked tense and on edge, the latter duo was calm and relaxed. A matching aura of cautious, yet focused confidence radiating from them. The skies were clear and blue above, and the grassy field they were battling in boasted the perfect venue for a match. And to make the deal all that much sweeter, they were only 40 or 50 yards from the main road. Focusing on present matters though, Ash's eyes narrowed perceptibly as Rattata charged. Remaining calm, he reacted without so much as a second thought. Pikachu rock back and then send Rattata flying. The determined and spirited electric type waited until just the right moment and then swiftly rolled back onto his tail, coiling inwardly on himself like a spring as Rattata leapt toward him with fangs bared. Utilizing his tail like a springboard, Pikachu shot his back feet straight up into the air and caught the other rodent in the stomach, hard, just as it was descending upon him. This action caused Rattata's eyes to bug out and its mouth to open in a silent gasp just as Pikachu pushed upward, using both tail and legs. The other boy's Pokémon was sent flying high, like a Pidgey at flight, while Pikachu flipped himself up gracefully onto all fours again. Smirking, Ash called out swiftly, "Jump up and meet it with Iron Tail." "Pie!" was the only sound he made as he tensed his small but powerful legs and then sprinted over toward a large tree that was within close range of the battle area. Putting on an extra burst of speed using quick attack so the action only took a few short seconds, Pikachu leapt high up onto the trunk. However, no more than his paws touched the bark before he was suddenly catapulting himself high into the air toward Rattata. Once he was barely within an arm's length above his fellow rodent Pokémon, Pikachu spun around in the air with a glowing silver tail and brought it down without mercy upon Rattata. The force of this hit sent the normal-type rat plummeting back to the ground, hitting the hard grassy earth with punishing finality. For his part, Pikachu landed gracefully on his feet and stared challengingly at his downed opponent, ready to go again if need be. There proved to be no need though since, clearly as polished crystal, Rattata could be seen laying out cold with swirls in its eyes. Acting as referee, Brock held his arm up as he stood off to the side with Misty. "Rattata is unable to battle, I hereby declare Ash and Pikachu to be the winners." The brown-haired boy ran over to his defeated Pokémon and quickly bent down to scoop it up into his arms. "Rattata, are you okay?" He smiled sadly after a few seconds and then pulled a Pokeball out from his belt to return it. "You did a really great job, thank you, take a nice long rest." Ash, after cheering Pikachu on for his victory, walked up to the boy with the aforementioned electric type back on his shoulder again. "Hey, don't feel bad, that was a really great match and you guys did awesome." The boy looked up and smiled gratefully at the Pallet rookie while nodding. "Thanks, but you guys were even better. I mean, I can tell you definitely train really hard, your Pikachu is something else." Hands on his hips, Ash looked up at his first Pokémon and cracked a grin. "Yep, Pikachu is one of a kind." Which made the electric mouse eyes smile and give a cute peace sign. "Pikachu. This area is known for pretty tough trainers, how many have you battled so far?" the boy asked, causing Ash to put a hand to his chin and look up in thought. "Ah. I think it's been something like 10. To keep from sounding arrogant, he didn't mention that he had won all of those matches, but it didn't matter since the boy still seemed impressed regardless. "Really? Wow, have you got any gym badges by chance?" With another modest nod, the raven-haired Ketchum put his hands into his pockets while Brock and Misty walked up to join them. "Yeah, we have 2 so far." Misty smiled in amusement and spoke in a way in which relayed the good-natured humor she felt toward her friend. Ash is just a pretty modest guy, but he won his badges from me and Brock here. She gestured at herself. I'm one of the gym leaders of Cerulean City, along with my 3 older sisters. Ash beat all 4 of us to win the badge at our gym. The spiky-haired teen next to her nodded. And I was the gym leader of Pewter City. I gave Ash his first badge for defeating me. Funny enough, he actually defeated my Onyx with a Rattata very similar to yours. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he looked back at Ash, who now seemed legitimately embarrassed. Really? That is so awesome. You know what? With your skill, I bet you could probably even take on and defeat AJ. Ash's embarrassment shifted to curiosity. Who's AJ? The other boy turned and pointed into the distance, a large line of trees obscuring whatever he was gesturing toward. He's this really tough trainer who raises extra strong Pokémon. I challenged him once but we got totally creamed. Ash put a hand to his chin and hummed in thought. Well, maybe we'll stop by and see what it's all about. Thanks for the heads up. After parting ways with the other, aspiring young trainer, the traveling trio set off on the road again and followed the directions that the boy had given them. After a time, they came within sight of what looked like the top of a giant tent, peeking just out from above the peaked tips of the towering pines. Since the way to the odd-looking structure lead off of the main road and onto a smaller side path, they followed it into a thick covering of trees and eventually came out into a more open area. In front of them was a heavy-duty, massive fence made of thick logs, easily the height of 3 or 4 men standing head and shoulders atop one another. While they couldn't see how far the wooden barrier went, it was rather plain to see that it extended far down on either side and then wrapped around toward the back. Just beyond the fence, the 3 of them could see a huge tent, almost resembling that found in a circus, towering high into the air. The top section of the rounded structure was colored in a mixed sheeting of yellow, pink and brown, while the base covering was all composed of identical canvas, only shaded light cream. Atop the collapsible structure was a bright red flag. Moreover, attached to the top of the fence, where the heavy log doors met, was a huge silver sign. There was writing on its surface, the text a mix of light and dark red, which read, AJ's Gym, Undefeated. Next to that was a digital scoreboard set into the sign, which displayed in proud green lights amidst a black backdrop. W, 99. L, 0. The group of friends looked up at the sign for a time before Brock whistled with hands on his hips. 99 wins and no losses, huh? Sounds like this guy is pretty good, if it's true. Misty squinted her eyes and looked at the much smaller writing, in yellow text, which was at the bottom of the sign. Note, Gym not sanctioned by Pokémon League. She read it all aloud and then blinked. So it's not even an official gym? Strange. I've heard of people doing things like this and opening unofficial gyms where they can't hand out badges, but I've never seen one for myself before. Ash shrugged and walked up to the gates, which he pushed on and found to be unlocked as they surprisingly swung open with ease. Well, let's go see what it's all about. With that, the adventurous and explorative young trainers walked into the area housed safely beyond the gate and immediately found themselves staring at a sizable battle ring, which was elevated above surface level a few feet. The ring was rectangular in shape and sat almost directly in the center of the big clearing that it and the tent dwelt within. Steps lead up to it from 2 opposing sides and there were even official white lines painted upon its surface, making it greatly resemble an actual league battlefield. This AJ guy really takes his gym stuff seriously, Misty observed in slight amazement as they all walked past the ring on their way to the tent. Upon arrival and finding an entryway through 2 ends of the tent flap, which were penned open, they walked inside and found themselves standing in a much larger space than even the exterior dimensions outside suggested. Astoundingly, the inside of the tent resembled a professional training area. There was a weight rack over near the farthest end, a big trampoline off to another and a sizable in-ground pool near the center of the vast space, complete with a tall diving board, as well as a variety of other, miscellaneous training items placed here and there. All throughout the tent there were a variety of Pokémon, Rattata, Pidgey, Butterfree and Beedrill, to name a few, going through a series of different training routines. Most of them were also wearing weighted body harnesses, similar to what Ash himself used on his Pokémon. Their attention was soon directed to the pool, where a boy that looked around Ash and Misty's age was standing. The young man in question had black hair with green streaks in it and wore jean shorts, red cross-trainers, and a black shirt with matching high-neck collar and a red splash of coloring across the chest. The stocky young man had a long black WHP in his hand, which he was using to direct a Sandshrew that was also wearing a weighted HRNSS. The ground-type mouse was standing near the edge of the pool and its yellowish-brown skin was dripping wet. "Come on Sandshrew, get back in the water," the boy yelled in a strangely accented tone as he cracked the WHP again, which caused his Pokémon to quickly climb back up the ladder and leap off the diving board again. Ash and his friends, specifically the former, watched with close attention as the roundish ground-type swam up to the surface of the pool and then jumped back onto dry land, spinning like a top as it tried to get dry again. Once more the WHP-wielding boy ordered for the same action, and as this played out, Ash crossed his arms and looked around the tent again, silently observing the training regimen going on around them. While it was admittedly obvious that the young man, whom was most likely AJ himself, liked to train his Pokémon and had a generally sound knowledge of basic techniques, Ash was able to immediately spot several gaps in the greater body of work as a whole. Yes, the other boy knew how to push his Pokémon, but aside from Sandshrew, he did not see any of the other Pokémon doing any type of training that was specific to their individual natures or types. It was all very general and straightforward. Of course, it was possible that they simply were not doing so at the current time, yet Ash felt AJ most likely focused on raw power increases alone, instead of considering a broadening of general improvement in otherwise mostly overlooked areas of training. In his years of study with Professor Oak, as well as his own forays into particular areas of interest by himself, Ash had learned that a truly well-rounded and exceptionally powerful team did not rely on mere intensive training alone. Rather, a more integrated and diverse approach was needed. Yes, physically training one's Pokémon was important, but even more so, there were several other aspects to consider, such as the mental, emotional and even spiritual aspects of a Pokémon's overall development. Much like with people, Ash had found, even in his relatively short time with his own Pokémon, that he was always finding something new and unique to work on them with. Be it team training, different types of battle practice, type disadvantage training, strategic ability in the midst of battle, wordless cues, impromptu battle tactics that didn't take a command from him, and even meditation. These were merely the tip of the iceberg of all the many varied ways that the keen young rookie knew existed to help make one's Pokémon a truly unpredictable, unstoppable fighting force. While he would gladly give AJ props for being so clearly dedicated to bringing out the strength in his Pokémon, most of it seemed a bit too unequally slanted and rough around the edges. Everything he saw the other boy making his Pokémon do, from the weighted training to aquatics, were things that Ash himself had already worked into their own training regimens. Especially when they traveled near a water source, which his Pokémon back home at the Oak Ranch always had access to. It could simply be that the wildly creative mind of the messy-haired Ketchum was just being too hard on AJ, mostly since Ash's mind never stopped working and processing, thinking and calculating on new and inventive ways to better their capabilities. That of not only his Pokémon but of himself as well. That also might have been one reason why he found AJ's training a tad lacking. For him, he loved working alongside his Pokémon and improving himself at the same time they were. If they were sweating, suffering and struggling, then so was he. If they worked, he worked. If they rested, he rested. It was this kind of NTMT experience that he knew brought out the true strength of both trainer and Pokémon, allowing them to bond on a level unattainable any other way. It allowed Ash to get so, on the level, with how they were thinking and feeling, that he learned to get an NTMT feel for how their bodies worked, battled and grew. It gave him a first-hand observation of exactly what he needed to do to improve upon each of his Pokémon's weaknesses, all as individuals. While AJ's Pokémon were indeed training hard, Ash did not see the special individuality that should have been present in each thing they all did. Because only through approaching a Pokémon's training from a completely individualistic mindset would allow you to truly help them get on a pathway to true success and power. In Ash's mind, it took a deep level of love, devotion and compassion, which only came from training to the bare bones with your Pokémon, that allowed you to reach a pinnacle unmatched by others. The fact that AJ was standing by the pool simply cracking his WHP and barking out commands showed Ash that, while the boy and his Sandshrew could possibly have a very good relationship for all he knew, there was still a crucial piece of kinship missing. And he could see it just by the way the ground type moved, worked and reacted to the commands given to it. More so than all of that, and the young palette trainer would gladly give AJ the benefit of the doubt of, perhaps, him simply not knowing anything more advanced, but there were also a few glaring flaws in the actual training itself that all the Pokémon were engaged in. Ash knew that proper form and technique when doing any kind of exercise or training routine was paramount important. All the way down to the smallest movement and breathing at just the right times. Failure to execute any such point of crucial focus could result in egregious amounts of time and effort being wasted. While AJ's Pokémon all trained hard and wore heavy weights, many of their movements were sloppy and lacked proper control. Having strength and power was only beneficial when one possessed peak control over such attributes. To wit, unless Sandshrew was relatively new to aquatic training, in order to overcome his natural weakness to water, which Ash judged by what he was currently seeing as being most likely not the case, then much of their current effort was only half effective. Even if it meant shedding the body HRNSS, Sandshrew should have been being made to simply jump in the water without any fanfare, first, and become accustomed to it. Then, once it had grown to not mind the water at all, more advanced routines could follow. Such as diving maneuvers, proper swim techniques, aquatic battling and weighted exercises. Sadly, it was quite clear that the poor ground mouse had been taken in entirely the opposite direction. AJ was pushing it far outside of its comfort zone before it was ready, and that fact was clear by the way Sandshrew couldn't wait to exit the water. After they watched the current proceedings carry on for a few minutes more, the traveling trio were finally noticed by the boy as he looked over his shoulder and saw them. Turning fully toward his guests, the blocky-faced boy put a hand to his mouth and called out in that same odd accent. One in which caused him to drag out and put a drawn emphasis on nearly every word he spoke. "Alrighta everyone. Go on and take 5 for a spell." He then went over to his visitors while coiling his WHP back up. "Well, howdy there travelers. My name's AJ Laramie and welcome to my gym." Ash smiled and gestured at himself. "My name's Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and this is my buddy Pikachu Dash." He gestured to the electric type on his shoulder, who smiled and chirped in greeting, while Misty and Brock did the same and gave their own greeting. "Hi, I'm Misty, I come from Cerulean City. And I'm Brock, from Pewter City, nice place you got here." The green and black-haired trainer nodded. "Nice to meet y'all and thanks, spent about a year making this place just for me and my Pokémon to train and battle in." Misty thumbed behind her toward the exit. "We saw the sign outside, your gym isn't official." He shook his head. "Nah, I ain't into all the rigmarole that it takes to become an official Pokémon gym. I just made this place so me and my Pokémon could train and score ourselves 100 wins before setting out to compete for real." Ash ped a single eyebrow. "Oh, is that what the scoreboard thing is for? Hey, that's pretty impressive, 99 wins." AJ nodded and smirked. "Yeah, I know, me and my Pokémon's been trainin' real hard to get this far." He then gestured for them to follow him. "Come on, I'll show y'all around." They followed him as he took them farther into the massive training area under the tent, listening with interest as he talked about and explained everything that they did at his unofficial gym. He also proved quickly that he was quite the chatterbox and an outgoing young man, rather amusing too for the three of them since his accent and manner of speaking was admittedly very funny to listen to. He then walked over to what must have been, by the looks of it, to be the kitchen. There, he went up to a large metal shelf and opened it up to reveal several labeled jars of Pokémon food. "Hey cool, you make your own food for all the Pokémon?" Brock asked, intrigued, as he surveyed the large inventory of jars full of food pellets in front of them. AJ nodded as he took out a jar. "Sure do. They're my own secret recipe to keep my Pokémon in tip-top fightin' shape." The squinty-eyed young teen smiled. "Well, that's pretty neat indeed. I'm studying to be a Pokémon breeder, so I make all my own too. Ash does as well," he revealed while nodding to the younger boy next to him. The unofficial gym leader put his hands on his hips and nodded as well, as if the fact that they all made Pokémon food put them in some kind of exclusive club. "Well, o' course, that's what you gotta do if you really wanna make your Pokémon reach the top. If you feed 'em just the regular old plain borin' food you buy in stores, they'll end up becomin' what they eat." Pikachu took that moment to walk over to the weighted HRNSS that Sandshrew had removed in order to eat, being that AJ was preparing to feed all of the Pokémon. However, just when he went to touch it with his paw, the boy in question yelled urgently. "Hey, watch your Pikachu. He touches that and he'll get wrapped up like tinfoil in a stove cap." Ash and the others turned to see what he was talking about, but AJ's worry turned to shock as Pikachu touched the HRNSS and, immediately, it sprung open and attached itself to him. As they were designed to do. What caused his shock though was the fact that the small electric type seemed hardly bothered by the HRNSS whatsoever, regardless of its high tension and weight. While, normally, such a heavy-duty device should have crunched him up into a small, furry little ball from the sheer force, Pikachu remained upright and sturdy. As though he were still bare and free. What the dash? AJ blinked in disbelief at what he saw and his mouth hung agape to match his expression. How in the heck is your Pikachu withstandin' the tension of that HRNSS? That thing's got enough darn tension to break a small rock, and Sandshrews trained forever to handle the pressure. Ash smirked and crossed his arms as he watched his Pokémon idly examine the tight HRNSS strapped to his body. "Pikachu's used to this kind of stuff by now, AJ, I've been training him using heavier weight than that since we became a team." The other boy looked at him, his surprise deepening. "You're kiddin' me, no way." He shrugged in reply. "Nah, I'm telling you the truth. I train all of my Pokémon in a way loosely similar to your own." Misty nodded. "Ash isn't lying. You train your Pokémon pretty hard it seems, AJ, but if you watched Ash train his one time then you'd really be surprised." The competitive young man looked at the other, slightly younger boy for a time. In his eyes, a whole new gleam entered within. Now, he was intrigued by Ash and at the prospect that this boy really was as good a trainer as he was made out to be, he had to see for himself. AJ would not fail in admitting to himself that he was also a tad prideful inside, or perhaps even a fair margin's worth if he was truly honest. Having spent so much time training his Pokémon so intensely, as well as garnering nearly 100 straight victories, went some distance in bolstering his ego. For the unofficial gym leader, it was safe to say that the thought someone might train harder than him and even be outright better struck a little too close to home. Therefore, he smirked and put his hands on his hips. "Well, how about this then, after Pokémon are done eatin', let's head on out front and have ourselves a battle. We'll see just how good you really are and in the process, I'll nab me my 100th win." Ash raised an eyebrow at the other boy's seemingly urgent demand for a battle but smiled regardless since he himself had been desiring that very thing. "Alright, let's do it. I came here wanting to challenge you anyway." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX the large ring that resided out in front of AJ's battle tent. The foe gym leader himself had Sandshrew standing before him as his chosen Pokémon while Ash had Pikachu. Brock was stationed over at the side of the ring with Misty down on the ground watching as an observer to the match about to take place. Both aspiring young trainers were staring each other down intently, as if silently sizing one another up and attempting to predict how the battle would go. Albeit, while AJ seemed confident and brazen, Ash appeared calm and collected. This will be a one-on-one match between gym leader AJ Laramie and the challenger, Ash Ketchum. Brock began with arms extended. Substitutions will not be allowed and there will be no time limit. Whenever both sides are ready, the match may begin. AJ went first and delivered a swift command. Sandshrew, I want you to use rollout. The sand rodent took off at a bounding run and then tucked itself into a tight ball, rolling across the ring at increasingly fast speeds. Ash, for his part, stood with his arms crossed, not saying a word. Pikachu himself also portrayed an aura of visible calmness and watched Sandshrew approach. Just as the other Pokémon was almost upon him, he tensed his muscles and then shot off to the side in a burst of raw speed. This action took AJ by surprise for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Don't stop, Sandshrew, keep on using rollout. The subterranean mole simply took a sharp turn and continued rolling towards Pikachu, but the electric type swiftly dodged in an unpredictable series of movements, demonstrating impressive speed and grace. At this, AJ became annoyed. Sandshrew used Sandstorm. The ground Pokémon came out of its rolling ball and then quickly began spinning in a rapid circle. This caused a large and dense sand cloud to form into existence out of nothing, soon spreading out onto all four corners of the ring and succeeding in concealing everyone's vision of the ongoing battle. Still, Ash remained calm and narrowed his eyes as the battle became more serious. Pikachu, put your tail to the ground and sense the movements in the ring. Just as he did this, they heard through the whirling tempest of the sand cloud, Sandshrew use Slash. AJ's Pokémon soon came hurtling out of the grainy yellow haze with its claws extended and glowing silver. However, just as it slashed them downwards at Pikachu, the highly focused electric mouse fainted to the side, having felt the force from Sandshrew's jump via the vibrations in the ground. This unforeseen tactic made the other elemental rodent pass right by him as its claws missed their mark. Just before Sandshrew could pass fully by him though, Pikachu acted without need for a command and spun around in a fast twisting motion, his tail glowing as it took on the form of steel. With considerable speed behind the attack, he slammed his metallic tail into Sandshrew's face, a hit with bruising enough force that it made AJ's Pokémon cry out and fly back into the sand cloud from whence it came. Ash decided at that moment that it was time to go on the offensive. Pikachu, use Quick Attack and dissipate the sandstorm by creating a whirlwind with your speed. With a light burst emitting from his body, the small mouse took off running in a dizzyingly fast circle around the circumference of the ring. In only a few revolutions he succeeded in creating a swirling, twisting whirlwind that effectively blew the sand cloud away, thereby exposing Sandshrew. Seeing that their cover had been blown, AJ growled under his breath. Sandshrew used Dig. With a leap into the air and a nosedive straight into the ring, the earthen mole easily made a tunnel in the ground and disappeared swiftly. At this, the strange-sounding boy smirked, there's no way your Pikachu can run from this move. My Sandshrew could be anywhere. Ash, however, merely smiled. Pikachu, put your tail on the ground again and close your eyes. Sense the vibrations under the earth and prepare an iron tail. The diminutive but obedient electric rodent nodded and closed his eyes, placing his tail flat to the ground as he attempted to sense the movements of his opponent under the ring. After several moments of silence, with nothing occurring, AJ finally yelled out, now Sandshrew. With nary a command, Pikachu jumped up and then swung himself down and around in a spinning motion, his tail once more ensconced in steel. Just then, Sandshrew emerged right up under where Pikachu had been and its head was soon met with the jarring force of the now temporarily metallic appendage. As Pikachu struck his target at the end of his downward swing, Sandshrew was immediately sent crashing back into the earthen, dirt ring with pulverizing intensity. So much so that its body bounced a few inches off the ground before coming to a painful rest on the hard surface. Pikachu hopped back until he was a few feet away from where his opponent was now laying, but AJ was in shock. His strongest Pokémon had been utterly incapable of even landing a hit on the electric mouse, and what was worse, he didn't even seem winded. When Sandshrew got up, it did so with shaky legs and a grimace, showing that the hits it had taken had been extremely damaging. Ash saw the weakness present in the ground-type's posture and decided to settle the matter. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt and focus it. Calling on the rigorous training he had invested in this particular area of skill, Pikachu started to spark his cheeks while focusing on constraining and condensing the electrical energy he could feel building in his body. Pika. Pika-ea. A golden sphere of static energy began surrounding him as the volt power in his body grew and increased with every passing second. Though for AJ he had no idea what the small electric type was attempting to do. The young man was well versed in the knowledge of what types worked on which, and an electric type move being used on a ground type was doomed to failure. This he was certain of. Either way, he wasn't going to stand aside and be lax regardless of how ineffective the current attack strategy of their opponent seemed to be. Therefore, he smirked and called out. "That'll never work. Don't you know about type advantages and disadvantages?" Sandshrew use rollout again. Tucking itself into a tight ball again, the round ground mole started speeding across the ring while the glow shrouding Pikachu grew brighter and brighter. Finally, just as Sandshrew was about to hit its target, Pikachu unleashed his attack with a loud cry of, "Pikachu!" From his small body came a bolt of lightning that was so large that when it struck the rolling ground type, it immediately halted Sandshrew in its tracks. Far from an ineffective tickle like AJ suspected it would be, the electrical surge was far more powerful than he could have even imagined. The natural defense Sandshrew typically enjoyed against such attacks had been utterly tossed to the wind as it was brutally electrocuted to its very core. At the apex of the Thunderbolt's intensity, a powerful explosion suddenly rocked the battlefield and threw up a screen of hazy dust into the air. When it faded after several long moments that seemed nearly frozen in time, Sandshrew could be seen lying face up on the ground with electricity burns covering it. From the swirls in its eyes, there was no question that it had been defeated. "Ah shucks, how in tarnation did that happen?" AJ exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at his battered and beaten Pokémon. Pikachu, however, turned around and ran back over to his trainer before hopping up onto Ash's shoulder. "Pika!" he chirped while the boy in question laughed and gave his Pokémon a thumbs up. "Man, that was a heck of a battle, Pikachu, you seriously kicked some major butt." Seeing that the battle was indeed finally over, Brock raised his hand. "Sandshrew can no longer continue. I hereby declare the winner of this match to be Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town." "I don't believe it." AJ put a hand in his hair as his face took on an expression of solid disbelief. "How could we lose being so close to our goal?" Walking over, he knelt down next to his Pokémon and took it into his arms. "Sandshrew. I'm real sorry. I had it figured that we were plumb near unbeatable, but I was done dead wrong. I let you down." Smiling weakly up at him, the tired ground type shook its head slowly. "Shrew. Sandshrew shrew." Understanding the meaning of comfort behind his partner's words, AJ's eyes grew a little moist. "Thanks, old friend. That really means a lot that ya ain't lost faith in me. You're one heck of a Pokémon and pal." Ash walked over at that moment and the other boy looked up at him, finding that the black-haired trainer was smiling at him. "That was a totally awesome match, AJ. Thanks, you guys were great." Finally standing again, this time holding Sandshrew in his arms, the green-haired young man nodded, returning the smile. "It sure as heck was. I've battled 100 trainers now and I can say for sure that you and your Pikachu are the toughest we've ever fought." He looked down at his Pokémon in his arms. "Me and Sandshrew have always trained real hard and I guess I got ta thinkin' that we just couldn't be beat. You proved me wrong today, Ash. you and your Pikachu are just a whole lot stronger than we are, ain't no denying it. Don't like it but it's just the truth. Ash shrugged and looked up at the yellow mouse on his shoulder. Thanks AJ, but it's just the bond we share, right buddy? Pikachu I smiled and nodded perkily, but AJ shook his head. Nah, you definitely got a strong bond and all, but I can tell you just train a lot harder too. Right right, you outclassed us. Goes ta show we got a whole lot more trainin', ta do ourselves. So do we, I don't think that ever really ends. Ash replied in amusement as he put a hand on his hip. AJ smiled and looked at his three visitors in turn. Well hey, that battle sure did work me up an appetite. What say we all go in my tent and eat ourselves some lunch before y'all head on your way? It didn't take much thought for the three of them to make their decision, and Ash gave the collective reply for the whole trio. Sounds good, I think we could all use a bite. Pikachu nodded in steadfast, rigorous agreement. Pikachu pie. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX and satisfying lunch, Ash and his traveling companions stood just outside the wooden gates of the unofficial gym. Once preparing to set out on their way while the sun was still high in the sky. "So you three are heading to Rolanda Town on the way to Vermilion City, are ya?" Ash nodded and responded to AJ's inquiry. "Yeah, it's apparently the closest place with a gym before Vermilion. What about you, AJ? Are you going to stay and keep training at your gym?" Misty asked. The other boy shook his head. "Nah. After that last match it's got me thinking that we've been here long enough. I may not have gotten my 100th win like I hoped, but that's just life, I reckon. You gotta learn how to roll with the punches and keep on keeping on." "So what are you going to do now?" Brock questioned curiously. "Well, way I figure it, me and my Pokemon are gonna head out and start challenging gyms. We get 8 and then we'll shoot for the Indigo Conference, I'm a-thinking. Ash smiled and held his hand out. "Well, good luck, AJ. I hope we meet again. Maybe even at the conference." The slightly older trainer accepted the handshake with a firm one of his own. "Darn tootin', Ash, same goes ta you. But if we meet in battle again, you better hope you're even stronger because I ain't gonna lose again." The young Ketchum grinned. "That's a promise." And with that, they set out once more. Leaving a newly made friend behind but taking with them a valuable bit of experience. Specifically Ash, who would never forget his meeting and battle with the determined young man and his Sandshrew. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX seen wandering through thick fog in the very early hours of morning as they continued on the way to their next destination. All around them was nothing but trees and forest. Misty, rubbing her left eye, yawned. Ush. Why did we have to be up before the crack of dawn? We could have slept longer and still had more than enough time in the day to cover a lot of ground. She leaned her head back and let out a plaintive whine. But now, because you were so eager to be up before the Pidgey, we have to wander around through this fog. The messy-haired boy looked back at her and smiled amusingly. Come on, Mist, you know I gotta get my morning training in with my Pokémon. Can you really begrudge me for that? She merely scowled. If it interferes with me getting sleep, yes I can. Brock suddenly spoke up from his place in the lead. Ah, come on Misty, it's not that bad. The morning air is so refreshing and you can hear the sounds of the Pidgey as they try gh. The sound of a pained grunt and a loud thud was the last thing heard before Brock was on the ground with a large lump now present atop his head. Misty stood behind him with the fist she had just used to clobber him glowing beet red. A sour disposition radiated off of her and her eyes were thin from frustration. Shut up, Brock. I'm tired and I don't want to hear about your love for mornings. Ash, as well as Pikachu from his shoulder, both sweat dropped as he quickly shuffled away from the cranky redhead. Brock, getting back to his feet, rubbed his sore head and hurried to stand on the other side of Ash, clearly not desiring to anger their temperamental female friend anymore. Misty, satisfied, nodded with a huff and continued along the path in peaceful silence. After a time of walking along with no conversation being exchanged, Brock eventually found enough courage to speak up again. "If we stopped for a little bit, we could build a small fire and I can make us all some of that coffee I bought back in Cerulean City. I don't know why I didn't think of it during breakfast earlier." Ash looked at his friend and nodded in agreement. "That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. We'd have to get firewood first though." Misty yawned again. "Anything to help me get woken you dash." She stopped mid-sentence suddenly and squinted through the fog. "Hey! What is that?" Looking in her direction, the two boys followed Misty's gaze and just barely managed to see what looked like a faint light hovering in the distance amidst the thick fog. Sharing a look with each other, they decided in tandem to go and check out the strange phenomenon. Luckily, the light seemed to be relatively close to the main road so they didn't have to deviate all that much from their path. As Ash and his friends got closer and closer, the single big light gave way to several smaller ones and allowed them to finally see what was causing the unusual occurrence. In a small clearing amongst the surrounding tree line, they saw a young boy with light brown hair running on an apparently battery-powered treadmill. The boy was wearing a blue school uniform that consisted of a jacket, briefs, plain brown shoes, a white undershirt and red tie. Around the seemingly struggling young man were several other boys, all donned in identical clothing. Forming a loose circle around the treadmill, each one holding a lit candle, they made the situation seem as though a strange cultic ceremony was at play. A green-haired boy stood by the front of the treadmill while a wild-haired red-headed one held up flashcards next to him, which the first boy read off in a curt tone that held no room for an incorrect answer. "All right Joe, see if you can get this one. Of the most common flying-type species in each region, which is the fastest at their final evolutionary stages? Pidgeot, Swallow, Staraptor, Unpheasant, Talonflame, Toucanon or Corviknight?" The now-named boy huffed and puffed while running but tried to answer the question regardless. "The fastest flying type is The red-headed boy holding the cards frowned. "Come on Joe, answer the question or you fail the test." The distressed young man looked to be on the verge of collapse, barely able to hold on to concentration while his tired legs were forced to keep moving in time with the rapidly moving belt of the treadmill. Having seen enough, Ash stepped forward and spoke up. "That's a false and inaccurate question with no proper answer and I think you all know that." The boys turned to them while he continued without missing a beat. "It's not possible to state in a factual manner that any species is inherently faster than another across the board. When taking into account regional, environmental, social, evolutionary, and individual factors, a controlled test of even an entire group of each species could come out with vastly different and unreliable results, depending on multiple variables." He stopped in their midst with hands in his pockets. Something as simple as a small change in diet or a change in growth rate could completely throw off the accuracy of any such test. No reasonable or even halfway educated Pokémon researcher would attempt to make a concrete, academic statement on such a wide-ranging and controversial issue. "Who the heck are you kid?" a boy with long dark hair demanded just as the one running on the treadmill suddenly lost his footing and fell face first onto the belt. The machine was quick to eject him out onto the ground however. While Brock stood next to Ash for support in case things went south with the apparent bad news troop of boys, Misty ran over to the one who had fallen and knelt next to him. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked in concern as she helped him up to his knees. Yeah, I'm okay," he answered in a depressed tone of voice. "Who do you think you are interrupting our study session?" another one of the candle-holding boys asked with a sour, unfriendly glare turned on their unannounced arrivals. "Study session? Is that what you call it?" Ash replied blankly. "It looks more like you guys were just bullying your friend to me." Yeah, what kind of JRKS are you anyway? Misty angrily scolded as she helped the boy back up to his feet. You're lucky he didn't get badly hurt just now, Brock added sternly, his thin eyes set in a hard line. You claim you were just studying, but that's not the way you help a friend learn, that's just being outright cruel. Friend? The green-haired boy repeated before smirking. That loser isn't our friend, he's pathetic. Can't even answer the simplest questions, he's a total embarrassment to Pokémon Tech. Hearing this, Misty asked in surprise. You guys are all from Pokémon Tech. That's right. And we're some of the best students there are. One of the boys said smugly. Ash frowned at that. He knew all about Pokémon Tech and how they believed that once you reached a certain level in their ranking system, you could automatically enter the Indigo Conference without challenging any gyms or earning any badges. For Professor Oak's pupil, he didn't believe that academics was the only thing one needed to be proficient in if you wanted to reach the top. It took hard work, a strong bond between trainer and Pokémon, intense training, and all of the real-life experience gained by traveling around the region collecting gym badges. Now who are you three anyway? The messy red-headed boy demanded as he put the flashcards back into his pocket. Ash looked his way and replied in a hard, curt tone. My name is Ash Ketchum. This is my partner Pikachu Dash. His eyes flicked up to the electric type on his shoulder, who was also glaring at the arrogant students. And these are my friends, Brock and Misty. His eyes slightly narrowed. Now I suggest you leave this kid alone and go back to your school. I can't stand bullies and I can tell that's just what you are. The green-haired boy, who had been asking the trivia questions, stepped up. Oh yeah? And what if we don't? What are you gonna do? He went to shove Ash, but the trained young man simply sidestepped him and grabbed onto the boy's right hand as fast as Pikachu using quick attack. He then pivoted around behind the arrogant student and twisted his arm behind him before straightening it the very next second. With that, Ash pushed forward and down, contorting the boy into a painful armbar that had him quickly crying out in pain. With a quick shove he sent the other boy stumbling back toward his friends. Two of them caught the green-haired bully before he could fall over while Ash glared intently. Now get out of here before you really make me mad. The boys only stood and remained passive for a few moments before the sincerity of the threat finally registered and they swiftly turned tail to run away into the mist. They may have been willing to talk tough, but in the face of a tougher opponent, they proved to be nothing more than cowards. The fact Pikachu was sparking his cheeks as well didn't help matters. Once he had calmed down, Ash shook his head and then walked over to the boy Misty and Brock were standing with. So what's your name? The boy looked up and rubbed his arm. My name is Joe. Thanks for sticking up for me, by the way, I really appreciate it. I'm just afraid now to head back to the academy. He sighed deeply. Those guys are just gonna be waiting for me now probably, and then they'll beat me up. Or worse. They'll tell Giselle. Misty tilted her head in question. Who's Giselle? The brown-haired boy held his hand up. She's the best student at Pokémon Tech. She can literally make your life a living hell if she wants to, she's that popular. When she finds out how pathetic I am by failing their test for me, she'll ruin my life at the academy. Ash frowned hearing that and reached out to place a hand on his shoulder. You're not pathetic, Joe. Anybody can fail a test, especially when the questions are as silly and ridiculous as that. What matters is your performance in an actual battle and how well you raise your Pokémon. He then smiled reassuringly. I'll tell you what, we'll go back with you and help keep you safe from the other kids. We'll set 'em straight so they won't mess with you anymore, okay? The downtrodden boy seemed surprised hearing that and showed it. You guys would really do that for me? All three of them, including Pikachu even, nodded at the same time. Of course. Bullying makes me sick and I won't let some stuck-up rich kids torment you, Joe. Misty declared with a clenched fist. Me neither, I'll help however I can. Brock put his hands on his hips while Pikachu lifted his paw and chirped. Pika. Ash gave the other boy a pat. We got your back, Joe. The uniformed student shrugged. Well, I don't think it will help, but what can it hurt? They already can't stand me there. He offered a small smile of gratitude. Thanks, guys. If you really want to do this, then follow me and I'll take you to the academy. With a new mission assigned to themselves, the traveling trio joined the young man as he led them through the foggy terrain and onto a side road that led off the main path and into a thin line of trees. After walking for only 2 to 3 minutes, at the most, a large structure came into view as it towered like a giant amidst the gradually thinning mist. The first thing they saw was a big block wall that surrounded the entire property of what must have been the academy, stretching easily 8 feet above ground. There was also a finely smithied wrought iron gate at the entrance which was currently hanging wide open. The structure they had seen when coming upon the academy was, in fact, a large clock tower that was built onto the first, largest and primary building of what seemed to be at least 3 altogether. As they walked through the gates and into a wide, expansive and well-tended lawn, Joe started to explain his situation to those with him. Pokémon Tech is the most exclusive school for general and Pokémon-specific education in Kanto. It's also really expensive. My parents work 2 jobs each just to pay for my tuition. The coursework can be really hard though, and some people end up dropping out along the way. He then stopped and pointed over toward a large oak tree where a man with graying hair cut into a bowl shape, who was also wearing big spiral-cut glasses and a gray lawn care uniform, was on his knees patting freshly laid mulch around the tree's base. See that guy? Apparently he used to be a student here, but the work was so hard on him that he ended up dropping out and becoming the groundskeeper instead. Wow! The 3 of them voiced at the same time before Joe continued on his way across the grounds, gesturing for his new friends to follow. Eventually they came into a courtyard that was in the center of the 3 main buildings of the academy. There was a big fountain in the center of the cobblestone inlaid ground, and several neatly trimmed bushes and small trees were tastefully dotted here and there amongst the courtyard. Joe led them up to the building on the right side and explained as they approached the front door. Giselle can usually be found in the computer lab studying on simulations. As the 4 young people disappeared through the door and into the building, the lens of high-powered binoculars zoomed away from them and instead began to pan slowly across the expanse of the school grounds. A second pair of lens was doing the same thing until a feminine voice spoke with a sigh. That place brings back memories, James. It certainly does, Jesse, and all of them are awful. The now identified viewers both pulled their eyes away from their high-tech binoculars at the same time. Up on a hilltop concealed by thick trees, just outside of the wall surrounding the academy, Jesse, James, and Meowth were crouched down among the foliage. Removing his own binoculars from his eyes, the smallest and furriest member of the trio looked at his 2 teammates and blinked. "Yous twos went here. Get out of town." They both sighed in unison, with James answering first. "My parents sent me here when I was 13, it was the worst 3 years of my life." Jessie dropped her head like she was about to tell a great drama. "My mother was almost never home and sent me here when I was 13 as well." She then looked up and clasped her hands as if praying. "I had such high hopes that I would graduate from Pokémon Tech the prettiest, brightest, smartest student in history." James smiled as if he was dramatizing some bittersweet memory. "We met for the first time here, Jessie, fully expecting we would take the academy by storm." She placed a hand over her forehead. "I remember that night well. We studied and studied for the finals and then went out to celebrate. So sure we would beat out all the rest. But instead..." James left off ominously before he and Jessie came together, hands clasped and eyes running with tears. "We got the lowest test scores in Pokémon Tech history." Meowth blinked and sweat dropped as his 2 teammates held each other in a moment of collective, comedic revelry of past failures. Boy! Talk about a couple Class A drama king loss. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Ash and his friends patiently awaited the elevator to reach its destination and, when it finally did, the ding announcing arrival sounded and the doors slid open. When they stepped out, the traveling trio of trainers stood behind Joe and marveled at the sight of the expansive computer lab before them, where there were literally desks full of computers and monitors stationed all throughout the room. Wow, I've never seen so many computers all in one place before. Misty blinked in amazement as she looked all around the extensive, high-tech room. Yeah, this is where we typically run simulations for Pokémon battling. Joe replied as he sat down at the nearest computer and started to type. These computers contain information of all kinds of things about Pokémon. We learn everything we know about battling here at school through a virtual simulator that allows us to match up countless different Pokémon. It allows us to find out things like type matchups, move sets, abilities, pretty much anything you can think of. He then looked up from the computer. Virtually simulating battles like this teaches us a wide array of different trainer skills, right from the computer. Since we get to see how battles go on the simulator, it's really not needed to battle for real unless we're testing or doing exams. When we do, we just use the Pokémon that are provided here unless we happen to already have our own. Ash and Brock looked at each other and the same silent communication passed between them. Namely sadness at the poor boy's disillusionment. It took far more than attending even a prestigious school like Pokémon Tech to become a great trainer. No matter how many resources existed at your disposal, nothing could beat out hard work and actual experience. Misty, however, spoke her mind and she did so vehemently. That's ridiculous, Joe. A trainer isn't made from learning battle theory on a computer. It's about training and working alongside your Pokémon to become better and stronger together. You learn and grow as a team while facing the world outside. You can't become a successful trainer by just sitting in a classroom. The young man just shook his head. We have all the data here on our files to prove it. Each student gets a ranking based on how far along they are to graduation. A new student with only a few months of coursework completed around the level of a trainer with 2 or 3 badges. He held up a single finger. Someone who's been here a while and has successfully passed all their exams up to a certain year is at the level of a trainer with around 5 badges. And a student who's actually graduated is essentially at the level of a trainer with 8 badges. He shrugged. That's why Pokémon Tech graduates are allowed to enter the Indigo Conference outright. By that point you would have already been made to capture and train your own team of Pokémon for the last year or 2 of your coursework here. The Orangette appeared shocked at what she heard. But that's insane. There are extremely tough trainers who compete in the Indigo Conference every year. How can someone with no real-life experience training Pokémon hope to stand a chance? The whole point of collecting 8 badges is so that it prepares you and your team for what you'll face in the championships. The boy shrugged again. Stats don't lie. He then turned to Ash. How many badges do you have? Delia's son answered from the desk he was leaning against next to Brock, his arms crossed coolly in front of him with Pikachu mimicking the gesture from his shoulder. 2. Joe nodded at his answer. You would be like a student new to the academy then. Giselle is the highest ranking student here with the knowledge base of a trainer with 6 badges. Even someone like me, who's one of the worst students at Pokémon Tech, is better than someone with 2 badges. Misty lost her cool there. What are you saying? I was a gym leader at the Cerulean City Gym before leaving to travel with Ash and Brock. The boy raised his eyebrows at that. Yeah, I know all about your gym. You specialize in water-type Pokémon. Still, the Cerulean Gym is at the difficulty level of, at the most, 2 badges, so you would be a beginner here as well. Besides, I've defeated almost every water Pokémon you would use at your gym on the simulator dozens of times. Hearing this, she banged her fists on the desk that he was sitting at. Alright, then you want to prove it? Let's battle, right here and now, and I'll show you just how much of a beginner I am. The boy sighed but stood up regardless. There's no point in this, but okay. I guess I'll just have to show you what I'm talking about, but you'll be sorry. He then gestured for them to follow. We can't battle in here, follow me. Misty nodded fiercely. Fine by me. While she stomped after him, Ash and Brock shared a look with one another before following. Joe led them back to the elevator and then all the way down to and through the small lobby they had entered earlier. Once outside the building, he took them across the courtyard and over toward a chain-link fence that surrounded what appeared to be an outdoor pool. He then opened the gate that led into the area while saying over his shoulder, "We'll have to battle here like most of the other students do in practice matches. The special battle rooms in the school are reserved for educational or exam battles only. I don't care where we battle." Misty responded, still feeling hot even as they walked over toward an open area between the pool and what must have been the pool house. She stood on one side and Joe on the other. Ash and Brock were standing behind Misty as spectators. "Calm down, Misty," the former advised. "You don't want to battle being all worked up like you are right now. Focus, take a few deep breaths." Brock nodded in agreement, so the aggravated young woman took a moment to register his words. Knowing and internally admitting Ash was right, Misty managed to rein her temper in by taking a few deep, slow, calming breaths. At last, feeling herself come into a more level state of mind, she opened her eyes and smirked at the boy they had come to assist. "Joe, I'm going to show you that just battling on a computer or learning things from a book isn't enough to prepare you for the life of a true Pokémon trainer." The young lad with little self-confidence but arrogant surety in his textbook skills just smiled and held a hand up. "I told you that you'll be sorry. You go ahead and pick first." Pulling a Pokeball from her red pack, she enlarged and tossed it with a quick word of, "Starmie, let's go." As the blue water star Pokémon appeared with a vocalization of, "Star." Joe pulled a ball out of his pocket and smirked. "Man, this'll be easy, Weepinbell, I choose you." No sooner did the pre-evolved form of Victreebel make its entrance and its trainer was commanding, "Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf." Just as the vegetable-shaped grass Pokémon released a quick flurry of leaves from its side with a grunted, "Weep." Misty was already prepared with a counter. Starmie meet those leaves head-on with a rapid spin and knocked them away. Hearing this, Joe's eyes widened. What? The evolved water type took off and spun straight into the leaves, knocking them aside harmlessly and continuing on toward Weepinbell. Joe, not expecting such a move, tried to formulate his own counter-strategy. "Quick, use Vine WHP." Misty, however, wasn't having it. "Starmie, break out of rapid spin and knock those vines away with water gun." The pre-evolved form of Stereo abruptly came out of its spin and immediately fired a strong jet of water at the incoming vines that Weepinbell sent its way. The forces of water and earth met, but the former turned out to be the greater since it easily knocked the vines down. Uninhibited, the gusher of water pressed on and struck the grass type, knocking it back into the fence behind Joe. Escalating her attack, Misty pointed and yelled in a tone that signaled victory. "Starmie, use Swift." The thin young girl's Pokémon quickly commenced to shooting star-shaped energy shots at Weepinbell from the gem in its center, which hit their mark without any resistance. Weepinbell could only remain where it was, stuck to the fence as the painful bursts of celestial-inspired rain of energy washed upon it without mercy. When the barrage at last came to an end, the legless grass-type fell flat onto the concrete, its eyes vacant and swirly. Starmie stood ready by Misty's side, but there was no need, the battle was over and such was clear. Joe could only gape at the sight before him. But how? "I never lost with Weepinbell on the simulator. I even had the type advantage. What happened?" "I'll tell you how it happened, you got careless, Joe." Came the voice of a female speaker from over at the entrance gate to the pool. Looking in the aforementioned direction, they all saw a small group of students standing in the metal gateway. Most of them were boys they recognized, namely the ones who had been picking on Joe outside the academy. However, one they did not recognize also happened to be the speaker. She was a young girl who appeared to be around Misty's age, perhaps a tad older. Her hair was long and wavy, reaching beyond her lower back. It was a deep, rich, chocolate brown. The girl was surprisingly tall for age, much like Misty and Ash. Her face was a very slight shade of tan, though smooth and creamy. The contours of her cheeks, nose and chin were most pronounced so as to give her the resemblance of a young woman whom was bred with visibly top-notch genes. Her eyes were the same color as her hair and her eyelashes were noticeably full and voluptuous. For what appeared to be her young age, the girl possessed a figure that was budding with more natural, womanly curves than Misty, as a comparison. Whom, no less appealing in her own right to a boy their age, was admittedly more slender and athletic. The brunette was wearing a female version of the school uniform, which consisted of a short, dark blue skirt, a lighter blue suit vest and white blouse tucked underneath of it, the shoulders of which were quite puffy. To her shirt collar was tied a red bow and on her legs were long white stockings. To finish the ensemble, her feet were covered in black school shoes. To summarize her appearance, for a young lady of her age, she was admittedly very attractive. Fortuitous too. The undeniable, model-worthy beauty she would most likely grow into. The girl, who possessed a smirk on her face that could only fit one whom was confident in their own knowledge, waltzed up to them with her posse in tow. "It's simple why you lost really." She put her hands on her hips. "You put too much emphasis on type matchups and rely on the simulator as an accurate gauge of your capabilities. Anything can happen in a battle, rule number 1, yet you seem to have forgotten that most important lesson." Joe lowered his head as the other students laughed at him. "I'm sorry Giselle, you're right. I should have remembered that." Ash took that moment to speak up from where he was still standing next to Brock. "So you're Giselle, huh?" The attractive but apparently condescending young woman turned her attention from the downtrodden boy to the one who had spoken. "Yes, that's me." "And who are Dash?" Her words suddenly failed her though when she laid eyes upon the messy-haired trainer standing not 10 feet away. His posture was relaxed, yet confident and brazen. He seemed to exude an aura of cool, collected intellect and skill, and the tracksuit adorning his body hugged his fit, athletic frame appealingly. While his eyes were the color of dark amber, there was a lively and energetic gleam within them that captivated the brunette beauty. In fact, the more intently she looked at him, she found her cheeks heating up in the faintest of a blush. Fortunately for her, she managed to shake herself free of her stupor at the handsome young man's appearance. With a dignified clearing of her throat, she amended her words. "And whom, may I ask, are you?" Figuring that he already had a faint inclination about what kind of girl this Giselle was, Ash's reply was firm but not overly confrontational. "My name is Ash Ketchum. And this is Brock and Misty, my friends." He gestured at the other two trainers in question. "We came here because we found your friend's Dash." He shot a hard stare at the boys behind her. "Bullying Joe a short way away from the school. So we told him we would come back with him to help set things straight here." "Bullying?" the brown-eyed girl repeated as she blinked in surprise. "What do you mean they were bullying him?" At this, the green-haired boy that had been interrogating Joe with questions on the treadmill glared and lifted his fist, though there was a nervously defensive edge in his voice. "That's a lie. We wouldn't bully anyone." The red-haired boy, the one who had been holding up flashcards, joined in on the furious attempt at denial. "Yeah, that totally goes against our code here at the academy. Bullying and fighting are for uncivilized cavemen. This kid is a total liar. Joe's our friend, we were just helping him study." Accusations and murmurings of agreement came from the other boys, but Misty threw an angry retort back. "We're not the ones lying, you are. You had him running for all he was worth on that treadmill while asking him impossible trick questions just to make him look like a fool." Brock's thin eyes narrowed into a line of chastising disapproval. "That sounds like an awful funny way of helping someone you call a friend." Giselle became thoughtful as she placed her hands on her hips and looked from her fellow classmates, to the traveling trainers. Her intelligent mind was deducing just who was telling the truth until, finally, she looked to Joe. "Alright Joe, I want you to tell me the truth." She leaned forward and looked at him intently. "Did they really do that to you?" Feeling incredibly put on the spot, the nervous young man became even more nervous and started to fidget. The glares the other boys were giving him behind Giselle's back made it even worse. However, when Ash put a firm hand on his shoulder, he looked back at the other boy. Seeing the dark-haired trainer giving him an encouraging look, he felt his courage grow a little. Therefore, fortifying himself, he looked back at her and finally spoke with a lowered head. "Yes. It's true." The boys behind her went wide-eyed in fear at that, and when Giselle whipped around and gave them a stern, angry glare, it became evident why. In fact, her reaction surprised them all. "How dare you boys bully poor Joe? He cannot help that he struggles with the simplest of courses and maintains a subpar performance in nearly everything he does." She raised her finger, as if lecturing, her tone more than a little haughty and condescending. This time directing it at the other boys, as though she were talking to daft little children. "It is not the task of we, the superior and gifted, to bully and mock. We are to assist, if possible, those lesser than ourselves." While the boys did indeed hang their heads at the harsh chastisement they had just been given, not out of remorse but embarrassment, Misty's hackles were raised again. "Excuse me, Miss Priss." She stepped forward and pointed at the other girl. "Who are you to act all high and mighty and talk about other people like they're below you? You're not defending Joe, you're just telling them that instead of bullying him, they should treat him like a simple-minded nobody. Like a special child who can't tie their own shoes." Giselle looked at her and smirked in a truly prissy manner, removing one hand from her hip to gesture with it. "It's the way things are. Some are born naturally gifted and special, others aren't. Don't pretend that isn't how things are because you know you're just fooling yourself." Misty's face reddened angrily at this. "What I know is that you're a snobby, stuck-up, two-faced hussy with a superiority complex." The brunette frowned and pointed. "Who are you to say such things to me? I've been training as a top student at the most exclusive school in the whole Kanto region for 3 years. What have you done?" Misty smirked and thumbed at herself. "I was a gym leader at the Cerulean City Gym." Giselle laughed. "Oh. Like that is an accomplishment to brag about. Your gym may be one of the main 8 in the Kanto region, but in terms of general standing amongst the other 7, the Cerulean Gym is nothing special." She smirked and waved her hand dismissively. "Especially when in comparison to gyms like those found in Saffron or Viridian City, or even the one on Cinnabar Island. By sheer reputation alone they greatly outclass your shoddy little shack." Misty saw red when she heard this. "Alright, that's it, if you think you're so great, let's have a battle, right here and now. I'll prove to you that theory and academics is not enough to become a truly well-rounded, skillful and experienced Pokémon trainer." The brunette simply flipped her hair and slightly narrowed her eyes in a mix between condescending and challenging. "Very well. If you are really in a mood to embarrass yourself, then who am I to try and talk you out of it? Maybe you will even learn a much-needed lesson from this." With that, she marched to the opposite end of the concrete pad they were standing on behind the pool and turned to face Misty. The other male students were behind her. Pulling a pokeball out from the pocket on her skirt, Giselle enlarged it and then threw the ball skyward while smirking. "Graveler, show these amateurs what true talent really is." From the red and white capsule exploded a burst of bright light that materialized into the 4-armed, rough-edged rock type. "Graav!" It groaned while smacking its fists into its rocky palms. The former gym leader looked down at the Pokémon she still had out. "Starmie, are you ready to battle?" Again. Leaping out in front of its trainer, the large starfish Pokémon gave a reply of, "Star," and prepared for battle. Deciding to start the match with a bang, she pointed at their opponents. Then use Rapid Spin to get close to Graveler, followed by Water Gun. Like a skillful shinobi tossing a sharpened shuriken, Starmie went spinning toward Graveler and, at the same time, shot a cold burst of water at it from one of the many pointed ends on the starfish's body. Giselle, however, merely flipped her hair. Graveler, use defense curl and then take down. With a smirk on its gravelly face, the solid Pokémon simply curled in on itself and allowed the jet of water to splash against it and mitigate the damage. Then, quickly uncurling, Graveler took off like a runaway freight train and smashed into Starmie with bruising, mass-driven force. The power of the hit sent Starmie skidding back across the concrete but, to its credit, the sturdy starfish stayed strong. Misty, eyebrows knit into a tight line, gave another command. Use Swift. A flurry of buzzing, glowing blades of star-shaped energy was quickly expelled from its center and went spinning toward Graveler. Giselle was quick to counter though. Use Rock Throw. The evolved form of Geodude held its arms up and formed a large boulder in its hands, which it quickly tossed at the incoming swarm of sharp energy stars. The tactic proved to be successful since it simply passed straight through them, harmlessly, and continued on toward Starmie. Thankfully, Misty's Pokémon was well trained and easily leapt away before it could get crushed. However, Giselle was already on the move. Now use Double Edge. Exploding with bright white energy, Graveler took off charging again with a growl of, Graveler. Misty was all set to have her Pokémon dodge but right as the moment of impact was about to come, Giselle suddenly threw in a surprise maneuver. Use Sand Attack. While still ballistically charging, Graveler rotated rapidly several times and managed to churn up a small cloud of sand around it from out of its body. It then sprayed a haze of that gritty substance straight at Starmie, which covered the gem on its center and effectively blinded it. Now unable to see, Starmie was also unable to dodge and therefore ended up taking the full brunt of Graveler's attack head-on. This sent Misty's Pokémon flying back into the chain-link fence and bouncing off of it onto the hard ground. While surprised at the sudden turn of events, Misty knew she couldn't let up, especially since Graveler was once more charging their way on a command from Giselle to use another takedown. Therefore, even as Starmie struggled to stand up again, still blinded by the sand on its gem, Misty suddenly had an idea and hurriedly put it into action. Starmie, use Rapid Spin to your left. Going on blind faith in its trainer, Starmie did just that and took off spinning in the aforementioned direction, just barely getting out of the way to avoid being steam-rolled over by Graveler. The trick paid off since it ended up spinning straight into the pool, which not only temporarily kept it safe but also washed the sand away. Smirking, Misty called out. Use Recover now, Starmie. Giselle flipped her hair again and crossed her arms. Not bad, I admit, but you'll have to be a lot better than that. Misty turned her smirk onto her. Be glad to. Now Starmie, use Water Gun. From out of the pool came a strong burst of water, which took the rock type and its trainer by surprise and resulted in a direct, effective hit. Graveler, grunting in pain, was pushed back across the ground with its arms held out in front of it defensively. Giselle, on the other hand, kept her cool and smirked as well. Graveler, use Bide. Eyes opening, the pre-evolved form of Golem started to focus and a red shroud of energy began to coalesce around it. Seeing the impending danger of such a move, Misty knew it was time to go full on the offensive. Starmie, come out of the water and use Swift again. Erupting from the pool, mostly restored from its earlier healing underwater, Starmie spun high into the air and unleashed another barrage of energy stars at its opposing type-natured foe. Standing in place, like a rock, Graveler kept its arms up defensively and grunted as it endured the sizable rain of glowing golden projectiles. Immediately from there, Misty urgently commanded her Pokémon to use another water gun. Now falling from the air, Starmie took aim and fired a large gusher of water at its opponent. This time, when the liquid cannon hit, Graveler displayed signs of discomfort as it squinted its eyes and buckled slightly under the force of the highly effective attack. However, in that moment, the red glow around it started to fade and was replaced by a swirling white orb of energy that began to form around Graveler's center. Alarm filling her, Misty's eyes went a little wide. Hurry Starmie. Use rapid spin and another water gun to finish it. Giselle smirked confident ally, showing no signs of being concerned even as Starmie went spinning toward her Pokémon. Then, just before it could use water gun again, she yelled out. Now Graveler. Unleash your power. All four hands came down and encapsulated the glowing white sphere of energy growing against its midsection. Then, with a loud grunt of, Jirav, it unleashed a massive burst of raw power at Starmie. Completely unable to dodge or move away since it was spinning directly toward Graveler, Starmie was soon consumed inside of the eruption of stored-up energy and totally disappeared from view. When the attack swiftly came to an end only a few short seconds after it began, Starmie was seen hurtling back toward the fence again. Only, this time when it hit, the badly damaged water type fell limply to the ground and lay still, its points drooping and gem blinking as a sign of unconsciousness. Starmie. Misty called out to her defeated Pokémon as she ran up to its side and knelt down next to it. The boys next to Giselle all laughed at her defeat while the girl in question merely moved her bangs out of her face and smirked again. See? I tried to tell you, maybe now you've learned your lesson. Misty allowed Starmie to rest back against her while she looked defiantly at the other girl. That doesn't prove anything, we almost won and you know it. The popular, prissy young girl shrugged nonchalantly. I'm afraid almost just doesn't cut it, Gym Leader Misty. She said the last part in an obviously sarcastic, mocking tone. At this, Ash finally had enough and stepped forward from where he had been standing next to Brock. Alright, I tell you what, if you want to mock people and pretend you're superior to everyone else, why don't you battle me? His eyes narrowed and his tone became hard. I won't stand around and listen to anyone make fun of my friends like that. If you think you really are better than everyone else, you should be able to beat a rookie like me no problem. His challenge was firm and there was an air of finality to it. While he had requested a match with Giselle, the edge in his voice almost seemed to suggest it were a command and he would not be denied. Seeing the change that had come upon the handsome young man, Giselle no longer could be seen smirking. Instead, her expression had morphed into one of stern contemplation. There was an air of intrigue tugging at the corner of her mind about this mysterious boy. While his friend had been loud, emotional and hot-tempered, he was calm, collected and cool. And even though his most recent words had not been impolite or rude, there was a bold, fearless undertone to them. Moreover, his personality had subtly but noticeably shifted. Whereas before Giselle observed him to be a calm, yet not introverted person, now he had suddenly changed. His expression was no longer passive or overly friendly. Now it was set in a firm countenance. There was an intense determination aflame in his amber eyes and a fearless, confident aura exuding from even the way he stood that made Giselle feel as though this was one trainer she needed to take seriously. For reasons she could not explain, something about his current demeanor made her feel slightly uneasy, even a tad off balance. Which, for her, was highly unusual. Still, she tried to hide those feelings by smirking again and putting her hands on her hips. If you really haven't learned anything from watching your friend get beaten, then I suppose I will have to teach you the same lesson. Very well, I accept your challenge. With that said, the battle lines were once more drawn and Giselle and Ash took their positions facing one another. Returning Starmie to its ball, Misty stood and advised her friend. Careful Ash. I hate to admit it, but she really is good. Brock nodded in agreement. She really knows how to command her Pokémon, even if it's at a disadvantage. Listen to Misty and watch yourself, Ash. Joe furrowed his brow. She's not called the best student at Pokémon Tech for nothing, you know. Without looking back, the messy-haired boy replied in kind. Thanks, but don't worry guys, it's going to be alright. Just trust me. Before the match could start, Giselle returned her Graveler and took out a second Pokeball from the same skirt pocket as before. Then, with a grand and graceful gesture, she let the ball slip from her fingers. Now my cute little friend, time to teach another lesson. The brunette's second Pokémon turned out to be a Cub1, which brandished its club and spun it in hand. Cub1 Bone Bone. Ash, after a time of silent deliberation, made his choice while Pikachu got off his shoulder and stood on the ground next to him. However, before he could make his play, Giselle blinked as if suddenly noticing Pikachu for the first time. With a finger pointed down at the little electric type, she asked. "How long have you had that Pikachu there?" Ash raised his eyebrow at the question but looked down at his first Pokémon and smiled. "A few weeks or so. Pikachu was my first Pokémon when I started my journey." The top tech student gave a small little gasp and palmed her cheek. "And you let it run free like that? Oh my, you really are a rookie, aren't you?" She then looked up and laughed. "Maybe you should just quit now and save yourself the embarrassment. If you can't even keep your Pikachu in its Pokeball." Ash remained calm and simply stared at her. "Pikachu doesn't go into his ball because he hates it, and I don't make my Pokémon do things they don't want to do. So why don't you focus more on your own Pokémon and I'll do the same for mine." She merely shrugged, which made the other boys behind her stop laughing. "Oh, very well. I just want to save you the humiliation, but if you are insistent on this then I suppose I have no choice but to show you the hard way." Ash made his own choice in that moment and enlarged the Pokeball he held in his hand. Then, rearing back, he tossed it to the clear blue sky above without an ounce of worry or intimidation. "Let's soar on high, girl, show 'em what you can do." Elegantly, Pidgeotto emerged into the sky, flapping her strong wings as she made several quick, aerial pirouettes before flying gracefully back down and landing softly on the ground, right in front of Ash. "If you think a type advantage will help you defeat me then I am sorry to say you are sadly mistaken." Giselle smirked with one hand on her hip. At this, the young man allowed a small smirk of his own to stretch across his features. "Who said I'm going to be using a type advantage? What do you mean?" she asked with a sliver of intrigue and curiosity entering her voice, eyes slightly narrowed in thought. "I'm going to prove something to you, that's what." He then looked at his evolved flying type and smiled. "Hey girl, I want you to stay on the ground for this battle, okay?" Pidgeot, came her soft, respectful coo as she looked back at her trainer and nodded. Giselle, though, seemed surprised. "You're going to ground your own flying Pokémon? This will be over quickly indeed." Ash simply crossed his arms. "Is that so? Well, come on." She did just that. "Fine. Cub1 use Bone Club. Pidgeotto use Agility," he replied calmly, not getting overly excited yet. Thanks to all of Pidgeotto's training on both her feet and in the air, she had become markedly fast, both when running and flying. When Cub1 came charging in to hit her, she merely leapt to the side with naught but a powerful jolt of her legs. Giselle looked stunned seeing this. "Huh. Cub1, keep trying to hit it with Bone Club and use Focus Energy to build up your power." The perpetually in morning Pokémon began centering its energy, its small body glowing red as it kept trying to hit Pidgeotto with the bone it wielded as a weapon. However, no matter how hard it tried, the surprisingly agile flying type was able to easily strafe, dodge and move away from each strike. Not once taking to the air. Finally, Ash called out, "Pidgeotto, bat it away with your wing." The agile flying type leapt to the side again and reached her wing out just as Cub1 swung its club down to where she had been standing mere seconds before. With that one simple but surprisingly forceful motion, her wing smacked Cub1 and sent it flying away from her, where it hit the ground hard and grunted. Eyes widening at the entirely unexpected maneuver from the flying type with colorful plumage, Giselle called out to her Pokémon. "Are you okay, Cub1? See you. Cub1 Bone." It affirmed as it got back onto its feet again and brandished its club. She smiled. "Good. Now use Mud Slap." Cub1 reared its head back and then spat a large glob of mud from underneath of the skull helmet it wore. Then, using its Bone Club, the Dino-resemblant Pokémon struck the muddy blob and turned it into a thick spray which flew straight at Pidgeotto. Without needing a command, however, she was able to easily jump away and avoid the dirty, liquidy projectile. Though this proved to be only a ruse since Giselle was quick to act. Now use Boomerang. Cub1 tossed its club in a fast spinning arc, which neared the agile bird in only seconds. Ash swiftly countered however by yelling, "Jump and knock it away with your wings." Narrowing her sharp, keen eyes, Pidgeotto leapt up just as the fastly spinning club converged upon her. Then, with her wings folded inward, she suddenly unfurled them with a powerful move and smacked the bone away from her. It went flying into the air, but Cub1 was quick to jump as well and grab it, making an accurate and easy catch before the bony weapon could hit the ground. No sooner did Giselle's Pokémon touch back down on the concrete though before she was smoothly executing another command. Use a focus energy and thrash combo Cub1. Those words had scarcely left her lips before the ground type twirled its club in hand and started to glow red once more. It didn't take long to do so this time, however, since the former use of focus energy had already increased Cubone's attack force to some degree. Therefore, with a few impressive and fluid twirls and spins of its club, Giselle's diminutive but tough little Pokémon took off running at Pidgeotto. There was a fire in its eyes that could be seen, and the impending manic frenzy of attacks that followed only further demonstrated Cubone's intensity. Unleashing a wild, uncontrollable assault of rapid jabs, strikes, moves and whacks with its club that signified the use of thrash, Cub1 unleashed a frenetic barrage on its opponent. Each hit coming faster than the next. Even for all of its speed and ferocity though, Pidgeotto remained calm and unfazed. Her body moved with a grace and smoothness that would seem otherwise unbefitting to a bird like her, who refused to use her wings to take to the air. As the well-trained flying type continued to dodge each of Cubone's focus-empowered attacks, the boys behind Giselle watched with admittedly impressed expressions on their faces. Not one of them scarcely able to believe that a purely flying-type Pokémon would be able to move and maneuver so skillfully on the ground as in the air. Each of them gave voice to this in murmuring, hushed tones, and even Giselle seemed impressed at what she was seeing. Though she didn't speak on it, only urging her Pokémon on to press the attack without ceasing. After several more strikes and moves with its club, Cub1 leapt back and then jumped forward, brandishing the bony weapon overhead for a swift downward strike. At that moment though, Ash finally gave instruction to his Pokémon. "Tuck your wings in again and then move them out, Pidgeotto." Just before her enemy could fall upon her and clobber her with its bone club, the female bird Pokémon curled her wings in over her body, like before, and held them taut against herself. When Cub1 finally made contact and struck her with its club, the blunt instrument barely made contact with her feathers before she unfurled them with a powerful move and sent her opponent flying. Only this time, the bone Cub1 had been wielding was knocked from its hand and also went soaring. Flailing wildly, not made for air travel, Giselle's Pokémon flew high into the air and then began to descend once more at the same rapid rate of speed. Then, just before Cub1 was set to hit the ground, Ash commanded in a firm tone. "Use agility and then a grounded aerial ace." With a surprising burst of speed, Pidgeotto took off like a lightning bolt shot straight from the heavens, her feathery form glowing silvery white as she used agility. Then, just as she neared the falling form of Cub1, she quickly unfurled her wings and gave one powerful downward move with them, which sent her zipping toward her descending opponent like a perfectly aligned arrow. Amazingly, she still was not flying. The extra burst of speed and power from her wings merely gave her the boost she needed to leave the ground a few scant inches. Which essentially made it seem as though she had taken a low, crouching leap. At this impressive clip of speed she was traveling at, Cub1 had no chance to hope for an opportunity to avoid what was coming. Therefore, just before it hit the ground, Pidgeotto made contact first and smashed herself into her opponent with expertly precise timing. The force of the grounded aerial attack sent Cub1 careening across the short distance between it and the wall behind Giselle. In milliseconds, the brunette felt, more than saw, a blur of brown and white zooming by her just before a smacking sound and the loud rattling of a fence reverberated throughout the pool. Looking back, She saw her Pokémon now laying on the ground after having struck the chain link fence so hard that it rebounded off of it and flew straight into the ground. Face first. Ah! Cub 1. She ran over to it and knelt down, gently turning Cub 1 face up to see that swirls of heavy unconsciousness were now shading its eyes. The other students were shocked at what they saw, even Joe. Giselle too was taken aback at what had just occurred, her wide eyes telling the tale words could not. I can't believe it. Joe spoke at last. He actually beat her Cub 1. And his Pidgeotto never even flew, amazing. Good job, girl. Ash praised Pidgeotto as she returned to his side, him kneeling down and fondly stroking her feathers for a job well done. He then looked up from smiling at his Pokémon, who was cooing at his affection, and became serious again upon settling his gaze on Giselle. This battle isn't over yet. You still have one Pokémon left, right? To her credit, the young woman was able to mostly hide her disbelief at losing a battle with her Cub 1, who she returned to its ball before standing up and turning to face the boy again. Although this time, she didn't smirk or make any arrogant, snide comments. Instead, she stepped forward and pulled out the Pokeball holding her Graveler. We are going to win, you have no chance of victory. She stated adamantly just before releasing her rock-solid second Pokémon from its ball again. Ash stood up and nodded down at Pidgeotto. Good job, girl, take a nice rest. With that, he returned her to her ball while Joe shook his head at the sight of Giselle's strongest Pokémon once more taken the field for battle. I can't believe Ash's Pidgeotto beat Cub 1 and has actually resorted Giselle to using her Graveler as her last Pokémon. Brock crossed his arms. That's Ash for you. He always ends up surprising you and doing something entirely unexpected. Misty raised her fist and shook it with a fire alight in her eyes. Come on, Ash. Beat that little prissy little witch. Ash looked down at Pikachu and smiled. You wanna take this one, buddy? Pika. He replied energetically as the small electric type bounded forward and took a battle stance. Seeing this, Giselle blinked and then frowned at her opponent. I don't know if you are trying to mock me or are just feeling cocky because you defeated my Cub 1. But either way, just because you won that last battle does not mean you are winning this match, and I will show you not to underestimate us. I am the top student at Pokemon Tech. The messy-haired boy put a hand in his pocket and shrugged. I'm not mocking anybody, let's just start the battle already. Now as serious as could be, Giselle narrowed her eyes and held her hand out. Gladly. Graveler use rollout. Grav. Came the gravelly, grunting reply of the rock type as it tucked into a tight ball while jumping into the air. Then, as soon as it hit the ground, it immediately started to roll toward Pikachu at high speeds. Both he and his trainer remained calm though, Pikachu not moving a muscle until Graveler was right on top of him. At which time he finally moved and did so with the fleetness of foot that was already proving him to be an exceptionally fast Pokémon. Having leapt to the side to avoid getting rolled over, Pikachu smirked and then jumped to the other side once Graveler turned and came back toward him again. With a powerful spring of his strong legs, the small mouse vaulted up onto the spinning rock type and ran in place atop of it like a professional log roller. While Graveler rolled this way and that around the pool area, attempting to shake its uninvited passenger, Pikachu maintained perfect balance and kept his paws moving in time with the rapid movement of the rolling rock. Graveler, shake that little mouse off. Giselle ordered commandingly. Do whatever it takes, get it off. Don't let it make an amateur of you like that. Graveler turned mid-roll and headed toward the pool house where the aquatic equipment was kept. However, just before it could smash into the side of the building and flatten Pikachu, the spunky electric type leapt off of his rocky perch and directly at the wall in question. No sooner did his paws land on the solid, concrete surface and Pikachu was immediately leaping back off the wall and high into the air. Graveler came out of its roll after hitting the wall, but the airborne electric type was already falling back down toward it at accelerated speeds. His eyes were narrowed in a concentrated glare and his paws, feet and tail had been tucked in for extra streamlined speed. Pikachu use Iron Tail. Ash commanded without a hitch. What? No way. The green-haired boy that had been interrogating Joe gaped in disbelief just as Pikachu started to spin and his tail began to glow brightly. There's no way that Pikachu knows an advanced move like Iron Tail if it's really only been with that kid for a short while. Another boy, the messy red-haired one, added in an equally shocked tone. They proved to be quite wrong indeed since Pikachu finally made contact with Graveler and did so by smashing his glowing, steely hard tail right on top of the rock-type's head. Instead of jumping off though, regardless of the fact that Graveler was already reeling back from the super effective attack, Pikachu's cheeks started to spark just as his trainer called out again. Use your metal tail like a lightning rod and give it a focused lightning thunderbolt. With a loud vocalization of, Pika, the high-voltage mouse sent a charge of condensed, extra-powerful electricity straight into Graveler's body via the metallic tail still laying atop its head. To the utter bafflement of Giselle and the other boys watching, Graveler's entire body went rigid and its eyes bugged out as the bolt of lightning had far greater, much more damaging effect than such an attack would normally have on a Pokémon of its type. So great was the power and effectiveness of Pikachu's Thunderbolt, increased as it was by his metallic tail directly touching Graveler and condensing the atomic density of the electricity itself that the evolved form of Geodude went stumbling backward on drunken, unsteady feet. Now charred in scorch marks from the electrical burns, Graveler wobbled around several times before finally collapsing right at Giselle's feet. Completely unconscious. There was a PRD of total silence as the reality of what had just happened sunk in. While Pikachu had been standing ready to go again if need be, the sight of Graveler laying unconscious proved that it was not needed. Giselle, shaken to her core that she had just been defeated, ran up to her fallen Pokémon and knelt next to it. Graveler. She slowly helped it up into a sitting position as the rock type gradually regained consciousness. Concern and compassion was reflected in her eyes for its well-being. Are you okay? Eventually, Graveler regained enough of its lucidity to nod in reply, though there was an obvious aura of dejected sadness at its loss. Grav. Grav. No, it wasn't your fault. The brunette smiled tearily at her Pokémon. You battled wonderfully, Graveler, you and Cubone. It was my fault we lost. As she sat in total silence with her beaten and battered partner for a time, the boys behind Giselle were still in dumbfounded disbelief that the best student at their school had just been defeated, soundly at that, right before their very eyes. By a relative nobody, rookie trainer that had just shown up out of nowhere. Each of the bullies looked across the short distance separating them from Ash, whom was now holding Pikachu and laughing and celebrating their victory, totally different than how he had just been during the match. Formerly so serious and intense but now light-hearted and joyfully spinning his first Pokémon like a happy child. A sense of respect but also fear settled upon the small group of boys for the young trainer from Pallet in that very moment. Which meant not a one of them attempted to say anything or be careless with their words in the current moment. Giselle was, by far, superior to all of them in Pokémon training and battling, and if such a one as Ash had been able to so handily defeat her, they knew that they themselves stood no chance. While Brock and Misty did not seem overly surprised at their friend's victory, albeit the latter was indeed cheering his triumph quite loudly out of spite for the brunette, Joe seemed totally awestruck. I can't believe it. He yelled with his hands going up to grasp at his head. He actually beat Giselle. They defeated both of her Pokémon and beat her. Wow. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. No one here at school has ever battled like that before. Having finished their small victory jubilee, Ash allowed Pikachu to return to his shoulder while walking up to Giselle. Hey. He began, his tone soft and imploring. She slowly looked up at him, her eyes watery, and seeing this, he felt his heart soften. No matter how demeaning or rude she may have been, Ash could not stand the sight of a saddened or crying girl. Listen. He sighed and shook his head. I don't want you to be all upset and broken up over this. Yeah, you lost, but big deal, right? You can take this experience and learn from it. At this, he looked at her and the other boys who were still standing back behind Giselle. I know you guys feel like you have a leg up just because you go to this prestigious school, but that doesn't make you better than anyone else. And holding your knowledge over other people's heads just to make yourselves feel superior is not only wrong, it's childish and immature. He gestured at himself. I've only been traveling with my Pokémon for a short period of time now. I'm still a rookie. But we were able to beat who you call the top student at your school. And do you know why? At this, Giselle and even the group of boys behind her seemed to be listening attentively to his words. It's because I don't assume I'm better than someone else just because of some predetermined factor. I take all my opponents seriously and realize that anyone can surprise you in a battle. It's just the way of it. He shrugged. Professor Oak taught me that underestimating your opponent just because you have more book knowledge is dangerous. Hard-earned experience, skill, passion, strong bonds with your Pokémon and learning lessons that only life on the road, seeing the world firsthand, can teach you, those things make someone a great trainer. Especially better than a person who never hardly leaves the classroom. At these words, all of their eyes widened. No way. One of the boys began. You know Professor Oak. Another continued, followed by still another repeating. The Professor Oak. He nodded simply. Yeah, he's a friend of my family, like my grandfather actually. He was also my mentor before I started out on my journey. Amazement but also understanding seemed to flood the minds of all the young Pokémon Tech students. As one, murmuring broke out among them with the chief words spoken being, man, no wonder he beat Giselle. Yeah, especially if Professor Oak taught him. He's a lot better than we thought. I wonder if he'd be willing to teach us a few things that the professor taught him. Giselle looked down at the ground for a few moments and then sighed as she slowly shook her head. I am sorry for behaving the way I did. She gently rubbed her Graveler's rocky body. I guess I have just been used to being the best here at school for so long that I let it go to my head. It made me arrogant. When you start thinking you're the best, that's when you run into serious trouble of having a rude wake-up call. Brock said wisely as he walked over to them with Misty and Joe in tow. And it makes you a serious snob toward other people too, Misty added with crossed arms and a slight glare. She was not going to let the brunette off for her poor behavior so easily. Giselle stood up and nodded, her major upset lost to Ash, having been utterly swept really, causing her to suddenly rethink many of her former concepts and decisions. As well as her attitude in general toward Pokémon training. Even her demeanor seemed to have abruptly shifted to a certain degree. The haughty, sneering aura she had perpetually given off before was now replaced by a more subdued, less confrontational presence. Some might think such a drastic change to be laughable at best, too sudden. But Giselle was an exceedingly intelligent young woman with an eye firmly focused on success. While she might have allowed her sense of overinflated grandeur as the top tech student to cloud her mind, she had come so far in the first place because of her proclivity to learn. And learn quickly. For her, being shown in such a dramatic way how utterly outmatched she was by people outside of school caused Giselle to immediately stop, reflect and process her own shortcomings. Where did she go wrong? What was she lacking that led to such an overwhelming defeat? And at the hands of a rookie of all things. Part of her intelligence and high IQ was that she didn't spend time sulking and feeling sorry for herself. Her philosophy was that she preferred to learn from her shortcomings and failures rather than waste time wallowing in pity. And so, that is exactly what she did, looking at Ash and nodding. I can tell that the skill you have gained just from your short time being on the road with your Pokémon is something I could not be prepared for. She hung her head and closed her eyes. I thought I was unbeatable because I always got the highest grades and did the best in school. But maybe this is a lesson we all need to learn from today. That school doesn't teach you everything. Just as she looked up again and prepared to say something else, Pikachu's ears suddenly perked up just before he leapt off of Ash's shoulder and released a surprising bolt of thunder from his small body. Pikachu! Came his signature cry, just as the electric bolt emitted from his cheeks impacted against a thick ball of sludge that had suddenly come flying in from somewhere on the other side of the pool. Both attacks connected and cancelled each other out with a small explosion that kicked up a faint screen of hazy dust. Ash and all the other kids, caught completely unawares though, were forced to cover their mouths and noses to shield them from the inhalation of all the dust and smoke. Coughing was soon nonetheless heard from some of the academy boys as they accidentally inhaled the particulate matter anyway. However, all of the young trainers, as a whole, jumped into full-on alert and turned in the direction that the surprise, sludgy attack had come from. Well, we could have told you that about school and you wouldn't have had to have wasted a credit of your parents' money. The voice who spoke was undeniably sassy and female. Reason being was soon revealed since, standing on the other side of the pool, having apparently traversed over the fence in all the excitement of the battle, was Jessie, James and Meowth. Of course, this school produces nothing but losers and wimps anyway, so we shouldn't be surprised at their stupidity, should we, Jessie? Was James' equally snarky reply. Floating beside him was his coughing, who was the source of the sludge ball that had been fired seconds before. Team Rocket. All three traveling trainers spoke in unison. What are you guys doing here? Trying to steal my Pikachu again? Ash demanded. Heh, yuz ain't as bright as all your smarty breath's words might suggest. Meowth mocked as he crossed his paws across his chest. We's bad guys, of course we're here to steal Pokemon. He then pointed one of his clawed fingers and smirked. And it ain't just gonna be your Pikachu that's gonna get pilfered but all the Pokemon here at this school. A gasp of shock and concerned murmuring broke out from the group of boys behind Giselle while the brunette herself looked at Ash. Do you know those three? The dark-haired rookie nodded. Yeah, unfortunately. Wish I could say I didn't. It was Misty, though, who explained the matter. They're a bunch of crooks who say they're from Team Rocket. They steal other people's Pokemon and anything else they can get their nasty hands on. Giselle's eyes widened hearing that. Team Rocket? You mean that mysterious criminal organization that operates like a shadow crime syndicate here in Kanto? The Rocket trio in question seemed to puff up at that declaration until Misty replied in a disgusted tone. That's what they say, but I think they're just a couple of losers who like playing dress-up. The eyes of the three criminals in question opened wide at that before an angrily indignant reply burst forth from them at the same time. Who are you calling losers? Listen here, you shapeless little twig. Jessie pointed with a scowl on her otherwise attractive features. We might be criminals, but we most certainly are not losers. James nodded vigorously with his fists held up in the air. Yeah, that's right, you tell them, Jessie. At least we weren't foolish enough to stay in a two-bit, crooked, poor excuse for a school like this. Wasting all our money away on an education that isn't worth the paper its diplomas are printed on. The magenta-haired beauty nodded in a self-satisfied fashion, upturning her nose and smirking. Well said indeed, James. We aren't the losers here, you are. She turned back to the tech students in question and stuck her tongue out while pulling her right eyelid down insultingly. Blah. Giselle's keen mind immediately registered the names of the three bumbling fools, as well as James' comment about wasting money on Pokemon tech tuition. Therefore, she blinked once, then twice before raising her finger. Wait a minute. Jessie. James. A gasp suddenly escaped her lips as she cupped her hands over her mouth, eyes wide in surprise. No, you couldn't possibly be. The shock and disbelief on her face didn't last long though and was soon replaced by unabashed surety as she removed her hands from her mouth and pointed. Oh my. It is. It really is. I know you too, your names are infamous here at Pokemon Tech. They are. Ash and his friends spoke together in shock, unable to even fathom that the idiotic duo in question could have ever attended an academic institution as prestigious as Pokémon Tech. Giselle's expression soon morphed into utter hilarity as she smirked. Of course. These two used to go to this school years ago and mysteriously ended up dropping out after receiving the lowest midterm test scores in Pokémon Tech history. Both she and the group of male students behind her all started to laugh uproariously while Jesse and James' faces turned bright red from a mixture of anger and humiliation. "Quit laughing, you little trolls." The hot-tempered redhead fumed. "Yeah, it wasn't our fault we failed. Those tests were rigged," James accused as he waved his arms around furiously. Joe blinked. "Wow, that's sad. Even I was able to pass the midterms and I didn't hardly even need to study. It's the end-term exams that are hard." Jesse and James appeared to be ready to burst at any moment, especially the former, whom snorted hot steam from her nose and growled. "Oh, we'll show you who the idiots are and see who's laughing in the end. Yeah, we'll give you a lesson that 2 + 2 = pain when you insult Team Rocket," James declared passionately, just as Jessie pulled out a pokeball and released her Ekans to join alongside his coughing. Ash deadpanned as the villainous duo prepared for battle. "Seriously, don't you think it's sad you're trying to rob a school? I mean, of all the potential targets out there. Quite twerp." Jessie snapped. "We'll deal with you and your Pikachu after we teach these snotty rich brats a lesson." Without stopping to consider what it was they were about to do, both of them were already commanding their respective Pokémon to charge across the pool and attack Giselle and the others. Unfortunately for them, Meowth was the only one on the team who had any rational sense of thinking. Due to this, he was also the only one who saw the impending danger of coughing and Ekans needing to traverse across the length of the pool to reach the other side. Especially since, unlike the former who could hover above the water, the latter had to dive into the pool and start slithering through the cool H20 in order to do so. "Pikachu. Just use Thunderbolt and let's call it a day, okay?" A thin-eyed Ash advised. To wit, an equally exasperated Pikachu simply walked up to the water's edge on both hind feet and stopped. Meowth saw the sparking of the electric type's cheeks and he therefore quickly turned to his foul-up prone partners, eyes wide as he began waving his paws around. "Wait. Use twos. Don't. Water conducts dash." But it was too late. With a bored-sounding, choo, Pikachu released a bolt of lightning that was just powerful to do the job. And that job was to strike the water. As soon as this happened, the entire pool was lit up in a bright, yellowish-golden glow as the electrical current immediately spread in an arc across the length and width of the small body of water. Since Ekans was in the pool, it was the first to suffer the effects of the natural byproduct of combining water and electricity. And since coughing was hovering only a few short inches above the surface of the water, it too was hit by the large arcs of electrical energy shooting up off the pool. At the apex of the electrical, aquatic surge, Ekans and coughing were both sent flying back across the pool. It was here that they crashed down at the feet of their trainers with electric burn marks covering their bodies and unconscious swirls in their eyes. "No!" Jessie roared furiously, stomping her foot and shaking her fists. "Get up, Ekans! Get up! Don't embarrass me like this! You too, coughing!" James urged. "I won't be seen as a loser in the eyes of those snot-nosed little punks and prove them right that I should have stayed in school." The pleas of their trainers fell on deaf ears, however, as neither of the soundly defeated Pokémon so much as moved neither scale nor crater. All they gave in reply was pained grunts and hisses. "Let that be a lesson to you about being pathetic loser dropouts," Giselle taunted, her hands on her hips as a little fire returned to her voice. "Maybe if you had stayed in school you would have remembered that making any Pokémon go up against an electric type in a body of water is just asking for trouble. But it serves you right, filthy crooks." "Hey, we're not filthy," James retorted with a fist shake. "I bathe at least every other day." Ash shook his head and sighed. "I'm tired of this already. Pikachu, would you please? The electric mouse looked back at his trainer and gave a simple thumbs up before returning his attention to the rotten rockets across the pool. Then, with a plainly joyous smirk on his cute little face, which would seem unnerving to anyone whom such a look was directed at, he charged up his electricity once more. This time for a much stronger attack. Ah! Guys! Meowth stepped back nervously as Pikachu prepared to unleash thunderous hell. I don't think we taught tis plan trough real well. We shoulda done somethin' else besides showin' up and just trash talkin'. His two human companions stopped fuming at the mocking fun being made at their expense and simply looked at one another. In unison, they blinked and Jessie held her finger up. You know. I suppose that actually would have been the best idea. James put a hand to his chin. Well, we did just get our breaths beaten off pretty easily, and in one small attack no less. That's pretty embarrassing, whether you're a dropout like we are or not, I must agree. As if finally realizing their plight, the two foolish clowns embraced one another out of sheer, comical fear and looked across the pool just as Ash smirked and held out his hand. Here, we'll teach you three a lesson you won't forget, and it's totally free. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Just as the small but powerful mouse unleashed the bolt of raw, overwhelming electrical power he had been charging up, the light of terror was bright in Jessie, James, and Meowth's eyes, followed by a matching scream from the trio that was cut short as soon as the thunderous hammer struck. The entire pool was lit up by the brightness of Pikachu's fierce electric attack, and the rocket trio who became victims of it would most definitely attest to the effect since their entire bodies jolted, jerked and shook. As the thunderbolt of sheer power ravaged them, causing their eyes to bulge, limbs to go stiff and hair to stand on end, even Ekans and coughing were caught back up in yet another round of electrical torture. When the rampant charge of focused thunder finally exploded like a timed detonator reaching its mark, the plume of smoke it sent up ascended high into the air. But that wasn't all that was sent skyward. Like rockets in their own right, Jessie, James, Meowth, and the Pokémon belonging to the former two were sent shooting toward the heavens. Singed and covered in ashen burn marks, the three wannabe crooks looked supremely dejected. This isn't fair. Jessie whined, fists balled up to her chest and legs pressed together. This was supposed to be our moment to show that we don't need the system. And we didn't even get to give our motto this time. Who cares about a motto? The system just gave us a major spanking and stamped F's on our report card again. James morosely sighed with his head dropped low. Yeah, well, yous twos woulda got sat in the corner wearin' the dunce cap at any school yas went to. Meowth crossly replied with his furry, soot-marred paws held tight to his chest. Just as they disappeared into the wide blue yonder of the daytime sky, a trio chorus of, "We're blasting OFF AGA N" filtered back down to the earth. Maybe you three should go back to school. Brock called after them in amusement, which caused Ash, Misty, Joe, Giselle, and the other tech students to laugh. Wow, Ash, you and your Pokémon are totally awesome. Joe complimented after the excitement was over, and he turned to the dark-haired trainer from Pallet. I've never seen anyone here at school battle like you guys before, it was amazing to watch. Yeah, totally. You really are a great trainer. I can't believe you're a rookie. All of these statements and more were shared in kind by the other students who had formerly harassed Ash and his friends, as well as Joe. Yet, after seeing the former's skill, it had them singing quite the different tune. Ash, ever one for modesty, turned to them all and rubbed the back of his neck while smiling awkwardly. Hey, no, it's no big deal, seriously. My Pokémon are the ones who really deserve to be praised. Finally, Giselle stepped offered a genuine smile. Not an arrogant, haughty or demeaning smirk, but a true smile. While your Pikachu and Pidgeotto were indeed impressive, you also demonstrated your own skill and prowess as a Pokémon trainer. She then took hold of her right arm with her left hand and looked down as a genuinely apologetic expression came upon her features. Ash. I am truly sorry that I mocked you earlier and behaved so rudely. She looked at Misty even. And to you as well, Misty. While her apology surprised Ash and further shocked Misty, it utterly stunned Joe as she turned to him and gave a slight bow of her head. And Joe. I apologize to you most of all. What? The boy stammered, his eyes wide as she continued. I am sorry that I have behaved in such a condescending and demeaning fashion ever since you started school here. The brunette looked up again and smiled sadly. I let the fact that I had perfect grades and was the best student in every class cause me to become mean and belittling. Even though I didn't realize it before now. She looked back at the other tech students, who were currently staring at her in states of surprise of their own. Listen, all of you. Just because you may be good at a particular subject or do not have to struggle the way others do does not give you a reason to behave like a bully to other people. She gestured at herself. All this time I could have been helping my fellow classmates, but all I did instead was make them feel poorly about themselves. My arrogance and pride blinded me. But Dash. At this, she gestured at Ash. This rookie trainer from nowhere showed up and defeated me with little to no effort. I was humbled and humiliated in front of the very people I have always looked down on and made fun of. Ash taught me a lesson in our battle, and even against those crooks just now. And if there is one thing that I am, it is a fast learner. She looked up at the sky then, her dark eyes reflecting a serious gleam within. School is wonderful in its own right, but there are some things that you simply cannot learn from books. There are some lessons that only life and experiencing the world itself, firsthand, can teach you. And no one is inherently better than another just because of one single factor. Anyone can become great if they work hard enough toward it. She looked back at her classmates then. I vow that from now on, I will never again look down on someone else or make fun of them just because I may know more or have more experience. I will help those less experienced than myself and give everyone a fair assessment, regardless of who they are or where they come from. As long as they prove themselves to earn my trust and not take advantage of my willingness to help. Giselle turned her focus onto Joe and clasped her hands down in front of her. I do not expect it after the way I have acted, but... Is there any way you can forgive me, Joe? While the brown-haired boy was shocked at her apology, he was even more taken aback when the other boys, following her lead, shared a look with one another and then adopted expressions of repentance as well. Yeah, Joe, I'm real sorry about what we did to you before and how we've always teased you. I hope you can forgive me. The one with green hair was visibly struggling to make up an adequate apology, but he did his best nonetheless. Same here, man, I'm sorry too. The boy with somewhat unkempt red hair spoke in agreement with his friend. The others all joined suit in their own ways of making amends and, while initially only able to stare in disbelief, eventually Joe managed to reply. Yeah, sure, I accept your apologies. At last, he managed a smile of his own. Thanks you guys. All of you, it really means a lot to me. Ash and his friends looked at each other and shared their own smiles of satisfaction, happy that their little detour to help someone had ended in success. Ash. Giselle turned her focus back onto the raven-haired rookie. I just wanted to say. She trailed off for a moment and he was left to just blink at her before finally saying something himself. Yeah. It took a few moments but, after a bit longer, she actually smiled at him. A warm, kind smile that complimented her already appealing features. I wanted to say thank you. For the match, for fighting off those thieves and... Well. Her cheeks turned a light shade of red. For everything really. She held her hand up. I'm sure if our lives were a story and someone was reading it then they might think this sudden change of heart on my behalf is a little unrealistic, but... Battling you, and losing the way I did, it really changed the way I saw things. Giselle smiled at Pikachu, who was now resting on his trainer's shoulder again, and reached out to very lightly pet his cheek. This rather quickly resulted in a happy smile coming across his face as he leaned into her hand and allowed her to continue her ministrations. I always thought I was better than everyone else here, but after losing to you the way I did, well. It would change the way most anyone would perceive things. Especially themselves. And seeing how nasty and miserable those Team Rocket criminals were, who used to be students here no less, also really made me reflect on myself. Ash smiled hearing her words and put his hands in his pockets. I'm just happy it helped you do a little inner reflection and you came out with something positive through it all. That's why we came with Joe anyway, to talk to you guys and try to change your way of thinking toward other people. He tilted his head. You're really good, Giselle, you have a lot of skill. I bet if you actually went out and got some experience then you'd become way better. And it's like Professor Oak always told me, if you temper your arrogance with a little humility, there's no telling what you can accomplish. She smiled at his compliment and her cheeks turned a little red again. Though, before any more could be said, the loud noise of a stomach growling suddenly broke the silence. It was Ash who rubbed the back of his neck and smiled guiltily. Ehehe. Man, I think it's getting close to time to eat again, I'm starved. Misty sighed and rolled her eyes. You and your stomach, Ash. I swear it's like you have a bottomless pit. Brock chuckled and intervened. Well, I suppose I can WHP us up something before we head out again. Well, why don't you all come to the dining hall with us? Giselle offered. We don't have classes today or tomorrow since it's the weekend, so I'm free, and guests are allowed in with a student. Sure, that sounds great. Ash eagerly accepted before looking at his friends. What do you say, guys? We can also feed the Pokémon before we hit the road again. Knowing it was always the best idea to accept the offer of free food, neither Misty nor Brock had any qualms with it, and therefore, everyone soon left the pool and headed back to the school. Around an hour or so later, Ash and his friends could be seen sitting around the fountain that was in the midst of the courtyard. Having already eaten with Giselle, Joe, and the other boys in the fancy, elegant dining hall in one of the 3 academy buildings, the group of young travelers were now waiting on their Pokémon to finish eating. While Brock put the cooking utensils away that he and Ash had used to make the food, the young Ketchum in question sat on the rim of the fountain with Giselle, Misty, and Joe. You guys have some really neat Pokémon, Joe observed appreciatively as he looked at Ash, Brock and Misty's Pokémon while they ate. Thanks. Came Ash's smiling reply as he looked at the other boy. We train hard and me and Brock make sure to feed them all the best food we can. I'm glad it shows. Having noticed the somewhat odd silence that had been surrounding Giselle since they had all eaten and spent time conversing in the dining hall, he turned his attention to her. Seeing a deeply thoughtful look on her face, he asked. Hey, is everything okay, Giselle? You've been kinda quiet ever since we ate. She looked at him and that same serious, intense expression remained. Eventually, she spoke, and when she did, no one was expecting what she was about to say. I have been thinking and I would like to ask all 3 of you a serious question. Ash looked at his 2 friends and then all 3 of them turned their full attention to her. Seeing she had it, she went on. I have been thinking, and I would like to join you on your travels. At this, Ash and Brock's mouths dropped open in shock while Misty and Joe both shot up at the same time. What? The popular young brunette nodded. I have been thinking about it and, after talking to all of you during lunch, it has weighed heavily on my mind. She looked at Ash specifically. You made me consider this the most. After battling you and seeing the proof of how much experience you have already gained in such a short time from being on the road, it has made me realize something. Giselle gestured around them. I could stay here and graduate top of my class. It would then give me the ability to go right to the Indigo Plateau and compete in the conference there. But after battling you, I have realized that no amount of academic education can possibly prepare me for what it's like in a real, unplanned, professional Pokémon battle. She stood up and held her arms out. If I do not get to experience the real world with my Pokémon like you are, and garner the experience from that which you cannot attain any other way, graduating this school would mean little more than getting a piece of paper. An eager smile appeared on her lips. I want to see the world with my Pokémon and experience adventures. Like the ones you were telling us about earlier that you have already had in the short time since you left on your journey, Ash. The boy in question blinked several times and then scratched his temple. Giselle. Are you sure about this? I mean, once you leave school here, isn't that kind of it? She shook her head and smiled. Not at all. My parents know the headmaster quite well, and since my grades are so good, if I wish to ever come back then I am sure they would accept me in again. I will check with the headmaster and my parents of course before I do anything. Joe frowned a little bit. Giselle, are you sure you want to do this? I mean, from hearing Ash, Brock and Misty's stories, life on the road isn't easy. She looked at the relatively newer student and nodded. I am sure, Joe. You just recently started here, all things considered. There are still many things you can learn, this is truly a great school. But for me. She looked out at the world beyond the academy walls. I feel like I've been given everything I need here. I feel constrained, constricted. Like I need to stretch my wings. And I've been slowly feeling this way for some time now, I just didn't know what it was until now meeting Ash and his friends. Ash looked at his two friends after that and shrugged. Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. What about you guys? Brock shook his head. It doesn't matter to me either, Ash. If she wants to come then I say the more the merrier. Misty was the last one to give approval, and Ash already knew his friend well enough to not take any assumptions about which way she might decide to vote. The orange-haired gym leader was a kind and loyal friend to those she cared for, but cross her and Ash felt that it would be like walking on glass or trekking through a cave of lightly sleeping Beartick to earn her forgiveness. Giselle had already rubbed her the wrong way, and even now he could tell that the brunette was thinking the same thing as he looked at her. The nervousness on her face was telling all that needed to be said by the way she lightly bit at her lower lip. Almost as if silently kicking herself for being so nasty to the other girl earlier. In all actuality, it was difficult to say whether or not that anxiety was entirely warranted. One glance at Misty showed that she was obviously in the midst of a great internal struggle. Her brow was furrowed in thought and her eyes were slightly narrowed as she considered the formerly prissy schoolgirl and if she had actually seen the error of her ways. Misty. Giselle frowned. I know how you probably feel. I wouldn't blame you for saying no after how I treated you earlier, but I really am sorry and truly have decided to change. The young teenaged beauty looked down and stared at her feet. It may seem unbelievable that anyone could change so fast, and I understand, I would feel the same way in your position. I guess I'm just asking for a chance to prove it, that's all. People can change, I believe that, and I am determined to do so myself. For Misty, she simply had to remain in thought for a time. Very deep thought. It was indeed very hard for her to truly believe that Giselle had just so suddenly decided to change. It was already highly doubtful, in her mind, that the boys who apologized to Joe really meant it and hadn't just caved under the pressure. Regardless though, underneath her brash and somewhat rough exterior, Misty was secretly a warm and mushy person inside. Even though she found Giselle to be an intolerably irritating person due to her girlish and prissy ways, in the end her better side won out. Therefore, with a sigh, she dropped her shoulders. Oh, what the heck. Fine. You can come along. She finished with a grumble before holding her finger up and narrowing her eyes at the other girl. But I am keeping my eyes on you. Completely ignoring Misty's warning, Giselle squealed happily and jumped in place, clapping her hands in the process. Oh, thank you, Misty. Thank you. In an act that caused the orangette to freeze up, the older girl glomped the younger one in a tight hug. I promise I won't let you down, I'll prove it. Misty stiffly patted the other girl's shoulder while leaning as far back as she could. Okay. That's great, I believe you. Please let me go now. Nonplussed, Giselle pulled away and then looked amongst her three soon-to-be traveling companions, eyes shining and a bright smile stretched across her lips. Before I make any definitive decisions, I need to go talk to my parents and the headmaster. I should probably be able to get an answer by tomorrow, if everything goes well. Her face adopted an expression of imploring concern. But that would mean that the three of you couldn't leave today like you wanted to. Ash looked at Brock and Misty and then shrugged. That's no problem, we can stay the night here. Set up camp outside the school in that clearing we first met Joe and the other boys in maybe. The schoolboy in question spoke up at that. Well actually, if you guys are planning on staying until tomorrow then you can sleep in my dorm with me. Brock raised an eyebrow hearing this. Really? Will they allow outsiders to stay here overnight? Giselle nodded. Of course. Oftentimes our families will stay with us in our dorms when they come to visit since Pokémon Tech is isolated here with no hotels nearby. And this is a really exclusive school with a pretty small headcount compared to normal private schools, Joe furthered. So each student gets a dorm that they normally only share with one other person. I lucked out though, the one I got was empty and no one else has taken the other half yet. Ash smiled hearing the good news. Hey, that sounds great, yeah sure we'll do it. Giselle looked at Misty then and clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, and that means you can stay with me Misty. My dorm mate is away on a family emergency so there's room for you. The youngest of the Waterflower sisters simply looked ahead at nothing and deadpanned with exasperatedly thin eyes. Oh yippee, lucky me. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX new day. Much like the rest of the school, including the huge and immaculate dining hall, the dorms were just as posh and ritzy. Joe's dorm had been big enough to easily accommodate all three boys. Not only was it large enough for 2 full-sized beds, dressers, nightstands and a wardrobe, but there was even a pull-out sleeper sofa. Ash and Pikachu had taken the bed and Brock slept on the pull-out. It was while the boys and Misty were sharing a table in the dining hall, eating breakfast, that an excited-looking Giselle hurried up to them. "I have good news," she exclaimed while stopping at the table. The 4 of them looked at her, giving the brunette their full attention. Seeing she had it, she rested her hands on the end of the table and leaned forward. "I talked to my parents last night over the phone about leaving to travel with you guys on your journey." Ash turned to her fully, anxious to hear how it went. "How did it go? I mean, they don't know us, so were they concerned?" She nodded. "At first. But after I told them more about you guys and explained the situation, as well as my reasons for wanting to leave school to travel, they eventually understood and gave me their blessing." Joe piped up then. "What about the headmaster? What did he say?" The brunette looked at her classmate and smiled. "I had a 4-way video chat with he and my parents, and after we all talked it over, and they confirmed that they indeed gave their consent, he really didn't have much choice. He really wanted me to stay because of my top student status and impeccable grades, but he understood and wished me well. My spot is still open if I decide to come back." "Wow, Giselle, congratulations," the relatively newer student praised. "I'm really happy for you." Brock chuckled. "Welcome officially to the group. I hope this experience really benefits you like you're hoping it will." "Yeah, I guess you're really one of us now, aren't you?" Ash grinned in that lively fashion of his while Pikachu chirped happily at the girl with the magic fingers for scratching his fur. "Pika Pika Pikachu Pie." I smiled, an aura of happiness palpable on her face. "Yeah, I guess so." While she still held her reservations about the other girl, Misty nonetheless gave a polite smile and nodded. "Well. Congratulations. I just hope you know what you're in for, because life on the road isn't easy." Giselle waved her off. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine. She then clapped her hands and gave an excited squealing noise in the back of her throat. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm going to go and pack up everything I need right after breakfast. With that, she hurried off to the kitchen line to get some food while Ash smiled after her, joined by Brock and Joe. I think this is really gonna be good for her, and it'll be nice to have more company for the road. Yeah, it will be nice to have someone else along. Brock agreed. She's a little naive to certain real-world principles, I think, but this'll be good for her. And I think she'll come to fit in nicely, given time. Seeing the brunette meet up with one of her girlfriends at the line and apparently tell her what she was doing, judging by the giggling and excited chattering they could hear even from their table, Misty's sweat dropped. Yeah, I'm sure she'll make a really great addition to the group. Under her breath though, she muttered. If the pris lasts that long. Breakfast lasted after that for a short PRD longer until Ash and his friends made their way outside to the courtyard where they could feed their Pokémon. Once that was finished, the thorough young man in question did some light training with his Pokémon while they waited on Giselle. It didn't take too horribly long, thankfully, since at about 10 she was finally ready to head out with them. Being both dressed for the road, as well as packed for the long trip, the ritzy young girl demonstrated that, while definitely unseasoned in the way of traveling, she was indeed ready to give it her all. By the time they were all ready to at last leave Pokémon Tech, Giselle's on-the-road attire was sensible, yet still stylish. In keeping with her high-ball, fashionable tastes. She now wore a short red cotton skirt with a light pink belt wrapped around her waist. She also wore a white t-shirt, a blue jean jacket over top of that and white cross-trainers on her feet. To hold all of her traveling supplies she carried a large pink backpack with a matching sleeping bag attached to the top of it. I'm ready to go. The happy brunette chirped as she joined her new traveling companions in the courtyard. Sweet, we're gonna have to get going if we want to make it to Rolanda Town in the same time frame we were hoping for. Ash informed as he and the others grabbed their own packs from beside the fountain and prepared to set out. Rolanda Town. Giselle blinked, unsure as to why that would be their next destination. Why there? It's on the way to Vermilion City, I know that, but it's still a little out of the way. And if you're looking to get badges, then shouldn't you head right to Vermilion? Brock answered her. Well, it's the next city with one of the main 8 Pokémon gyms of Kanto, but Rolanda Town also has a smaller one. Ash wants to try and defeat every gym in the region before the Indigo Conference next year. She appeared surprised hearing this and looked over at the boy in question. Really, Ash? He shrugged. I figured it'd be a good chance to train and hone our skills before the conference. Before she could answer, they suddenly heard a shout from behind them. Hey Giselle. Turning, they saw Joe hurrying their way with the boys from earlier, as well as several other students Ash and his friends didn't know. Though they did recognize some of the girls in the group as being the ones Giselle had spoken to at lunch. Hey everybody. She turned to her classmates and smiled. Did you come to see me off? The freshman student nodded as they came to a stop. Yeah, we wanted to wish you luck on your journey and give you our best. All the students began to give their own send-off words of farewell and well wishes, which had her smiling and putting a hand to her heart. Ah, that means so much to me, thank you. All of you, thank you. Joe walked up to her and held his hand out. Giselle, I just want to say thank you. At this, she looked at him in confusion and blinked. What for? Well, even though I know we had a rough start, you decided to humble yourself and apologize to me after Ash beat you. I know it isn't easy admitting that you've done things you shouldn't have and it took a lot of courage. What you did inspired the others to follow your example. It means a lot to me and to a whole lot of other students here at school. Many of said students all nodded and smiled in agreement from the small crowd. Hearing this had Giselle totally thrown askew for several moments, but, in the end, a tiny smile passed across her own lips. Her eyes even seemed the slightest bit teary. Everyone that She had to clear her throat and wipe her eyes. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Afterward, she turned her attention back to Joe and reached out to return the handshake. Good luck, Joe, and thank you. I hope you graduate with honors. The brunette beauty then went to tell her other friends goodbye while Joe went up to Ash, Brock and Misty. Guys. I can't thank you enough for what you did. If it wasn't for you coming here to help out, school would have stayed miserable for me and everyone else like me. I don't know if the change will last on all the students who were bullies here, but I know it changed Giselle. Ash smiled and put his hands behind his head. Nah, Joe, we were happy to do it. Misty looked toward the group of students Giselle was saying farewell to. I just hope it lasts and they don't start bullying you again as soon as Giselle leaves. He smiled and shrugged. I'm not worried about it anymore. Watching you guys stand up to them, as well as Team Rocket, made me feel more confident and sure of myself. Brock nodded and crossed his arms. I'm glad to hear that, Joe. Don't forget it, and if anyone ever tries to mess with you again, stand up to them and be brave. You don't have to let anyone push you around. At that, Giselle finally came back, her farewell said. The students all followed them to the gates of the school and stopped just as the group of 4, newly minted traveling companions stepped onto the road. All right, everyone, this is it. Giselle turned and looked back at her classmates. Goodbye, everyone, take care. I hope to see you all again someday. Ash and his friends turned to say goodbye as well, and amidst the many gathered tech students calling out a cacophony of farewells, Joe's voice was heard standing out above them all. Goodbye, guys. Joe called out. And Ash, I'll be looking on TV for you in next year's Indigo Conference. The messy-haired boy grinned and waved back. See ya, Joe. And you can count on seeing us there. After those final goodbyes were said, Ash and his friends continued on down the road until, eventually, the academy was hidden out of sight by the line of trees. Turning his attention toward the road stretching on ahead, Ash smiled and put his hands behind his head. You know, something tells me we're gonna have a lot of neat adventures together, you guys. I'm just happy you guys let me join your group. Giselle smiled at the young man who had changed her life. I'm ready for some adventure. Might wanna be careful, Misty began with a smirk. A pampered schoolgirl like you might not be able to handle it. Giselle shot the other girl a glare, she being on one side of Ash and Misty on the other. I can handle myself just fine, thank you very much. You water-sot tomboy. The orange-haired girl returned the glare with one of her own. You wanna say that again, Miss Priss? Ash deftly managed to slip out from in between the two bickering girls and grinned at Brock while leaning over to whisper. Think we should say something? The older boy chuckled and covertly shook his head before whispering back. Nah, two girls on the road together. This'll probably become a regular occurrence. Better just stay out of their way. Thus, with the light bickering and quibbling of Misty and Giselle filling the air, and a smiling Ash and Brock taking the lead, the new group of 4 continued on the road to unknown adventure. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Pokémon trainers trekked through a thick forest 3 days later. If there was any sort of road beneath them, then it had been swallowed up by the tall grass like a Wylord swallowing Remoraid. Ash turned to look at her, walking backwards. Misty, look. He pulled up his tracksuit sleeve and showed his transceiver on his wrist. This thing has a built-in GPS, which means we can't get lost. It showed me this forest is a shortcut to Rolanda town. A shortcut? Ash, we're in the middle of a forest with no civilization anywhere in sight. She retorted with a waving arm gesture. He turned around again to face forward and smiled. Just trust me, Misty. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were scared of getting lost and don't trust Ash. Giselle teased with a sideways glance at Misty. I, for one, trust him completely. She finished smugly. The other girl's face turned red in anger. What's that supposed to mean, Miss Priss? Are you calling me scared? Or are you maybe just sking up to Ash? She accused with a pointed finger. The brunette shrugged. All I'm saying is that at least I'm not scared and complaining like some people. Yeah, well, some people don't spend an hour straight putting on makeup in the morning and getting ready to go. Why do you need to wear so much on the road anyway? Wanting to be prepared if you suddenly do a shoot for some traveling magazine photographer. Misty smirked and jabbed right back. Giselle whipped her head around and glared at the slightly younger girl. Yeah, well, at least I take some pride in how I look. Unlike some people. Why you dash? Misty began as she went to lunge at the brunette before Brock suddenly got in the middle of them. All right girls, calm down. You don't have to fight, you should be trying to get Al dash. Bang! With a loud thudding sound from two feminine fists, the spiky-haired teen was soon laying on the ground while large twin knots rose up out of his head. Both girls stood over him, huffing, before yelling in tandem, "Shut up, Brock." At that, Giselle and Misty looked at each other and then blinked a time or two before beginning to laugh. And just like that, having vented their frustrations out on the innocent, they merely turned and hurried to catch up with Ash. Poor Brock, meanwhile, was left laying where he was, a river of tears flowing from his eyes while he mumbled a pitiful-sounding, "Whyyyyyy." After that little debacle, it only took a short time longer of walking before the group of friends eventually came to stand before a large ravine that separated both sides of the forest. A rushing river ran far below and a rickety bridge was the only way across. I don't like this. Misty spoke worriedly as she mistrustingly beheld the hazardous-looking wooden highway. It's the only way, Ash answered grimly as he walked up and took firm hold of the top ropes. There's no other way around to the other side I can see. We just have to take our chances. Pikachu. Pikachu looked down from his trainer's shoulder, not caring at all for the risky chance and deathly fall that awaited should anything go wrong. It'll be fine, buddy, don't worry. He reassured with a smile up at his first Pokémon. Let's just take it slow, Brock advised as he examined the bridge. Well, come on guys. Giselle urged as she latched onto Ash's arm suddenly. Let's go. While a little surprised at the sudden close contact, he nonetheless smiled at her and nodded. All right, let's do it. And so, they began carefully making their way across the bridge. Each step was slow and meticulous and their hands held tightly to the rope railings every inch they went. All went well until, just when they reached the middle of bridge, a section of 3 boards suddenly broke out from under Giselle's foot and she immediately went down. Aw! She screamed as she began falling through the hole to the watery torrent gushing below. Time seemed to slow down for Ash when he saw this, and the next thing anybody knew, he quickly passed Pikachu off into Misty's arms and then jumped through the hole in the boards after Giselle. With strength that would rightly be considered impossible for a mere 10-year-old, he grasped onto the bridge with one arm and reached down to grab Giselle around the waist with the other. She immediately clung herself tightly to the boy and the two simply dangled there, suspended perilously above the rushing river. Ash! Misty yelled, which was joined by Pikachu's cry of, "Pika Pie." Ash, just hold on. I'll try and get you up. Brock yelled as he knelt down and tried to reach out toward the large gap that was now in the bridge. Grab my hand. Ash looked up at the other boy with an incredulous expression, looking exceedingly strained from the amount of strength it was taking to support his and Giselle's weight with one arm. Brock, I'm keeping us from falling into a dangerously rushing river with one arm and I'm holding Giselle with the other. How am I supposed to grab your hand? The spiky-haired teen shook his head. Right, sorry Ash. Here, I'll grab hold of your arm and pull you up. With much struggling, he managed to reach out and down far enough to grab hold of Ash's arm and started pulling with all of his might. Misty and even Pikachu also knelt down and took hold of the young Ketchum's sleeved arm in an attempt to help. However, at that very moment, yet another board started to break under them, which caused Brock, Misty, and Pikachu to jump back just as it finally broke altogether. Due to this, they were forced to surrender their grip on Ash and, because of the greater destabilization of the most recent board breaking away, Ash himself finally lost his grip. Ash, Giselle. Brock and Misty shouted together in a synchronic announcement of terror as they watched their friends fall to the raging rapids below. Pika Pai. Pikachu cried out as he too watched his trainer and friend plunge to what seemed like certain doom. And for he especially it was worse since this was not the first time he had seen his human companion fall to a likely death after attempting to save someone. That having been Pikachu himself, many years before when they first met. As they fell at a rapid descent, Ash wrapped both arms around the girl holding onto him. Giselle, keep your legs straight and don't let go of me. She did as he instructed and clung to him all the tighter while she straightened her legs to mimic his. As the two hit the water below and disappeared, Brock, Misty and Pikachu could only stare after them in horror. However, the bridge soon began collapsing on the side they had started from and therefore forced them to hurry as fast as they could with safety to the other side. With no time to spare, they barely touched their feet down on solid ground just before the badly fraying ropes holding the bridge up finally snapped. This quickly sent the entire structure swinging downward until it struck the side of the cliff they were standing on. They all stood where they were, breathing for a moment and allowing their hearts to settle, before Misty looked up urgently. Brock, we have to find them. He nodded and turned to point in the direction the river was flowing. Right. Let's make our way downstream. With Pikachu following right at their heels, Brock and Misty took off, hoping and praying for all they were worth that their friends were okay. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Arceus alone, Ash and Giselle had been swiftly pushed all the way down the river until they finally came out into a more calm and less turbulent area, which enabled them to swim safely to the shore. As they both lay on the rocky shoals of blessed dry land, their breath came in fast, rapid inhales. From the time they had hit the water, thankfully avoiding any rocks, and rose to the surface, it had been a heart-pounding journey to where they ended up. A combination of violently churning rapids, sudden waterfall drops and numerous sharp, deadly rocks had made the entire ordeal one that neither young trainer ever cared to revisit again. Are you okay? Ash breathed as he looked over at his survival companion. Giselle nodded tiredly. Yeah, I'm fine. Just wet and tired. At that, she smiled at him, her eyes reflecting the gratitude portrayed by her countenance in general. Thank you so much for saving me, Ash, that was the bravest thing I've ever seen. He shrugged modestly and gave a low groan as his throbbing muscles continued to recover. Hey, I would do it again in a heartbeat. Just don't make it a regular thing, okay? She gave an amused little chortle and then groaned herself as she tried to get up. I don't ever want to relive that, so no worries. Ash managed to push himself up first and then helped her up as well after offering his hand. Once they were both standing, and he turned and looked at the dense forest stretching out before them beyond the shore. Well, let's get going and see if we can find the others, what do you think? He turned his head to her again, and the unwavering positivity and warmth his smile held almost made Giselle's cheeks turn red. In fact, his smile alone made her belly heat up as if trying to dry her body from the inside out. Yeah, let's go, she nodded and bent down to get her wet pack and put it back on. Ash stopped her however and grabbed it for her, slinging the pink bag over his other shoulder so that he was now bearing his pack and hers. Upon seeing her confused expression, he smiled and explained. You're tired, right? Then I'll carry your pack for you. Giselle actually blushed a little and offered her own small, grateful smile in return. Thanks, Ash, that's really nice of you. He merely waved her off though, still smiling as the pair walked up the shore and into the woodland before them. After trekking through the greenery in low underbrush for a time, they eventually came out into a wide open clearing. One which had a small little river ending in a gentle waterfall that splashed down into a stone-encircled, natural basin. Ash and Giselle made their way over to the small pond and sat down on two of the larger rocks, resting their feet and taking stock of their bearings. They hadn't been sitting for very long though before they suddenly heard someone or something coming through the woods toward the clearing. While initially standing up on alert for a potential threat, both of them became pleasantly surprised when they saw Brock, Misty, and Pikachu emerging from the tree-line. Upon seeing Ash and Giselle, those who had been looking for them hurried across the clearing toward their friends while the other two did likewise. "You guys are okay?" Misty expressed in relief as they finally reunited in the center of the grassy meadow. "Thank goodness." "Yeah man, you and Giselle had us worried," Brock said as he walked up and clapped Ash on the back. "Pika Pie!" Pikachu called out happily as he bounded from the ground onto his trainer's shoulder. Ash smiled and scratched his Pokémon under the chin before giving him a face hug. "I'm happy to see you too, buddy." After having a proper affectionate reunion with his first Pokémon, Ash looked at his friends again and rubbed back of his neck. "I'm really sorry we worried you guys." "Yeah, I'm sorry as well." Giselle began apologetically. "If I hadn't fallen through that hole in the bridge, Ash would never have had to save me and we never would have scared you like that." "We weren't upset, Giselle, we were just worried about you and Ash." "I'm glad you two are safe, it's a miracle that fall didn't kill you," Brock exclaimed with his arms held out to gesticulate his point. "Yeah, I can't believe you two made it through all that without getting hurt." Misty looked at both of her friends in amazement, her eyes roving up and down their undamaged forms, almost unable to believe they were unscathed. Giselle breathed out a deep, relieved sigh. "I'm still amazed we didn't get hurt too. Those rapids were vicious and the rocks were sharp enough to cut aluminum." "Well," Ash groaned as he sat back down on the same rock he had claimed earlier. "We might as well take a break for a while and recover before we head back out." Everyone agreed at that suggestion and then let their Pokémon out while Brock made lunch for them all. Giselle sat next to the small pond and watched Ash do some train with his Pokémon once he had recovered enough. Albeit, a small blush lit up her cheeks when he took the top part of his tracksuit off before continuing his workout. Even though young, his training was already showing the results on his fit, solidly youthful body. Namely his upper torso. "Pretty impressive, isn't it?" Misty spoke as she sat down next to Giselle and watched Ash and his Pokémon train. They were currently running through the grueling physical drill portion of their regimen and it already had the young rookie glistening with sweat. Giselle became startled at that inquiry and it had her jumping a little and turning her head to the other girl. What's impressive?" Misty raised an eyebrow. "Ah. The training Ash and his Pokémon are doing right now." "What did you think I meant?" The brunette quickly tried to act nonchalant and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, nothing at all. I was thinking the same thing actually, you just brought it up first." While not entirely convinced, Misty looked back at her first real friend and traveling companion and smiled. "Man, I tell ya, the training they do is just brutal. But it really shows great results. Ash and his Pokémon are something else, that's for sure." Giselle just nodded as she continued to stare at Ash while he did push-ups. "Yeah, they really are." At that moment, Brock called out to everyone. "Alright guys, come and get it." Soon enough, they and their Pokémon were all gathered around for a nice lunch and then relaxed for a time afterward. When they were finally ready to set out again and had returned their Pokémon and cleaned up after themselves, they were just about to leave the clearing when a small Pokémon suddenly came walking out of the woods. Ash, who saw it first, was both surprised and excited to see the new arrival and he exclaimed its identity out loud. "Wow, look guys, an Oddish." "Huh, that's funny." Brock hummed thoughtfully with a hand to his chin. "I don't think Oddish are typically found around here. Usually they prefer more open meadows and fields to thick forests." "That's what I thought too, Brock," Ash agreed with a nod. I know they live in forests too, but this area seems a little woolly for them. Misty suddenly spoke up, a gushing, excited tone. Oh, it's so cute. I'm gonna catch it. I thought you were a water-type trainer, Misty. Giselle asked with a confused glance at the other girl. Misty looked at her incredulously. I am. But I also like cute Pokémon, and that Oddish definitely fits the bill. Now stand back already. Giselle moved over to Ash's side, which had seemingly become her favorite place to stand, and then they all watched as Misty walked into the center of the clearing and prepared herself. Alright Oddish, are you ready to battle? The grass Pokémon merely tilted its head in confusion and blinked. Odd. Without waiting, the orange-haired girl released Stereo from its ball with a fast flick of the wrist. She was just as urgent on commanding it too. Alright Stereo, use water gun. As swift as its trainer, the pre-evolved starfish fired a powerful blast of water at the still confused Oddish and struck it head-on, launching it back into a tree. Oddish! The small grass type cried out in pain as it simply lay where it was on the ground without moving. Misty smirked. Now I've got ya. She then withdrew and threw a pokeball at her target. However, before it could hit, a vine suddenly came out of seemingly nowhere and slapped the capture device away. What the dash? Misty began in shock just as, out of the bushes in the tree line, jumped a small, green, quadrupedal Pokémon with a bulb on its back that Ash immediately recognized. Wow, a Bulbasaur! Misty and the others gaped in astonishment while the angry-looking Kanto starter ran out and stood protectively in front of the prone Oddish. Why did it slap my Pokeball away like that? The Orangette demanded in a tone that relayed some bit of frustration at the perceived fact that she had just been cheated. Brock scratched his head and furrowed his brow as he attempted to piece together the strange occurrence himself. I don't know, maybe that Bulbasaur knows Oddish. Ash decided just then to try and get closer to the grass-type pair, but the mistrustful new arrival just glared at him and growled back. Bulba! Seeing the warning in its gesture, the boy stepped away with his hands up in front of him. It's okay Bulbasaur, I'm not going to hurt you or Oddish. None of us are. Just calm down. Unassured, the aggressive grass-type continued growling and then ushered Oddish back into the woods before taking off after it. What was wrong with that Bulbasaur? Giselle shook her head and put her hands on her hips. Ash simply stared after where Bulbasaur and Oddish had disappeared with an unreadable expression on his face. He then picked up his pack and started walking in that direction. Where are you going, Ash? The brunette questioned in confusion. After Bulbasaur, he answered simply before disappearing into the thicket. What? She held her arms up. Just like that? No warning. Misty sighed deeply and pinched the bridge of her nose as she returned Stereo. He has this thing where he feels like he needs to help people or Pokemon whenever he sees that something isn't right. When he gets like this, there's no stopping him. It's best just to go along with it. I've learned that already in the short time we've been traveling together. Yeah, we better follow him and see what happens, Brock agreed as he reached down and grabbed his and the ladies' packs, handing their own to them before going after the younger boy. Giselle merely shrugged at this and then followed her two new friends into the forest and after their shared fellow companion. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX stumbling their way through the thick underbrush. Arg! Meowth, I thought you said we would run into the twerp somewhere in this forest. A very disgruntled Jessie complained while slapping a branch away from her face. We haven't seen them once and I'm tired of getting caught in all of these traps. In a humorous bit of irony, the trio of villainous cohorts had been falling victim to a wide array of mysterious traps, which had been set up all throughout the forest. Everything from cleverly concealed, deep pit traps to hidden nets that would catch them up and suspend the rockets in midair. Yeah, Meowth. My butt is still sore from falling into all of those holes. James whined while rubbing his backside. The talking cat just sighed and turned around to face his comrades. Look yous twos, all these traps were obviously placed around the forest for a reason, right? So, if we find the source of all the traps, then I guarantee we'll find the twerps. Just trust me, we'll have dat Pikachu before you know it. He then crossed his paws under his chest and smirked. Besides, once we do locate the twerps, that new Stadium Snatcher 5000 we got shrunk and teleported over from HQ will make stealin' all dear Pokemon a breeze. All we gotta do once we find them is use our rocket cubes to grow it back to full size and we're in business. The disgruntled humans stared at their furry teammate questioningly for several moments before Jessie scowled and pointed. Find me out. But if we don't find the twerps after all this, you're gonna pay for making a appealing woman like me traipse around a dirty forest for nothing. I second that. James agreed with a fist shake. The talking Pokemon merely nodded, a confident smirk still plastered on his lips, as he turned around and began leading the way forward again. Straight into another pit trap. Meowth. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX still not located any sign of the two grass Pokémon. Ash. We aren't going to find them, can we please stop searching now? Misty whined with a long-winded sigh, her head tilted back so she could stare up at the sky. He ignored her though and continued to look around intently, almost as though he was seeing and noticing things his friends were not. Ash, did you hear me? She demanded. We've been looking forever for those two and we haven't seen any sign of them. He still did not answer and remained focused on whatever it was he was doing. Occasionally he would bend down and inspect the ground and then he would look at certain grassy patches and study them closely. Rubbing her forehead in frustration, the former gym leader shook her head and sighed again. Will you at least tell us what you're doing? The young rookie ran his fingers along an imprint in the ground and finally replied without looking up, tracking. You know how to track? Brock asked in surprise. Yep. He nodded before looking up and scanning their surroundings with a sharp eye. Professor Oak taught me. Said it was an important skill I'd need to have on my travels. At that, he suddenly ran ahead to where he saw a flat rock sticking up out of the ground slightly. Smiling as he finally reached it, he knelt down and closed his eyes before putting his ear to the rock. His friends all looked at him like he had lost his mind, except for Pikachu. He had already seen his trainer do such things before. After what seemed like a never-ending spell of total silence, Ash's eyes opened and he quickly stood up with a big grin on his face. Well guys, I know where to go. He announced triumphantly while turning to face his friends. They all looked stunned but it was Misty who asked, what? How do you know that? Rocks can channel sounds and vibrations if they are the right size and shape, he began while looking at his orange-haired companion. I was listening for the sounds of Bulbasaur and Oddish's footfalls and the noises they were making in the woods. They're in that direction, he finished while pointing toward the north. He motioned them over to where he was standing. Come on guys, you can do it too. I don't know if you'll be able to hear the same things I can since I've always had really good hearing but who knows. Brock and Misty looked at one another and then shrugged before walking over to the rock. At the same time, they put their ears to the hard stone surface and closed their eyes, focusing with all their concentration on their sense of hearing. After a short time of silence they both opened their eyes with looks of surprise on their faces. Oh wow, you're right. Misty exclaimed excitedly as she quickly stood up. Yeah Ash, you're right, Brock agreed as he stood up as well and laughed. Man, that's a really neat trick. Ash turned to Giselle at that point and smiled. Come on and give it a try, Giselle. She shrugged and decided to give it a try before going over to join them and bending down next to the rock. Like this? She asked while pressing her ear to the rough granite surface. He knelt next to her and nodded. Yeah, that's it, now just position your body so you're laying this way. He then grabbed hold of her hips gently and shifted her feminine form until she was almost laying upon the ground. In this new position, her ear was pressed flat against the rock. Giselle blushed crimson when he grabbed her hips, but she remained silent and kept her ear to the rock nonetheless. She listened closely, and as she did, Ash simply watched her. The young but mature young trainer couldn't help but notice how appealing the brunette was. She was so eager to learn and try new things, and in only a very short time, she had already changed so much. She was sweeter, kinder, and far more pleasant to be around. Ash could now most definitely say that he was glad she had joined them. Finally picking up on the faint but audible sounds, almost like vibrations, her friends had heard, Giselle's eyes snapped open and a bright smile illuminated her face. "I can hear it too. Wow, that's amazing," she gushed while standing up and throwing her arms around Ash in a tight hug. "Thank you so much for teaching me how to do that, Ash." The messy-haired boy in question chuckled and returned the embrace. Brock had a small but knowing smirk on his face as he watched, but Misty only looked annoyed. Finally, once she had released him from the hug, Ash looked at his friends and grinned. "Come on guys, let's catch up to M." Re-energized for the chase at hand, the band of traveling trainers quickly made haste and hurried off in the direction that Ash's tracking was leading them. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX group of friends soon found themselves coming out into a large clearing. Looking around, they beheld what almost seemed to be a hidden homestead laid out before them. A small cottage was situated near the corner of the clearing and a reasonably sizable pond was directly in front of that. What really drew everyone's attention though was the Pokémon that were scattered around the front of the cabin and in the pond. Some were lounging in the sun outside of the cozy wooden cottage and others were swimming around in the peaceful, clear blue water. Ash counted a few different species of Pokémon, namely Paras, Caterpie, 2 Rattata, a Weepinbell and, in the pond, a Staryu and a Magikarp. Wow, look at all the Pokémon! Misty spoke in awe. Ash went to walk forward but before he got too far, the presumably same Bulbasaur from before came from seemingly out of nowhere and smacked at him with a vine WHP. Bulbasaur! It angrily sounded off, both vines now held up in the air in a ready position to strike again. Ash jumped back at this and so did his friends, the former holding his hands up placatingly. Whoa! Hey there Bulbasaur! We don't mean any harm to you or your friends, okay? Just take it easy. Suddenly, the cabin door opened and out came a young woman with long blue hair that was tied back into a ponytail and kept in place with a big, yellowish-green bow tied in the middle. She also had a red hairband slipped across the top of her head and was wearing red overalls with a pink shirt on. Underneath. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s and in her arms she held an oddish, most likely the same one from before as well. When she saw the source of the commotion, however, she walked over toward Ash and his friends while immediately looking stern. Alright, who are all of you and what are you doing here? She demanded and stomped up next to Bulbasaur. Ash kept his hands up and replied respectfully, Miss, I promise, we're not here to cause any harm to you or your Pokémon. My name is Ash Ketchum, I'm from Pallet Town, and this is my first Pokémon, Pikachu. He gestured up at his first Pokémon on his shoulder while the others introduced themselves in turn, Misty going first. And my name is Misty Waterflower, I'm from Cerulean City. I was one of the leaders of the gym there along with my sisters. I'm Giselle Yudo, I come from Viridian City. The brunette also had her hands up defensively. I used to attend Pokémon Technical Academy. Instead of an introduction, Brock suddenly appeared in front of the blue-haired woman and knelt down, clasping her hands in his. And as for me, his squinty eyes had suddenly turned to big pink hearts. You can call me the man of your dreams. And you are my lady fair. I have come through the wild and untamed wilderness just to find you, my arghhh. With a hard yank, Misty pulled down on his ear and roared furiously. Brock! We're in danger of getting accused of trespassing. Now's not the time. As she pulled the squirming, whining teen away, the woman blinked several times, her anger and mistrust being replaced with shock and utter confusion. Giselle, having never seen the Pewter City native's girl-crazy rants, seemed just as confused while Ash, for his part, sighed and shook his head. Sorry about him. He smiled and rubbed the back of his neck, sweat dropping in the process. He gets a few screws loose whenever he's around pretty girls. Hoping to move the conversation back into safe waters, he held his arms out and endeavored to more clearly explain the situation. Listen, we didn't come to do anything to you. The truth is, we came across these two he gestured at Bulbasaur and Oddish. When my friend thought Oddish was wild and tried to catch it. He gestured at Misty at that revelation. Bulbasaur came to its aid, and after the two of them left, I became curious about why and decided to follow them and see what was up. He bowed his head respectfully. We didn't mean to intrude on you, we'll leave now. Hearing all of this, the woman's face relaxed and a relieved smile came upon it. Is that all? Well, thank goodness. I'm sorry I was so unfriendly at first, but... Well. She looked down at the Oddish in her arms and then did the same to Bulbasaur and the other Pokémon gathered around the cottage. This is a special place for Pokémon, and I wanted to make sure you weren't a bunch of criminals or even, Arceus forbid, Team Rocket. Please forgive me for the rude reception. She bowed her own head in repentance, and Ash immediately shook his hand seeing that. It's okay, miss, I completely understand. I would have done the same thing to make sure me and my Pokémon stayed safe. The blue-haired woman smiled sweetly. Thank you for understanding. My name is Melanie, by the way. She then tilted her head to the side a tad and offered a somewhat nervous eye smile. You didn't happen to get caught in any of my traps on the way here, did you? Bulbasaur having finally calmed down since Melanie had made peace with them, Ash and the others relaxed as well. It was Misty who replied to her question. Traps? No, what traps? The pretty young woman sighed in relief. Oh, thank Arceus. You see, I didn't want any intruders finding this place, so I set up many different traps around the forest to stop any would-be thieves or other unsavory characters from coming here. Ash nodded in understanding before deciding to change the direction of the conversation once again. You know, I'm really impressed with all of the Pokémon you have here. Pretty impressive collection. Melanie seemed confused for a moment and then gave a small laugh. Oh no, these Pokémon aren't mine. They're actually ones I have taken in and nursed back to health after having showed up here hurt. And, in some cases, even abandoned by their trainers. Abandoned? Giselle repeated in disgusted disbelief. The older female sadly nodded. Yes. Many of these Pokémon have been abandoned by their trainers. Bulbasaur is actually one of them, and it's the reason why he doesn't trust people very much at all. She smiled fondly down at the grass type next to her. He is a very brave Pokémon and has become the protector of this little, hidden village, in a sense. All the Pokémon here look up to him and count on him to keep them safe. She then turned and looked back at all the other Pokémon around the cottage. I take them in with the intention that once they get better, each of them can leave and return to the wild if they so choose. The only problem is, none of them want to leave because they feel safe and secure here. Bulbasaur is a big reason for that. Giselle just shook her head in contempt at the thought of incompetent trainers, Brock and Misty doing the same. Ash, however, looked at Bulbasaur, who was now using his vines to lift Oddish out of Melanie's arms and up into the air to make it laugh. Seeing this, he smiled. Now that would be a great Pokémon for any trainer to call their own. He then slowly walked up to Bulbasaur and knelt down in front of him. Melanie tried to stop her guest so that he wouldn't get hurt, but Brock halted her with an outstretched arm. Just watch, he said simply with a smile. She did as he advised too and looked on somewhat nervously while Misty and Giselle also turned their full attention to what was about to take place. As the strange young human knelt down in front of him, Bulbasaur eyed him warily, his whole body tensing. Pikachu had leapt down from Ash's shoulder to seem less threatening while the boy in question smiled at him softly. Bulbasaur, it's far beyond me why any trainer would not want you as their Pokémon. You're very brave and noble, helping to keep Melanie and all of these other Pokémon safe. You do it out of the goodness of your heart, and that is truly amazing. You have my respect through and through, and I'm sorry we worried you at first. Pikachu bounded up then and gave Bulbasaur a friendly pat on the bulb while smiling in a cheerful manner. Pika Pikachu Pie. Pikachu Pika Pie Pikachu. While this was going on, Misty walked over to Oddish and bent down, a gentle smile on her face and a soft warmth to her voice. Oddish, I am so sorry for trying to capture you. I shouldn't have hurt you like that, not knowing your past, and I am very sorry. The emotion she had felt welling up in her heart hearing Melanie's sad story, combined with her own feelings of guilt, caused a lone tear to fall down her cheek. Oddish, tilting its head at this, reached up and brushed said tear away with one of its leaves. Misty looked at the small little grass type in surprise at such an affectionate action. Does this mean you forgive me? The sweet and forgiving young Pokémon nodded and smiled kindly at her. Oddish. Misty felt her eyes grow watery again, but she simply brushed her hand over them and sniffled. Thank you, Oddish. That means a lot to me. The pre-evolved form of Gloom offered her yet another smile and then turned and headed over to where Bulbasaur was standing. Then, in a move no one was expecting, Oddish leapt up into Ash's lap and just settled down there with a content look on its face. Melanie was stunned seeing such a thing. That is amazing. Oddish didn't even take to me like that at first. Ash must really have a way with Pokémon. Brock and Misty simply looked at each other and smirked before the latter shook her head in amusement. You have no idea. Giselle, for her part, was just staring at the young rookie with unabashed admiration alight in her eyes. Concerning the ongoing conversation, Bulbasaur was now listening to the adoring and selfless things Pikachu was telling him about Ash with genuinely intrigued attentiveness. So much so that he didn't even notice when the boy in question slowly reached his hand out and gently touched his palm to the grass type's forehead. Neither he, nor the amber-eyed trainer now touching him, noticed the white mark suddenly appearing on Ash's palm as it made contact with his skin. The next thing that happened surprised everyone watching since, as soon as the boy touched Bulbasaur, a bright light erupted between them and blinded all others who were present. For Ash, it was like he was going through that same experience he had with Pikachu in Professor Oak's lab before they left to start their journey. Looking down at himself, he saw that he was glowing white and that Bulbasaur was in a similar state, except his own aura was yellow. Their surroundings had also changed. While he could still see the forest, the cottage and even his friends, Ash came to the realization that everything seemed to be frozen. As if time had ceased ticking. Moreover, the surrounding environment all seemed to have a faint, starry haze around it. Even stranger than that, the others were all frozen in states of mid-expression, almost as if they were made of wax. Even Pikachu was still as a statue next to his trainer. This is messed up. The boy murmured aloud as he looked at his glowing form and then back at their frozen surroundings. I really need to ask Arceus next time I see her what this is. Something tells me this has something to do with her, I'd bet my bottom credit on it. He then looked down at Bulbasaur, but when he tried to speak, nothing came out. Instead, he could hear what he wanted to say coming from his mind, audibly. Almost like a form of telepathy. Everything's gonna be okay, Bulbasaur, don't worry. This has happened before to me with Pikachu and it ended after I placed my hand on him. I know you don't really trust people, but I need you to trust me just this once, okay? I promise I won't hurt you. After considering it for several long moments, the mistrustful grass type finally gave a tense nod. Smiling, Ash reached out and gently touched his hand to the Pokémon's forehead. Almost as soon as they came in contact, he felt the world around them fall away in a rapid barrage of scenes, which must have been memories, passed through his mind's eye. The first thing he saw was that of Bulbasaur, as a baby, playing with his litter mates while a mother Venusaur looked on nearby with paternal affection and love for her young. For Ash, it was almost as though he could feel the emotions associated with the memory. Love, happiness, joy and peace. However, the next scene he saw was a much less pleasant one. All at once, the montage of happy memories were replaced with emotions of terror, fear and turmoil as he witnessed Bulbasaur's litter mates and mother getting captured by a group of Pokémon poachers. He could feel the powerful rush of panic, yet also great anger from Bulbasaur as the brave little Pokémon tried to help his mother fight off the criminals, only for her to chase him away in the hope that he might save himself. Ash was nearly suffocated when he felt the memory of Bulbasaur's grief and heartache as he crouched within a cluster of shrubs, watching the poachers carry away his mother and siblings in a large truck. Suddenly, the scene shifted to that of a slightly more grown Bulbasaur venturing through the wilderness alone, consumed by guilt, anger and grief. It was like Ash was actually there as he watched the orphaned grass-type try to keep himself warm in the cold of the night by sheltering in hollowed-out trees, all alone and shivering. Once again the memory montage changed and he witnessed Bulbasaur fight many opponents much bigger and stronger than himself, struggling for his very survival. Even though he took harsh beatings and attained many scars, he still fought bravely and never backed down. Through all of the many emotions Ash felt in all he had thus far seen, the most overwhelming longing he felt from Bulbasaur was an unyielding hunger for power and to become strong. To become strong enough to avenge his family and somehow take revenge on the poachers who took them away. Eventually, Ash witnessed Bulbasaur meet a trainer who he thought he could trust and help him become stronger. During his time with the long-haired looking teenager, Bulbasaur fought with all his heart and soul each match they undertook. Unfortunately, his trainer didn't know how to train Pokémon properly and therefore, he lost every battle. Quite naturally, the neglectful young man blamed Bulbasaur and before long, Ash was once again experiencing the grass-type's pain as his trainer abandoned him in the very forest they were in now. Delia's son watched with tears building in his eyes as Bulbasaur waited for days in the same spot for his trainer to return. He felt the worry Bulbasaur had felt when he thought something bad had happened to his trainer and then the bitter realization that he had been abandoned. All culminating into heartbreaking sorrow and a complete loss of trust he had for people. The last memory Ash saw was Bulbasaur wandering through the forest, weak and completely despondent, before he finally collapsed. He then beheld, through Bulbasaur's eyes, the kindly smiling face of Melanie as she gently picked him up and carried him back to her cottage. When the connection finally ended and they returned to reality, Ash just sat back and stared at Bulbasaur. The small green Pokémon had an ashamed look on his face and the boy knew that it was because he had just practically seen all of his life in mere moments. His entire past laid bare before the young Ketchum's eyes. The tender-hearted boy leaned forward and looked down at the abandoned Pokémon softly, his gaze radiating both understanding and sympathy. Bulbasaur. I'm sorry for all you went through. I get it now. I understand why you don't trust humans, I really do. You've been hurt so many times before. He put a hand on his knee and shook his head. You didn't deserve any of that. From what I saw, you are an incredibly talented and skillful Pokémon. You've just never had a trainer who was willing to give you the attention and training you deserve. That JRK wasn't worthy of a Pokémon like you, you're worth 10 of him. The protector of the hidden village of sorts looked up at Ash in genuine surprise, the sincerity in the boy's words ringing deep down somewhere in his heart. Eventually though, he looked back down and turned around before walking off to be on his own. Ash just sighed and stood up before turning to face his friends and Melanie, all of whom were staring at him in amazement. He seemed confused at the looks they were giving him at first until, eventually, he realized that they must have seen what had happened between he and Bulbasaur. Ash, what was that? Misty asked in utter bewilderment. The other three stared at him as well, hoping for an answer. He simply scratched the back of his head and then gave a small shrug. Well guys, to be honest, I don't know what happened between me and Bulbasaur. It's only taken place one other time and that was when I first got Pikachu. While their curiosity had not been sated, they understood that there was no point in pressing an issue which Ash couldn't even understand himself. So, even though the question still lingered heavily, they moved on. In fact, it was Melanie herself who soon switched topics entirely. "Well, I know you four are just passing through, but why not stay the night here at my cottage? There's more than enough room and you can get a fresh start tomorrow. You won't be able to make it out of the forest anyway before nightfall if you left now." Seeing the wisdom in accepting the kind offer, Ash and his friends gratefully took the invitation and then went about settling down for the rest of the day. Soon, they were releasing their Pokémon for a little fresh air with Misty joining her own by the pond. Giselle sat by the front steps of the cabin, where Brock was busy discussing natural healing remedies with Melanie. Ash, for his part, went to train with his Pokémon. Which ended up being a rather interesting endeavor indeed, since all of Melanie's rescue Pokémon watched them with rapt attention while they trained. Especially Bulbasaur. After his own exercises were finished, the now sweaty young man walked over to where the formerly injured and abandoned Pokémon were congregated and smiled at them. "Do you guys like the way me and my Pokémon train together?" Each of them gave some form of positive affirmation, mainly in a nod or vocalization, and he responded in kind by holding his arms out. "Well, hey, if you want you can join us." While initially quite surprised at his offer, the small group of Pokémon agreed and joined Ash's team in their training. Albeit, mostly the general physical conditioning rather than anything specific. Quite naturally, of course, since he really knew nothing about any of them. For his friends and Melanie, who were now watching, it was indeed a sight to behold to see Ash so easily working with Pokémon that were not even his as they all trained. He was even able to give Staryu and Magikarp a few basic but effective movements to perform in the pond. Impressive in its own right since he had no water types himself as of yet. After the training session was finally over, Ash took in the sight of the unclaimed Pokémon before him. In a quite humorous spectacle, all of them were laying around in varying states of exhaustion. Even Magikarp seemed to be floating very nearly on its side in the water. The difference between them and his own Pokémon was quite obvious. Pikachu and the others were already mostly recovered and ready for dinner, while the village Pokémon appeared ready to pass out from sheer exhaustion. Still, there was no denying that each and every one of them had heart. And plenty of it. One thing Ash could tell by watching them all train was that they had great potential. From the two Rattata, Paras and Weepinbell, all the way down to Caterpie and even Oddish, not one had any less apt capability than the other. Especially Bulbasaur. While he had trained at a relative distance from the rest, the grass type in question had a visibly burning longing to become stronger. Ash could see it in practically every single movement he performed. Seeing the passion Bulbasaur possessed firsthand once more caused Ash to simply shake his head in a mixture of disappointment and anger that his worthless former trainer didn't see the potential he so obviously held within. Once their short time of rest at the hidden village had ended, Ash and his friends prepared to head out once more. It was in the midst of their packing up when Melanie spoke. "I just want to say thank you to all of you for visiting. Living so far out here, we rarely ever get peaceable guests." She then turned to the pupil of Professor Oak. "And thank you, Ash, for being so nice to the Pokémon and letting them train with you. It will do them well to know that there are good Pokémon trainers out there." He looked at the Pokémon in question, all of whom seemed to have sad expressions that they were leaving. He was just about to say something on the matter when, all of a sudden, a powerful gust of wind went blowing through the clearing. The force of which was so great it sent all of them falling to the ground. "What's happening?" Giselle yelled over the windstorm just as they all looked up into the sky and saw a massive flying machine cresting over the clear horizon. The anomalous object in question had a big red R on the front and was made all of metal, appearing in design to almost resemble a gigantic sports stadium. It was powered and given flight by jet engine quality air turbines, which were causing the unnatural windstorm. As they stared at the massive flying vehicle, the top of the machine eventually opened up and brought Jessie, James, and Meowth into view on a risen platform. Team Rocket. Ash and his friends announced in tandem, which caused the villainous trio to laugh maniacally. However, just when they were about begin their maddeningly terrible motto, Ash interrupted by yelling over the windstorm. "Why are you three here? Ain't it obvious?" Meowth yelled back. "We're here to pluck all dem Pokemon and nab ya Pikachu while we're at it." He grinned toothily and gestured down at the machine they were standing on. "And we got our fancy new Stadium Snatcher 5000 to help us do it. Like all of Team Rocket's best stuff, alls you gotta do is shrink it and carry it around in your pocket, then expand it to full size when you gotta use it. Works like a charm." James gave a haughty laugh and crossed his arms. "It wasn't easy finding an open space big enough in this forest to make it grow, but it'll have been worth it to steal of those Pokemon with you. Not on your lives, you crooks." The boy angrily responded with Pikachu doing so likewise. "Pie Pikachu pie. We deserve it after everything we went through to get here." Jessie growled back with a raised fist. "Pit hole after pit hole, net after net. I broke a nail struggling to get out of one of those traps and I'm not leaving until I get something for it." She then pointed at James and barked, "Do it now." With a smirk, the blue-haired man held up a small control box with a red button and pressed it. "Some people might say we SCK, but I resent that." The front of the machine opened up and out from it came a long, metallic vacuum hose. As it extended and came within 30 feet or so from the ground, a powerfully suctioning force of air commenced. One in which no one was prepared for. With little to no effort, Pikachu was swiftly pulled right off of Ash's shoulder, followed by almost every single one of the village Pokemon also getting caught up in the artificial vacuum of air. "Pikachu!" The Electric Mouse's trainer yelled after him. "Pika Pai!" Pikachu cried out as he was SCKED straight up into the machine along with everyone else, struggling all the way. Ash then looked over and saw Bulbasaur rooting himself to the ground as best as he could against the force of the vacuum's pull. Great strain was visible on his face as he fought to keep Oddish from being SCKED away as well by keeping his vines wrapped around his friend. Moving to aid the brave grass type's efforts, Ash ran against the windstorm and leapt into the air, arms outstretched. He just managed to grab hold of Oddish and pulled the small Pokemon down out of the air, rolling across the ground until he was right next to Bulbasaur. With Oddish tucked safely into his side, he threw his body down over the other grass type and held on to both of them tightly. He did so just in the nick of time too, since the vacuum soon had its way and SCKED the three of them inside of its metallic maw. "Ash!" His friends and Melanie shouted as they watched he and the last of the Pokemon disappear into the machine. "Air. I think we just acquired a twerp." James blinked just as Meowth leapt up and snatched the control box away from him. Who cares? We'll get rid of him after we give the Pokemon to the boss." "Well, get us out of here then, Meowth," Jessie demanded before crossing her arms and huffing. "I need a shower after romping through that dirty forest all day." At that very moment, they heard something hitting the airship and looked down to see Brock's Graveler and Onyx throwing rocks at them, aided by Giselle's own Graveler doing the same, while Cub1 repeatedly tossed his bone club at the machine. At the same time, Misty, Starmie, Stereo and Goldeen were firing blasts of water at them. All three rockets began laughing at the sight, with Jessie stopping only long enough to mock them. "Do you honestly think that will stop us? Foolish little twerps, it'll take a lot more than that to destroy this airship." Meanwhile, in the belly of the metallic beast, inside of a cylindrical container that served as a cage, Ash was gathered in a huddle with all of the captured Pokemon. "Is everybody okay?" he asked in concern, getting nods and positive sound-offs in reply. Nodding, the boy became serious and shifted his position a bit. "Good, then we need to find a way to get out of here." He then looked around the metal container they were in closely and soon spotted an air vent. Well, at least Team Rocket was mindful about them not suffocating. Smiling at the sight as inspiration struck, Ash looked at Pikachu. Hey buddy, do you think you can use Iron Tail on that vent grate and open it for us? The spunky electric type nodded and then ran up to the vent before jumping and striking the metallic covering with one steel-hard blow from his tail. The barrier stood no chance and easily shattered apart, leaving a hole that was just big enough for a Pokémon to fit through. Ash then looked at Bulbasaur and pointed at the open vent. Do you think you can get yourself and Pikachu up there if I give you a boost, Bulbasaur? Bulba. The hardy grass type answered in reply. With that, Ash lifted both he and Pikachu up and allowed them to use him as a platform to get inside the vent. Once they were in, he called up after them. Alright, now follow the ductwork until you find the control room. Once you locate it, destroy everything that looks important and bring this thing down. The two Pokémon of different types both nodded in understanding at his instructions and then took off through the ventilation. After only a few minutes of traversing the metal maze, they soon came upon an exit grate blocking their way. With yet another powerful tail strike from Pikachu, it blew inward and allowed them access out of the vent. Together, they entered into a big circular room filled with computers, monitors and other machinery that, while alien to their Pokémon minds, nevertheless did indeed seem important. Therefore, with their orders clearly given, the grass and electric type duo went to work and started using their individual attacks to destroy everything in sight. Hearing the sound of loud explosions and, more so than that, feeling the entire aircraft shaking from within, all three rockets immediately looked at one another. What was that? James panicked, his eyes going wide as the shaking grew worse. I don't know, Meowth. Jessie looked down at their furry compatriot. Go see what's happening. Hurried into action by a combination of Jessie's angry tone and the increasing intensity of the shaking of the airship, Meowth quickly disappeared via the same raising platform they had appeared on. In the span of only a minute, he once more reappeared looking utterly terrified. We gotta get out of here. This thing's gonna blow. What? His teammates yelled in tandem. The entire control room's destroyed. Probably the twerp's doin'. He replied while scurrying over to them. At that very moment the loudest explosion yet rocked the floating airship. Just underneath of it a large hole was suddenly blown straight through the metal exterior from the inside before, from that now gaping opening, came the Pokémon who had just been captured. Since the rocket sky machine was quite some ways off the ground, Ash had to direct the Pokémon to jump down into the nearest tree. He himself, meanwhile, grabbed onto Magikarp since such a leap would have been all but impossible for the powerless fish. As soon as both Rattata, Caterpie, Paras, Staryu and Weepinbell had made it safely out of the machine, Bulbasaur jumped down lastly into the treetop with Oddish held up in his vines. Nodding for Pikachu to make the leap as well, which he did, Ash tightened his hold on Magikarp and followed suit. Thankfully, his aim was right on the money and his feet touched down on a thick branch that was easily able to support his weight. As the boy and the troop of Pokémon with him began making their way down out of the tree quickly, with Brock and the others cheering them on from over at the cottage, Jessie practically roared in an enraged tone. No! We stole those Pokémon fair and square. They can't do this to us, it's not fair. James, however, far more nervous than she was angry, tapped her arm. Jessie. I think we should get out of here while we still can. Yeah, or we're really gonna get blasted off straight to the moon. Meowth yelped while waving his furry arms around. Just as the villainous trio were about to make an attempt at escaping, Ash finally reached the ground with the Pokémon and yelled out to them. Wait just a minute, you crooks. You're not going anywhere. He then looked down at Pikachu and pointed up at the massive flying machine. Use a maximum power thunderbolt and send M to the scrap heap, buddy. Smirking, the little yellow mouse started to charge up his power before releasing it a few seconds later in a gigantic bolt of thunder with a loud cry of, Pika-aya. No! Jessie, James and Meowth wailed in terror as the fierce lightning bolt struck the machine and lit up in a bright yellow glow. The foiled criminals knew in that moment the electrifying error of their ways as they were painfully fried until stars began to pop in their eyes. Finally, in only a span of a few tortuous seconds, the internal damage combined with the overwhelming external attack caused the entire machine to explode. Black smoke was sent like a great dark cloud up into the air, and from that plume came the three speeding and soot-covered forms of the rocket trio. How did we lose again? This has to be some kind of a cheap trick. Jesse fumed. Let's not tell headquarters what happened to the machine. James gulped fearfully. This is what happens when you let a human pilot the craft. Meowth growled in disgust and crossed his arms under him just before all of them sounded out together, "We're blasting off again." Smirking after them, Ash swiped a finger under his nose and chuckled. Man, I never get tired of seeing that. He then looked down at the Pokémon he had rescued and smiled. You guys okay? He received a loud chorus of affirmative replies and, before long, a heavy mass of speeding weight suddenly collided into him, almost knocking him down. Oh Ash, I'm so glad you're okay. Giselle gushed as she hugged the boy tightly. Gasping a bit for air as she squeezed him, he gave her back a light pat and wheezed. I'm fine. Giselle. Looking quite perturbed at the sight, Misty called out as she and the others walked up to them. If you don't let him go, he's gonna suffocate. The brunette quickly let him go as she realized, with a noticeably red face, what she was doing. Oh. Sorry Ash. She apologized while stepping back and shifting awkwardly from side to side. No, it's fine. He replied, his own marked cheeks appearing just the faintest shade of red. Though the awkward moment was soon broken by Brock and the others as they reached them. Man, you had us worried. The elder boy exclaimed as he put his hands on his hips. We thought you guys were goners when you got SCKED into that machine like that. I was so scared, I was afraid something terrible had happened to you. Melanie fretted with a hand held to her cheek. She then looked down at the Pokémon she cared and knelt down, holding her arms out. Oh, I'm so glad you're all okay. They all quickly ran into her arms while Ash, still holding Magikarp, chuckled. Team Rocket'll never learn. They were really brave, didn't freak out even a little bit when we were trapped in that thing. The blue-haired woman looked up and smiled gratefully at the boy. Ash. She finally stood and held her hand up to her heart. I cannot thank you enough for what you did. That was without a doubt the bravest and most selfless thing I have ever seen. The way you threw yourself into harm's way like that, just for Pokémon you've never met before. It was amazing. It was no big deal, Melanie, I was just glad I was able to save them. He responded modestly, rubbing the back of his neck. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Bulba. And glanced down to see the grass type in question looking up at him intently. Bulba. Bulbasaur. At first, Ash seemed a little confused as to what the headstrong Pokémon wanted, but eventually, after pondering on it for a few moments, he somehow began to understand. It was a strange thing, but, for some reason, whenever he used the odd mark on his hand to empathically communicate with Pokémon, he began developing an ability to more easily understand that particular Pokémon in general. It worked with Pikachu, and he believed that the same thing was happening now for Bulbasaur. As the fiery grass type backed away and began scratching at the ground in a combative manner, though, it became no secret to anyone what he wanted. Bulba. Bulba, Bulba, Bulbasaur. He repeated a few times, further seeking to drive his intentions home. What's he trying to say? Giselle questioned. Melanie was the one who decided to take a stab at what might have been happening. I think it might be possible that Bulbasaur wants to battle you, Ash. And maybe he is offering himself up as a prize if he loses. Bulbasaur looked back at her and nodded, showing that she had been right after all. This shocked Ash, and he was forced to repeat it just to be sure. So wait. Bulbasaur wants to battle us, and if he loses, he'll come along with me. At that, the green quadruped looked at him again and nodded once more. Bulba. While everyone seemed surprised to hear this, Ash nonetheless grinned and looked at Pikachu. "I don't know, buddy, you ready for a rumble?" The electric mouse glanced back at his trainer and nodded firmly, smirking and cheeks sparking. "Paika." The boy looked down at Bulbasaur and chuckled, an energetic smile crossing his lips. "All right, Bulbasaur, you got it, we accept your challenge. Let's rock." It was only a short time after this that Ash and Pikachu were soon facing off against the highly spirited Grass-type. The two soon-to-be battling opponents were facing each other down in the open grassy area between the pond and the cottage. Ash's friends, Melanie and the other Pokémon were watching them from the sidelines. Acting on his aggressive nature, Bulbasaur started the battle with a tackle attack and ran at Pikachu with intent to win. Luckily though, Ash was ready. Pikachu get out of the way using agility. Demonstrating how lithe and fast he was, Pikachu easily leapt out of the way, but Bulbasaur followed up with a quick Razor Leaf. Ash was once again quick to counter. Use Iron Tail and knock those leaves away. Tail turning to metal, the electric mouse spun in the air and started smacking each and every razor-sharp leaf away like they were made of mere paper. Then, just as Bulbasaur went charging in for another attack, Ash yelled, "Bound up toward that tree above and use it to spring down for a counter-attack." Pikachu waited until just before the Grass-type was about to hit him and then jumped up. With a quick flip in the air, he slapped the ground with his tail and sent himself rocketing up toward the branch above. As soon as his feet made contact, he launched himself back toward the earth again at rapid speed. Not prepared for the sudden drastic shift in strategy, Bulbasaur was helpless to evade and was therefore clobbered straight on when Pikachu's head collided with his own. The result of this assault sent him reeling back in pain while Ash called for his first Pokémon to use Quick Attack. Taking off in a blurring burst of white energy, Pikachu flew forward and smashed himself once again into Bulbasaur, this time sending him airborne. "Bulba!" The grass Pokémon cried out just before striking the ground, hard, upon landing. However, true to form, he quickly struggled back to his feet with that same fire of determination in his eyes. Then, without missing a beat, he launched another round of Razor Leaves at Pikachu, whom defended once again by using the same Iron Tail strategy. Bulbasaur, though, was tricky. Whilst Pikachu was distracted by slapping away the last of the leaves, he managed to sneak his vines in and struck at the opportune moment. Wrapping them around Pikachu's waist, Bulbasaur lifted him into the air and then began slamming him down into the ground over and over again, mercilessly. Ash's friends and Melanie cringed with every hit, but he stayed calm. When the fierce Grass-type had finally tired himself out from the constant up and down swinging motion of his vines, Bulbasaur was forced to let Pikachu back to the ground. Though he kept his vines wrapped around the hardy little mouse. To the surprise of Bulbasaur, Melanie and the other Pokémon however, Pikachu slowly rose up onto his feet under his own volition. And, even though battered and bruised from the merciless pounding he had taken, an eerily pleased-looking smile was on his lips. "Paika." Even his tone was unnerving. As though every thrashing he had taken only strengthened his resolve and empowered him with a new strength. There most definitely was shock scrawled across Bulbasaur's face seeing that his opponent was not only still standing after such a beating but was even smirking at him, as though his attacks had only been feather-light touches. Due to this stupor he was unable to avoid the following assault when Ash called out, Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Grabbing hold of the vines that held him, he released a powerful surge of electricity that went straight up through them and started electrocuting Bulbasaur. The other Pokémon's eyes widened and his entire body went rigid as the electrical current went through him like a burnt-out wire, his entire body being illuminated by the bright golden shroud now covering him like a blanket. At last, Bulbasaur simply fell over onto his side, smoke puffing out of his mouth while his motionless position signified defeat. Smirking at the sight, Ash pulled out an empty Pokeball from his cloth belt and enlarged it before tossing the ball straight at his target. As soon as it made contact with Bulbasaur the device snapped open and sucked him inside before closing back up and dropping to the ground. There, it shook several times before eventually going still as a starburst popped out from the center button, signifying a successful capture. Grinning excitedly, Ash allowed himself to run up and bend down to pick up the ball. Then, striking his signature capture pose, he held it straight up and cheered. "All right. A dream come true, I've got a Bulbasaur. Pikachu pie." Pikachu leapt up and cheered in like enthusiasm with his trainer just before Ash released Bulbasaur from his new Pokeball. He then knelt down and put a gentle hand upon the grass Pokemon's bulb while smiling. "Bulbasaur, I'll make you a promise here and now," he began. "We're gonna work hard together to get strong, and I give you my word now that I'll never leave you like your last trainer did. We're a team now, a family." Pikachu I smiled next to the grass type and chirped in agreement. "Pie Pikachu pie." Bulbasaur looked at his teammate and then back at his new trainer before allowing a true smile to cross his lips as he nodded. "Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur soar." He never thought that he would give another Pokemon trainer a chance again, but Ash had truly proven himself to be of a very different breed. His actions spoke louder than words, and risking his life to save Bulbasaur and all of the other Pokemon spoke loudest of all. Inside, Bulbasaur knew that he had made the right decision by choosing to trust the messy-haired young rookie. And time would only come to tell just what all would transpire from making that decision. With a warm smile, Ash once more rubbed Bulbasaur's bulb and then went back to join the others with he and Pikachu. In short order, Melanie was assisting him in tending to the mild battle wounds Bulbasaur had sustained during their battle. Afterward, everyone gathered together for a delicious and swiftly prepared meal that Brock soon put together. Once dinner was over and the humans and Pokemon had all eaten their fill, Melanie was discussing a variety of different topics with her new friends. Namely about Pokemon food with Ash and Brock. However, eventually, Bulbasaur soon came up to join them at the steps of the cottage with Oddish and all the other Pokemon in tow. Namely, Paras, Weepinbell, Caterpie, both Rattata and Staryu. Magikarp was quite obviously confined to the pond, but that did not diminish the helpless fish from being present for what was sure to be quite interesting, if the looks on the other Pokemon's faces were anything to go by. "Hey guys, what's up?" Ash asked as he turned and looked down at them. Bulbasaur looked at Oddish and nodded, which caused her to somewhat nervously step forward and look up at Ash before beginning to speak. "Odd, Oddish odd. Odd, Oddish." In order to serve as a translator, Pikachu hopped over and sat down next to the small grass type before communicating with her in their own unique tongue. During this process, Ash could only look on and blink until, finally, Pikachu came hopping back over to him and began relaying what was being said. "Pika. Pikachu Pika, Pikachu." This he said while gesturing at Oddish and the other Pokemon. Then, to drive his point home, he ran part way up Ash's leg and tapped at the side of his cloth belt which held empty Pokeball. Finally understanding, his eyes went a little wide and he asked in a stunned tone of voice. "Are you serious?" While Pikachu nodded in the affirmative, his friends and Melanie walked over. "What's going on, Ash?" Misty asked curiously. He turned and looked back at them while gesturing at the Pokemon. Pikachu said that they all want to become mine. Their own faces showed the varying degrees of shock they each felt, but Misty was again the one to speak. "You're kidding." He shook his head. "No, they mean it." He looked back at them and asked. "You guys do mean it, don't you?" The resounding chorus of affirmative calls he received was overwhelmingly convincing, and it caused him to look at his friends again and shrug sheepishly. Hee. "There you go, it's pretty much unanimous, I figure." His expression suddenly changed a bit though as he turned to Melanie. "But hey, are you okay with this, Melanie? I mean, I know this is pretty sudden and unexpected." The blue-haired beauty walked up and knelt down next to Oddish, reaching out to gently rub the Pokemon's head leaves. "Ash, I appreciate your concern, but it isn't my decision to make. The Pokemon I take care of here are not meant to stay forever, they are supposed to someday leave and go back out into the world. She smiled softly down at the grass type now nuzzling into her hand. Unfortunately, I think I promoted such a pleasant atmosphere here that none of these ever wanted to leave until now. But since they have such a caring and compassionate trainer as yourself willing to take them on, I couldn't be happier. Melanie looked back up at Ash and smiled. If it's what they want, I am overjoyed for them. With those words said, he smiled and held his arms out. Well, all right then, I guess that means you all are coming with me. Welcome to the family. He wasn't expecting the veritable stampede of excited Pokémon that suddenly leapt in sheer joy and rushed at him though. This was soon proven in the way they all succeeded in driving him flat to the ground on his back as they glomped him fiercely. Everyone was given a hearty and healthy dose of laughter as they watched the boy struggle under the mob of Pokémon showering their enthusiasm upon him. And when finally they let him up, he stood with a grin plastered on his face. Man, I won't make you guys wait any longer then. With that, everyone stood back to watch the memorable moment as he pulled one Pokeball loose from his belt at a time and knelt down, gesturing each Pokémon forward in turn. Oddish was the first one to step up to him and he smiled kindly at the little grass type before addressing all of them as a whole. Listen guys, since I just filled up my team by catching Bulbasaur, you'll all get teleported away to my hometown once I catch you. A really nice man I know named Professor Oak will take care of you until I make room enough in my current lineup to bring you guys back to me. Is that okay? Receiving nods and calls of agreement, he gestured back at Melanie. Then this'll be the last time you guys see her. You might want to go say your goodbyes now. He remained where he was and simply watched, along with his friends, Bulbasaur and Pikachu, while the remaining village Pokémon went up to their caretaker and prepared to part ways with her. Oh my little darlings. Melanie knelt down and held her arms out so they could all come into her wide-open embrace. Tears were now filling her eyes as she spoke. I am going to miss you all so much, but I know this is going to be wonderful for you. Ash is a fantastic young trainer and I know he will take good care of you. She allowed her tears to fall freely down her cheeks while the Pokémon themselves let similar sentiments flow. I will always cherish our time together and who knows, maybe someday we'll even meet again. Each of you work hard and never forget that you can all become whatever you set your hearts to. I will always believe in you, I love you all. After sharing a long, heartwarming embrace that caused tears to form also in the eyes of all who were watching, Melanie ended the hug and ushered them all toward Ash with an encouraging, teary smile. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, the boy smiled brightly at Oddish as the small one came up to him first again. You ready, Oddish? Nodding enthusiastically, Oddish gave a clear and concise, "Odd," before reaching one of its leaves forward and tapping the empty Pokeball he held in his hand. In a flash of light, the device snapped open and SEKED Oddish inside, closing tight again and wiggling a few times before it went still and dinged, a starburst signifying a successful capture. Afterward, Ash held the ball in his hand and waited for a few moments until, soon, it turned white and started to crackle with digital electricity. Then, before everyone's eyes, it simply vanished into thin air, on transit to the Oak Laboratory via cyberspace. Paras came next, slightly timid until Ash just took the nervous bug into his arms and held it comfortingly. Then, in a quick and fluid move, he did the same for it as he had done for Oddish. In short order, both Rattata allowed themselves to be captured, then Caterpie, Weepinbell close behind and Stereo last of all. Once the star-shaped water-type's ball disappeared in the same manner as all the others, he stood up and looked at Misty, grinning all the while. Looks like we'll be trading starfish training secrets, Mist. She shook her head in amusement at his jest and then followed him up to the edge of the pond. Here, Magikarp was eagerly waiting its own turn. Whilst allowing Melanie to say her goodbyes to the seemingly harmless enough fish, Ash looked at Misty as she turned to look at him with a hand on her hip. You know Magikarp isn't going to be an easy Pokémon to train, Ash. Until they evolve into Gyarados you really have to work with them, and even once that happens, it ushers in a whole other set of issues. He shrugged. Yeah, but I'm anxious to try it. After all, Professor Oak always told me that the most unassuming Pokémon can have the biggest surprises in store. Ash then knelt down and, seeing as Melanie had finished with her farewells, he smiled at the bronze fish. You ready to join the family and get strong Magikarp? Smiling, the hapless carp rapidly flapped its fins while nodding. Carp carp. Magikarp carp. Enlarging the empty ball he now held, Ash reached out and touched it to the water-type's forehead. Then welcome to the team. Without so much as a single struggle the Pokeball quickly dinged, signifying a successful capture. Standing up, Ash watched the ball in his hand turn silvery white and crackle with electricity before it too vanished. Chuckling to himself after the fact, he looked up and put his hands to his hips. Hee hee. Man, Professor Oak is about to get a couple surprises. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX tea with Delia on the couch in the main, downstairs research area of the laboratory when, suddenly, he received a ding on his computer. One which alerted him to whenever one of his sponsored trainers had captured another Pokémon and it was being sent over to him. Excusing himself, he stood and went over to the teleporter pad that the computer in question was connected to. He had an intuitive feeling that the trainer in question was most likely Ash. The boy had been catching Pokémon in a frenzy, it seemed, and his suspicions were soon proven true. As he watched and waited, the graying-haired Pokémon professional saw first one, followed by several other Pokeball, all transfer over through the teleportation tube. As each ball materialized on the receiver pad, an image would show up on the screen and reveal via scanning what kind of Pokémon was held within. Samuel Oak's eyebrow raised in a form of curious intrigue as he saw the unusual collection of Pokémon his surrogate grandson had captured. He counted an Oddish, a Weepinbell, Paras, 2 Rattata, 1 Caterpie, a Staryu and even a Magikarp. And since they all came at one time, it was evident that they had been captured almost right alongside one another. Well my, this is quite a surprise indeed. He observed aloud with a smile while lacing his fingers together, elbows resting upon the desk. What is it, Professor? Delia asked as she set her cup down and walked over to get a closer look at the computer. It seems Ash just managed to haul in quite the catch of unique Pokémon, the gray-haired man answered while looking back at her. And all at one time too. Really? The mother's eyes lit up with paternal pride at the mention of her son's success. Oh, I'm so happy for him. Oak nodded and reached out to grab the last Pokeball which had arrived on the telepad. Yes indeed, as am I. He is doing quite well for himself this early into his journey. More so than even his father did when he first started out. However, inwardly, he looked down at the ball he now held in his hand. Knowing that it contained Magikarp, the wizened professor pondered to himself. You and I both know what this one will evolve into, Ash. I am quite interested to see just how you will handle such a challenge when the time comes, especially this early into your journey. Time will indeed tell. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX and his friends were once more prepared to head out on the road. Thankfully, seeing as Melanie herself had to make trips into civilization on occasion, she was able to take them to the main road. Which was not actually all that far from her cottage, a welcome sight to them all to be sure. "Melanie, we really appreciate everything you did for us," Ash said gratefully as they stood on the road and made ready to part ways with their host of one night. The kind young woman simply smiled. "It was my pleasure. I want to thank you for everything you did, Ash. For protecting us from Team Rocket and for giving the Pokémon I loved so much a great future with a wonderful trainer. I'll be rooting for you in the next Indigo Plata tournament." Reaching out to clasp her hand, the boy nodded and returned her smile. "Thanks, Melanie, and you don't have to worry, they'll all be safe and happy with me, and grow really strong too." He glanced down at Bulbasaur, whom was standing next to his legs. Right, Bulbasaur? The grass type looked up at them both and I smiled. Bulba. Melanie knelt down and gave his bulb a light rub. Yes, Bulbasaur, I'm sure you will. After this, Misty, Giselle and Brock gave their own parting farewells to her, the last of whom Misty had to keep from making a blithering romantic fool of himself again, before they all set off. However, they didn't get very far before Melanie called out to them, in a humorous tone, while waving. Make sure you keep Bulbasaur out of trouble, Pikachu. The small electric type looked back at the woman from astride his trainer's shoulder and waved back. Pika Pika. Even though Bulbasaur looked up and gave his now fellow teammate a look in which plainly said, as if. And while this caused a healthy round of laughter to chorus from the group, they soon turned their attention back to the road. Their eyes set on whatever unique adventure awaited them next. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX that the traveling group of friends found themselves taking a break underneath a large tree, of which itself was located in a rather spacious field, right off the main road. "Yo! Brock, how long until we reach Rolanda town?" Ash asked as he finished taking a drink from the tall, cylindrical, black metal water bottle that he always kept in his pack and filled any time they found a fresh water source. The teenager hummed to himself and pulled out his map. "Well, let's see here. I would say another 2 days and we'll be there probably. That shortcut we took when you led us through the woods actually did turn out to be a time saver after all." The younger boy nodded and then stood up. "Cool. Well guys, I think I'm gonna go dash train." Giselle finished for him in a cheeky tone. He just gave her a goofy grin in reply. "Maybe." The group receiving a small laugh from the playful exchange, Ash soon went into the field a little further and released his Pokémon. At the moment he had with him Pikachu, Mankey, Cleffa, Bulbasaur and Pidgeotto. He had wanted to keep a space open in his party just in case he ended up catching another Pokémon. The diligent young man had been rotating his Pokémon in and out ever since they left Melanie's cottage 3 days prior, and he had managed to get all of his newest recruits started out on a training schedule, as well as a nutrition plan. Thankfully, the last few days had been kind to him and they all had ample time to train and work together. For Ash, getting their nutrition ironed out was the most crucial because he had to have something to send back to the professor so that he knew how to adequately care for them when they were at the lab. Using his Pokédex, he had also scanned each of his new Pokémon and obtained a thorough grasp on their move sets, abilities and genders. For instance, both of his new Rattata were female. Ash also strongly suspected they were sisters. This he assumed primarily due to 2 main factors. The first being that they were extremely close to one another, neither going anywhere without the other. The second reason was because they both possessed the same ability, which was Guts. They were so identical, in fact, that Ash had to put a pink scarf on one and a purple scarf on the other just so that he could tell them apart. Their move sets were quite impressive as well and also just so happened to be identical. They both knew Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Pursuit, and Hyper Fawn. The 2 Rattata sisters showed real promise when training and Ash was very pleased with what he had seen in them thus far. Also, as an interesting spin of developments, in their short time being at the lab and becoming acquainted with Ash's Raticate, the 2 female rodents had reportedly attached themselves to him. In Professor Oak's observation, it seemed they were both a tad smitten with the evolved male. It was due to this that Ash decided to send them back to the lab once he was finished crafting their training and nutrition plans. He felt it would be good for them to be around Raticate, both to learn from him and also to nurture the bond they had started to foster with him. Humorously enough, Professor Oak said that Raticate had apparently not initially known how to handle the close attention he had been receiving from the 2 females. Thankfully though, his awkwardness was apparently beginning to fade and he was becoming more relaxed around them. The next on the list had been Paras and he was a male. He possessed the ability Effect Spore and knew the moves Scratch, Poison Powder, Stun Spore and Leech Life. Ash had been quite impressed with Paras when it came to his training ethics and combat abilities. The small bug/grass type was very good at formulating strategy when battling, and he always trained to his full potential. Weepinbell, for his part, was also a male and had the ability Chlorophyll. He knew the moves Vine WHP, Growth, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Sweet Scent and Razor Leaf. A large move set, yes, but expected from a grass Pokémon, whom typically learned new moves quite quickly. Weepinbell was Bulbasaur's more constant sparring partner and was exceedingly motivated when it came to training. Ash had the near-certain suspicion that Weepinbell wanted to make a name for himself and the other members of his evolutionary line. Mostly because both he, as well as his pre- and post-evolved forms, were often overlooked in favor of other, more well-known and desirable Pokémon. This suspicion had been proven true when he asked Weepinbell about it, and the limbless grass type rather passionately affirmed his assumption. Oddish was a female and possessed the ability Chlorophyll. She knew the moves Absorb, Sweet Scent, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder and Stun Spore. The small-statured grass type was a very sweet Pokémon, but she was also serious about training and put her all into practice battling. She looked up to Bulbasaur, that much was clear, and he inspired her to want to become stronger like him. Ash knew that if she persisted, then in time, Oddish would become a skillful and highly adept Pokémon. Caterpie was a male and he had the ability Shield Dust. He knew the moves Tackle, String Shot, and Bug Bite. Also, in a similar fashion as the two female Rattata with Raticate, Caterpie had taken quite a shine to Butterfree during his short stay at Professor Oak's. In fact, after having enough time to work with Caterpie and figure out what training he needed to do, Ash decided to let him stay at the lab so he could work with Butterfree. Since the latter had only recently been a Caterpie himself, Ash felt Butterfree would be able to really boost the other bug types training along. Overall, Caterpie was just like all of his other formerly abandoned Pokémon peers. He wanted to get stronger and he was willing to work as hard as he needed to get there. Interestingly enough, Ash found that he also needed to tie different colored scarves on Butterfree and Caterpie. This was so that when the latter finally evolved into his final stage, Ash would be able to tell the difference between them. Butterfree wore a yellow scarf and Caterpie, a green one. Staryu had the ability Natural Cure and knew the moves Tackle, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Harden, Recover and Camouflage. Since Staryu and Magikarp were Ash's first Water-type Pokémon, he had Misty give him a few pointers and allowed Staryu to train with Misty's own Staryu and Starmie. He could say that, without a doubt, Staryu was definitely the strongest Pokémon he had acquired at Melanie's, besides Bulbasaur. The Starfish's move set and ability were very impressive, it was a hard battler and its attacks were indeed powerful. Because of all this, Ash was determined to train Staryu hard since he knew the water type could become a very strong Pokémon. Staryu's training ethic was right up there with the other formerly abandoned Pokémon, so that only made training it a far easier task. Next there was Magikarp and he was a male. He had the ability Swift Swim and knew the moves Tackle, Splash and, very much to Ash's surprise, Flail. It was a rare few Magikarp who knew that move, giving credence to their widely accepted reputation of being useless in battle. Ash could say, with absolute certainty, that Magikarp amazed him. The orange-scaled fish trained fiercely and with a longing to prove itself. He didn't know a lot of moves, so Ash had him work on things like making his Tackle and Flail as powerful as possible and turning Splash into a move that was actually useful. This was done by turning Splash into an evasive movement. Magikarp would essentially use his tail and launch himself in any number of directions in order to avoid incoming attacks. Aside from all this, he also worked Magikarp quite hard on physical conditioning training. Ash would put some of the special shrinkable weights he had on Magikarp, specifically the ones meant for aquatic training, and make him swim for long amounts of time. Doing this worked the determined Carp's stamina, endurance and strength. He would also have Magikarp train on dodging obstacles and/or attacks from other Pokémon in the water, thus increasing his agility and speed. This, as well as training with Misty's own water types and Ash's stereo, helped to gain Magikarp much needed experience and increases in overall power. His ultimate goal in doing all of this was to make Magikarp as strong as possible in his current state so that when he finally evolved into Gyarados, all of that power and experience would transfer over. Ash's hope was that when Magikarp evolved he would be at a point that only his evolutionary state would be able to handle anything more extreme. When he thought about just how strong Magikarp would be as a Gyarados, it left him eagerly awaiting that coveted day of evolution. Both for he and Magikarp. The only problem he had thus far seen with having two water Pokémon was the lack of consistent, large enough ponds, lakes and rivers to train in while on the road. Therefore, after instructing Magikarp and Stereo on what they would be doing for training, he decided to send them back to the lab and allow them stay there for now. That way they would have full access to a constant source of water. The lab's many acres of protected land had quite a few ponds and rivers on the property, which meant Magikarp and Stereo would have plenty of water to train in. Interestingly enough, Professor Oak had recently told him that his Pokémon usually all stayed together around the same area of the ranch. Specifically, it was near one of the forested areas, reasonably close to the lab itself, where the Pokémon had shade and a large pond. One of the widest and deepest bodies of water on the expansive reservation. This was perfect for Magikarp and Stereo, who were able to spend their days training, sparring and enjoying themselves in a place shared by Ash's other Pokémon. The last Pokémon Ash thought about in his current moment of reflection was Bulbasaur. He actually had two abilities. One of which was Overgrow and the other, Chlorophyll. He knew the moves Tackle, Vine WHP, Razor Leaf, Leech Seed, Poison Powder and Sleep Powder. Bulbasaur was truly a one-of-a-kind Pokémon just like Pikachu. He trained just as hard as the Electric Mouse and that meant right up to the point of collapse. In every manner conceivable Bulbasaur trained himself to the very limit and then pushed past that as far as he could go. He and Pikachu were without a doubt the two Pokémon that trained the hardest, right on the borderline of being unsafe. They had become fast friends and trained together every day. Their spars would oftentimes become so intense that Ash would have to intervene just to keep them from hurting each other. He had decided that, at least for now, he wanted to keep Bulbasaur with him so the hardy grass Pokémon could train under his own critical eye constantly. Ash knew that, eventually, Bulbasaur would become a truly unbeatable powerhouse in battle, just like Pikachu was shaping up to be, if they kept hard at their training. One thing Ash had all of his Pokémon do in training, that would be considered highly controversial by many, was to have them attack each other relentlessly with their most powerful attacks. In this unique, unorthodox and extremely harsh method of training, one Pokémon would do the attacking and the other would simply stand and take it for as long as they could. Using Pikachu and Bulbasaur as an example, the latter would use attacks like Razor Leaf on the former for as long as Pikachu could stand on his feet. Then, after a time of critical rest and recovery, Pikachu would attack Bulbasaur with moves like Thunderbolt at his full power. This too until the grass type collapsed and then it would start all over again. This form of training was similar to Ash's type disadvantage training, only the moves did not have to be type specific. This style of training was meant to harden and toughen his Pokémon up as much as they possibly could, raising their in-battle endurance and honing their resistance. To summarize it neatly, Ash was trying to teach his Pokémon to not just acclimate to pain in battle but become completely accustomed to it. To take as much punishment as they could handle and then dish it back tenfold. Yes, many would indeed criticize him for the great extremes he took their training to, but Ash was most definitely not heartless. He loved his Pokémon deeply and made sure they never trained to the point of life-threatening danger. He always had medical supplies handy and if things seemed to go too far, he was already ready to step in. Ash had a very simple philosophy. When his Pokémon trained, he trained. And he never asked more out of them than he was willing to give himself. And because of that, he and they bonded not just through emotion but also through sharing the same intensive physical pain and body-breaking conditioning. With his reflection coming to an end, Ash focused on his own training double back to it. Therefore, in only about another hour of hard, grueling work, Ash and his Pokémon finally returned to the others, exhausted and, in his case, soaked in sweat. The Pokémon themselves found new life upon seeing Brock laying out fresh water and food and immediately charged toward him as fast as possible. The squinty-eyed teen saw the ravenous and parched mob of Pokémon coming toward him and tried to throw himself out of harm's way. Sadly, he was unsuccessful and soon found himself getting trampled like weeds on a well-trodden path. As Brock simply lay where he was, twitching, grateful Ash didn't have any large Pokémon yet, the boy in question limped over to where Giselle and Misty were sitting by the road under a tree and crashed on the ground beside them. Grabbing his water bottle, he lifted it to his lips and began to drink while Giselle got a devious smile on her face, seeing an opportunity she simply couldn't pass up. Crawling up to him, she sat down next to the younger boy and then took his head and gently laid it on her lap. He simply looked up at her in confusion at this unexpected action and she merely smiled down at him. "It's not good to lay down on such uneven ground, Ash, you could hurt your neck laying like that. Besides, isn't this much more comfortable?" The messy-haired trainer thought about it for a moment and just settled for a small smirk. He wasn't a dunce imbecile, he knew what she was doing and he wasn't about to complain. "Yeah, you're right, Giselle, this is more comfortable, thanks." As he settled into her lap, she blushed a little and smiled again while beginning to gently run her fingers through his unruly hair, unmindful or at the very least uncaring of his sweat. Misty though, for her part, looked at the scene with something akin to what seemed to be a mixture of jealousy, disgust and anger before looking away. Next time such an opportunity arose, the redhead mused silently to herself, the older girl would have to be quick on the draw. Because the next lap Ash's head rested in might well just be her own. Especially if she had anything to say about it. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX simply admiring the beauty of the day and their passing surroundings. However, at some point, Pikachu tapped Ash on the head to get his attention. "What is it, buddy?" he asked while looking up to his shoulder. "Pikachu Pika Pi." The electric type responded as he pointed a short ways down the road. Ash followed his Pokémon's line of sight and looked ahead into the near distance. He soon saw what it was Pikachu did, and it caused him to stop mid-step, which also made Brock bump into him from behind. "What is it, Ash?" the older boy asked as he and the girls stopped as well. Instead of replying in words, the young rookie simply pointed at what he was staring at. When the others laid eyes on the unusual sight, a similar expression of shock took residence on their own faces. There, laying atop a large rock near the border of the forest, on the right-hand side of the road, was a Charmander. After staring for a time, Ash and his friends slowly, cautiously, began making their way up to the rock. As they neared the extremely rare, seemingly wild Pokémon, it eyed them warily. "What's a Charmander doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" Misty asked in confusion. "I don't know," Brock replied as they stopped a few feet from the rock. "Maybe it's waiting on something. Or someone," Giselle offered. Ash looked up at the lone Charmander and smiled. "Hey pal, what are you doing out here all by yourself, huh?" The mistrusting Pokémon continued to look at them with that same wary gaze, not making a sound. However, he didn't run away, which was odd. The 3 starters of Kanto were very rare Pokémon to find in the wild, and any time they saw people they were usually known to run. As his astute young mind went over all of this for a few moments, a theory suddenly came to Ash and he frowned in disappointment, placing his hands on his hips. "I think it's possible that this Charmander has a trainer, you guys." "What makes you say that, Ash?" Misty asked. The younger boy tilted his head. "Well, for one, if it was a wild Pokémon, then it most likely would have either tried to flee or attack when it saw us. This Charmander didn't do any of that. Clearly it's used to seeing humans and being around them." He scratched his head. "But it's looking at us with concern." I think it probably means that even though Charmander has a trainer, it doesn't know if we're gonna try and catch it or not. His friends looked back up at the fire type then with Giselle asking. But why is it here then? Ash simply shook his head. I don't know. It's probably waiting here on command from its trainer for some reason. We should probably leave it in peace then to wait for whoever its trainer is, Brock advised. The other boy nodded. Yeah. It's a shame though. He sighed and put his hands on his hips again. You don't see Charmanders often. I would have liked to have tried to catch it but... Oh well I guess. He looked back up at Charmander and smiled. It's probably a great Pokémon and I'm sure its trainer is very proud of it. I just hope he or she comes back soon. I would never leave my Pokémon anywhere like this. You never know what could happen. Brock nodded in understanding. Yeah, but not everyone is as devoted to their Pokémon as you are, Ash. Or as overprotective. Giselle teased. He just laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, come on guys, let's get going. With that, they all began walking away from the rock with Ash turning to the lone Pokémon one last time. See ya around, Charmander. Take care, okay? Pika Pika. Pikachu waved to his fellow Pokémon in farewell as the traveling group got back on the main road and headed their own way. However, even as they gradually began putting more and more distance between themselves and the rock, none of them knew that Charmander had indeed paid attention when Ash made the comment about him being a Pokémon his trainer could probably be proud of. As well as the caring young man declaring that he would never leave one of his own Pokémon alone anywhere to wait for him. With especially those final few words replaying over and over in his head, Charmander looked up toward the sky and cooed sadly. Char. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX across a somewhat rustic but no less welcoming log Pokémon Center, which was situated right at the corner of the road, bottlenecked at the corner of two stretches of woodland that encompassed the center around on all sides. Upon taking a few moments to admire the sight of the two-level lodgings, they walked inside and found the interior just as cozy as the outside. The center itself was mostly circular in shape with a rounded commonplace meeting area in the center. There were a few tables and seats here and there along the walls, but the sofas themselves were in the common area. The front desk leading back to the medical area was off to the left of the door, and there was also an upper level, which most likely lead to the bedrooms. This level was accessed by a staircase at the far back wall. The most intriguing thing about this center in general was that everything inside was made of finely handcrafted, hand-furnished wood. Something which they all took a few moments to properly admire. After going up and leaving his Pokémon with the on-site Chansey, Nurse Joy was apparently out at the moment. From what they understood, Ash went over to the table his friends had chosen near a window. Sitting down beside Giselle, he simply stared out the window for a few seconds. Rain had begun to fall in torrents and he was beginning to become concerned. Eventually he could take it no more and looked over at Brock. "Hey Brock, do you think that Charmander's trainer ever picked it up?" The older boy's brow furrowed. "I don't know, but I hope so. Otherwise." He paused for a moment. "We all know what happens if a Charmander's tail flame is put out." The young rookie shifted in his seat uncomfortably. "Yeah, I know." Suddenly, they all heard a couple of trainers over in the lounge area laughing and carrying on. "Wow, Damien, you have so many Pokémon," one remarked to a smug-looking blue-haired boy sitting in the center of one of the couches. Said youth had shaggy blue hair that hung down to his neck and he wore glasses atop his head like some kind of hot shot. He was wearing a brown vest with yellow patches on the chest and a pink shirt under that. Just the tuft of what appeared to be a red turtleneck could be seen under that as yet another layer. His legs were adorned by black breaths, held fast by a red belt with gold buckle. Attached to the belt was a black holster pouch and his feet were shod with expensive-looking white leather boots. They were all looking at a large collection of Pokeball that apparently belonged to the one named Damien. The mass of ball having been laid out in one big pile upon the coffee table in front of them. "Yeah, Damien, pretty impressive." Another one agreed. The smirking boy simply nodded, his accent as annoying as the sneer on his face. "Yeah, it is pretty impressive, ain't it? I'm just a great trainer, what can I say?" "Hey Damien, didn't you used to have a Charmander too?" another one of his friends asked. He shrugged. "Yeah, I used to." Ash's ears immediately perked up upon hearing that. As did his friends, while the snide young man continued. "It was so weak though, it lost every battle we ever fought. I got so tired of dealin' with it that I left the little wimp on a rock in the forest and told it I'd come back for it. It's probably still back there waitin' for me too." He finished with a cruel fit of laughter. As the neglectful and careless trainer laughed along with his cronies at their sick idea of humor, Brock looked over at Ash and saw nothing but cold fury now lighting itself in his eyes as he glared straight down at their table. He was even clenching his fists so tight that his knuckles were turning white. Knowing what happened in Empty Moon with the Team Rocket members who had caged those Pokémon, Brock was well aware, just like Misty, of how dangerous Ash's temper could be. Strange things happened when he became angered, and Brock was not particularly fond of a repeat occurrence of that unnerving situation. Therefore, he quickly stood up and spoke reassuringly to his friend. "Just calm down, Ash, I'll take care of this." He then turned and made his way over to the lounge while Misty got up as well and looked at Giselle. "Please stay with Ash and try to keep him calm, okay Giselle? We don't need him blowing his top right now." The other girl looked confused, but Misty just waved her hand. "I'll tell you later. Just please stay here and try to keep him calm, okay?" Giselle merely nodded, her confusion not abated in the least. "Yeah, sure Misty, I will." The orange-haired girl gave a small smile of thanks and then looked at Ash once more, hesitantly, before following after Brock. Giselle turned back to Ash and saw him now breathing relatively hard, his gaze still twisted in anger and his fists clenched tight. She could have sworn that she saw a faint blue glow surrounding him for a moment, but she dismissed it and took his clenched hand in hers. In as gentle a manner as possible, she caressed his and spoke in a soothing tone. "It's okay Ash, please calm down. Brock and Misty will take care of it, so don't worry about a thing. Alright?" The arrogant young man and his friends were still laughing even when Brock and Misty came up to the table. Damien saw them approach and asked rudely, "What do you two want?" Brock just looked at him intently, his tone matching the firmness on his face. "Is that your Charmander we saw on the way here who was sitting on that rock waiting for its trainer?" The other boy just snorted. "And what if it is?" "It's none of your business, Squinty." At that, Brock reached down and grabbed the boy roughly by his shirt, lifting him up off the couch and onto his feet. "That Charmander has been out there waiting for you all day. Now it's out there in a thunderstorm, and if its tail flame goes out, it'll die. Go and get it." "What kind of trainer are you anyway?" Misty demanded angrily from beside Brock. "Nobody with a heart would abandon their Pokemon PRD, but to do it the way you did is just sick and cowardly." The young man, nonplussed, merely smirked and then motioned with his hand. Suddenly, Misty was lifted off of the ground by one of his cronies, grabbing her up under the arms as if in a headlock, while Brock was tackled to the ground by two others, causing him to drop Damien. The one boy held Misty tightly by her underarms and the other two kept the struggling Brock down on the ground, one pinning each arm. Damien, appearing supremely satisfied with himself, smoothed out his vest and then walked up to the grounded Brock. Every other person in the Pokémon Center was simply looking on at the scene with bated breath, all of them hoping someone would step in and end it. Nurse Joy was not even present, having gone out to check on a supposedly injured Nidorino, which had apparently been seen by someone limping around on a wounded leg. Damien flipped his hair, still smirking, and motioned for his boys to lift Brock to his feet. Once they did, he simply leaned in and sneered. That Charmander was weak and a waste of my time. It ain't your business what I do with my own Pokémon, so but out. If that little runt dies, it dies. With that, he reared back and then punched Brock in the gut, hard, causing the former gym leader to double over and gasp for air. Damien then yanked the older boy back up to face him by the hair. If I ever see your face round here again, I'll have my boys beat ya until you're begging for mercy. You got that? As a final threat he brought a fast uppercut down from below and caught Brock in the face, causing spit to fly from the Pokémon breeder's mouth as Damien's thugs let him go and allowed him to topple to the floor. Finally, the blue-haired degenerate turned to Misty, who was still being held tight by the boy behind her. Now what do we do with you, darlin'? Even as Brock tried to get back up, a swift kick to the gut by another of the boys sent him crumpling back to the ground again. Simultaneously, the one pinning Misty's arms in the air with his hands locked down over her neck laughed at his leader. I think we should teach this one a little lesson, boss. Maybe make her an example for everyone here to see. The boy who had just kicked Brock nodded, a lascivious grin forming on his face as he looked the squirming girl up and down. Yeah, show 'em all why you don't mess with us. She's skinny, but I bet she looks a lot better without those clothes on. Their intentions very clearly exposited, Misty's eyes widened and her struggling renewed, only matched by the fury coming from her mouth. Let me go, you cowards, and I'll teach you a thing or two. I'll make you sorry you were ever even a gleam in your parents' eyes. Damien snickered in derision and began closing in on her, along with the other two. I think that's a pretty stellar idea, let's do it. Before any of them could so much as take one step closer to Misty, however, everyone suddenly heard a loud crash from the other side of the room. Turning, all eyes in the building sought out the source of the commotion and saw Ash now standing up from the table. The crashing sound had been the noise of the young man in question literally flipping the entire thing upside down and was now standing there, his breaths coming hard and heavy. His enraged gaze was locked firmly upon Damien and his crew, and his eyes were now glowing a bright, terrifying and most definitely unnatural electric blue. More so even than that, Ash's entire body was now shrouded in a veil of sparking, crackling energy that bore the same color as his eyes. It was like the incident at Moon all over again, only this time far more intense and greatly magnified. Giselle was still in her seat, staring at Ash with wide eyes of shock and fear, as was everyone else in the room. The lights in the Pokémon Center began flickering and the flames in the fireplace near the back wall were faltering, as if some invisible force was trying to snuff them out. The air itself became so thick that it was hard to breathe, and even the atmosphere seemed to visibly darken. Slowly, almost as if he were levitating, Ash began walking over toward the rowdy bunch of miscreants, the lights overhead dimming and nearly going out completely as he passed beneath each one. His burning blue eyes were homed in on Damien, specifically, and the intent held within those glowing irises was enough to send tremulous shivers of fear down the spine of any who saw it. Instinctively feeling the unnatural air of supernatural wrath charging the atmosphere, Damien backed away with fear in his eyes and shouted over his shoulder to his cronies. What are you lot doing just standin' around? Do somethin'. Though they were just as unnerved as their leader, one of the bolder of the three boys finally charged toward Ash with a fist reared back. However, just as he was about to strike at the enraged native of Pallet Town, Ash gave a nearly inhuman growl as he reached out and easily caught the punch. The other boy cried out in pain as he suddenly began to squeeze on his fist, driving him down onto his knees with tremendous force. Then, with his other arm pinged back and coming forward again, as if in slow motion, the energy around his body seeming to focus around his hand, Ash slammed his fist straight into the boy's face. The force of that one hit was great enough that it lifted him off his feet, head snapping back, before he went flying across the room and into one of the log walls. Even as he hit the wall, the young deviant was already out of the fight before he so much as touched the floor. For reasons unknown aside from sheer stupidity, the other two cronies chose that moment to rush Ash as well. Just as they were both barely into their second and third steps, however, their intended disappeared, only to reappear in a flash of untraceable speed. In that exact same moment of time, Ash extended a powerful and precise side kick straight into one of the boy's stomachs. A blow which caused his eyes to bug out and spittle to erupt from his now gaping maw. The strength and force of that one kick was enough to launch him back into the couch their crew had been sitting on, which toppled over onto the floor with him underneath of it. Without stopping, Ash simply spun around on one foot and stopped the last boy with a hand directly on his face. Then, utilizing nothing but sheer power and brute force, he drove the older boy straight down into the floor, head first, like he was driving a tent peg into the ground. With his posse having been rendered effectively moot by the merciless and rapid beatdown they had received, Damien took several steps back away from the glowing, frightening and infuriated creature standing before him. For so did he see Ash as being in his current inhuman state. Misty, having been released when the boy holding her had went to fight Ash, quickly ran over and helped Brock off the ground. Both of them, staring at Ash in various states of shock, hurried away from Damien, realizing that he was their enraged friend's target. And that being anywhere near him was most likely a horribly bad idea at the moment. Both of them therefore ran over to join Giselle, who was standing midway between the tables and the lounge, staring with wide eyes at the horrific scene unfolding before her. It was not restricted to the brunette though, for every other person in the room had quickly scurried as far away as they could possibly get. Most of them being pressed back against the walls or hiding behind furniture. Turning his angrily glowing eyes upon Damien, Ash's lips curled up into what almost seemed to be a snarl. Then, one slow step at a time, he approached the other boy. Whom, by now, was so terrified he lost the strength in his legs and fell heavily to the floor. Stay back, you freak. The blue-haired bully held his hands up and attempted to scoot back away from the nightmare encroaching upon him. His voice was tremulous and his body, shaking, violently. At last, Ash stopped once Damien had literally pushed himself back into the nearest wall. Electric blue eyes narrowing, he knelt and encircled his fingers around the other boy's throat, easily lifting him up into the air and penning him against the hard wooden surface. Finally, in a voice that was cold, ominous and dripping with venom, a voice that was not entirely his own and almost sounded as though another presence was speaking through him, Ash spoke. How dare you call yourself a Pokémon trainer, you vile piece of filth? That little Charmander has been waiting for you all this time, and even now, it risks its life waiting in a raging thunderstorm. You abuse and neglect Pokémon you deem weak, and you would even attempt to assault him, my friend. The level of intensity and sheer ferocity radiating in his eyes and bellowing out from his lips caused the front of Damien's breaths to immediately grow wet as he urinated himself on the spot. You are not worth the breath of life that fills your lungs, let alone the privilege and responsibility of caring for Pokémon. Or so much as even touching they or a woman. Tightening his grip on the boy's throat until Damien began to choke, Ash's voice, if possible, seemed to become even more menacing and threatening. Your hands are not worthy of touching Pokémon or female, and therefore, I will take your ability to do both from you this very day. At that, he simply threw Damien down onto the floor, the petrified teenager gasping for air as soon as he landed upon the hardwood surface. His relief didn't last long though, since Ash quickly knelt down and grabbed a hold of his hands, pressing Damien's palms against his own. No sooner did their hands touch and immediately, the energy shrouding Ash's form began to pulsate and glow an even darker shade of blue. It was almost like the electricity surrounding him began to come alive, and as the energy grew, it started to coalesce and channel down Ash's arms and into his hands. It appeared as though a dark blue fire had begun to blaze until his hands disappeared in the small inferno. And since Damien's hands were being held tightly in Ash's, that same fire also shrouded his own two appendages. Unlike the boy whom the fire was emanating from though, who appeared completely unfazed by the supernatural flames, Damien obviously had no such immunity. Dark wisps of smoke quickly began to rise up from within the small blazing ball of blue fire encompassing both boys' hands, yet it was Damien who started to scream and yell in what must have been horrible pain. A pain so intense that as the smoke became more prevalent, his eyes began to water. At the apex of the highly unusual phenomenon, a bright light suddenly erupted from between both boys' hands until, when it finally ended and died away completely, Damien actually fell limply back onto the floor. His hands were not only blackened and smoking but his palms appeared to be charred beyond all recognition. Charred, yes, but not physically burned as one who scorches themselves in a real fire. When it was at last over and Ash stood back up to his full height, Damien lay where he was on the floor, whimpering and trembling as his hands ached with the worst kind of pain. A pain he could not see but felt deep within his very flesh. What did you? Did you do to me? He stammered in a mixture of agony and fear while his hands still shook uncontrollably. In a voice full of authority and might, Ash responded while appearing to tower over the cowering older boy. I have placed a curse upon your life aura, never again shall you be able to lay your hands upon Pokémon or female alike. Should you attempt to do so you will feel an unbearable pain, unlike any other, alight itself in your hands. Like the fires of judgment which has burned this curse into your very flesh this day. His eyes once more narrowed and focused on the now stricken young man whimpering before him. Raising his hand, he held it straight out, as if making a great proclamation. Damien Ataro. On this day judgment has been placed upon you for your cruel and self-serving ways. Until the time in which you learn to truly humble yourself and repent for the error of your ways, you shall carry this curse. Should you touch another Pokémon, a device in which to capture them or lay your hands upon any female, your hands will burn in an agony of which you shall be unable to withstand. So as it is said, so let it be done. A loud clap of thunder suddenly roared above the Pokémon Center outside at those final words, which everyone inside heard and caused them all to jump at in a start. Damien, eyes quivering and a terrified whimper still coming from his lips, finally managed to get back up to his feet and, holding his injured hands close to his chest, took off running for the door. His crew of humiliated friends quickly got up from where Ash's attacks had laid them down and took off after their leader, fear giving flight to their retreat. It mattered not that they were all running off into a thunderstorm, they simply wanted to get as far away from the one who had become a wraith in their minds as possible. Even after the door slammed shut behind the last of them, there was total silence in the Pokémon Center. Everyone stood with bated breath in whatever corner they were hiding in and waited, no one daring to make a sound as Ash simply stood where he was, not moving. Finally, after several long moments of drawn-out silence, the glowing blue energy shroud around him slowly began to dissipate. At the same time his eyes also started to lose their identical electric blue glow until, eventually, he was standing in almost the middle of the room, once again appearing like nothing other than a normal kid. With a groan, he grabbed at his head and fell to one knee, jump-starting his shell-shocked friends into action as they hurriedly ran up and encircled him. Almost as if trying to block him from the other eyes in the room. Ash, are you okay? Giselle's voice was just as concerned as it was still noticeably shaken up from what she had just witnessed. How do you feel, man? Are you yourself again? Brock didn't know what to say but he attempted to keep himself as cool and level-headed as possible. Regardless of how shaken up he was at the moment, years of experience raising one's own younger siblings having taught him that very lesson. And what was that, Ash? Misty knelt down and placed a cautious hand upon his shoulder. You just totally changed. Breathing and breathing heavily he slowly, shakily, nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. He finally looked up and glanced around the Pokémon Center Lodge, finding the eyes of every person watching him. Some in curious intrigue, some in cautious awe and others still in utter horror and fear. Not having the clearest of memories of what just happened but definitely retaining the most important aspects of the ordeal, he nonetheless felt confused to see such fear on the faces of the other trainers and travelers in the room. What? Why is everyone so afraid? He looked at his friends. Was it really that bad? Was I really that bad? The other three shared a look with one another, Brock being the one to answer as he looked back at him. "You don't remember anything at all about what just happened?" The black-haired boy closed his eyes for a moment and then thought hard before shaking his head. "Not super clearly. I mean, I remember some of it but it's all kinda hazy." He slowly, a little shakily at first, got to his feet and looked at Brock, then Misty. "Are you two okay?" "The last thing I remember was that Damien guy and his cronies roughing Brock up and then going after Misty. Then nothing." He glanced around, not seeing the troublemakers in question. "Where did they go?" Noticing that almost everyone else in the room was giving him looks of fear and trepidation, Ash's brow furrowed. "And why is everyone looking at me like that?" His friends shared a glance between them again. None of them knew exactly what to say, but Misty decided to do her best as she simply smiled and lightly touched his arm. "They left. You kinda got a little intense when they went to assault me and then you literally broke bad on them like you were that martial arts movie star Setley. Afterward they all took off like Arceus itself was after them." The black-haired boy ran a hand into his messy hair and scrunched his face up in deep thought. "Well, I can believe the fighting part, but why I can't remember much except." Suddenly, several flashes went through his head of overwhelming anger, flashes of fast movement and raw, unbridled power. There were also frenzied noises of screaming, pleading, and a voice that sounded like his own but different. It was worse than what you're letting on, wasn't it? He looked at his friends again, confusion but also some form of reluctant understanding reflected within his eyes. None of them knew exactly what to say. How could they be expected to? Their friend had just went superhuman on a group of boys quite a bit older than he and beat them ruthlessly with not a single shred of mercy. Little could be said to that effect. Feeling the best course of action was to redirect the matter completely, Brock palmed his friend's shoulder. "Ash, there are bigger things to be concerned about right now. Damien really did abandon that Charmander and it's storming like an angry thunderous outside. We need to do something about it." The boy's eyes widened as his head shot straight up, looking through one of the windows outside where it, indeed, was pouring buckets of rain. "Aw man, you're right, Brock. We gotta go get Charmander." The squinty-eyed boy nodded while Misty and Giselle stepped forward. "We'll need to get our raincoats first," the latter suggested. "So we'll have something to help cover Charmander up with on the way back." "What are we waiting for then?" Misty demanded impatiently. "We should get going now." She caught herself though and then gasped softly before looking at her friend. "If you're feeling up to it, that is, Ash. Are you gonna be okay to go? If not, we can dash." She never got the last part out as he shook his head and his face became a hard line of determined resolve. "No, I'm going and we're gonna get Charmander to safety. There's no way I'm missing out on this. Let's get our coats out and go. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX road through the pouring rain, each of them wearing a different colored plastic rain poncho. So as not to run into any potential danger with no defense whatsoever, Ash had taken Pikachu back from Chansey, interrupting his PRM session right in the middle. Of course, the brave little mouse Pokémon was only too willing to go and help out once his trainer explained to him the situation. "Look! Up ahead!" Misty pointed through the rain as they saw a faint orange glow up ahead. Continuing on, the four of them eventually came upon the same large rock in which they had encountered Charmander earlier. However, before they even reached the stone spire they heard a loud commotion. They soon were greeted to the sight, closer up, of a group of opportunistic Spearow attacking Charmander, who was indeed still camped out on the rock's surface. Only now it was holding for dear life onto a large leaf that barely kept the rain off it and even more precariously, off of its tail. Due to the rain, sheer exhaustion and overall unpleasant circumstances, Charmander could only keep its head down and try to shield itself from the sharp talons and beaks of the Spearow as they attacked it on all sides. For the beleaguered fire type, keeping its already dangerously small tail flame lit was all that mattered. Pikachu quick, use Thunderbolt to drive off the Spearow. Ash commanded as they stopped only a few feet from the rock. With not a moment to waste, Pikachu leapt into the air and released a powerful burst of arcing thunder from his body. Accurate and well executed, the electrical surge struck several of the Spearow head-on and gave them a nasty shock. The offensive tactic worked with unquestioned efficiency since, after getting shocked by just a low-strength electrical attack from Pikachu, the Spearow who had been hit immediately retreated into the air. As for the others, they too made a hasty getaway, none of them all that keen on fighting a Pokémon they could easily tell outmatched them. Just from one Thunderbolt alone. With the opposition dealt with, they all ran up to the rock. Charmander, while exhausted and injured, was still weary of them and showed this in the way it eyed them cautiously. "Charmander, it's okay, we're to help." Ash began in a soothing tone, staying a safe distance back from the large boulder. "You're hurt and weak and the flame on your tail is really low. My friends and I have come to help you and take you to the Pokémon Center. Please. We just want to help." At this, Pikachu leapt up on the rock and began speaking urgently to the weakened fire type with animated gestures of his arms. "Pika. Pika Pika Chu Pika. Pika Pika Pikachu Chu. Pikachu Pi." After a few minutes of this, Charmander looked one more time at Ash and his friends, then at Pikachu once again, before finally giving a tired nod. "Alright guys, it's time." Ash quickly picked up on the signs and then led the way as he hurried up to the rock. In a flash he had removed his poncho and placed it over Charmander before scooping the Pokémon carefully up and holding it safely against his chest. Brock likewise did the same and took off his own poncho, draping it over Charmander's dangling tail to further protect it from the rain. Misty and Giselle joined in as well and simply placed their own rain coverings over Ash's, which acted more as a makeshift blanket to keep the fire-type salamander warm than anything else. "Hold on Charmander, we'll get you some help," Ash urged as they ran as fast as they could down the road toward the Pokémon Center. However, even as he ran, the young man started to feel a strange tiredness begin to creep over him. A lethargy and exhaustion that settled in his muscles and began to make him feel as though he were carrying heavy weights in his shoes. So intense was the feeling of exhaustion that he had to struggle just to keep his feet moving and eyes open. Even though he had no way of knowing that his fatigue was coming from his earlier episode, he still summoned up all his will and kept going. "Ash, are you okay?" Giselle called out in concern as she saw her friend stumble just slightly while running. "I'll be fine, Giselle." He winced, one of his eyes shut, focusing on the dim glow of the lights coming from the Pokémon Center as they neared it. "We just gotta get Charmander there." When, at long last, they finally arrived, bursting through the front door dripping wet, Nurse Joy spun around from where she had been tending to the fire at the back wall. Only having recently returned from her outing, she had no idea what all had occurred concerning Damien and his crew. The entire lobby/sitting area was now empty save for them. "Oh my!" Seeing the drenched group of young trainers standing just in the doorway holding a very weakened-looking Charmander, she ran up to them with all haste. "What on earth happened? Charmander needs help." Ash breathed, wobbling on his legs before stumbling back into Brock, who quickly caught his friend. Gasping, Joy turned and called out for Chansey, whom soon came running pushing a gurney. "Young man, are you all right?" she asked in concern, her worry being echoed by Misty and Giselle as they got close to him. "Yeah. Fine." He felt his vision going blurry even as the nurse reached out to gently take Charmander from him. The concern the pink-haired woman felt for the Pokémon she now held was presently matched by that which she felt for the messy-haired boy whom had given it to her. "I'm not so sure, I think you need to go and lay dash," were the last words he heard as his vision finally went black and he simply fell limp against Brock, catching the teenager off guard and thereby causing Ash to slide toward the ground. "Ash! All three of his friends called out at once, Brock managing to grab him under the arms and keep his friend from slamming his head upon the hardwood floor. Pikachu managed to leap from his trainer's shoulder in time but then quickly crowded around him with the others. Pika Pie. The electric mouse's voice was full of distress as he bounded up next to his friend and MSTR's head. Giselle and Misty were in similar states of worry for the younger boy, but Nurse Joy's experience kicked in as she quickly laid Charmander on the gurney. Take this Pokémon to the ER, stat. As Chansey hastened to do as her superior ordered, Joy hurried over and knelt down next to Ash. From there she began going through a quick series of tests on the soaking wet boy to assess his condition. How is he, Nurse Joy? Will he be okay? Giselle asked with concern laced in her voice. The elder female's brow furrowed in concentration as she placed a hand upon the boy's forehead. Yes. Yes, I believe he will. She then pulled her hand away and sat back on her heels. It is hard for me to say without doing a more proper examination, but all the signs point to extreme exhaustion and fatigue. I think the best thing for him right now is going to be rest, and a long night of it. Brock nodded and then spoke up, any lovesick thoughts he may have had over seeing the pretty nurse getting shoved to the wayside in favor of his friend's well-being. I'll help get him up to our room then so he can rest. With some difficulty, Brock managed to stand Ash up with the unconscious boy's arm draped over his shoulders. You two should stay here in case Nurse Joy gets any news on Charmander. Looking relieved to know that their friend would be okay, both girls nodded in understanding while Joy herself stood up. Okay then, it's time for me to get to it. I'll let you all know what's going on as soon as I can. As she turned and hurried off to the medical ward, Brock began walking Ash over to the steps that lead up to the second level, where all the rooms were located. Pikachu was hot in tow, utterly refusing to be separated from his trainer under the current circumstances. Be down as soon as I get Ash in bed. The teenager grunted back as he began ascending the steps. Misty turned to look at Giselle then and gave a smile at the other girl, to reassure them both if nothing else. Come on, let's go sit down and wait. Remember, we need to get Ash's other Pokémon for him as soon as all this craziness dies down with Charmander. Yeah, you're right. The brunette nodded, buoyed by the other girl's calm facade in the face of such an uncertain PRD. Let's do that. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Once the blurriness of sleep left his eyes and he was able to more aptly process his surroundings, he looked around and saw another bed beside his, unused, a simple computer desk and dresser across the room, and near the door, a bathroom. This led him to believe he was most likely in a room at the Pokémon Center, memories of the night before finally beginning to come back. Looking down, he saw that Pikachu was also laying at the foot of his bed. He started to move around a little, and when the small Pokémon felt Ash stir, Pikachu woke up and looked at him. Seeing his trainer awake, he immediately got an excited look on his face and then jumped onto the boy, cuddling against his cheek. Pika Pie. Laughing as the excited mouse glomped him fiercely, the boy wrapped his arms around his Pokémon and returned the embrace. "Hey buddy, I'm glad to see you too." After a few moments he let Pikachu down and asked, "Where is everyone, Pie?" The appeased electric type started gesturing toward the door. Pikachu Pika Pie." The young man nodded in understanding. "Lobby right? Gotcha." He then groaned as he started to shift around in the bed. "Man Pikachu, what happened? I feel like I got clobbered by a primeape." It was at that moment when memories of the day before all rushed back to him at one time. He then clutched his head in pain as an instant headache took over. Not only did he remember the events leading up to his collapse after handing Charmander to Nurse Joy, but even still, fragmented pieces of his ordeal against Damien and his goons also popped in sporadically. Not thinking clearly, he went to get up quickly and immediately wished he hadn't. His whole body felt like it weighed a ton and he was incredibly fatigued. He was forced to lay back down in the bed, therefore, and took a moment to collect himself. After a few minutes passed and his body had a chance to regain some strength, he slowly got up and swung his legs over the bed. He then gingerly stood up and walked to the foot of the bed where his track suit was and put it on. Pikachu watching him carefully all the while. Once he was done and he felt well enough to leave the room, Ash turned to his Pokémon and smiled. "Come on pal, let's go." Pikachu nodded and jumped down on the floor, foregoing his preferred spot on the shoulder in light of his trainer's current condition. Ash then left the room and walked down to the lobby of the Pokémon Center slowly. At present his first and only goal was to know how Charmander was doing. The little fire type had been in worse shape than himself the night before, if he had indeed only been unconscious for a night, which Ash sincerely hoped, and he desperately wished to know the state of things. Once he finally made it down to the lobby, he saw all three of his friends sitting on the couches in the lounge area. When they saw Ash, they each stood up to call out to him, but it was Giselle who ran toward him as fast as she could and threw herself into a full embrace around him. Though it did indeed hurt somewhat, he nonetheless politely soldiered through and returned the hug as best as he could. After the embrace she backed away from him and asked with soft concern in her voice. "How are you feeling?" The young man simply sat down on the couch they were currently making use of and sighed. "Physically I'm fine, just a little tired. Mentally though? Phew." He ran a hand through his messy hair. "That's a little different. But more importantly, how's Charmander doing?" Misty thumbed back toward the doors that lead to the medical ward. "We don't really know. Nurse Joy hasn't come out yet to give us an update. But she did say last night before we all went to bed that we got Charmander here just in the nick of time." Giselle furthered. "She said one more hour and it probably would have been too late, the condition he was in. And she said yes, it's a he." Ash nodded in understanding. "That's good, I'm glad she at least gave a somewhat positive report." Finally, he gave a long sigh and then looked at each of his friends in turn. "Look guys. I really can't remember much of anything last night from before we went to get Charmander. This is really bothering me and I need to ask. What did I do to Damien and his friends?" They all looked at each other and a silence fell for a short time before Giselle asked softly. "You really don't remember anything? At all?" He closed his eyes and concentrated. Maybe. I don't know. It's all a bunch of fragmented memories and broken images. Sounds, sensations. But nothing clear." With that, resigning themselves to what needed to be done, his friends sat down. Giselle and Misty on either side of him and Brock on the couch across from them. The brunette laid a comforting hand upon Ash's own while the squinty-eyed teen sighed and crossed his arms. "You better brace yourself Ash because this is hard for even us to understand, let alone tell." The younger boy simply nodded while Pikachu hopped up and rested in his lap. His friends then went into a long explanation of everything that had occurred the night before, specifically what he had done to Damien and his crew. Brock predominantly told the tale but Misty and Giselle both interjected where needed and helpful. By the time they were done Ash simply sat where he was, totally silent and unable to say anything for the longest time. When he finally did it was with a tone of utter disbelief. I can't believe I did something like that." Giselle leaned forward and tried to be reassuring. "There's nothing wrong with you Ash so please don't even think that okay? It's not like you tried to kill them or anything. You just, well, got a little violent, and scary. That's all. Yeah that Damien kid was a cruel, wannabe RPST and didn't deserve to have any Pokemon at all, let alone the chance to get his nasty hands on a girl. What you did was what needed to be done." Misty stated firmly. "I cursed him." His hands went up into his hair as he sat up straighter and looked straight ahead at the far wall, eyes wide. "I did something to where he won't be able to touch any Pokemon or a girl ever again. How is that even possible? How did I do that?" "I don't know Ash." Brock shook his head. But somehow, when you get really mad like you did earlier, that strange energy overtakes you and does weird things to you. It happened at Moon too, but that was nothing compared to what happened last night. You weren't evil though or anything. Giselle added in. I mean, it was scary, but I didn't feel your anger was directed at anyone but Damien and his friends. And even though you probably could have easily killed them with that unnatural strength you were displaying, you didn't. And that counts for something. Yeah, I'd say you did a heroic thing. Misty reached out and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, reflected in the similar smile she wore. I mean, you did save me and I can't thank you enough for that, Ash. Really. You came to my rescue and that means a lot to me. They're right. Brock agreed with his own smile. There's no way of knowing what happened last night. For now, it's best to just put it out of your mind and not dwell on it. At that very moment they heard a ding above the medical bay doors, followed by the light on the sign itself going off. A few seconds later Nurse Joy herself emerged and walked into the lobby. Seeing this, Ash and his friends all rushed over to her expectantly, eager to hear the news. At first she looked up in surprise, but, seeing them, she smiled sweetly and answered the question she knew was on all of their minds. You will all be greatly relieved to know that Charmander is going to be just fine. A look of immense relief did indeed settle upon all of them, as evidenced by the joyous smiles they each began to don. He was very weak from being out in the rain for so long, as well as being undernourished and dehydrated. But we injected some 4 fluids, put him inside of a warm cell incubator and managed to get him to eat as well. He should be just fine after some good rest. Man, that's a huge relief, wow. Ash sighed and looked up at the ceiling, smiling and closing his eyes for a moment to enjoy the good news that had been presented to them. No kidding, Nurse Joy, you're amazing. Misty gushed, a sentiment echoed by both Giselle and Brock. This of course caused the humble nurse to blush and palm her cheek. Oh dear me, no, I just love doing what I do, it's my duty and a privilege to help sick Pokémon. She then smiled again, one in which appeared most satisfying, as she put one hand to her hip and raised a finger of the other into the air. You 4 would also be very happy to know that I contacted the Pokémon League about that messy business with Damien and his friends last night. Ash looked at her in surprise, not aware she had been told, but, seeing his surprise, she explained. Oh, your friends told me about everything that happened last night, Mr. Ketchum. He quickly shared a look with his friends, but the expressions they wore silently communicated that they did not tell her everything. Given that he left all of his Pokémon here last night after he and his friends left, I made this known to the League once I was finished explaining the situation to them. Joy smiled and held her left open palm out. Apparently this has not been the only time that someone has contacted the Pokémon League on Damien for Pokémon abuse and neglect. A few of my relatives have done the same thing, it seems. Therefore, once I told the story to the gentleman I spoke to, who works in the department that monitors the behavior of Pokémon trainers, he assured me that they would be immediately revoking Damien's trainer license. Looks of shock but also great enthusiasm came upon Ash and his friends as she went on. Furthermore, since he effectively abandoned his other Pokémon here just like he did with Charmander, the League said that they would send someone out to this center and take custody of Damien's Pokémon. At this Giselle appeared concerned. But what will happen to them though? Oh, don't worry about that, Joy assured. The Pokémon will be asked if they wish to be taken under the wing of other, more responsible trainers. Sort of like an adoption program. And if not, they can either be released or become League Pokémon. Of which there are many uses, all of them being their own choice. That answer seemed to pacify and placate all of them, but at that moment, Ash's eyes widened as he slapped his hands down onto his cloth belt and began frantically patting his hips. Seeing his distemper, Misty questioned him with a fair bit of concern. Ash, what's wrong? His mind having just been jogged to think about it, the dark-haired boy answered his friend with great worry laced in his voice. My Pokémon. I know Pikachu came with us last night, but the rest of them I left with Chansey in their Pokeball. His friend seemed to relax hearing that, and Joy soon showed why. She smiled seeing such obvious concern and care that the young man had for his Pokémon before alleviating his concerns. You can calm yourself and rest easy, young man, your Pokémon are all just fine. They themselves had a long, restful night in the PRM and are doing just fine this morning. Pikachu even had an hour or two in it when he felt comfortable enough to leave your side for a bit last night. Pikachu I smiled and nodded cheerfully at her statement, chirping his verification, just as Joy clapped her hands. A few moments later Chansey came out of the medical bay pushing a cart and on it, the same tray that Ash had placed his Pokeball on the night before. Oh, thanks Chansey. He gave a grateful smile to the pink Pokémon and took the ball holding his Pokémon. He then strapped them back to his belt with a sense of immediate wholeness settling upon him as he did so, like he was complete once more. After this he turned back to Joy and asked, "May I please go and see Charmander?" The pink-haired nurse smiled sweetly at the boy and nodded. Of course you can. In fact I believe he will be very happy to see you, Ash. The boy tilted his head. Huh? Why? Well, when you and your friends brought Charmander to us last night, he was wrapped up in your rain poncho. But even when we were working on him he utterly refused to let go of it. Even now he is still laying with it, and I believe it has something to do with your scent being on that raincoat. While hearing this did indeed surprise Ash somewhat, his anxiousness to see the fire type in question grew too great, and therefore, he was soon walking quietly into the recovery room to see the matter for himself. Pikachu was on his shoulder. When he entered the sterile ward, he looked toward middle of the room and saw Charmander laying inside of a recovery capsule, curled up in his own raincoat, just as Nurse Joy said, fast asleep. Ash smiled softly at the scene and then walked over, sitting down on the chair that was in front of it while he waited for Charmander to wake up. It only took a short time of sitting in companionable silence with Pikachu on his lap before he finally saw the raincoat move and noticed that Charmander waking up. Ash was greatly relieved to see that his tail flame was now burning a bright, healthy, orange-reddish color. Upon the rescued Pokémon waking up and seeing Ash sitting next to the capsule, he immediately brightened in a manner similar to his tail flame and called out happily. Charmander Char. Ash smiled kindly at him and pressed a button on the side of the capsule, which lowered the protective dome so that he could more personably talk to the fire lizard. Nurse Joy had already assured him such a thing was acceptable if Charmander did indeed wake up while he visited. Hey there Charmander. How are you feeling? The bipedal salamander smiled and made a quick but rapid reply. Charmander Char, Char Char. The boy just shrugged modestly. Well, I'm really glad you feel better, but you don't need to thank me, Charmander. I did what I did because I care and I didn't want anything to happen to you. I'm really sorry Damien did what he did. At this, the pre-evolved form of Charmeleon looked down sadly, his tone as morose as his expression. Charmander Char. Reaching out, Ash placed a very gentle hand upon the fire-type's shoulder and smiled as comfortingly as he could. Charmander, don't ever blame yourself for what happened. Damien and Damien alone is to blame. He's a poor, pitiful excuse for a Pokémon trainer and doesn't deserve to call himself one. I may not know you well, Charmander, but I can look in your eyes and tell, you've got spirit. You're special. He took a moment to collect the proper words before continuing. Besides, I did something that'll ensure he never gets to train any Pokémon ever again. Charmander looked up at him when he said that with surprise and even a little bit of anger in his eyes, assuming that Ash had done something bad to Damien. As abhorrent as the boy was, he had still been Charmander's trainer, and the young fire type obviously was a fiercely loyal Pokémon, even to those who did not deserve it. Seeing this, Ash sighed. He knew what had to be done in order to truly break Damien's hold over Charmander. He only hoped that he would be able to willingly call upon the ability that would be needed to do so. Charmander. I think you really need to see something, okay? I'm going to try and show you my memories of when I did what I did to Damien and his friends. I just need to touch you in order to do so, is that alright? After staring at the messy-haired trainer for a short time, the formerly abandoned fire-type nodded and allowed Ash to reach his hand out toward him. As he did so, the young rookie took a deep breath and tensed up, focusing with all his concentration on his right palm and hoping to Arceus that the strange power he didn't even understand would present itself. Luckily for him, the mark on his hand started to show itself as the spiritual energy he knew not began to channel into his palm. And as his hand neared Charmander's head, the white mark emblazoned into his flesh began to glow even brighter until, once he finally made contact, the light reached its apex. As soon as the connection was made complete, Ash, who felt almost as though he were on autopilot, started sharing the memories of everything concerning Damien from the night before. At first, Charmander seemed merely intrigued at what he was seeing. However, when it came to the parts where Damien was openly belittling him and joyfully admitting that he had abandoned him, the fire-breathing lizard winced in pain. Ash's heart went out to the small Pokémon as the connection they were currently sharing meant that he could feel Charmander's pain as the truth sank painfully in. And even though Damien had already been horrifically dealt with, the son of Delia felt a fresh wave of hatred pass through him for the selfish fool. After the memories finally stopped coming and Ash removed his hand, the connection ending, Charmander was left staring down at the ground as if his entire world had been shattered. Ash once again placed a hand on the small Pokémon's shoulder, causing the fire-type to look at him. Charmander. I know how upset you feel right now and I know you feel betrayed. But instead of sitting there feeling worthless about yourself, use this as an opportunity to make yourself stronger. He smiled encouragingly. Damien was only going to hold you back, he's a loser, you're better off without him. You can become 100 times stronger without him and prove just how great you really are. Feeling sorry for yourself won't help anything, it'll only make it worse. You need to take action. Charmander merely stared with wide eyes at the messy-haired boy as his words washed over him. While, indeed, he felt heartbroken and saddened by his former trainer's betrayal, there was a truth to Ash's words that rung true and clear. As he sat there, looking at the boy who had saved his life and was now offering him more encouragement and compassion than Damien ever did, Charmander gradually felt a shifting within his heart. A stirring that went beyond the pain he had been feeling and into something else, a feeling of determination and passion as Ash's words started to ignite a fire within his belly. A fire that went beyond his nature as a fire Pokémon. After a time of just staring at the boy and allowing his words to sink in deeper and deeper, Charmander finally allowed a small smile to cross his lips as he nodded. Charmander. Ash smiled hearing that and then shifted a little in his seat before saying what was on his heart. Charmander, I think you really are a special Pokémon that any trainer would be lucky to call their own. I say this because it's exactly how I feel about you. And with that said, he stopped for a moment and looked at Charmander intently, though with kindness still visible in his amber eyes. I realize you may not want anything to do with Pokémon trainers ever again, but if you think you might be able to give it one more chance, I would be honored and happy to accept you into my family. As my Pokémon. Charmander immediately appeared stunned to hear this, but Ash went on. I promise you this, Charmander, if you decide to join my team and family, I will always love you and take care of you. And together, we'll both train to make you stronger than you can even imagine. But it's a decision you have to make. The shocked fire-type simply sat where he was, in deep contemplation over the kind human's offer. Seeing he needed time, Ash stood up and smiled at him. I'll let you rest now, Charmander. Just think about my offer, okay? Pikachu, who had been quietly allowing the two to exchange until now, hopped up on the capsule and reassuringly patted his fellow Pokémon's shoulder, reaffirming Ash's offer in his own words. Pika, Pikachu Pikachu, Pika Pika Pikachu. After this, both of them shared one final farewell with Charmander and then left the room. Also leaving Damien's former Pokémon in deep thought about what he was going to do. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX friends were all packed up and ready to leave the center. It was still mid-morning, so they assumed that they might be able to make it to Rolanda town by nightfall. The raven-haired boy in question swung his pack over his shoulders as they stood in the lobby and looked toward the infirmary doors for any sign of Charmander. When he didn't see him, Ash just sighed. Well, I guess he didn't want to come after all. Can't really say I blame him after what happened with Damien, but man, he would have been one heck of an awesome Pokémon. I just hope Charmander finds happiness, whatever he does. Giselle and Misty looked at Ash with sympathy, the former reaching out to lightly squeeze his hand for comfort. Brock placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Charmander may have decided not to come with you, but I know he's grateful nonetheless, Ash. If you hadn't led the charge that night in saving him from the storm, he would have died. You gave Charmander another chance at life, and that's what counts. Ash smiled at the other boy. Yeah, you're right, Brock. I hope, whatever he gets into, Charmander is happy and content. With that said, they all bade one final goodbye to Nurse Joy and then left the Pokémon Center, the open road beckoning them once more. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX however, when they suddenly heard a loud call of, "Char! Charmander, Char!" Stopping in their tracks, they all turned back and saw Charmander running to catch up with them, his tail flame burning bright, healthy, and hot. Initially, a look of surprise was found on each of their faces until he finally caught up to them and stopped in front of Ash. "Well, hey there, Charmander, did you come to say goodbye?" The boy smiled and knelt down in front of the Pokémon with Pikachu curiously blinking from upon his shoulder. Charmander, Char!" The decidedly resolved and much more cheerful-looking fire-type shook his head, and it was only then that they all noticed a Pokeball being held between his sharp little nails. For a time they simply stared in confusion at him before Charmander laid the ball on the ground and then stepped back, looking expectantly at Ash. The boy in question seemed perplexed for a few seconds before Brock put a hand to his chin. Maybe. Maybe that Pokeball is Charmander's. You know, the one Damien caught him in." Ash looked back at Charmander, who was now staring down at the ball in disgust. Suddenly, in a move none of them were expecting, Charmander backed up a good distance away and then took off at a fast run back toward them again. The mystery as to his actions was soon answered though when he leapt into the air and then came down on top of his own Pokeball, head first. The spherical device could not withstand such an abrupt striking force and, in spectacular fashion, promptly shattered into dozens of little pieces. When Charmander stood back up, the Pokeball was truly left in naught but tiny pieces. He then opened his mouth and let loose a small but quite hot-looking ball of flames down at the shattered remains of the ball, which easily incinerated them, leaving nothing remaining. Charmander nodded in satisfaction at his successful endeavor before looking back up at Ash and smiling. "Charmander, Char!" At first, the young man seemed at a loss as to what he just witnessed and gave voice to it. Charmander? Why exactly did you just destroy your Pokeball?" The reptilian fire lizard started pointing up at the empty ones on Ash's side, voicing what it was he wanted at the same time. "Charmander." It took him a moment but the rookie eventually figured out what was being said. "Charmander. Do you want to join us after all?" The fire-type smiled and nodded rapidly, elated that he was finally understood. "Charmander, Char!" Ash himself smiled like a kid on Christmas upon hearing that and then looked up at Pikachu. "Well, what do you say, Pi? Can he join the team?" The equally as enthused electric type gave a thumbs up and I smiled down at his soon-to-be teammate. "Pika. Pikachu, Pika, Pi." Nothing more needing to be said, Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his cloth belt and looked down at the Pokémon he was about to make his own. "All right then, Charmander, welcome to the family." With an eager nod and a happy reply of, "Charmander," he leapt into the once more and met the ball in mid-air as Ash threw it. The red and white device popped open and seeked the fire Pokémon inside of it. It then fell to the ground and didn't so much as wiggle a single time before going still, a signature star burst and dinging sound signaling that the capture was complete. Grinning from ear to ear, Ash ran up and bent down to pick up the Pokeball before turning back to his friends. Another one for the family, guys. Brock crossed his arms and chuckled. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I think Charmander formed a bond with you the night we saved him. You really are gonna make a great team. Yeah, Ash, I think you're going to help Charmander become stronger than Damien ever even thought possible. If anyone can do it, I know you can. Misty stated with utmost confidence in her friend. Way to go, Ash. You've got a new Pokemon and a new friend, and you didn't even have to train Charmander first to make it happen. Giselle I smiled in amusement. I'd say that would be one for the Pokemon Tech textbooks indeed. The young Ketchum held up Charmander's new Pokeball and watched as the sunlight glinted off of it before he looked back at the open road ahead and grinned. Alright guys, let's hit the road. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Charmander rushed forward and clashed heads with Bulbasaur. The two of them struggled back and forth in a battle of strength. Suddenly, they heard a shout of, "Pikachu!" Both of them looked up and then managed to jump out of the way just in time as Pikachu came spiraling through the air and slammed an iron tail into the ground, cratering it. The three smaller-statured Pokémon backed away from each other, breathing heavily and quite a bit scuffed up from the long sparring session they had been thus far embroiled in. Although, rest was not an option as they quickly threw themselves right back into all-out combat. This time with Bulbasaur using Razor Leaf, Charmander using Ember and Pikachu with a Thunderbolt. Ash's other Pokémon, meanwhile, stood just outside of the forested clearing that had been chosen for a temporary training ground. Mankey, Pidgeotto, and Cleffa were also quite battle-worn and exhausted from their own training, but since they had already partaken in their own three-way battle royale, they got to simply watch for the moment. Ash, himself, stood near the middle of the clearing, watching with critical eyes as his Pokémon battled it out. Finally though, the currently dueling trio hit one another with each of their strongest attacks and were sent soaring in opposite directions, eventually hitting the ground and skidding across the grass with dirt bellowing in their wake. At this he stepped in and called out loud enough to be heard, "Great job guys, bring it in." A hand wave was sent to Pidgeotto, Mankey and Cleffa as well. "You guys too, we're done." Even though the six of them had just been viciously fighting it out to see who could overpower the other, as soon as the proverbial training bell was sounded, it was though their demeanors immediately changed. Indeed, even as they all ran to their trainer, amiable and friendly chattering in their native language quickly started up among them. As though they were praising each other for battles well fought. Once they had all gathered around, Ash himself switched from stern and disciplined trainer to a doting and compassionate caregiver. Here meaning that he quickly grabbed his backpack and took out some of his healing supplies, which he dutifully set to work using to heal his Pokémon of any wounds they sustained during training. Once he was done, Ash praised them all for such a hard session of training and then dismissed them to go and rest. This was advice he as well took since the young man, tired from his own workout earlier, trudged over to where his friends and their own Pokémon were gathered at the head of the clearing. With a sigh, he collapsed on the ground next to Giselle and was just about to lay his head on her lap when she held her hand out to him. "Ash Ketchum. What did I say you have to do first before you even think about laying on me?" The tired boy just sighed again and then crawled over to his water bottle. He then stood up, took off the top part of his track suit and laid it over a nearby tree branch to dry from the sweat that it was soaked in. He then took the water bottle and started pouring it over his head and upper body, cleaning himself of the sweat that was glistening on his skin. Once he was done cleaning himself, Ash looked back at Giselle again and held his arms out in an exaggerated fashion. "Better?" The brunette merely nodded in smug satisfaction and then patted her lap. He chuckled at their little byplay before going up to her again and laying down once more, this time settling his head onto her lap. Even as he settled himself into a comfortable position he sighed pleasantly. Man, your lap is comfy. Not even a pillow is this nice. The brunette merely rolled her eyes and smacked him playfully on the chest. Oh, hush up, Mr. Ketchum, and just be still. He cracked one eye open and smirked at her mischievously. Yes, Ms. Yuto, whatever you say. The former tech student shook her head, trying to keep herself from smiling, and just laid her head back against the tree she was reclining upon. With her slender fingers idly trailing across the top of Ash's messy dark locks, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the sun shining upon her face. Misty stared at the two with undisguised jealousy in her eyes and then looked away. Brock, oblivious to this, gave a glance at their two other friends and commented. I think Giselle might just be starting to like Ash as more than a friend. The Orangette just shrugged. Yeah, I guess. She was silent for a moment before venturing forth slowly. I wonder how Ash feels about her. He also shrugged. It's hard to say. Ash is young but way more mature for his age than most people would think possible. Misty said nothing more on the subject and tried to put it out of her mind entirely by returning her attention to the book she had been reading on water Pokémon. Ash, for his part, was feeling quite drowsy as he laid in Giselle's lap. His body was tired from the harsh workout, but he still turned his head to look over at where his Pokémon were now napping away with his friend's own 3 separate teams. As he stared at their sleeping forms, the talented young greenhorn felt a rush of pride and deep affection settle in his heart for all of them. It amazed him, still, how committed and determined every single one of his Pokémon were. And his current lineup was no exception. Not only did they always give 100%, but each member of his growing family were, likewise, growing closer to each other. They all got along well, they trained together well and, most importantly, they encouraged one another without fail. It was easy to see the bonds of friendship being forged between them all. It still amazed him that Bulbasaur and Charmander's former trainers found them weak. The only reason either of the two young Pokémon had any shortcomings whatsoever was because their old MSTRS had failed them, not because they were inherently weak. Quite to the contrary, in fact. Charmander, for example, like Bulbasaur, had a fiercely burning longing to become strong and pushed himself to the limits during training. Ash had scanned his newest Pokémon with the Pokédex before he started putting together a training regimen for the fire type. Upon doing this, Dexter informed him that Charmander possessed the ability Blaze and knew the moves Scratch and Ember. He was showing himself to be every bit as dedicated as Ash's other Pokémon were, and he was already proud of him. It was only going to be a matter of time before Charmander truly started to make great strides in power and strength. But for the time, those were future matters. At present, all Ash wanted to do was just relax on his comfy lap pillow and enjoy the feel of the sun as it lulled him into a state of peaceful rest. After about 2 more hours of solid foot travel, the traveling group of 4 at last arrived at the small, quaint town of Rolanda. A cozy little community that was just out of the way enough to be considered rustic. Well guys, we made it. Ash took in the surroundings of the small town they had just walked into, a feeling of satisfaction settling over him that they had reached their current destination. Interestingly enough, the town was laid out in such a way that both the commercial shops and housing were located on opposite ends of the main road, which literally cut straight through the heart of town. Yes. Now we can finally sleep in a bed again for once. Misty cheered with her fists pumped into the air. And get a shower. Giselle spoke with a sigh, as if she had suddenly found herself in a heavenly paradise. Maybe we can even go out to eat for a change, Brock added. The town itself wasn't overly large. The suburban side was exclusive for homes and apartments, and the opposite end was reserved for shops, grocers and other small, miscellaneous outlets. Before they even took a single step further, a young boy suddenly came running down the street wildly and, not seeing, bowled right into Giselle and Misty. This of course knocked all 3 of them off balance and caused them to fall to the ground. Ouch! Misty yelped as she opened her eyes after the unexpected fall. What the heck? That really hurt. Giselle whined, leaning up a bit to rub her sore backside. Ash quickly moved to help both young women up while Brock offered a hand to the boy that had caused the incident. Of whom had brown hair and was wearing a blue t-shirt and shorts. What's with the rush? Brock questioned before offering a small, amused smile. That's a good way to cause a human pile-up. The boy merely bowed his head low in regret. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to get to the police station so I could file a report about getting attacked by a bunch of Squirtle outside of town. They were all silent for a time upon hearing this before Ash finally spoke, picking at his ear as if he hadn't heard right. I'm sorry. What did you say? The boy held his hands out and began animatedly explaining. I was sitting under a tree reading a book outside of town when a bunch of Squirtle came out of nowhere and attacked me. I had a sandwich and a bag of chips I was eating when a few of them jumped me and the rest stole my food. A bunch of Squirtle did that? But why? Giselle queried in a tone that relayed her tremendous disbelief. I know why. A new, female, voice yelled out suddenly. They all turned around at this and saw Officer Jenny hurrying over to them from further up the street. Brock, whose thin eyes turned to hearts as soon as he spotted the female cop, went to charge into some delusional love rant but Misty was quick to yank him back by his vest. Not now, Brock. The blue-haired woman came up to them with a noticeable sense of urgency to her step, a Growlithe trailing her. The Pokémon that attacked you young man are notorious for playing jokes on everyone in town. Jenny looked at the boy and raised her finger. They call themselves the Squirtle Squad and are a band of rogue Pokémon that were abandoned by their trainers, apparently. So, to get back at people, as far as we can figure, they play tricks on them just like they did to you. That's terrible. Giselle huffed angrily. I hate people who abandon their Pokémon. Her friends all nodded in similar, vociferous agreement. Yes, it is a shame. Jenny agreed sadly. They're just upset at being forgotten by their trainers, I believe. Either way though, we still need to stop them. They are causing far too many problems for the people here in town. Even for travelers who are visiting and passing through. She turned to the boy again. Why don't you come with me, young man, and you can file a proper report at the station. The local gave her an assenting nod and then looked at Giselle and Misty, bowing his head apologetically as he did so. I really am sorry for running into you both. The two girls smiled in similar unison to put his mind at ease. It's fine, just be more careful next time, okay? Giselle smiled to sweeten her words. Yeah, other people are softer in the hindquarters and not as tough as we are. Misty playfully jested with a wink. With a sheepish laugh, the boy rubbed the back of his head and then followed after Officer Jenny as she led him away to the police station. Well, what do you guys say we head to the Pokémon Center and rest up a bit, maybe get a bite to eat? Ash floated with a shoulder shrug. At some point I want to give that gym here in town a challenge. All four were in one agreement and together they ventured down the street on their way to the Pokémon Center, eager to get a rest for tired feet and a warm meal for hungry bellies. For they and their Pokémon. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX and eating a good and proper lunch, Ash and his friends eventually found themselves standing in front of the Rolanda Town Pokémon Gym. The building itself was rather quaint, actually, and greatly resembled a standard recreational center. The only thing that set it apart as anything different was the Pokémon League Pokeball symbol emblazoned above the entry doors, marking it as an official gym indeed. Upon stepping inside through the brown, front double doors, they were greeted to the sight of what appeared to be a normal gymnasium. The cinderblock walls were all white and the ceiling, which was the same shade of color, stretched exceedingly high into the air. There were also bleachers on either side of the room and the floor seemed to be a standard, spring-loaded wooden surface. There were another set of double doors on the other side of the gymnasium that, most likely, lead to the rest of the building's quite sizable interior layout. However, that was most likely a private, off-limits area for the gym leader only. Possibly even a living quarters or out-and-out home. At that very same moment the doors in question suddenly opened and out walked a younger man who looked to be around his mid-20s. He appeared to be an average height for a male and had short brown hair. His outfit chiefly consisted of a white tank top, white baggy shorts and matching cross-trainers. He also had blue eyes and a somewhat angular face. When the man saw he had challengers, or so he assumed, he walked the length of the gymnasium toward them and then smiled kindly as a greeting. "Hey there friends. My name's Ben, the Rolanda Town gym leader and I specialize in normal-type Pokémon. Are you challengers by chance?" Ash stepped forward. "I am, sir. My name is Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and this is my pal Pikachu." He looked up at the Pokémon on his shoulder proudly upon introducing the spirited electric type. Pikachu, ever outgoing as he was, chirped in greeting to Ben while the others also introduced themselves. After pleasantries were properly dispensed, the young gym leader gave another bright smile. "Nice to meet you all. So then tell me Ash, let's get right down to business, does a 3-on-3 match sound good to you?" The raven-haired boy nodded eagerly, sharing a look with Pikachu, who seemed just as enthused as he was. "It sounds great Ben, we're all fired up." The brown-haired man put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Eager huh? I like that in a challenger. Alright, let's not stand around with our hands in our pockets then, time for a battle. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX gymnasium. Ash's friends, meanwhile, sat up on the right side of bleachers to cheer their friend on. The official referee for the Rolanda gym, a dark-haired man wearing a yellow button-down and black shorts, stood at the head of the ring. He lived in a separate apartment at the gym apparently, for convenience, as did most official league certified referees if the amenity was supplied to them by the gym leader. Upon the judge of the match making the standard pre-battle announcement, Ben drew his first Pokeball. "Raticate, I choose you." As the ball snapped open and unleashed the large, tan-furred rat on the battlefield, Ash smiled, feeling that oh-so-familiar rush of excitement for a battle come upon him. "Alright then, let's try this. Cleffa, make your mark," he declared while tossing his own Pokeball into the air, releasing the Pokémon he had captured at Moon for his first choice. "Begin," the referee ordered, immediately followed by Ben yelling. "Raticate, use tackle." Ash countered swiftly. "Cleffa, jump out of the way and use pound." Cleffa's normally cute expression formed into a focused, determined countenance as she leapt out of the way of the headlong rush. Then, without missing a beat, she brought one small hand around and struck Raticate across the face just as it passed by. The momentarily stunned rodent went tumbling away while Ben narrowed his eyes. "Raticate, get up and use quick attack and hyper fang." "Cleffa, surround yourself with magical leaf and then use sing." Just as Ash gave his counter command, Raticate rapidly closed the distance between itself and Cleffa by using quick attack, its teeth already glowing and expanding for what was coming next. The fairy type, however, had already summoned forth a shroud of glowing, levitating leaves that swirled around her like a protective barrier. Then, secured behind her defenses, she opened her little mouth and prepared to sing. Seeing the disaster that potentially awaited, Ben attempted to avert it by ordering Raticate to veer off course and run away from Cleffa. Ash, though, merely smirked. "Not gonna happen, Ben, sorry," sound echoes. Especially in a gymnasium. Sure enough, the acoustics in the room carried Cleffa's melodious voice like a microphone as she began to sing. Raticate started to run slower and slower as the weaponized lullaby took a toll until, in a matter of only mere seconds, its eyes closed completely and fell to the ground, fast asleep. Seeing Ben's disbelief that Sing had taken effect so unusually quickly, Ash explained. I had Cleffa train her voice by singing over and over again, honing her song until now, she can put other Pokémon to sleep twice as fast. He then raised his finger and pointed. Use Copycat to mimic Raticate's last move and follow it up with Pound. With quite the uncharacteristic smirk on her face, for species at any rate, Cleffa's little body glowed as she mirrored the last move of her opponent. This resulted in her exploding forth in a burst of blurring speed, quick attack her temporary weapon. In mere milliseconds she closed the gap between herself and the sleeping rodent and slammed into it at full force. Then, without so much as a lingering moment between blows, she spun around and struck Raticate with a speed-enhanced pound. Even as her opponent went tumbling across the wooden floor she followed it, once again using a series of relentless pound attacks to pummel Ben's sleeping Pokémon. Now finish it with Magical Leaf. Ash commanded, feeling the time for victory was at hand. Cleffa jumped back, her light form easily managing to drift quite some ways away from Raticate. Then, bringing her tiny little hands in front of her, she formed a sphere of glowing and razor-sharp leaves between them that she fired at her current enemy. Unable to defend itself, the pre-evolved form of Rattata was completely consumed by the vortex of leafy daggers. It therefore only took the span of 2 or 3 heartbeats before Raticate was sent flying out of the leaf storm and through the air until it crash-landed on the floor. The swirls now in its eyes showing that sleep had given way to unconsciousness. Raticate is unable to battle. This round goes to the challenger and his Cleffa. The referee announced. Ben frowned and returned his defeated Pokémon while Ash ran up to Cleffa and picked her up. You did it, Cleffa, you won. Man, I'm so proud of you. Cleffa. She happily cheered, exuberant of her own victory in her trainer's praise. However, in the midst of that cheer, her entire body suddenly began to glow, causing Ash's eyes to widen in surprise. It didn't take long though for the educated young rookie to understand what was happening and thus, he quickly set her down. Both he and Pikachu, as well as everyone else, looked on anxiously as Cleffa grew and her form changed shape. As soon as the bright, bluish-white died down and the evolution reached its completion, Cleffa now stood as a slightly taller, rounder and even rarer Clefairy. Quite a happy-looking one too, since she smiled up at her trainer and announced her new name. Clefairy. Grinning like a proud father, Ash pulled his Pokédex out and scanned her, for the effort of furthering Professor Oak's research if nothing else. Soon enough, Dexter's robotic voice began rattling off facts. Pokédex entry number 035. Clefairy, the fairy Pokémon. Its adorable behavior and cry make it highly popular. However, this cute Pokémon is rarely found. This Pokémon knows the moves, Pound, Copycat, Magical Leaf, Sing, Wake Up Slap, Metronome and Cosmic Power. Putting his Pokédex away after getting the readout, Ash smiled down at his newly evolved Pokémon. Congratulations on evolving Clefairy. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu also congratulated his teammate on her new form, pumping his small paws into the air in a gesture of his own happiness on Clefairy's behalf. Smiling at both of them, the newly metamorphosized fairy type leapt a few times in place, showing that the height of her jumps had also increased. Clefairy. Aw, Clefairy's even cuter than she was before. Misty gushed from up in the stands. I know. Giselle threw her head back and gave a long, whining groan. Why didn't I catch one at Empty Moon? I want one now. With the moment of celebration having come to an end, the referee looked over at Ben and cleared his throat. Gym leader, please choose your next Pokémon. Directing his attention from Ash and his newly evolved Pokémon, Ben became pensive for a moment as he considered his next combatant. Finally, having made his decision, he withdrew and enlarged his next Pokeball. Wigglytuff, let's go. He announced while throwing the ball that contained the evolved form of Jigglypuff. Wiggly. Came the sound off of Ben's second Pokémon as the pink-furred normal type appeared in a burst of bright light, leaving Ash now to choose his own next contestant. It didn't long, to his credit, before he decided and showed everyone who would be fighting in his corner. "Alright, thanks Clefairy." He smiled and held up her Pokeball. "You did a great job." Upon returning the happy-looking fairy, he stowed away her ball and swiftly retrieved another. "Alright, let's show 'em how to really rock Mankey." As soon as the spherical device snapped open in the air, the fiery fighting type emerged with a bellicose caterwaul, banging his fists on the ground and then shaking them wildly above his head. Knowing they needed momentum, Ben quickly gave the first command. Wigglytuff used Double Team. The long-eared Pokémon focused and immediately created several copies of itself that moved in to surround Mankey. "Stay focused," Ash called out. "Don't let that little trick fool you." Mankey nodded without looking back at his trainer, respecting the diligent young man more than enough to trust his judgment and command. Ash had earned it through all of their intense training together though. Wigglytuff used Body Slam. Ben yelled, causing his Pokémon and all of its copies run in toward Mankey at one time before jumping in the air. Mankey used Focus Energy and then wait for it. Ash instructed, getting nothing more than a narrowing of the eyes from Mankey as he crossed his arms and started to power up. Right when the group of multiple Wigglytuff clones jumped into the air and fell down toward their target, intent on crushing him flat, Ash yelled. "Using a rapid spinning Mega Kick on your back." Falling to the ground, the furry fighting type began spinning himself in a dizzying circle, his legs repeatedly shooting up into the air like a piston. As soon as each clone of Wigglytuff hit his kicking feet, they dispelled, leaving only the real one still falling. However, both it and Ben were stunned at the resistance and strength of Mankey's muscles since Wigglytuff landed straight on one of his driving legs and immediately went still. The force of the blow as the pink Pokémon landed was enough to drive the wind straight from its gut, leaving it suspended there on Mankey's outstretched leg. "Give it another kick," Ash ordered, which his Pokémon smirked and bellowed at just as he drove his other foot straight up into Wigglytuff's face, launching it back skyward again. He was already flipping back onto his feet just as his trainer spoke again. "Jump up after it and then use Seismic Toss." With a powerful leap into the air, Mankey closed the distance between himself and his opponent and grabbed Wigglytuff in a tight hold. Then, spinning around several times in the air, he let loose a loud, Mankey, before tossing the plushy Pokémon toward the ground at intense speed. Luckily for it, Ben was quick enough to tell the now endangered normal type to use Defense Curl and tuck itself into a ball to escape the worst of the impact. Which did indeed work to some degree since Wigglytuff managed to curl itself up protectively just before it hit the hard wooden floor. However, Ash wasn't about to let up and proved as much. "Mankey, get on the inside of Wigglytuff and unleash a barrage on it. Everything you've got." With a fire burning in his eyes, Mankey ran at Wigglytuff just as it tried to stand up, a litany of war cries leaving his lips. "Mank mank Mankey Mankey Mankey." Unable to move in time, Ben's Pokémon was helpless to evade Mankey as he began pummeling it with a barrage of rapid kicks, punches, chops and even scratching swipes. "Wiggly!" The final evolved form of Igglybuff cried out just before it was clobbered by one final uppercut and went airborne again. This time when it hit the floor there was a loud, painful, resounding smack. When the large-eyed Pokémon managed to struggle back to its feet, the signs of battle wear and scuffing proved to be great. Yet, Ben, knowing they had one final chance, went for broke. "Ash, we're going to give you a taste of your own medicine." Wigglytuff used Sing. Instead of responding to the would-be threat, the boy in question just smirked, remaining ever calm, and casually instructed in a nonplussed tone. "Mankey, use Mega Punch on the floor and break it." With another loud war cry, the battle-blooded pig monkey brought a glowing right fist down on the wooden floor and struck it so hard that he shattered an entire section of boards. Once again making Ash thank the stars that he had helped Mankey learn Mega Kick and Mega Punch so soon after catching him. The two moves having become absolutely invaluable. At the same time this occurred, Wigglytuff opened her mouth and prepared to use the same move Clefairy had so effectively utilized in the last battle. However, while the broken and splintered boards were still airborne after being popped up from Mankey's punch, Ash yelled in a tone that conveyed victory. Use a spinning Mega Kick and launch those boards at Wigglytuff. In an action that caused Ben and Ash's friends to gape in amazement at the sheer, unexpected ingenuity, Mankey jumped up and kicked several of the boards with a glowing, super-powered roundhouse. This sent all of them rocketing straight across the gymnasium like splintery wooden arrows and struck Wigglytuff head-on. Wiggly-eye! Came the pained and surprised cry of the normal type as the broken boards struck it in the face and torso, effectively ending its song and causing Wigglytuff to stumble backward. Now use low kick and finish it off with seismic toss. Ben, still reeling in shock himself as he attempted to keep up with Ash's ability to rapidly formulate counter-strategies at the drop of a hat, gasped as he saw that the admittedly brilliant tactic had only been a distraction. No. Wigglytuff, look out. He tried to warn his Pokémon since Mankey had used those few moments of them being taken off balance to rapidly close the gap between he and Wigglytuff. Just as the soft, pink-furred Pokémon regained its wits, Mankey was already within reach. Therefore, the fast and brutal monkey immediately slid into a powerful low kick that knocked Wigglytuff off balance. Just before it could fall over, however, Mankey wrapped it up in a tight hold and then leapt high into the air, once again demonstrating the strength and power of his well-trained legs. Just as he reached the apex of his jump, the fighting type tightened his hold on his victim just as they began falling back to the ground. Only now he started to spin both of them until they resembled a top that was on a collision course with the unyielding earth below. Neither Wigglytuff nor Ben could do anything to stop what was coming, and thus, just when Mankey let go and pushed away, Jigglypuff's evolved form struck the spring-loaded gymnasium floor with enough force to crack it in the immediate vicinity. Mankey landed in a low crouched position, eyes narrowed and ready for more, while Wigglytuff's unmoving form fell forward and landed heavily. It quickly became clear that it was no longer fit for battle. Wigglytuff is no longer able to battle. The referee held his arm out toward Ash. That means the winner of this battle is Mankey. Alright, Mankey. He cheered, Pikachu hopping up and down beside of their trainer in a similar state of celebration. You did it. You won. Nice work, buddy. Throwing his fists up into the air, the victorious brawler began trumpeting his name while hopping back and forth. Mankey. Mankey, Mankey. Mankey. To the disbelief of everyone in the room, a bright light surrounded Mankey and encompassed his entire form, ushering in the obvious signs of yet another evolution. In only a short few seconds he grew taller, larger and bulkier, the short hair Mankey once possessed bushing out until it resembled a giant dust ball. Finally, just as the transformation reached its end, the newly evolved Pokémon threw his arms out, flexing a now visibly rock-hard set of biceps. Primeape. Prime Primeape. As the light faded away to reveal a strong, fierce-looking Primeape standing in Mankey's place, Ash blinked several times, as if attempting to come to grips with what had just occurred. When it finally did, his face broke out into a grin that almost split his cheeks. Wow! A Primeape! Man, I can't believe Mankey already evolved, this is great. He and Pikachu both ran up to the freshly evolved fighting type, Ash clapping him on the shoulder proudly once he reached him. Primeape, I'm so proud of you. Looks like this means we're gonna be training even harder from now on, huh? Primeape turned to his trainer and nodded happily, smiling with great enthusiasm. So much so that he picked Ash up in a mighty bear hug and squeezed him tightly, to the point where the boy's eyes bugged out and he started to comically gasp for air. Ack. P. Primeape. Can't. Be breath. As the joyfully evolved Primeape Pokémon squeezed his trainer into near suffocation, Giselle narrowed her eyes up in the stands and shook her head. I don't get it. Why did Ash have Primeape finish the battle like that? What do you mean? Misty turned to the other girl, who further explained. Well, it's just strange is all. Mankey, or Primeape now, possesses the ability Vital Spirit, right? It prevents Pokémon who has it from being put to sleep. So why did Ash make Mankey go through all that just to avoid the effects of Sing? Brock was the one who answered. I think it's pretty obvious actually, Giselle. Ash could have had Mankey simply ignore that last attack, but he wasn't looking to just avoid it, he was searching for an opening to end the battle. That's why he had Mankey do what he did, to defeat Wigglytuff. Understanding dawned on the two girls' faces just as the referee looked over at Ben, who had already returned his defeated Pokémon and was choosing his third. If both battlers are ready, then please choose your final Pokémon so we can conclude the match. Primeape, having finally released Ash after the referee shot them a pointed look, looked at his trainer and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly while the boy gasped and sked in large lungfuls of air. Yeah. Just a minute. Ash breathed back, holding a finger up while Pikachu just twitched his ear at him amusement. You got a real squeeze there on you, Primeape. He straightened up finally and smiled at his newly evolved Pokémon, whom gave what could only have been a nervous chuckle. Primeape. Turning his attention back to the match, the boy became serious again and then looked at his most recent victor, deciding that he would scan Primeape with the Pokédex at a later time. You did great, Primeape, but I want you to take a rest now. I know exactly who I want to use for this last battle. Primeape nodded in understanding and then bid Pikachu a gloved fist pump goodbye before he was returned to his Pokeball. Ash then selected who he wanted for the final battle but waited for Ben to go first. The older man enlarged the ball he held and then reared back before tossing it. We're not done yet. Persian, I choose you. As the four-legged, golden-furred feline emerged from its ball with a glint of its catty eyes and a deep, rumbling-sounding, Piercia. Ash held up the Pokeball he held and smiled at it. I know you can do this. Now come out and show 'em all, Charmander. His newest and very first fire-type Pokémon appeared in a burst of light on the gymnasium floor with a lively flame burning on his tail, a fire in his eyes and a hot longing to prove himself to his new trainer. Charmander Char. Knowing it was desperate, Ben was quick to start. Use/attack. At the first, Ash gave no immediate command, he simply waited as Persian ran at full speed toward them. However, right when it was about to leap, claws extended and glowing, he finally spoke. Charmander, jump on top of Persian. Just before the large cat could slice him, the fiery salamander leapt high into the air, in a twisting motion, and landed on his opponent's back. He then heard Ash say, use Ember now. Ben went wide-eyed when he heard this, knowing the results could be devastating if left unavoided. Persian, quick. Use Thunderbolt to get it off your back. Utilizing a special move its trainer had taught it, Persian's fur seemed to stand on end just before it let loose a strong burst of lightning with a growl of, Perot. Thankfully Charmander's reflexes were fast and he managed to leap off the cat's back in order to avoid getting shocked. However, Persian was already running at him again, once more using Slash on Ben's orders. Caught unawares, Charmander received the full brunt of the slicing attack as Persian made contact, the force of the paw strike being great enough to send him flying back across the gym and into the concrete wall. With a grunt of pain he hit the hard surface and fell to the floor. To the amazement of everyone watching though, it seemed like he barely touched the ground before he was right back up on his feet again, this time with a look in his eyes that held a broiling mixture of various emotions within them. Even though it had only been one hit, that was all it took for a whole slew of repressed feelings to come rushing back to him. He remembered all the times that Damien had berated and belittled him for losing in matches. All the times he had been made to feel worthless just because he wasn't properly trained to defeat the opponents he was being sent up against. And then he thought about Ash. The kind young boy was the first human to show him genuine love and compassion, and already he was a far superior trainer than his last. Not only did he train with him properly, but Charmander knew Ash believed in him. And that was a faith he utterly refused to be let down. With all that in mind, he stood up tall and proud in the sight of everyone and then lifted his small arms skyward as he let the emotions inside explode free. Ka-ar. With this verbal outburst came a bright shroud of red energy that appeared around him, a crimson aura that was even seen burning in his eyes. And when Charmander finally took off running in a madly frenzied dash at Persian, wildly reckless ferocity radiating off of him in waves, Ash knew what just happened. Charmander had just learned Rage. In no time at all he leapt the short distance remaining between the two of them and then began viciously attacking the surprised cat with every ounce of power and strength he had. The slashing of claws, the kicking of feet and even the whipping of tail and the biting of teeth were all part of Charmander's rage-fueled onslaught. And Persian was unable to defend against such an assault, thereby receiving a brutal pummeling from the smaller Pokémon. Once the enraged explosion had subsided somewhat and Charmander leapt back away from Persian, the normal-type feline looked as though it had just been assaulted. Scratch and bite marks, as well as bruises and scuffed fur, could be seen all over the recently beleaguered cat. It was even breathing heavily after enduring such a beating. Sensing serious trouble if they couldn't turn the tide, Ben sought to do just that. Persian used Double Team and then Night Slash. Making use of yet another specially learned move in Double Team, Persian quickly created several copies of itself that surrounded Charmander. Then, just as they all prepared to leap at him with razor-sharp claws that were now glowing a sinister dark color, Ash had an idea strike him in an instant. Charmander, use Ember to surround yourself in a vortex of flames. Just as he anticipated, Rage enhanced the power of the fire-natured attack and caused the flames that shot forth from Charmander's mouth to come out as a hot stream, instead of mere fiery pellets. This had the added effect of creating a veritable wall of flames around him as he spun in place and breathed the scalding hot fire in a complete circle around him. Quite naturally neither Persian nor its clones were expecting this and therefore, they ended up jumping right into the flames. For the clones it was instantaneous, each one vanishing at just a mere touch, however the real Persian suffered the worst. With a yowl of pain it got pushed back by the flaming wall around Charmander but not before spending a few moments inside of the fiery ring, which also ensured that Persian was badly burned and singed in the process. Even as the cringing cat stumbled a little on its feet, Ash didn't stop. Charmander. Slam tackle Persian with as much force as you can and then use a full power Ember. Still under the effects of rage, Charmander came charging out of his fiery dome of protection, the flames lapping around his body harmlessly but still creating what looked like an armor of fire. Even while Persian stood on unsteady feet and tried to make an attempt to evade, Charmander was simply too fast presently and soon threw himself forward with every ounce of momentum and force he could gather. This translated in a full-body tackling slam that, enhanced as it was by rage and the flames still surrounding Charmander, launched the larger Pokémon off its four legs. Ben could only watch helplessly as his last Pokémon went soaring back into the far wall in the same manner as Charmander had earlier. Only this time when Persian hit and fell to the floor, the small fire type was already closing the gap once again with red-hot flames building inside of his partially opened mouth. In a picture-perfect finishing move, Charmander jumped and then unleashed a fiery stream of scorching flames at Persian. This time the normal-type cat was completely and totally encased in flames and was helpless to escape. Once the spout of hot fire finally came to an end and the effects of rage itself had also abated, Charmander was left breathing and Persian was laying in an unconscious heap against the wall, still smoking from the brutal finishing move that had indeed finished it off. Seeing the match was finally over, the referee raised his arm toward Ash. The gym leader's Pokémon are all unable to battle, that means this battle and the match goes to challenger Ash Ketchum and his team. Woo-hoo! The only son of Richard Ketchum jumped into the air and pumped his fists in victory. Charmander, we did it. You did it, I'm so proud of you. Turning around, the triumphant fire type smiled in genuine happiness at his trainer's words and then ran back to him, both of them meeting in the center of the gymnasium as Ash bent down and scooped Charmander up in his arms. Mander. Charmander Char. The formerly abandoned but now adopted Pokémon smiled down at the messy-haired boy, jubilance palpable on his face while even Pikachu praised and congratulated him. And of course Ash's friends up in the stands could not help but to cheer themselves. With a long sigh, Ben returned his last Pokémon and then walked up to Ash with a smile. "Well, it looks like you beat us fair and square, congratulations Ash. You and your Pokémon battled with incredible skill and the bond you share is one you should be proud of. And I mean that." "Thanks Ben." The victorious challenger let Charmander back down and turned to the gym leader. "We had a great time and a super fun match." The short-haired man pulled a black case out of his pocket and held it up. "Ash, you beat me with great strategy and superior intelligence in the heat of battle. Therefore, I reward you with this." Opening the case, he revealed a badge laying on dark felt that was gold in color and was shaped like a rectangle. It also had a small, extended circular bump in the center of it. "You have earned the aptitude badge." With a grin, Ash reached in and took the badge before holding it out to both Pikachu and Charmander. "Here we go guys, one step closer to the Indigo Conference." Both Pokémon cheered in the accomplishment that their team had attained just as his friends finally made it to join them. "Wow Ash, congratulations!" Giselle praised. "You and your Pokémon battled incredibly. It was amazing for me to finally witness a gym match in person instead of reading about it in class or watching one online. You know what this proves, don't you?" Misty smiled at her friend. "It means that me and Brock can feel better about losing to you in our own gym battles. This is the first one you've been in since ours and you won it too. You and your Pokémon are really growing into a strong team." The older boy nodded as Ash looked between them both in a manner of surprise at what they were saying. "She's right. It's not like we gave those badges to you out of pity or anything anyway, you won them fair and square. But seeing you win another official gym match just makes the losses we suffered more bearable is all. You're really becoming a good trainer." While initially unsure of how to reply, Ash eventually just smiled gratefully and nodded to their kindness. "Thanks guys. That means a lot coming from you." He then looked back at his defeated opponent and extended his hand. "Thanks again Ben, I hope to see you down the road for another match." The Rolanda gym leader reached out to shake the younger trainer's hand in kind. "You too Ash. Keep training and keep honing your aptitude for battle and I know you'll go far in the Indigo League." Ash looked down at Pikachu and Charmander and then, thinking of the rest of his loyally devoted Pokémon, smiled, nodding his agreement. "With my Pokémon backing me up? Count on it. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX well-heeled team of victorious Pokémon strapped safely back to their trainer's side in the comfort of their Pokeball, the group of young friends prepared to decide the next leg of their journey. Satisfied as well from the small snack they had enjoyed while waiting for Ash's Pokémon to finish their time in the PRM, a fresh pep had been added to their step. Moreover, the sun was still high in the sky with not a cloud overhead. All right. Ash finished stretching his back and looked at Brock as they exited the center. I'd say we still have enough time to do some traveling. Where should we head next? The squinted teen pulled out the Kanto traveling guide he kept in his pocket and leafed through it. Let's see here. I think our best bet would be to keep heading straight to Vermilion City for our next destination. There are another 3 gyms along the road too, if we're willing to go just a little out of the way here and there. What towns are they, Brock? Misty asked curiously, to which he looked at the book again before answering. Andon Town, Sarah City, and Caston Village. Oh, it sounds like fun, let's go. Giselle declared excitedly. Adjusting his pack and looking up at Pikachu, Ash nodded and looked down the street before them that headed out of town and back onto the main road. Then let's head out. The 4 of them were not long in walking down the street and away from the Pokémon Center, however, before they suddenly heard someone yelling, "Help! Help me please!" Turning around, they looked back and saw a young girl running their way from the other end of the street. She looked to be no older than 7 or 8 and had long red hair, freckles on her face, and was wearing a pair of jeans and a green t-shirt. Looking quite distressed, the young girl ran up to them since they were the only ones around in the immediate vicinity. Seeing as much, the 4 friends stood in place and watched as she stopped in front of them with a pleading look in her eyes. "Are you Pokémon trainers?" Ash just blinked at her for a moment before nodding. Yeah, we are. Is everything okay?" The little girl shook her head. "No. I was carrying an important package home to my mom when a bunch of Squirtle jumped me and took it." All of their eyes widened upon hearing that, and Ash urgently replied, anxious to find out more about the mysterious Squirtle bunch. "Where did this happen?" She pointed toward the mountains that could be seen just beyond the town. "There's an old woman who lives in a cottage outside of town, right at the foot of the mountain. She sells special herbal foods and medicines, and that was what I was carrying home when they jumped me." Knowing what needed to be done and seeing from the look his friends were giving him that they agreed, Ash gave the girl a comforting smile. "Hey, it's gonna be okay, don't worry, we'll help get it back for you." Her eyes immediately brightened in a mix of both surprise and hope. "Really?" The black-haired boy nodded resolutely. "You bet. Besides, we already heard about these Squirtle and I'm anxious to meet them. Can you tell us where it happened so we might be able to pick up a trail?" Brock asked. The little girl quickly nodded and pointed at the road that lead outside of town in the opposite direction. "Just stay on that road until you see a path that goes off to the right into the forest. It'll take you to the old lady's cottage, and it was on that path they jumped me." Misty looked over at her friends and held her finger up. "Hey, I saw that path whenever we were coming into town earlier." Ash grinned down at the girl and held up his fist. "Well, don't you worry. My name is Ash and this is my buddy Pikachu Dash." He nodded to the Pokémon on his shoulder and then gestured at his friends. "These are my friends Brock, Misty, and Giselle. We'll get that package back." The young girl smiled gratefully at all of them. "My name's Amy and thank you so much for doing this." Once assuring the girl they would be back, Ash and his friends quickly hurried to go and see for themselves just what these mysterious little terrors of the town were all about. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX groaned in frustration nearly an hour later as she and her friends, to no avail, wandered the forested path with no luck locating their quarry. Having been swiveling his head this way and that with a hand over his eyes to catch any sight of the ones they were hunting, Ash looked back at her in minor frustration. "Come on Misty, be quiet or the Squirtle will hear us and we'll never find them." The redhead merely sighed. "I'm sorry. It's just so darned hot out here." Giselle, who had long since discarded her jean jacket and was now lifting the hem of her white shirt up to cool herself off, agreed. "It is really hot out here." Suddenly they rounded a corner of particularly thick trees and came into a clearing, which had in its center the cottage that Amy had told them about. Moreover, there looked to be an older woman with completely white hair, wearing a long dark dress, snipping leaves off of some herbal plant. One that was growing just to the side of the steps that lead to the front door of the cottage. Excuse me?" Ash greeted as he and his friends walked up to the small dwelling/shop and the woman turned around to meet them. Seeing the four young strangers, the slightly wrinkled naturalist smiled kindly. "Oh hello there young people, how may I help you this fine day?" Ash nodded to her greeting and returned her smile with a polite one of his own. "We're sorry to bother you ma'am, but we're looking for those rogue Squirtle who've been causing trouble for the town. They stole a package from a little girl who just came to buy something from you and we're helping her get it back." The old woman sighed. "Oh dear, causing trouble again are they? Those poor little Pokémon, I bet if they just had someone to care about them they wouldn't act up so much." She then shook her head and pointed off to the side of her cottage, where the path they had been traveling continued on. "I believe I know where you can find them. If you follow this path it will take you to a bridge that crosses a ravine. On the other side you'll find another path that will circle you back around into town, right next to the main road that leads to Vermilion City. She looked back at them and shook her head again. Don't take that path. Once you cross the bridge, go straight through the forest you see in front of you. Eventually you'll come out into a rocky hollow right at the foot of the mountain. There is a cave there, and from my time wandering around near that spot gathering herbs, I have seen Squirtle going in and out of it. You might have some luck. The old woman put a hand to her chin and hummed. There is another, smaller entrance I have also found that I believe goes into the same cave, but to be quite honest, young ones, none of you are small enough to fit into it. Best to try the main opening first. Looking at his friends and then back at her, Ash nodded gratefully. Thank you, ma'am, we really appreciate this. She offered yet another kind eye smile. Why, of course, it's my pleasure. You kids take care now, you hear. After parting ways with the old healer, they left the clearing and continued on the well-trod wooded path. Eventually they came out to the large ravine she spoke of and the bridge that crossed it. A rather rickety one, albeit, but a way across regardless. Still a little weary of crossing rope bridges since the near disaster they had encountered when trekking to Melanie's cabin, the four of them carefully and cautiously took to the bridge with great trepidation. Thankfully, they all got across safely, a doubly fortunate occurrence since the fall from the bridge would have ended in yet another river far below. Which would have been made even worse since Misty could have sworn she had seen a Goldeen in the water. Upon reaching the safety of solid ground once again, they set their eyes toward the path that continued on to the right and back down the valley to the town. Following the old herbalist's advice, however, they instead went straight ahead, into the thick of the underbrush and wood. It thankfully only took a few minutes of trekking through such terrain before they finally came out into the very same rocky hollow that she had mentioned. And indeed, since it was right at the foot of the mountain, there, in the very center of the yellow rock was a sizable, ovular cave entrance. Well, I'll be dash, Brock put his hands on his hips. She was right, there it is. Ash nodded and then looked back at his friends. Come on, guys. But remember, be careful. If these Squirtle are as troublesome and tricky as we've heard, they might have placed some kind of booby traps in there. With all of them on alert, they approached the cool, musty-smelling entrance of the cave and walked inside. Although, after only going in for a dozen yards or so, they found the underground passage growing darker and darker the farther they went away from the entrance. Wow, it's dark in here. Giselle commented, to which Ash responded by holding the wrist up his transceiver was attached to and activated the flashlight feature. Soon, the way ahead was bathed in artificial light. Oh, that's much better. The brunette commented with a grateful smile at the dark-haired boy before they all continued farther into the cave. After following the underground passage for a short time, going around a few turns and the occasional sharp bend, they rather quickly saw another light source up ahead. Making their way to the source of the light, they all came out into a noticeably larger chamber. The source of the illumination, it was soon proven, came from a hole up in the ceiling of the cave, from which sunlight poured through. Hearing noise in the chamber, on the other side, Ash and his friends quietly snuck up behind a pile of large boulders, which separated one side of the cavern from the other. Then, as soon as they looked over top of the rocks, a surprising sight greeted their eyes. There, gathered into a large pile in the center of the underground cavern, was an assortment of human objects and stolen paraphernalia. An array of miscellaneous, mostly common items that one would find in most homes or grocers. What caught their attention the most though was the sight of a group of Squirtle, who were standing around in the middle of the chamber going through many of the things they had undoubtedly stolen. Strangely enough, all of them were wearing circular black shades except for one, which stood atop a rock overlooking their efforts and directing them. While he bore shades as well, these in question were designed in a sharp, upturned, pointed fashion. Making the water type in question look like it was cool and probably also causing it to feel like it indeed was cool. Unfortunately, Giselle, who had been leaning too far forward on the rock she was inclined upon, suddenly slipped forward since the surface was slick with water that fell from the cave ceiling. With a yelp she slid all the way down and landed on her bottom. Ouch! Hearing this, all of the turtles whipped around and spotted the brunette sitting on the ground, now lifted up slightly and rubbing her sore backside. Squirtle. In short order the lead Squirtle commanded his fellows with a point in their direction. Immediately they all moved like a well-organized troop and cornered Giselle. Although, seeing Ash, Misty and Brock hiding behind the rocks as well, they each acted in tandem of one another and fired off powerful water guns, which joined as one large vortex and easily blasted the somewhat small boulders into pieces with ease. With the invaders now exposed, all of the Squirtle surrounded the 4 trainers while the leader came up to them and spoke in a tone that clearly demanded to know what they were doing in their hideout. Squirt squirt. Squirtle squirt squirt. Squirtle. They each shared a glance with one another, keeping their hands up non-threateningly, even Pikachu from atop Ash's shoulder. Finally, the black-haired boy himself stepped forward to try his hand at diffusing the situation. "We're sorry for coming into your home like this, Squirtle, but if you can believe me, we're not here to harm or capture any of you. We came because we're trying to help a little girl that you guys took something important from earlier. Before you attack or do anything to us, will you at least hear me out first? Then you can do whatever you want." For several long moments the leader simply stared at Ash, almost as though sizing he and his words up to see if he were lying or not. However, when Pikachu spoke up from Ash's shoulder, obviously in support of his trainer, the word of one Pokémon to another apparently held just enough weight. Finally, with a curt nod, the boss of the Squirtle squad gave a single command and his companions relaxed somewhat, no longer in attack position. With a gesture at Ash, the leader implored him to speak. Squirtle. With a deep breath, he held his hands out and began. "Look, the things you've been doing to the townspeople is really making them scared, and mad. The stealing and the tricks you've been pulling has gotten way out of hand and it's causing the people to take these things to the police apparently. It's out of control." The lead Squirtle smirked and looked at his brethren, whom all began to snicker and high-five each other like they were succeeding at some amusing game for pure sport. Seeing their lack of understanding and concern for something that was far more serious than they understood, the boy frowned and became frustrated. "Stop snickering, it's not funny. Don't you have any idea how serious this is?" At his surprising outburst all of them stopped and looked at him, their leader frowning at Ash and pointing at him warningly. Squirtle squirt. Heedless of the perceived threat he went on ahead anyway, not fazed in the slightest. "No, you need to listen to me." He then turned and pointed toward the exit. "You think this is funny? You won't be laughing when the townspeople get so fed up they send someone in to trap and capture you. And if you think that can't happen, think again. They could call the Pokémon League and have serious professionals come out who will defeat you all and catch you without hardly even breaking a sweat." He gestured at them. "You might think you're untouchable because you work together, but you're not. There are a lot of professional trainers out there with powerful Pokémon who could easily subdue and capture you. And the worst part is once that happens, you could get sent off and separated from one another. Is that what you want?" They all shared a look with one another while his voice softened somewhat. "Look, I get why you're doing this. Officer Jenny told me you were all abandoned by your trainers at some point, right?" Silence met his words, even though he noticed multiple different expressions pass over the faces of each of the Squirtle present. Predominantly that of sadness, pain and anger. Glasses covered their eyes, but he didn't need to see them to read the feelings their faces were very clearly projecting. "I get it, I know you've been hurt and I am truly sorry for that, I mean it. There is no excuse for your old trainers abandoning you, but there also isn't any excuse for you taking your aggressions out on innocent people who had nothing to do with what happened to you." At that same moment he walked over and gestured to the several stolen human items they had gathered into a loose pile. "Look at this stuff, Squirtle, do you know what it is? These are people's private, personal possessions. Things they worked hard for to afford and in most cases, really need. He then noticed a small, wrapped parcel that had the image of an herbal leaf of some kind on the front. Assuming it to be the package they had just stolen from Amy, mostly since it was also right on top of the pile, he bent down and picked it up before showing it to the group of Squirtle. "You see this? You just stole this package from that little girl outside of town. She had been sent by her mother to pick it up at a shop that sells natural herbs and remedies. This wasn't just some random tool or replaceable object, this was important. Do you even care? Do you have any conscience at all anymore? Or have you become just like your trainers who abandoned you, willing to hurt anyone you can if it means revenge and feeling better about yourselves?" Both Ash and his friends noticed that all of the Squirtle, even the one in charge, actually had their heads slightly lowered as his deep words began to truly sink in. What if? He decided to hammer his point home with one last hard slide. That little girl's mother was sick. What if she needed these herbs to get better? What if, because you stole them, they can't afford any more and the mom doesn't get better? What if she dies and the little girl has no father? What if, because of what you did, an innocent child's life is completely ruined? Left alone with no parents? Wow. For the longest time after that, no one said a word. The Squirtle, Ash's words ringing in their ears and burrowing deep into their hearts, would barely even look at each other. In fact, their heads were now hung so low that the guilt radiating off of them was palpable. Finally, after seemingly a never-ending silence, the leading Squirtle walked up to Ash and looked at him. Nothing was said as the two just stared at each other until, at last, the shelled Pokémon gestured to the parcel Ash held, then toward the exit. Squirtle. Squirtle squirt. Understanding what he was being told, Ash smiled and nodded before leaning down to look Squirtle in its shades-covered eyes. "Thank you, Squirtle, I promise I'll get this back to the little girl so she can take it to her mom." He then stood up and looked at all of the mostly identical water-type reptiles. "Listen to me, all of you, I don't think any of you are bad Pokémon. You've just been hurt and now you're dealing with the pain however you can. But living like this, hurting other people, it's never going to make any of you feel any better. At the end of the day, you're still going to feel that same emptiness you do now. Only forgiveness and letting others in to help you is going to take away your pain. Just think about it." With none of the Squirtles saying anything in reply or even moving from their individual spots, Ash walked back over to his friends and gestured for them to follow. "Come on guys, let's go." And thus did they. Leaving behind a silent and deeply contemplative group of heartily chastised and greatly ashamed troublemakers in their wake. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX on their return journey a short time later, it was in relative silence. No one had really said much about the earlier confrontation with the Squirtle squad, but the deeper meaning behind the entire ordeal had stuck with them. And Ash's heartfelt speech back at the cave only drove that point further home. Once they actually made it back into town, they saw the little girl, Amy, and an older red-headed woman, who must have been her mother, waiting for them at the entryway, right at the first street that came off the main road. As soon as she saw them, the little girl became excited and ran up with her mother following at a less hurried pace. "Oh, you're back, you're back. Did you get it? Did you?" Ash simply smiled and handed her the package containing the herbs, which he had been hiding behind his back. Seeing this, her eyes widened just before she squealed happily and threw her arms around his waist in a tight hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You got it back. You actually got it back." She then released him and looked at both Ash and his friends. "Thank you all so much." While her exuberant joy made them all smile warmly, Amy's mother stepped up wearing a white floral print dress. Her face reflected the gratitude she was feeling and her words mirrored as much. "When Amy told me that a couple of Pokémon trainers were going to try and get the package back that those Squirtles stole from her, I was at first worried that she had caused all of you a mess of trouble. I never expected for you to actually return with it. She bowed her head for a moment in a show of sincere thankfulness. I cannot thank you kids enough. That package actually contains a few rare seasoning herbs that I needed to make Amy's father his favorite meal. You see, he's been on business for the last month and we miss him terribly. If not for you we would not have been able to properly celebrate his return, so thank you. While initially appearing a little embarrassed by the older woman's praise, Ash answered for them all by rubbing the back of neck. It was really no problem, ma'am, we were all happy to do it. Right, guys? He looked back at Brock, Misty, and Giselle, who all answered in kind with one accord. Even Pikachu gave his own input with a light-hearted, Pikachu pie. With a final head bow of gratitude, the mother smiled at them while reaching down to place a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Well, thank you again, all of you. I wish you the best of luck on your travels and hope you have a safe journey. Amy gave them each a bright grin, missing a tooth it seemed in the timeless rite of passage that went hand in hand with growing up. Yeah, I hope you all have lots of fun adventures. When I grow up I'm gonna become a Pokémon trainer just like all of you and catch a Pokémon just as cute as Pikachu. While she gushed and fawned at the yellow mouse on Ash's shoulder, who cutely rubbed the back of his head modestly, Misty smiled and put her hands on her hips. Amy, I bet you'll grow up to be a great Pokémon trainer. And maybe one day when you do we'll meet up again sometime. Giselle I smiled in agreement. That's right, maybe you'll even end up battling one of us later on down the road. With Ash and Brock nodding in agreement, the little girl gave a spirited laugh and nodded rapidly. Yep, maybe. I hope so. After saying their final goodbyes, Ash and his friends watched as Amy and her mother made their way across the road to the opposite sidewalk, where a public bus was parked letting passengers on. With a final wave to them, a quite lively one at that from the excitable little girl, mother and daughter both boarded the bus, which soon drove off down the street. The four Pokémon-loving enthusiasts had scarcely seen the bus off round the nearest corner, their hands lowering from their own farewell waves, when the siren of a police vehicle suddenly blared out from behind them. Turning around, they all saw an Officer Jenny speeding toward them from around the corner of a street that was off to their right. In rather short order she drove close enough that an interested Ash was able to wave her down from the sidewalk, which caused her to come screeching to a halt next to them on the road. What is it? She demanded in a hurried and urgent tone. This is an extremely important emergency. Hearing another siren wailing behind her just as an actual police car soon appeared from around the same corner, Ash looked back at the blue-haired enforcer and asked with concern laced in his voice. What's the emergency, officer? There's a big fire burning just outside of town in the direction of Vermilion City. She pointed off above the buildings in town to the forest beyond, where they could indeed see black smoke rising. We're going to set up roadblocks going out of and into town from Vermilion to try and keep people away from the immediate danger. Jenny looked back at them just as two more squad cars joined the first that was now stopped behind her. The local fire department is already on scene fighting the fire, but they just radioed in saying that it was starting to get out of control. If we can't stop it soon, we may have to end up evacuating the town. Giselle asked the question they all wanted to know. What caused the fire? She shook her head. We don't know for sure, but since it's coming into the dry season, it was most likely campers who didn't put their fire out. Since travelers pass by here on their way to and from Vermilion City, it's not too much of a stretch to imagine that could be the cause. Either way, we have to get going. Ash shared one look with his friends, who all nodded in silent assent, and then stopped her before she could take off. Wait, let us go and help you. She looked at him in surprise as he went on, gesturing to himself and his three companions. We're Pokémon trainers, we might be able to help fight the fire. Brock nodded. Yeah, I have rock-type Pokémon who can help toss rocks and dirt onto the fire. Giselle joined in by saying, I do too, followed by Misty also volunteering her own assistance. And I have water types. Jenny quickly shook her head. No way. I'm not letting children come along and put themselves in danger like that. Ash narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Officer, we're already in danger being this close to a fire that's getting out of control. Now we have Pokémon that can help put this fire out and maybe save people and Pokémon's lives, not to mention a heck of a lot of forest and property here in town. And if you don't let us go now, we'll just show up anyway. The female officer looked at him and his friends, seeing the firm resolve each of them held in their unyielding expressions. Finally, realizing that she was only wasting time, Jenny shook her head and gestured back toward the squad car at the rear of her motorcycle. Fine, get in. But if anyone tells you to leave or if you get in the way of the firemen, you do as you're told. Got it? They all gave a quick nod of consent and then hurried back into the squad car, informing the policeman at the wheel that it was Jenny's orders. Finally, with a loud revving of her bike's engine, the curvaceous brunette gestured for the small convoy behind her to follow and then sped off down the street again, all of them heading into the fiery inferno that awaited beyond. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX perimeter of the fire, Jenny parked her bike on the side of the road a short ways outside of town. Just as she lowered the kickstand and dismounted, Ash and the others hurried out of the police car that stopped just long enough to drop them off. As soon as they had reached her side, she was quick to give a stern order. "You kids follow me and stay close." With nothing more needing to be said, they all headed into the forest. It only took a short time of trekking through the underbrush before the smell and sight of heavy black smoke began to greet them. And as they went, it only got stronger. Once he himself and the others started to cough from smoke inhalation, however, Ash quickly took Pikachu off of his shoulder and stowed his first Pokémon safely into the top of his tracksuit. Even if it didn't provide total protection against the smoke, it was better than none in his mind. Before long they started to see an orange-hued glow up ahead, and the sounds of shouting, rushing water, and crackling flames began to greet their ears. When at last they came upon the site of the actual fire, all four trainers simply stared in a mixture of shock and horror. It was total chaos. All around the forest was set ablaze, treetops cloaked in dancing flames and heavy trunks charred to blackened husks by overwhelming heat. Moreover, the sight of several firemen, all dressed in standard yellow and black striped, fire-retardant uniforms, complete with matching yellow headwear, caused the scene to be that much more surreal. In the hands of nearly all the men were extremely long fire hoses that had been dragged from their fire trucks, through the forest, to their present location in order to do aquatic battle with the ravenous flames. Only for a short few seconds did they get to process what they were seeing before a gruff-sounding, "Jenny, what are these kids doing here?" sounded from somewhere in the hazy hot zone. Turning, they saw a large, middle-aged, brown-haired man with a matching bushy beard hurrying toward them. As soon as she saw him, Jenny saluted in respect. "I'm sorry, Chief, but I brought these kids to help with the fire because they are Pokémon trainers." Her voice, like his, was loud to speak over all the commotion as she gestured at them. "They were insistent on coming once they found out what was happening, and I was afraid if I didn't let them come, they would just get involved anyway and cause more harm than good. At least this way we know they're here." Ash stepped forward at that moment and looked at the burly fire chief with an unflinching gaze. "Sir, we're here to help. My friends have rock, ground and water Pokémon that can help you put out the fire, and me and my own can go rescue any wild Pokémon we find in the forest." Brock and Giselle both stepped forward, the former speaking for the two of them. "That's right, sir, I have an Onyx and a Graveler that can help by throwing large boulders and dirt onto the fire. And I have a Graveler and Marowak that can do the same." Giselle gestured at herself. "And because of their types, they'll be mostly resistant to the fire." Misty nodded, looking just as determined as her friends. "I have a Stereo and Starmie that put out a lot of water in a short time." The gruff-looking fireman looked amongst the four young people, who seemed so eager to put their lives on the line to help. Ash had one final word to speak. "Even if we can't do all that much, isn't it better than sitting around doing nothing when a whole town is at risk?" Finally, after warring with himself for as much precious time as he could afford, the fire chief gave what sounded like a growl and nodded. "Alright, fine. You can help. But hear me good and clear. He pointed at them sternly. You listen to what we say and realize that if anything happens to you or your Pokémon, we won't be held responsible. Understand?" All four of them nodded in tandem. "Yes, sir." Getting what he needed, he turned and pointed off in one direction toward the far left. "You kids who have the rock and ground types, head over there. The fire ain't as bad in that area yet and we want to keep it from spreading, but we don't have as many hoses trained on that sector. You want to do something, put out the fire there so we can focus all our attention on that dash." He then turned and pointed straight ahead, where the fire was undoubtedly worst. In fact, it looked more like a great wall of bright red flames encroaching inward like a tidal wave. "We need to put that beast out so we have most of our manpower focused there. Any water Pokémon you got, send them that way." He then turned and went to go back to his men but called over his shoulder in the process. "You kids just be careful for the love of Moltres." As the chief left them in order to go back to commanding the fire fight, Jenny turned to the four trainers and gave a salute. "I'm heading back to my squad so we can finish securing those roadblocks. You four be careful and watch yourselves." They all gave a return salute to the female officer and then watched her hurry away to attend to her own emergency duties. Ash looked at his friends afterwards and nodded resolutely. "This is it, guys. I'm gonna head out and find as many Pokémon as I can. You help everyone here put out the fire and we'll take care of search and rescue." Brock also nodded firmly and then stepped forward to clap his friend on the shoulder. "Take care of yourself, Ash, and don't do anything crazy." The younger boy smiled and shared a firm hand clasp with the former gym leader before being thrown for a loop as both Giselle and Misty tackled him in a tight hug. "Ash Ketchum, you better not do anything stupidly heroic," Misty ordered in a commanding tone that did little to hide the concern she really felt. "You come back." Giselle, for her part, was far softer and more subdued as she simply whispered into his ear. "Please Ash, be careful. Be careful." While initially surprised and a little wide-eyed, he nonetheless returned the embrace with both girls and then stepped back to smile comfortingly at them. Ending the embrace lest Pikachu be smothered. "You got it, girls, don't worry, we'll be safe and sound. You guys be safe too, and once this is over, we'll all see each other again." Once their final goodbyes were said, his friends watched him run off into the part of the forest that was not yet as badly overtaken by fire. The last thing they heard was, "Come on Pi, let's save us some Pokémon." And a reply from the small electric type in his shirt of, "Pikachu Pi." Before they were gone. Turning to their own assignments then, Brock, Misty and Giselle all prepared for what they were about to do. The oldest of them went first as he enlarged and threw 2 Pokeball at once. "Onyx, Graveler, help us put out this fire." Giselle followed in kind, releasing her own rock and ground type duo with her resolve hardened and reflected in her eyes. "Graveler, Marowak, you too." Misty went last, holding a Pokeball in either hand. "Staryu, Starmie, let's show all the true power of water-type Pokémon." As the small group of soon-to-be firefighting Pokémon appeared in a series of bright flashes of light, Onyx's roar being heard even amidst the burning flames and high-powered water jets, Brock, Misty, and Giselle lead the way into battle. Even though there was definitely more than a little fear present, they each knew what all was riding on the present situation. And thus, with their loyal Pokémon by their sides, they threw themselves, quite literally, into the fire. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX through the forest with a small group of Rattata and Pidgey behind him. Having located the small band of terrified Pokémon under a burning log, which he kicked away, it took little convincing on his part to get them to follow him. He and his own Pokémon had been working as a well-oiled machine in their endeavor to rescue the imperiled forest natives. Having made a small clearing that was not ablaze the central meeting point, each of them had been spreading out into the fiery forest to locate any living thing they could. Once Ash finally made it back to said clearing, he found all of his Pokémon already present and waiting for him. Pikachu, Clefairy, Charmander and Primeape had each located a few Rattata, Pidgey, Spearow, as well as a couple of bug types such as Caterpie and Weedle. Bulbasaur, for his part, had stayed behind in the clearing so the fire would not be an immediate threat to him. He kept the way to the clearing unblocked and open of any potential fallen trees or debris by using Razor Leaf or Vine WHP. Something which he had already needed to do a time or two in order to keep the safe zone free and clear for his fellow teammates. "Is everyone okay?" Ash asked as he joined them in the center of the clearing, his retinue of rescued Pokémon joining the ones found by his own. Each of them called out affirmatively to their trainer and then Pidgeotto came flying into the clearing while cawing urgently. "Pidgeot, Pidgeot." Ash turned to look at his flying type up in the air. "Did you find someone, Pidgeotto?" The keen-eyed bird nodded as she hovered in place, leading him to turn and address his other Pokémon. "Alright guys, you take the forest Pokémon we found back to the firefighters and show them how to get out safely. I'm going to have Pidgeotto take me to whoever's in trouble, got it?" They nodded in understanding and then quickly rounded together all the Pokémon they had rescued before Bulbasaur lead the way out of the clearing, Primeape and Clefairy on either side and Charmander bringing up the rear. Pikachu himself remained behind and hopped up on Ash's shoulder before pointing ahead. "Pikachu." Ash nodded and then turned to look at Pidgeotto. "Lead the way, girl." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX them as she led him to a part of the forest that was suddenly ended at the foot of the mountainside. As they came out into a more clear area that was right in front of a sheer rock face, Ash saw in front of them, bravely trying to extinguish the flames devouring several trees by using their water gun attack, the entire Squirtle squad. The group of aquatic turtles looked to be exhausted, evidence of how long they had apparently been at it, and were standing over a frightened group of Rattata. Yet as tired as they appeared to be, none of them gave an inch and continued to blast the fire with ceaseless vigor. He and Pikachu only shared a single look before Ash ran over to them, flanked by Pidgeotto. As soon as he approached, the lead Squirtle turned to face him. The rest of the squad soon did the same as well, but he merely raised his hands in a sign of peace. "I'm only here to help you guys, please." Strangely enough, none of the Squirtles seemed to treat him with any caution or suspicion. Instead, they merely looked to their leader while Ash continued to assuage their concerns. "I can tell you guys must have been at this for a while, but I think I might have an idea that'll help you put the fire out, and save your energy too." They all considered his words for a few moments and then the head Squirtle simply nodded, waiting for his suggestion. Smiling, Ash stepped forward. "Great. But first, we need to get them to safety." At this he glanced down at the scared-looking Rattata, who were protectively encircled by the Squirtle squad, before turning back to Pidgeotto. "Can you lead them back to the others using the same safe paths we used to get here, girl?" He then held his hands out for caution. "Just please. Be careful." With nod of her plumage covered head, the female bird trilled in reply to her trainer and then gave him a quick, affectionate nuzzle with her beak before hurriedly shepherding all the Rattata in around her. Seeing that she was trying to help them, like the Squirtle squad, the wild rodents fell in behind Pidgeotto without a fuss and then followed close behind as she began leading them away on the path to safety. "Alright Squirtle, listen up." He turned back to the firefighting Pokémon. "You need to work in tandem with each other and coordinate your efforts, not doing it by yourselves." Ash then pointed at a cluster of large burning bushes that made up quite the fire. "Combine your water gun attacks together right there." The group of aquatic turtles turned in the direction he pointed out and then released several powerful bursts of water at the same time, each one merging together to create a single torrent of fire-dousing liquid. In little to no time flat, that entire section of burning brush had been successfully extinguished. Grinning, Ash snapped his fingers and cheered victoriously. Yeah, that's it. Just like that. Keep it up. With the head Squirtle taking point, they moved from one area of the forest at a time, merging their individual water-type power as one to forge a truly formidable firefighting team. Successfully extinguishing one patch of fire to the next before moving to another. Along the way, Ash and Pikachu even did what they could to fight the forest inferno. The former worked at digging his hands into the ground and tossing as much dirt onto smaller sections of burning foliage as he could. The latter, meanwhile, made use of his iron tail attack to carve much deeper ruts into the ground and therefore rain far larger piles of earth onto anything he saw burning. After working at this steadily for an indeterminate amount of time, Ash looked up, wiping the profuse sweat and soot from his brow, and surveyed their progress. Truly, by working as one unit, the Squirtle squad had thus far succeeded in dousing much of the fire that had once been raging on around them. Nodding in satisfaction at their process, Ash called to them. Great job, Squirtle, don't stop. If we keep this up, the whole forest will be put out in no time. With a collective reply of, Squirtle, they doubled their efforts and began to work even harder, moving faster than ever. Ash and Pikachu still took up the rear, doing whatever they could to help, but mostly, they were serving as inspiration and encouragement. This was a matter for Pokémon born to do such things to shine in. And shine indeed they did. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Squirtle squad just as they put out another rager. "We need to get back to the others and help them." Those last words were followed up by a series of coughs, the last hour and a half of near constant smoke inhalation starting to get to the bold young man. Turning to him after the last few embers were extinguished, the lead Squirtle nodded and then gestured for the others to follow him. Since Ash knew where his friends and the firefighters were located, battling the worst of the fire itself, he led the way. Since helping the Squirtle squad hone their firefighting technique, they had been through quite a large swath of the forest up to the present moment. Thankfully, due to their efforts, the scattered patches and zones of wildfire had been mostly extinguished, isolating it predominantly to the source of where the blaze had begun. Which is where they were heading to now. Ash knew though, from sheer common sense, that if the heart of the fire was not doused, and soon, it would only spread again. And being so close to town made such a possibility absolutely unacceptable. Finally, after making their way through the hazy forest for several long minutes, they at last could hear the shouting and commotion of everyone else directly up ahead. Before long Ash and the group of Squirtle re-emerged into the very same clearing that he had come from earlier. And just as he left it, the fire was still raging. Directly ahead of them, the firefighters were still bravely battling the roaring wall of flames all around with hoses held high and water jets unceasing. Moreover, Ash could also see his friends and their Pokémon right up at the front lines with the firemen themselves. Onyx, both Graveler and Marowak were still attempting to use a combined effort of dirt and boulders to suffocate the fire while Misty's water Pokémon added watery ammunition to the hoses wielded by the firefighters. "Hey! Guys!" Ash yelled out as he ran up to join them, flanked by the Squirtle squad following on his heels. "Ash!" Giselle turned and saw him, calling out his name in relief while they all ran to the center of the clearing for their reunion. "Are you all okay?" he yelled over the loud commotion. "Yeah, we're fine." Misty nodded while gesturing at the endless fight going on behind them. "We've been fighting this thing forever now, but we just don't have enough manpower, water, or Pokémon." Ash could indeed see that they had been at the fight just as long as he. For, like himself and Pikachu, as well as the Squirtle, his friends were covered in ash and soot, up to their faces. "We sent your Pokémon to take the wild ones you rescued out of the forest altogether," Brock informed just as a burning tree collapsed with a loud crashing sound. "They should be back soon." Ash nodded just as Giselle finally caught sight of the Squirtle behind him and then pointed with wide eyes. "Ash, isn't that the Squirtle squad?" He looked back and grinned before turning again to explain the matter to his friends. Sure is. We ran into each other in the forest and I found them protecting some of those wild Pokémon while fighting the fire. I helped give them some pointers on how to do it better and we've been running around putting fires out left and right ever since. Ash smiled proudly at the group of Squirtle. These guys are an incredible team when it comes to firefighting. While his friends seemed amazed and in disbelief at his revelation, one of the men suddenly yelled out. Chief! If we can't get this thing under control soon the whole town's gonna get caught up in it. We need to let Officer Jenny know to start evacuating. The burly, bearded fire chief, who was holding a single hose by himself, looked at his subordinate and then at the blaze as a whole. Finally, with a sigh he gave a begrudging reply. Alright fine. I guess we got no other choice than to dash. Chief wait. Ash yelled as he ran up to the man, who turned his head and immediately went wide-eyed upon seeing the boy. You made it back kid. Well I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. He grunted and readjusted his hold on the hose just as Brock, the girls, and the Squirtle joined them. Listen, all of you. You need to get yourself to safety, you and your Pokémon. This is getting out of hand and I don't know how much longer we'll be able to hold this position for. The messy-haired Ketchum shook his head. No chief listen to me. I know how we can turn this around and put the fire out. The grizzled man gave him a strange look just as Ash gestured toward the Squirtle behind him. The Squirtle squad showed up to help and we've been going around the forest putting out every fire we've seen along the way. They can help us finish this chief. He looked at the group of reptilian water types behind the boy and blinked in amazement. But those Squirtle are just a bunch of troublemakers in town. You mean to tell me they've actually been helping? Ash nodded again, firmly. Yes sir. I can vouch for them, they've been working hard and putting their life on the line just to put out this fire. All the Squirtle looked up at the boy with their glass covered in soot and smoke as he continued to speak passionately in their defense. I know they've caused trouble in the past but I really believe after seeing what they've done today that they are capable of some serious good. I think they're great Pokémon and everything they have been doing so far has only proved it. He looked back at the earnestly stunned water-type turtles and smiled. After risking my neck with these Squirtle, Chief, I give them my 100% vote of confidence. I believe in them all and I know they can do it. Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, the greatly overtaxed fire chief finally nodded. Alright fine, we'll try anything at this point. Just hurry. Ash quickly turned to the pack of Squirtle and held up his fist. This is it you guys, time to show 'em all what you can do. Time to shine. He then knelt down and held his arms out. Listen, I know you and the town have had your differences but this is the chance to change all that. I know you aren't bad Pokémon, you've just been hurt. Now is the time to put all the mischief and troublemaking aside and become heroes, the heroes I know you can be. While he couldn't see their eyes behind the sunglasses, his words had each of the Squirtle in tears hearing that someone actually believed in them. Therefore, they all nodded and raised their clasped fists into the air, a combined cry of, Squirtle, giving Ash all the reply he needed. Sweet. He stood up and turned to point at the roaring blaze. Let's attack this thing the same way we did all the others. He then looked at the fire chief and his friends. Here's what we're gonna do. Chief, I'm gonna have the Squirtle start at one end of the fire and work their way in. We need to have all of our combined efforts trained in one direction. Trust me, I saw it work with all the other fires the Squirtle put out. The older man looked at the nearest of his subordinates, who was working with two others to control their own fire hose. Bart, you heard the kid. Get everybody else to grab their hoses and follow the Squirtle. Got it, Chief. He yelled back before going to pass the information along to his fellow firemen. Ash nodded and turned to his friends. As for you guys, get your Pokémon and have them do what they've been doing along with the Squirtle and the firemen. Right. Came the resounding chorus just before everyone rushed off to begin enacting their own duties. Starting off at the far right end of the clearing, the Squirtle squad took the lead and began aiming their powerful jets of water straight into the dense foliage that was burning with crimson-red flames. The fire department joined in with their own high-powered hoses, and this was added to by Misty's Stereo and Starmie. Further still, Onyx, both Graveler and Marowak bombarded every burning patch they could reach with a mixture of sand and rock. Not one to let their Pokémon do all the work, even Ash, Pikachu and his friends joined in and did what they could. Even if it was only digging their hands, or tail, into the ground to grab fistfuls of dirt and toss it onto whatever smaller pocket of scorched earth they could find. Thankfully, Primeape, Charmander, Clefairy, Bulbasaur and Pidgeotto soon arrived back and added their own assistance where possible. Even though Bulbasaur and Clefairy were incapable of doing much, they remained boldly present regardless, even in the midst of such intense fire burning all around them. Primeape and Charmander were able to join their trainer in the effort of attempting to suffocate the flames with dirt, and Pidgeotto assisted this effort by carefully stirring up a sand cloud that was directed straight at the inferno. Gradually, with everyone working together in perfect tandem, like a single firefighting organism, the fruits of their efforts began to show as the fire was indeed slowly beaten back. There was still a fight remaining to be sure, but not one of them were willing to throw in the towel until it was finished. Squeer. Came the final, weary battle cry of the lead Squirtle as, with a well-aimed blast of water, the last patch of fire was at last snuffed out. Seeing the long fight finally over, everyone threw their arms up and cheered, filthy, covered in soot and exhausted to the very bone, yet victorious regardless. Hands raw and so dirty he could barely see his skin, smelling nothing but charred earth and smoke, Ash smiled tiredly at the Squirtle squad just as they finally collapsed to the ground from sheer exhaustion. Hands on his knees as he finally allowed himself a breather, he chuckled and shook his head. Now that was totally amazing, you guys. Wow, great job. Each of them held their thumbs into the air, tiredly replying as one to the young human who had turned them into a mean firefighting machine. Squirtle. Turning around, Ash looked back at his exhausted friends and their Pokémon, as well as his own. They all fought hard and bravely, it had been a team effort through and through. Well guys, looks like it's Dash, was as far as he got before a loud creaking sound stopped him. Looking back, he saw one of the badly burned trees beginning to lean forward just before it snapped completely near the bottom and started to fall. Look out! He yelled, his and everyone else's eyes wide in terror as the tree toppled toward the Squirtle squad. While they saw it coming, they were all far too exhausted to move out of the way in time, and each of them knew it. That was when Ash's feet began to move without his brain even registering it beforehand. Just as all the Squirtle closed their eyes and prepared for a terrible end, they felt themselves being swept up off the ground and getting rapidly moved just before a loud crashing sound accompanied the tree's fall. When they finally opened their eyes again, they found themselves laying upon Ash, who was holding them tightly in his arms, sprawled flat on his back a feet away from the tree. Breathing in a mixture of fatigue and shock as he registered what he just did. Are you guys okay? While initially stunned that a human had risked his life to save theirs, that final act of great compassion and selflessness was finally enough to break through their mistrusting exterior. Therefore, with a loud and tearful cry of, "Squirtle," they glomped the young man and mobbed him in a huge group hug. Oh! Hey, wow! He laughed in surprise as he was assaulted in affection by the shades-wearing turtles. You're welcome. Don't squeeze me to death, you're welcome. As he began to laugh at the outpouring of affection from the formerly unscrupulous gang of rogue Squirtle, Ash's friends, Pokémon and even the firefighters soon joined in. While they were all exhausted beyond any sense of the word, and in desperate need of a nice long bath, the present moment was a time for simply reveling in what could have been an otherwise disastrous situation. And as they all stood in the wake of a now vanquished fire, safety officially secured for the entire town of Rolanda, the sight of a young man being hugged to death by a bunch of elated Squirtles seemed to be just the light-hearted moment everyone needed for a good laugh. Today, life indeed was good. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX town, their feet set on the main road leading south to Vermilion. Over the last 24 hours, much had happened. After returning to the town and making known to everyone what had happened, there initially had been great surprise and disbelief that the Squirtle Squad had taken such a hand in saving the town. Although, when the fire chief and Officer Jenny spoke up on their behest, it quickly changed everything. It seemed as though the Squirtle were sincere in their attempts to make right with the townspeople, since they even lead everyone to their cave hideout and returned everything they had stolen. To say he was proud of them would have been an understatement, because Ash was beyond proud. While he and his friends had also received praise and gratitude for their own efforts in stopping the fire, including from the little girl Amy and her parents, they were more than willing to shift that praise back to the Squirtle. After all, after everything they had been through concerning their attempts to redeem themselves, it only felt right to allow them to have their moment of glory. All Ash and his friends had really wanted anyway was a hot shower, clean clothes, and long night's rest. The preceding morning had been a quite enjoyable one. Amy's mother, whose name was Diana, had insisted the night before that they come have breakfast with them at their house as a personal thank you for all they had done. Naturally, the traveling trainers accepted that offer, and even the Squirtle Squad had been invited for the same. Thus, they found themselves enjoying their morning, sharing a delicious breakfast with Amy, her mother and father, as well as the Squirtle Squad. Ash and Brock prepared them a special dish of food when they fed their own Pokémon, and indeed, it seemed as though the way to anyone's heart was through their stomach. Ash didn't think it possible to see Pokémon cry such tears of comedic joy as the Squirtle did when they first tasted his and Brock's food, but it made everyone laugh and not a bite was left over. Needless to say, by the time they were finally ready to say their goodbyes to the friends they had made, it was a bittersweet moment indeed. Amy, her mother and father, Officer Jenny and her squad, the fire chief and his men, even many of the townspeople had turned up to see them off. Having said their farewells already to everyone, there was but one parting yet to take place. Also assembled were the Squirtle Squad. Only now, as honorary members of the Rolanda Fire Department, they wore special black coats to go along with their glasses, as well as white bands strapped to their foreheads with the knot hanging loose in the back. The coats had white trim along the edges and collar, but the most significant was the symbol on the back. The image emblazoned there was also in white, and it was of all 5 members of the Squirtle Squad standing in front of the depiction of a messy-haired boy with his finger raised to the air. Behind them was a wall of flames colored in red. Ash had been greatly touched to hear that the image of the boy was added as a homage to himself, something the Squirtle took great pride in. Apparently, the coats had been screen-printed at a shop in town that same morning on order of the fire department. And a rush DLVRY had been placed upon it. Moreover, to complete the ensemble, one of the Squirtle was holding up a pole with a flag attached to the top. And on it was the same symbol as they had printed on the back of their coats. "Well, you guys." He walked up and knelt down in front of them, smiling softly. "I guess this is it. I'm really proud of all the changes you've made, and I know you're gonna be amazing firefighters." While uplifted by his words, there also a palpable air of sadness amidst the group of shelled Pokémon. He caught onto this and shook his head. "Hey, don't be sad, I know we'll meet up again sometime. I don't know when, but we will." His words were mimicked by Pikachu, who also tried to cheer them up, as well as his friends, all saying much the same. However, just as he stood up, the lead Squirtle with the rectangular shades, who had been up till now mostly intently staring at him, stepped forward. While everyone watched, the water type turned to its fellows and began speaking in their own unique version of poke speech. "What do you think it's saying?" Giselle wondered aloud, though Brock simply crossed his arms and smiled. "I think I might have an idea." Finally, to the surprise of all watching, Squirtle removed the black jacket it was wearing and handed the garment to the one standing in front of it. It seemed to almost be some kind of special transferal ceremony, as if passing the torch. With a few words spoken to its comrades, who seemed initially surprised at what was being said before eventually settling into understanding and smiles of acceptance, Squirtle walked over to Ash and looked up at him. The young man and his friends looked down at Squirtle, curious to see what would happen next as it suddenly reached up and removed its dark shades, revealing reddish-colored eyes that almost seemed to sparkle in that moment. With a smile on its face, Squirtle held its arms up to Ash and made clearly known its intentions. Squirtle. Squirt squirt Squirtle. It really wouldn't have taken much to decipher what was being said, and Ash knew as much as he knelt down to smile at the rare water type. Do you want to come with me, Squirtle? He asked knowingly, to which he received a very enthusiastic sounding, Squirtle. I really can't say I'm surprised at this, Misty spoke in amusement, to which Giselle nodded in agreement and Brock gave a small chuckle. I had a feeling this might happen with one of them. I think those Squirtle really grew to like and respect Ash. Shifting his eyes from Squirtle to the rest of his squad, the messy-haired boy in question put a hand on his knee. Are you going to be okay leaving your friends like this? Especially now that they'll be forming a firefighting team? Instead of Squirtle answering, the other four answered for their friend, encouraging and supporting their leader to join the young trainer who had made such a difference in their lives in only one short day. As if in reply to his question, Squirtle looked back at Ash and nodded, no further words needing to be spoken. They were all of one agreement. Therefore, with a smile, he stood up and reached back for an empty pokeball attached to his belt clip. All right then, welcome to the family SQ-. He then stopped and blinked as a thought came to his mind. Oh wait, that's right, I'll need to send one of my other Pokemon back to the lab before I can catch you. Adopting a thoughtful expression, he considered his options for a time before pulling his Pokédex out from the clip that kept it attached to his side. He also grabbed the Pokeball containing the Pokémon he had decided to send away, placing the spherical capturing device onto the teleporter pad of the Pokédex for the send-off. See you soon, Primeape. Ash smiled down at the Pokeball containing the newly evolved fighting type. I'm really proud of you, pal, thanks for helping me win in my gym match yesterday. Keep training hard back at the ranch and say hello to everyone else for me. Once the red and white ball had teleported away in a flash of white and blue technostatic, he enlarged the empty one he now held and pointed it toward Squirtle. Welcome to the Team Squirtle. With a happy exclamation of, Squirt Squirtle, the turtle with attitude leapt toward the ball, which opened up and SCKED the willing Pokemon. Inside. Ash held the Pokeball firmly in hand and was pleased to see that it did not wiggle so much as once before a bright star burst from the center button announced a successful capture. Turning the ball in hand so he could look at it, Ash smiled and then turned back to his friends. You know, it's funny guys, when I left home I chose Pikachu as my first Pokemon even though I had the pick of whoever I wanted. He looked up onto his shoulder, where Pikachu was sitting, and his smile softened. Which was the best decision I ever made? The electric type in question. I smiled at his trainer's comment while Ash looked back at the ball in his hand. But it's hard to believe now that I have all three starter Pokemon anyway. His friend smiled, glad for his good fortune just as much as he was, while Ash held out the Pokeball and released Squirtle. Well buddy, we need to hit the road. The messy-haired boy informed his newly acquired Pokemon. Go ahead and say goodbye to your friends before we go. Squirtle simply looked back at its kin and gave a sharp salute to them, a gesture in which they mimicked as they did so in kind. Squirtle. The former leader of the Squirtle squad sounded off first, followed in kind by the others. Soon though, a smile replaced the otherwise serious gesture as they came together to embrace and wish their boss farewell. Once their goodbyes were finished, Ash was surprised to suddenly find himself getting mobbed by all of them at once. As he fell to the ground and was embraced by the entire Squirtle squad, a laugh left his lips. Thankfully Pikachu had leapt off his shoulder in time and onto Giselle's. I'll miss you guys too, haha. Careful, your tails are, hee hee, ticklish. Oh ha ha ha. Ticklish. They're tickling me. Ha ha ha. The poor boy's plight even had everyone else laughing at the sight, yet also finding it to be equally as heartwarming. There was no denying the son of Richard Ketchum had a way with Pokémon, and moments like the present one only further solidified that fact. When, at last, their parting had finally reached its end, the traveling foursome took to the open road. As Rolanda town and all of the people still standing and waving at the entrance became smaller and smaller the farther they went, Misty clasped her hands behind her back and looked over at Ash. So, Ash, you've got your own Bulbasaur, Squirtle and Charmander now. Looks like you're starting to build a pretty nice dream team, huh? He shrugged and looked up at Pikachu on his shoulder. I don't know, Misty, I think whatever Pokemon I have with me any time is pretty much a dream team. The amber-eyed boy grinned at her then and gave a small laugh. But yeah, I know those three are gonna become super strong in time, and the training to get there will be the best part. Brock looked up from the map he was reading and smiled at his friend. Well, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get some battling experience on the way to Vermilion, that's for sure. Giselle sighed and clasped her hands together. I just can't wait to get seaside and visit the Vermilion Harbor. It's been so long since I've been to the ocean. Ooh, I know, me too. Misty agreed with her own dreamy sigh, closing her eyes and envisioning her favorite sand-filled place to be even now. Ash looked up at the sun high in the sky and took a big breath of fresh air. Well, it's a appealing day for traveling, so let's make the most of it. Back at the entrance to the town, Jenny and the Squirtle squad, the fire chief, as well as Amy and her parents, were still watching after the quickly fading forms of the heroic young Pokémon trainers. You know. The chief began in a pensive tone while stroking his bushy beard. Once that forest outside of town grows back, I think we should find a suitable name for it. Jenny looked over at him and smiled before turning her eyes back to the almost vanished travelers. Specifically, her eyes were on Ash's back, distinguishable from all the others by the Pikachu riding on his shoulder. I agree, Chief. But what should it be called? There was a moment of contemplative silence before Diana, Amy's mother, broke it with a musing hum. You know, that young man had such a unique last name. And it really was quite distinctive. Ketchum. Her husband smiled at her. You're right, dear, it does have quite a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Amy, ever excitable and one to speak her mind, jumped up and threw her arms into the air. It should be named after Ash. Jenny and the chief shared another look, with the former smiling. It is rather catchy, isn't it, Chief? The burly man gave a hearty chuckle that resounded from deep in his belly before he himself gave a small smile. Yes. Yes, I agree, Jenny, catchy indeed. Very well, we'll take the name before the next town committee. He put his hands on his hips just as the sun eclipsed the last of Ash's fading form. We'll call it Ketchum Forest. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX that he and his friends had stopped to rest by. Currently, he was busy writing in his Pokémon Researcher in Training journal, as he did on a regular basis. He chronicled down almost every event concerning his interactions with Pokémon that he had experienced so far. Every single venture he recorded in his journal took him one step closer to becoming a Pokémon researcher. Just as every new badge took him one step closer to entering his first league tournament. Presently, he was still sweating from the harsh workout he had just engaged in with his Pokémon not 10 minutes before. He had worked himself, Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle into the ground for nearly 2 hours in a brutal training session. For just about as long as he and his friends had been resting from their journey. He only had 5 Pokémon with him currently since he made the decision a few days earlier to send Clefairy back to the lab, where she would continue her training from there. He wanted to leave an open space on his team just in case he ended up catching another Pokémon, but, mostly, it was for Professor Oak's sake. The older man had been insistently bugging him to send Clefairy back to the lab so he could finally have a chance to study her. Ash really couldn't blame him though. Clefairy in her evolutionary line were exceptionally rare and hard to find. Therefore, once his mentor found out that one of his sponsored trainers had captured and evolved a Cleffa into a Clefairy, he desperately desired a chance to examine her. As a Pokémon researcher hopeful himself, Ash of course completely understood. Interestingly enough, and according to the professor, Gary and the other two trainers from Palette had not even managed to find and record a Clefairy, nor either of its evolutions, in the wild. Yet Ash himself had not only seen all three, he had also captured one. An achievement Professor Oak was quite enthusiastic about. For the last week, he had made training the utmost top priority. Every day, for an hour or two in the morning and then the same in the evening, Ash had focused on working himself and his Pokémon to the very limits of what they could handle, and then some. Squirtle fit into the equation much like a perfectly fitted glove and quickly adapted to the lifestyle Ash and his other Pokémon lived by. During their first day of training, while scanning Squirtle, he had learned, first, what was quite apparently obvious to him. This being that Squirtle was indeed a male and possessed the abilities Torrent, as well as the much rarer Rain Dish. He also knew the moves, Tackle, Bubble, Water Gun, Withdraw and Bite. Squirtle was a hard worker and determined when it came to something he desired to do. The tricks and pranks that he and his former band of kin had spent all their time playing on the townspeople did little more than cover up a very real truth. This being that Squirtle was a driven Pokémon who possessed impressive power in all of his moves and had a strong fighting spirit. Aside from getting his newest Pokémon started on the same general hardcore training routine that all of his Pokémon did, Ash had spent the last week focusing on tweaking and finely tuning the aspects of Squirtle's regimen that was unique to his own particular needs. Move honing, battle practice and energy conservation being just a few of the many points Ash drilled the water type on. Of course, outside of Squirtle, his other Pokémon were doing just as well in their own initiatives. Pikachu had learned the new moves Thunder, Charge and even Mega Punch. That was largely thanks to all the training Pikachu had done with Primeape before Ash sent him back to the lab. His focused lightning technique was also coming along at a steady rate. He could now break apart large boulders in half the time and gouge out even larger craters in the ground with his electrical attacks than before. Ash chalked up Pikachu learning Thunder and Charge so fast because of the focused lightning training itself, due primarily to its sheer intensity of pushing his electrical output capabilities to such an extreme degree. He now knew, altogether, the moves Thunderbolt, Thunder Wave, Thunder, Agility, Double Team, Iron Tail, Quick Attack, and Mega Punch. Bulbasaur had also grown much stronger in the last week. His attacks were noticeably increased in power and his overall physical conditioning had already far exceeded what it was at Melanie's cottage. He now knew the moves Vine WHP, Razor Leaf, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Sweet Scent, Growth and Takedown. Charmander had been demonstrating absolutely tremendous strides in growth and had even learned 3 new moves. He started out knowing only Scratch and Ember, having learned Rage while battling Ben's Persian. However, now he knew Smokescreen, Fire Fang and, to Ash's utter amazement, Dragon Rage. It had happened earlier in the week when Charmander and the others were training together. Pikachu had hit Charmander with a strong thunderbolt that nearly rendered him incapacitated. However, just when Ash had been about to intervene and stop the battle, Charmander struggled back to his feet with a fierce fire blazing in his eyes. Just when he had opened his mouth to release what Ash originally assumed would be an Ember attack, everything changed. Instead of red flames, a dark bluish-white sphere of energy began to form in his maw that was soon unleashed into a blast of raw, unbridled draconian power. An eruption of energy that was so great, Ash had been exceedingly grateful that it missed Pikachu altogether and instead struck a cluster of nearby tall trees, utterly reducing them to a pile of burned logs and incinerated leaves in a matter of mere seconds. It took the entire week of training hard, but Charmander had managed to MSTR Dragon Rage, which, of itself, was a feat even more amazing than actually learning the move, since mastering any dragon-type attack took great patience, skill, and rigorous effort from both trainer and Pokémon. The fact that Charmander was so relatively young, like all of Ash's Pokémon, demonstrated just how gifted and unique the spirited fire type really was. Pidgeotto herself had also grown much stronger and far faster, both in the sky and on her legs. She now knew the moves Gust, Whirlwind, Agility, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace, Air Cutter, Feather Dance, and her most powerful move so far, Twister. All in all, Ash was very impressed and happy with his Pokémon. He wanted to wait until Charmander and Squirtle reached their second stage evolutions, and then he was going to start them on serious type disadvantage training. He was also going to teach them how to make their attacks damaging and effective against Pokémon of naturally stronger types, much like Pikachu was doing with Focused Lightning. Unfortunately, he had been unable to as of yet come up with anything similar for Bulbasaur, since fire was so catastrophic to grass types, almost to the point that it was a weakness nearly too great to overcome. Of course, that most definitely didn't mean he would stop trying. It had also been quite the pleasant surprise when, during his chat with Professor Oak after sending Clefairy to him, Ash was told his other Pokémon at the lab were training and working just as rigorously. In a further pleasant twist of fate, Ash's mentor informed him that the Caterpie he had obtained at Melanie's cottage had evolved into Metapod. This had been due to the intensive training Caterpie engaged in on a daily basis with Butterfree and Beedrill, Ash's original first two bug Pokémon. While admittedly a tad remiss that he couldn't be present for the evolution itself, Ash had been forced to remind himself that such likelihoods were indeed possible. Since his Pokémon never stopped training, either with him or back home, he knew he would have to get used to them learning new moves, and even perhaps evolving, while away from him. Breaking away from his internal review of the last week, Ash looked over at Brock, who was stirring a pot of stew over a fire where Misty, Giselle, and all of their own Pokémon were gathered. "Hey Brock Dash," he began while resting his journal in his lap. "I have a question I've been wanting to ask for a while now." The older boy looked up from his stew. "Sure thing, what's up?" Ash tapped his pen on the open page of the book. "Well, you know how a trainer wins a regional conference and can then go on to challenge that region's Elite Four and champion?" "Yeah," he replied, waiting for him to go on. "Why doesn't anyone ever do it?" the messy-haired trainer asked in a perplexed tone. Brock hummed to himself and then looked up from the pot he was stirring. The regional conferences pit some of the region's strongest trainers against one another. Whoever is skilled enough to come out on top and be crowned that year's winner may have the choice to go and challenge the Elite Four and champion. But those guys are on a totally different level. Even Misty and Giselle were listening intently as he went on. Trainers fresh off a win at a conference will go challenge the Elite Four feeling confident from the victory that got them there in the first place. But that usually just sets them up for failure, since most don't even make it past the first member. And not just that, but a lot of times it's a total wipeout. Ash nodded in understanding. "And who are the Kanto Elite Four and champion again?" Brock collected his thoughts for a moment before continuing. "Well, the first of the four is Prima, or as she likes to be called, Lorelei. She's a water and ice type specialist. The second is Bruno, he's a fighting and rock type specialist, and the third is Agatha. She specializes in ghost types." The squinty teen added some seasoning to the stew before finishing. "The fourth and final member of the four, who happens to be the regional champion as well, is Lance Blackthorn. He's a dragon-type specialist." Ash seemed confused hearing that. "Why does the champion serve as the final member of the Elite Four?" The other boy shrugged. "It's never been a big deal for them to get a fourth member. Lorelei hardly ever loses, and even when she does, which is extremely rarely, no one has gotten past Bruno in years. Lance barely even battles anymore because of that." Ash said nothing in reply. Instead he merely looked up into the sky and allowed his mind to wander at all the potential possibilities before he eventually just returned back to his journal. A newfound fire once again kindled in his gut. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX islands near the coast. They were now so close to the ocean that they could smell the salt in the air as it wafted up off the sea water and drifted through the atmosphere. Even the trees and other foliage had begun to change and grow sparser the closer they drew, now resembling the very terrain one would expect to see when nearing a large body of water. If one thing could be said for the Kanto region, it was most definitely its unique geography. How the landscape and terrain could so rapidly change from one thing to the next. A prime example of this was the very body of water they were nearly upon. While technically referred to as part of the ocean, it would have been more accurate to call it an arm of the ocean proper. That was because, even though it was indeed a large body of seawater, it was actually part of the Bay of Vermilion. To be specific, the bay in question was a massive, landlocked body of saltwater that was connected to the sea at its southernmost end. Ovular in shape, the bay reached into the lower exterior of Kanto's landmass and bordered, loosely, such distant locations as Pallet Town on the far west, Celadon and Saffron to the far north, Vermilion resting right upon its eastern shore and Fuchsia City to the south, in the same direction. Several other smaller bodies of water eventually crisscrossed their way through the region before eventually meeting up with the bay, which in turn flowed into the ocean. One such example was the river that had its source far in the north, in Mount Cerulean, before flowing down to create the famous Cerulean Cape, and then continuing on its way until finally reaching the bay. Its point of meeting with the ocean itself was a narrow sliver of passage in the south, nearest Fuchsia City. Here it formed a bottleneck, where ships of all shapes, sizes, and kinds would freely pass in and out of the bay. It even went right under the extremely long ocean bridge highway of route. The Bay of Vermilion was referred to as being part of the ocean chiefly because of its sheer size. Namely being that if one stood on a pier in Vermilion City and tried to look out in the direction of Pallet Town, they would never see the land on the other side of the bay. Interestingly enough, Ash and his friends had taken quite the different route to get where they were now. On their journey from Cerulean City they had purposefully went around and avoided Saffron in order to travel to Vermilion instead. This was all largely done so none of the other, minor Pokémon gyms would be lost along the way. Misty suddenly breathed in deeply as they neared their destination. Ah! I just love the smell of the ocean. We'll be there soon and then I can feel the sand beneath my feet and watch the majestic waves roll on and off the beach. Giselle turned to the other girl and smiled enthusiastically. Oh, I know Misty, I love the beach too. It's so calming and the sunsets are just so romantic. She looked over at Ash as she fell into step beside of him, her smile becoming sweeter. Do you think beach sunsets are romantic as well, Ash? With a small chuckle he rubbed the back of his neck. I really wouldn't know, Giselle, I've never been to one. She appeared bewildered hearing that. You haven't? He shook his head. Nope, never. Not once. The brunette simply looked at him for a time before, suddenly, smiling brightly and then winking. Well, we're just going to have to change that. She then took off running down the road without warning, causing the others to follow after her. Eventually, the path curved around one final bend before at long last opening up into the sight of a truly glorious, sprawling body of water laying spread out before them. One in which extended even beyond the sunrise itself. A white, sandy beach that looked as soft to the touch and pure as silk was laid before their feet, and the smell of salt air was now undeniably dementing. The main road itself curved away from the beach just a tad to avoid the unsteady, sandy ground, but it still followed along the ocean side regardless. Misty and Giselle glanced at one another and then squealed excitedly before taking their shoes off and running down into the sand, heading straight for the water. Ash and Brock simply shared an amused look and shook their heads before taking their own shoes off and following after the girls. Pikachu hopped off of Ash's shoulder and landed in the sand shortly before they reached the ocean waves. Having never been on a beach before, he first experimentally sniffed the sand and worked his paws through it until, at last deciding he liked it, the electric type gave a pleased eye smile. Soon, with a happy exclamation of, "Pika Pika Pikachu Pie," he took off running for the water himself, right beside his trainer. With all of them having come to dip their feet into the pleasantly cool water, Misty looked at her friends and smiled. "Hey guys, why don't we have a day here at the beach and then head back out again later this evening once it gets cooler?" With a hand raise and a firm head shake, her tone was definitive. "Trust me when I say that you don't want to be traveling around near the coast like this on a hot summer day. Believe me, it's miserable. I used to go to Vermilion Beach all the time with my sisters when I was younger and we learned quick to never travel the coastline when it was hot out." Ash just shrugged. "Cool with me." Brock gave a small chuckle. "Yeah sure, I'm fine with it." Both girls needed nothing more said and then quickly ran off, back to the tree line just off the beach, in order to get their swimwear on. Ash smiled and then pulled out all of his Pokeball, enlarging them in the process. "Come on out guys, let's have some fun." Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle soon appeared in bright flashes of light, and as soon as they saw the beach laid out before them, they all looked up at their trainer to see him grinning. "Well go on guys, have fun." Immediately they took off and did just as instructed. Squirtle went straight for the water and jumped into the waves while Pidgeotto took to the skies and began flying over the ocean, enjoying the feeling of the cool breeze coming off the sea as it passed through her feathers. Charmander settled down into the warm sand and began soaking up the sun rays that were burning brightly upon the coastline. Bulbasaur laid down near Charmander and mimicked him while Pikachu joined Squirtle in the water. Acting on instinctive compassion for his Pokémon, Ash even used his Pokédex to make a request for Professor Oak to send Fiero to him. Thankfully, his mentor was quick to respond, and as soon as the ball was teleported over, he released his second flying type so that Fiero could join Pidgeotto up in the sky and enjoy the air currents. Afterward, Ash turned and saw that Brock had already changed into his trunks right there on the beach and had also set up a few towels for everyone to lay on. His Onix, Graveler and Zubat were all laying under the trees that shaded the beach up near the road, truly enjoying themselves. Giselle and Misty soon appeared wearing their own swimwear. Misty was sporting a two-piece red bikini and Giselle was wearing something identical, only in pink. As soon as he saw both girls in their respective choices of beach clothing, Ash could not help but stare. While still young, Misty and Giselle were both growing into their forms. The latter was lithe and athletic-looking, while the former was already displaying noticeable curves beyond a girl her age. For Ash though, he found both of his friends to be quite appealing to the eye. Indeed, he may have been only 10, but the young rookie had always been an early bloomer, and noticing the opposite SEC had come to him at quite an early age. While Misty didn't catch his stare, Giselle indeed did. Noticing that he had been caught staring, the black-haired boy looked away and cleared his throat, cheeks the slightest bit red. Announcing that he needed to go and change as well, Ash quickly turned and hurried off, not noticing either that Giselle's cheeks were just the faintest shade of scarlet. After all, such would be the case after catching the boy one fancied checking them out. A short while later, after Misty and Giselle had released their own Pokémon, Ash came back, bare-chested, and having also converted his track breathes to the special shorts/trunks combo they doubled as. Composure regained, he pumped his fist skyward and called out, "All right everybody, let's hit the waves." All being of one accord, there was precious little time to waste as all of them ran for the crisp ocean water with eager enthusiasm, giving speed to every step. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX friends. They had all spent hours in the water until their skin was pruned, the only misfortune being poor Brock getting stung by a passing tentacle, of which ended up landing him on the beach, where Misty packed sand around the angry red welts his leg now bore. After that small ordeal had passed, they all laid out on the beach towels with most of their Pokémon around them, or at least the ones who didn't mind the very direct sunlight. And it was in that very same manner that all of them, trainer and Pokémon alike, were soon lulled off into a restful sleep. When they all awoke no more than an hour or so later, Brock made lunch for everyone, splitting the poke food preparation with Ash, and then, after they had eaten, the group of intrepid young trainers set to work building sand sculptures with their Pokémon. Misty and her Pokémon made a perfect representation of a big cascade badge, while Giselle and her Graveler and Marowak shaped a small replica of the main Pokémon tech building. Brock, of course, tried to make an exact sandy likeness of Nurse Joy, but just like the real thing, he no more than got it finished and started to swoon over his masterpiece before the head of the faux Joy fell right off. He sulked for nearly 10 straight minutes. Ash and his Pokémon, meanwhile, ended up crafting a rather large sculpture of a Pokeball. Alas, Brock's Onix accidentally destroyed it with one misplaced sweep of his tail. This, of course, caused the younger boy and his Pokémon to cry rather comedic streams of tears as they mourned dramatically over the loss of their prized work of art, but it gave the others a great occasion to laugh at their expense. By the time dusk had finally come, the satisfied group of friends were all dressed once more and stood on the beach, watching the sun set over the ocean with their Pokémon right behind them. Even the rock and ground types felt comfortable enough to be on the beach, just nowhere near the water. As they watched the sky become awash in a canvas of orange and yellow fire, as if the final spark from the waning sun, Ash suddenly felt a hand slip into his. Looking down, he saw that Giselle had demurely but also boldly put her hand into his own. He simply stared at their intertwined hands for a moment in surprise before looking up at her. The brunette's cheeks were dusted red from the act, but she was still smiling regardless. Slowly, a smile came upon his own lips and he gave a small nod of acknowledgement, his cheeks a tad shade of maroon as well. Eventually he turned and looked over at Brock and Misty. The former was staring at the setting sun with a small smile on his face, peacefully enjoying the moment, while the latter seemed in a state of utter tranquility as she stood at the edge of the ocean and watched the sun set. Truly, Misty was indeed a water girl through, and one could tell she was totally in her element at present. That being the case, she also therefore failed to notice Ash and Giselle holding hands as they were. Even all the Pokémon seemed to be subdued into a sense of comfortable, silent reverie as they enjoyed the calming, picturesque moment with their trainers. When the time soon came that they were ready to leave, Ash noticed he was one Pokémon short. Realizing who it was, he turned around and called out, "Hey Squirtle." The hard-shelled turtle Pokémon, who had up till now been lounging leisurely upon his back in the ocean, carelessly being rocked to and fro by the waves, looked toward the shore. There he saw his new trainer smiling and waving to him. "Squirt Squirtle." He called back just before righting himself in the water and beginning to swim back to shore. Suddenly, and to the surprise of everyone watching, Squirtle was yanked without warning under the waves. Ash, eyes wide, started running toward the water with Pikachu and his other Pokémon by his side. "Squirtle! Squirtle, where are you? Hang on, I'm coming." Just as he was about to take off into the deep after his Pokémon, a big splash of water came from some ways out. From that water spout Squirtle came hurtling through the air before landing in the shallows, only a few feet from Ash. "What happened, Squirtle?" he demanded, concern being replaced with relief that his Pokémon was okay but also intrigue at what had occurred. Without taking his eyes off the water, the aquatic reptile nodded toward the waves with an angry sounding, "Squirtle." Ash and his friends all looked in the direction he was staring and suddenly saw a narrow head, followed by what seemed like big red pincers, suddenly cresting above the water. Eventually the mystery Pokémon came all the way up out of the deep and made its way into the shallows so Ash and the others could see it in full. And lo and behold, to the astonishment of the collective group, it was none other than a Krabby. "Wow!" Brock gaped in amazement, pretty much summarizing the feelings everyone else had in one simple statement. "I've never seen a Krabby like that before." Misty blinked once, then twice, perplexed at what she was seeing. "Why does it look like that?" Giselle breathed in a whispered marvel. I've never seen such a thing before. Ash could only stare in a similar state as his friends. It was not a case of there being anything in particular wrong with the bottom-dwelling Pokémon in question. Quite the opposite in fact. The source of their amazement lay in the fact that this particular Krabby was far larger than any they had seen before. Easily 2, if not 3 times the size of its normal kin by contrast. Ash therefore quickly pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the unusual Pokémon for information. Pokédex entry number 098. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon. Krabby live on beaches, burrowed inside holes dug into the sand. On sandy beaches with little in the way of food, these Pokémon can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. Its pincers fully grow back if they are lost in battle. This Krabby is male and has the ability Shell Armor. This Pokémon knows the following moves: Mud Sport, Bubble, Vice Grip and Harden. Just as the Pokédex finished giving its readout, Ash heard Misty exclaim, "What the heck kind of Krabby would try to fight against this one? It's huge. Coke." The oversized Pokémon looked at Squirtle and snapped his pincers challengingly, leading Brock to look over at his friend. "I think Krabby wants to battle Ash." The boy smirked and looked down at his most recently acquired Pokémon. "Is that so? What do you think, Squirtle, up for it?" He merely gave a hard glare at Krabby and nodded. Squirtle. Ash felt he knew exactly why Squirtle was so eager to battle, and he totally understood. After being given such a cheap shot like Krabby did by performing a sneak attack under the water, the prideful turtle was not about to let such an insult go unpunished. Therefore, without waiting another minute, Ash pointed and gave a quick command. "All right then, use Bubble to obscure Krabby's vision and then rush in and hit it with Tackle." Squirtle opened his mouth and quickly launched a salvo of bubbles that bombarded Krabby. With his vision obscured, the crustacean lifted up his large pincers and started popping each and every bubble he saw. With the effective decoy at play, Squirtle came rushing in with his head lowered, but just right before he hit Krabby, the other Pokémon's already sturdy-looking outer shell suddenly glowed and took on a bright sheen. Having just used Harden, Krabby's defenses were therefore greatly increased even as Squirtle slammed into him head-on, only managing to slightly move the larger Pokémon a few inches back. Going on the offensive and moving faster than a normal Krabby, the wild crab started striking and snipping at Squirtle repeatedly, causing the agile turtle to go on the quick evasive defense. Suddenly, in a surprise maneuver, Krabby fired a stream of bubbles at Squirtle as well, which meant the latter had to quickly turn away to avoid being hit. This, however, proved to be a mistake, since Krabby immediately took advantage of his own effective decoy and reached out, quick as a flash, finally grabbing Squirtle in his right claw. From there, the plus-sized crab easily hefted his opponent into the air and started putting a painful squeeze on Squirtle using Vice Grip. Ash immediately took countermeasures, since he knew the power of a Krabby's Vice Grip could be detrimental, let alone one that was as big as their current opponent. Squirtle, retract into your shell using Withdraw and then fire a water gun at Krabby's face. Squirtle quickly pulled his arms and legs into his own hard shell and then fired a high-powered water gun at the Pokémon who was trying to crush him. Not expecting a blast of water to suddenly erupt out of the hole where Squirtle's head should be, Krabby was struck dead on in the face. This not only caused him to loosen his grip on Squirtle, but it also pushed the larger-than-normal crab across the sand a short distance. "Now jump up out of Krabby's claw and then come back down on its head with a shell slam," Ash instructed, smirking as he saw the final form of the battle beginning to take shape. Wrenching himself free, Squirtle used Krabby's claw like a springboard and launched himself airborne before tucking into his shell again and falling back down toward his opponent like a heavy stone dropped from the sky. Not willing to be defeated so easily, Krabby reached up and managed to smack him away with a pincer, but Squirtle showed that he would not be denied. Expelling another blast of water out of the back hole of his shell, which struck the sand behind him, Squirtle was once more sent rocketing back at Krabby like a slingshot. Taken by surprise, the other water type ended up getting struck at full tilt by Squirtle's now spinning form. However, even as Krabby teetered back on the sand, Ash's Pokémon did not slow down or come out of his shell. In a turn of events no one saw coming, the spinning of Squirtle's shell actually increased as he suddenly turned around in a circle and went spinning back at Krabby again. And once more, he landed a hit, this time from behind. The momentum of the battle took a drastic shift as Squirtle continuously spun from one direction to another all around Krabby, each time landing a successful hit that was more effective than the last. Even as the now overwhelmed crustacean attempted to stop Squirtle's relentless assault by using either bubble or vice grip, the spinning turtle easily got around all of his defenses. Ash smiled as he watched all of it take place, knowing from the very obvious display that Squirtle had just learned how to use rapid spin. Krabby appeared to be on his last legs and after one final hit from Squirtle, he actually went down. Finally, the latter stopped spinning and popped out of his shell, staring at his downed opponent with a fierce intensity in his eyes. However, to everyone else's surprise, Krabby slowly got back up onto his legs and stared right back at Squirtle with the same unyielding resolve. Then, in a further display of defiance, he sent forth another stream of bubbles at his opponent. Ash found himself twice surprised in the span of only a minute as the storm of bubbles Krabby unleashed came not only faster but also larger and far more numerous. There was no mistaking it, now Krabby had learned a new move as well, Bubble Beam. Thinking fast on his feet, Ash quickly yelled, "Squirtle, use rapid spin again but combine it with water gun." Just before the hail of bubbles could hit, Squirtle leapt forward while retracting into his shell, once again beginning to rapidly spin. Although this time he now had several strong blasts of water erupting out of every hole in his shell. Due to his spinning and the sheer force of the water, Squirtle easily tore right through the wall of bubbles and continued on toward Krabby, once more slamming into the larger Pokémon. Only this time he had high-powered water on his side and it was proven effective as Krabby was actually sent flying through the air. Even as the pre-evolved form of Kingler landed with a hard thud and a wet splash in the shallows, Ash went full on the offensive to end the battle. End this, Squirtle. Go high in the air and then come back down on Krabby as hard as you can. One final time Squirtle went to spinning, but this time, just before reaching the water's edge, he intentionally struck the ground, which sent him soaring high into the sky. Just as the setting sun eclipsed itself off Squirtle's shell, he fell back down toward the ground, spinning even faster now due to gravity. Just as Krabby was struggling to stand back up, Squirtle's rock-hard shell slammed with full weight and force down upon his head, almost immediately causing the wobbly crab's legs to buckle. Even as Krabby collapsed to the barely ankle-high water beneath him, swirls now in his eyes indicating unconsciousness, Squirtle spun back toward Ash and popped out of his shell. He landed in a ready position on the sand, prepared to go on the attack again if necessary. Ash, however, smiled, knowing there was no need as he quickly grabbed an empty Pokeball from his cloth belt and tossed it at the unconscious Pokémon. As soon as the red and white ball made contact with the large crab of similar color, it popped open and sucked Krabby inside. Snapping closed and falling to the shallow salt water beneath, the spherical capture device only wiggled 3 times before going still, a bright burst of stars and telltale pinging sound announcing a successful capture. With a big smile he walked up and bent over to take his prize in hand. "Alright guys, check it out." He turned to his other Pokémon and his friends and held up the ball. "We got ourselves a super huge Krabby." While his Pokémon cheered, Ash walked over to Squirtle and knelt down. "That was a seriously impressive battle, Squirtle, no kidding. I can already tell you're gonna become one mega powerful Pokémon." The light blue turtle beamed at his new trainer's praise and merely gave a confident smile, his small little digits held up in a peace sign. Squirtle squirt. After that Ash went to rejoin his friends and held up the Pokeball now containing Krabby. "Well guys, that was definitely an interesting way to end a day on the beach, huh?" Misty put a finger to her lip and stared intently at the ball he held in his grasp. "Yeah, but I'm still surprised that Krabby is so big. That's just not common, at all." Brock shook his head. "Yeah, that is weird. And the size obviously gave extra power to Krabby's moves that I don't think a normal one would have. Giselle looked out at the ocean waves. Do you think maybe Krabby got into something out there that made it grow? Or do you suppose it was just natural, maybe a really healthy diet? Ash shrugged and looked down at the Pokeball. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting. Maybe Professor Oak will have some idea after I tell him about it. Almost as if on cue, the ball began glowing white just before, in a crackle of static electricity, it teleported away, back to the home of the very Pokémon researcher in question. Since Fiero had just been sent to him earlier, Ash was unfortunately at his 6 poke carry limit now. Heh, he cracked a grin and shook his head. Guess we'll find out soon enough, the professor should be seeing Krabby any minute now. Noticing how dark the sky was slowly beginning to turn, he focused on Brock and inquired, there any place we can stay for the night around here? It'll be getting dark before long. The older boy pulled the map he always referenced out of his dark tan briefs pocket and unfurled it. Let's see here. After a few moments of searching, he made a pleased-sounding exclamation and pointed at the map. Aha, here we go. Everyone gathered in close before he continued. There's a lighthouse right along the coastline here. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Ash nodded and crossed his arms. Well, then we should leave before it gets dark, otherwise it'll get pretty cold down here on the beach. Misty gave a phantom shiver. He's not wrong about that. I've been on the beach when it gets cold and I'd really like to be somewhere warmer, if possible, by nightfall. With the decision made, they all returned their Pokémon and then headed out for the lighthouse on the map. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX finally came upon their destination. The lighthouse on the map was found situated on top of a hill that overlooked the sea. Presently, due to the late hour, there was quite an ominous feel that the large building gave off due to the way fog rose up off the ocean waves far below and coiled and twisted up around the high hilltop. The mist even partially shrouded the lighthouse itself to an extent. With some level of caution, they trekked up the road to the looming structure itself and looked out over the ocean. While also shrouded in fog, the slowly spinning beacon atop the lighthouse sent its glowing beam of light out to sea, penetrating through the fog like a hot knife through butter. Upon reaching the white stone-crafted structure, they found a huge door before them that looked to be made of gold, though in all actuality was really just skillfully crafted, hand-polished driftwood. On both halves of the door were numerous intricate carvings of several different species of Pokémon that gave the door a very royal and elegant appearance. Ash reached up and knocked on the door, but when no one answered after a short time of waiting, Misty pointed at something on the side of the door that looked to be an intercom of sorts. "Hey Ash, maybe we have to use this thing to reach whoever is inside," she suggested. "It looks like a speaker system." He merely shrugged and walked up to it, reaching out to press the button he supposed was the one to activate the speaker. "Hello, is anyone there? Me and my friends have been traveling for a long time and we're looking for someplace to stay for the night. We're Pokémon trainers." He and his friends waited anxiously for a few moments before, suddenly, a voice came back through the speaker. "Oh hello. Oh dear, you have no idea how relieved I am to hear the voice of someone else." Whoever was speaking not only sounded quite enthusiastic but also rather refined and eloquent of speech. "I live here by myself, you see, and I had a bit of a mishap a short while ago. Because of that I unfortunately cannot come to the door to meet you." Ash raised an eyebrow before replying into the intercom again. "Well, if you let us in then we'll gladly help with your problem however we can. Right guys?" He looked back at the others, who all gave positive affirmations, even Pikachu. The voice replied, and this time, the excitement in their tone was palpable. "That would be lovely. Yes, of course you are more than welcome here, just give me a second to open the door. Stand back please." Ash and his friends did as they were told and took a few steps back just as the large doors slowly parted and allowed them entry. Together, They entered the lighthouse and found themselves standing in darkness just as the two separate doors smoothly came back as one behind them again. In only a few short moments their surroundings became visible as the lights came on and illuminated what was now seen to be quite the large interior of the lighthouse. The lights themselves, interestingly enough, were not only found high up on the vaulted ceiling but also in the form of electric gaslit torches, of which were attached to huge pillars spaced evenly throughout the ground level of the building. The floors, they noticed, were made of the same dark blue stone as the walls, pillars and ceiling and, interestingly enough, there seemed to be carvings of Pokémon etched onto much of the stony interior, much as it was on the door outside. The four of them all walked down the length of the ground floor until they came to an elevated platform with steps leading to the top. However, it was what stood upon the platform that caused the group of young trainers to very nearly jump in fright. Impossibly, it appeared to be a man-sized Kabuto standing upright in the center of the stone platform, staring at them with beady red eyes. Giselle immediately screamed and grabbed hold of Ash, tightly, while Brock and Misty both took a step back in shock. Ash himself merely blinked in disbelief. Suddenly, before anyone could say or do anything, the mysterious prehistoric Pokémon actually spoke. "Wait. Please do not be afraid. I'm not really a Pokémon, this is what I was telling you about." The small arms on the apparently faux Kabuto began moving back and forth. "This is just a suit, but I'm trapped because the button that opens it cannot be reached by these tiny little arms. Will you please help me?" After detaching Giselle from his arm, Ash cautiously walked up to the costumed stranger on top of the platform. With the assistance of whoever was in the suit, he managed to find the small red button that opened it and pressed it. Afterwards he quickly stepped back to rejoin his friends. A moment later, the back of the strange suit gave a loud clicking sound before opening up at the divide between the front and rear parts of the shell. No sooner did this occur and a person quickly emerged from within, stepping out of the still freestanding costume in order to take several large, greedy lungfuls of fresh air. After regaining his composure, the still unknown stranger finally turned to look at his four young visitors. Ash guessed, from sheer appearance, that the man was somewhere around his early to mid-20s. He had green hair and was dressed in a nice red suit with a green scarf tucked into the top of it. The man smiled brightly at the sight of them and then hurried over to greet his rescuers. "Oh, thank you so much for getting me out of that dreadful thing." This he said while rapidly shaking Ash's hand, the voice matching the one they had heard over the intercom. Once he was finally done shaking Ash's hand gratefully, the young man stepped back and gestured at himself whilst looking over all of his guests. "My name is Bill. Accredited Pokémon researcher, inventor and creator of the Pokémon Digital Transfer and Storage System, as well as one of the many minds responsible for helping to further the Pokédex. At your service." Ash smiled after hearing the rather flamboyant greeting and then gestured at himself as well. "Great to meet you, Bill. I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, and this here is my buddy Pikachu." He smiled at the Pokémon on his shoulder, who as usual greeted with a cheerful chirp and smile, before his friends introduced themselves in turn. "My name's Brock, sir, I'm from Pewter City." "I'm Misty, from Cerulean City." "And my name is Giselle, I come from Viridian City." Bill smiled kindly at them after they were finished introducing themselves. "It is so good to have visitors here. I must admit that I do not get out much since I am usually always busy with either my research, contributing something new to the Pokédex or seeking other ways to advance the Pokémon storage system." He then placed his hands on his hips. "If I may ask, what brings the lot of you all the way out here to my lighthouse?" Ash spoke for the collective group. "We're heading for Vermilion City. We stopped to have a day on the beach and then decided to come here as it got late on us. We didn't want to be stuck out on the beach as it got colder tonight." The green-haired man nodded in understanding. "Well, you are almost certainly welcome to stay here if you like. I would be overjoyed to have some company." All of them looked at one another, eagerly sharing a nod at the kind offer, before Misty replied. "That would be great, Bill, thanks. Anything to keep us off that cold beach tonight. Giselle, at that moment, asked the question they were all curious about. Excuse me, Bill, would it be okay to ask why were you dressed like a Pokémon? The green-haired man smiled at her and replied. It's part of my research. I believe in getting into the minds of the Pokémon you are studying, and the best way to do that is to act like them and sometimes even dress up like them. At that, he scratched his temple and looked a tad awkward. Unfortunately, I often overlook the smallest but most crucial of details in my excitement to make new breakthroughs. Such as forgetting to make sure the arms of that Kabuto costume could reach the release button. Heh. With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Normally that would not be a problem since I have a research assistant who helps me when I make such silly little mistakes. But alas for me, he is on holiday at the present time. At that very moment Ash suddenly smiled and pointed at him. Hey, wait a minute, I think I've actually heard of you before, from Professor Oak. Bill looked at him surprised. Professor Oak, you say, really? The boy nodded in response. Yeah, he actually helped teach and train me before I left on my journey. He's my mentor, but Professor Oak and his family has always been so close to mine, he's more like my granddad in a lot of ways. The Pokémon researcher had his own moment of recognition. Oh yes, now that rings a bell. So you're the young man Professor Oak has always spoken so highly of whenever we've chatted on video calls. Ash once again gave a nod and gestured at himself. I'm training to become a Pokémon MSTR, but I'd really also like to be a professional researcher like you and Professor Oak someday. He even took me on as his apprentice and gave me a journal to write about all the things I experience with Pokémon on my journey. The well-dressed inventor smiled and put a hand on his hip. I'm glad to hear it. There are so many things to learn about Pokémon in this world, and having another researcher on the case is always a great thing. You couldn't have picked anyone better to learn from than Professor Oak either, in my opinion. At that, Giselle spoke up again. So do you live here all the time? Bill shook his head. Most of the time, but not always. Originally I am from Goldenrod City in the Johto region. However, I moved to Fuchsia City with my sister and grandfather when I received an offer to help work on the Pokédex shortly after graduating from technical school. He looked up in fond remembrance. It was there that I first had the idea for the Pokémon storage system. I moved here only a few years ago when I desired to have more peace and quiet to focus on my research. He then looked at Misty. You said you were from Cerulean City, didn't you, Misty? Then you must know of the Cape. I have a small cottage there that I use on occasion when I want to slip away and take a break from this place. The orange-haired girl blinked and then pointed at him. So that small cottage at the top of the Cape, above the restaurant inn, is yours? I've seen it before. He nodded. Indeed. I haven't been there in some time, but when I do go, it is quite a relaxing and enjoyable change of pace for me. Brock took that moment to shift topics slightly by asking. So Bill, since you created the virtual Pokémon storage system and helped to further the Pokédex, how many Pokémon do you think there are? I know it might seem like a bit of a silly question, but I'd like to hear a professional's opinion on the matter. Bill sighed and then sat down on the steps of the raised platform behind him, smiling as he looked around at all the images of Pokémon that were carved into the stony interior of the lighthouse. It's not silly at all, Brock. But unfortunately, the only answer I can give is that we simply do not know. There are so many different kinds of Pokémon, from here in Kanto all the way to regions as distant as Galar, that we can never really set an accurate number. He then stood back up and pulled out a black remote from his suit pocket. Pressing a button on the center, Bill caused a projector that was hanging down from the ceiling overhead to suddenly switch on. It then started to beam an image onto the nearest wall that took up the entire width and height of the stone surface. While Ash and his friends stared in awe at what they were seeing, which was a huge digital diagram of hundreds of Pokémon, Bill gestured up at it in a grand fashion. But if you ask my honest opinion as merely another lover of Pokémon, then I would say the number is really only limited to how big the planet is and where all they are capable of living. And that does not even take into account any Pokémon that might live beyond the reaches of our world. Misty interjected at that point. When we passed through Empty Moon, we met a scientist who believed that some Pokémon came from space. Bill nodded understandingly. And that's entirely possible. When it comes to Pokémon, there is no such thing as an impossible theory. The mystery surrounding them will go on and on indefinitely. That is what makes the job as a Pokémon researcher so fun and exciting. If you have a theory, run with it. You never really have any idea just how far it may take you. Everyone nodded in agreement at those insightful words and simply stared at the massive projected image of all the Pokémon on the wall before Ash, remembering something important, spoke up. Hey guys, I just remembered that I need to call Professor Oak and check to see how Krabby is doing. I also need to send Firo back to the lab so I can have an open space on my team again. His friends turned to him while Bill put his hands into his suit pockets. Do you need to use my phone, Ash? It is right over there in the corner if you do. He nodded toward the opposite wall, where there was a video phone on a desk with a Bellsprout receiver. The boy just shook his head though. No thanks, Bill, I have my own way of calling right here. He then lifted up his right wrist to show his transceiver and Bill smiled. Even though such devices were indeed long from being released to the general public, he was not necessarily a member of the general public. Very well then, please do give Professor Oak my kindest regards. Leaving his friends to keep chatting with the intelligent inventor and researcher, Ash went over and sat at the desk before lifting his wrist up and opening the call feature of his high-tech field device. After dialing the correct number, he watched the screen buzz with a ring icon before, after about the fourth or fifth one, the screen illuminated and Samuel Oak's face was shown on the other end. Hey, Professor. The older man smiled upon seeing who it was. Ah, Ash boy, good to hear from you. How is everyone? The messy-haired boy answered rather enthusiastically. We're all doing good. We've been traveling a lot and training super hard every day, so I'd say everyone is great. His mentor nodded. Good, good. Yes, I figured you were keeping busy, and you should know, your Pokémon here with me are doing much the same. Quite honestly, I sometimes have a little trouble getting them to stop long enough to eat. He chuckled in amusement at that before his eyes suddenly became slightly wide. Oh yes, and that reminds me. I first would like to congratulate you on catching so many Pokémon already and also offer my heartiest praise for your latest capture. I must say that I was rather impressed when I saw it. Ash eagerly sat forward in the chair. You got Krabby then, Professor? How is he? With a simple eye smile did his mentor reassure him. Oh, he's absolutely fine, Ash. See for yourself. He then turned the angle of the monitor slightly until Ash found himself looking at his Krabby, whom was inside of a water-filled glass tank. There was also another, far smaller Krabby in the same kind of tank next to him. Ash smiled at his newest Pokémon just before the professor reappeared back in the video's view. See? He's totally fine, my boy. The young man sighed in relief. Good, I'm glad, thanks, Professor. He then asked curiously while gesturing toward the other tank. Who does that other Krabby belong to? The old man sat back down in his seat and began stirring up a bowl of tofu he had just made. That is actually Gary's Krabby. As you can see, his is nowhere near the size of yours, which brings me to a question I had for you, Ash. How did you manage to make such a catch? The black-haired trainer shrugged. I actually caught him in the ocean today when we were having a day at the beach. We're on the way to Vermilion City right now. He then paused for a moment before continuing. Professor, what made Krabby get so big anyway? The older man merely sighed and shook his head. Honestly, Ash, I don't know. I have been wondering that same thing since you sent Krabby here earlier today. It is indeed a puzzle that I am still trying to figure out. He then raised a single hand in a postulating gesture. My only guess would be that maybe Krabby was just born differently from others of his species and it allowed him to grow to such an incredible size. It could be something he was taking into his diet, or it could have been something he was exposed to in the ocean. It really is quite hard to say. The wizened researcher gestured back at the Pokémon in question with the chopsticks he held in his hand. The only thing I do know for certain is that when Krabby evolves, he is going to get even bigger. Perhaps even immensely so. He paused for a moment in thought. This is just a rough estimate, but judging by Krabby's current size and what we know about how much his species grows from their original state into Kingler upon evolution, they usually double or triple in body size when they evolve. Your Krabby, I believe, will grow to be 2 or 3 times the size of a normal Kingler upon evolution. Ash nodded. That'll be interesting to see for sure. I'll be getting Krabby back soon so I can start his training and nutrition plan. I have to go for now though. Our host for tonight is Bill, the Pokémon researcher, so I need to get back to them. The grayish/yellow-haired grandfather appeared surprised to hear that. Bill, you say? Yes, Ash, get back in there. He can really help you along with your own training to become a Pokémon researcher, so learn all you can from him. I'll pass on your regards to your mother next time I see her. Ash smiled. Thanks, Professor, talk to you later. Oh, and Bill sends his regards. Samuel smiled and gave a wave. Take care, my boy, please give him mine as well. After ending the call, Ash went back over to join his friends and found them still listening to Bill as he spoke about all the many different species of Pokémon there were. Professor Oak wanted me to tell you, hey Bill, the young rookie informed as he joined in on the conversation. The green-haired man turned to him. Yes, thank you, Ash. I was just telling your friends here all about how, as a Pokémon trainer, it is your job to catch as many Pokémon as you can. To train them up and build a strong bond with them, just as it is my job to learn as much about Pokémon as I can as a researcher. Ash nodded. It must be exciting for you, studying all different types of Pokémon and learning so many new things about them. Bill gave a smile in the affirmative. Yes, it is. However, there is only one Pokémon I am searching for right now. One mystery that I am trying to solve. A Pokémon no one has ever seen before, truly one of a kind. A genuine wonder. They all seemed both confused and interested at that statement, but Giselle was the one to ask. What Pokémon is that? The red-dressed man looked up at the digital image still being projected on the wall. I don't know what Pokémon it is. All I know is that it is very special and unique. One I have been trying to find for a few years now. At that, he gestured upward. Come with me to the top of the lighthouse, you'll see what I am talking about there. Soon, they were all following Bill over to a door that opened up into a circular flight until they came to another door. With a click of the remote he held, the projector switched off and the Pokémon species map on the wall disappeared. He then led them up the flight of winding stairs until it came to yet another door, which opened up out on top of the lighthouse. As they stood on the circular, wraparound platform that surrounded the beacon atop the lighthouse, Ash and his friends were in awe at what they saw. While it was nighttime and the fog lay heavy over the ocean, they could still glimpse farther out to sea from the high vantage point. And the slowly rotating light above them also helped to provide a little more illumination to the otherwise slightly eerie setting. Bill went over and stood next to the railing before grabbing hold of it. One night, when I was up here thinking, I heard the strangest but most captivating sounds drifting over the ocean. I listened intently, completely enraptured, for Arceus only knows how long until it finally stopped. From that moment on, I became fixated on whatever creature made those sounds. He fished through his pocket and pulled out yet another small remote. After weeks of painstaking work I managed to piece together what I thought was the closest comparison to the sound I heard. This was done by blending together many different noises, specifically from other Pokémon. Bill stared out across the dark expanse of water beyond. I then sent this sound back across the ocean from special sonar equipment I attached to the lighthouse beacon. It also causes the light itself to project different colors as a visual form of communication. He then pressed a button on the remote and a sound began coming from the lighthouse that was directed out across the ocean. It was a sound as haunting, yet appealing, as Bill described, and while it played, the light being given by the beacon started to blink and shift through a series of varying colors. Bill smiled to himself as he listened to his recording play. Since I pieced this sound together by combining the vocalizations of different Pokémon, I was also able to formulate a crude but simple message through this same recording. Essentially it says, "I would love to meet you, can we be friends?" The young man still did not look away from the ocean. Amazingly, a few nights later I actually heard that same sound as before coming back to me. This time I recorded it, and by passing it through the rudimentary copy I made of whatever language this mysterious Pokémon makes, I was able to roughly translate what it said. He then pressed a second button and his recording stopped, only to be replaced by another, similar sounding one. Only this time, there was no doubt that the sound Ash and his friends were hearing now had certainly not been created. It most definitely had to have come from the original source, and the proof was in how the hauntingly melodious sound sent shivers down their spine. Bill gave the translation even as it played. The Pokémon is basically saying, "Yes, I want to meet you too, let's be friends." Ever since then I have played my own recording every single night, hoping to someday maybe even see this elusive Pokémon. Will you try and capture it if you do see it? Misty asked. Bill shook his head. Why would I want to capture it? Meeting it is enough for me. Besides, I'm not a Pokémon trainer. Do you know anything about the Pokémon besides what it sounds like? Brock crossed his arms. The Johto native merely shook his head once more. The only thing I believe I know about this Pokémon is that it is probably one of the biggest in this region, if not the world. And if it is either the last or only one of its kind, it is most likely just looking for someone to care for it. All of them simply stared out across the ocean after that and continued to listen to the melodious recording that the lighthouse was playing. Ash eventually looked over at Giselle though and then smiled before holding his hand out to her. Care to dance? The pretty brunette initially blushed softly at his offer but then gave a small nod, smiling in return as she held her hand out to him acceptingly. Actually, yes I would, thank you. After tentatively taking the other's hand, the two young trainers slowly came together, at first a tad awkward. However, before long, that initial nervous hesitancy began to fade as the music beckoned their ears and swayed their feet, leading to the both of them falling into a comfortable, smooth rhythm as they swayed and moved in agreeable time to the melody. Brock and Bill were both too distracted by staring out over the ocean to pay much heed to what they were doing, but Misty saw it. She almost immediately felt a slight gnawing of what felt like frustration as she watched Giselle dance so gracefully with Ash. Forcing those feelings down however, and utterly refusing to accept them, she turned back to the railing, biting the inside of her cheek in an attempt to fully squash those same infuriating emotions that were spinning around in her head. Feelings she most definitely did want to face or consider at the present time. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX hill which went up to the large structure in question, stood none other than Jesse, James and Meowth. The criminally incompetent trio who belonged to the nefarious Team Rocket organization. So, Jesse, how do you propose we go about stealing the twerp's Pikachu? James spoke while looking through his binoculars. Being that high up, I don't see how we could get the drop on them. The magenta-haired villain hummed to herself in thought before pulling her eyes away from her binoculars and smirking. I know exactly how we'll do it. Do we still have those stun launchers? Her teammate nodded, pulling from his pocket that same little black cube that could, amazingly, be used to teleport, shrink, grow and store items. Right in here. His own snide smirk matched hers, causing Jesse to look up at the lighthouse again. Then we'll scale up the cliffside and use the stun bombs to startle them. In all the distraction it'll only be too easy to steal Pikachu. Crossing his paws, Meowth quirked an eyebrow at his two human partners. "Dat all sounds great, geniuses, but how you gonna get Pikachu away in time before dey come after us?" Jessie's ruby red lips formed into another smirk as she put her hands on her hips and looked down at Meowth. "Easy. Those stun rockets also kick up a smoke cloud once they explode. We'll just use that as our cover to escape with Pikachu in tow." James held the cube in his hand up and gave it a quick spin. "I'm pretty sure there's also a RBB containment sphere in here that we got from HQ shortly after deciding to go after Pikachu. We can use that to keep it in once we snatch it." The talking Pokemon merely shrugged in vague assent. "Guess even numbskulls gotta get a nut every now and again." With their foolish and criminally degenerate plan put into play, the trio of rockets made their way to the cliffside in question. With darkness as their cover, no one atop the lighthouse saw them as they moved silently and swiftly to carry out their half-baked scheme. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX dancing to the hauntingly melodious sounds of the mystery Pokémon. She had her chin resting upon his shoulder before sighing contentedly. "Doesn't it feel romantic up here right now?" He smiled as they continued to slowly sway. "Yeah, it really is. Thanks for sharing a dance with me." Giving a small smile herself, she held to him a little tighter and replied softly, "My pleasure." Ash was just about to say something else when, suddenly, they all heard another sound coming from across the ocean. It was a sound that greatly resembled Bill's recording, but this one was most definitely coming from out across the ocean. Ash and Giselle ended their dance quickly and hurried over to stand with Bill, Brock, Misty, and Pikachu, who was sitting on the railing. "That's the signal!" Bill exclaimed in shocked disbelief. "The Pokémon I mentioned, I think it's here." Ash and his friends became wide-eyed in similar states of astonishment and tried to peer through the thick fog that was still blanketing the ocean like a screen. After what felt like an endless and agonizing period of waiting with bated breath, they at last saw a dark shape moving through the fog and approaching the lighthouse. Excitement quickly turned to anxiety, and even a slight air of fear charged the atmosphere as the unknown slowly neared their position. The shape gradually grew larger and seemed to be rising up out of the ocean as it came. It continued moving in that same slow, unhurried manner, almost as though a specter of the great deep had arisen to make itself known to those of the living. Keening and ominously wailing all the while in response to Bill's recordings. After what seemed like an eternity, the mysterious creature finally came to stand within a relatively short distance of the lighthouse. Still it sang in harmonious reply to the man-made recording, its majestically glowing eyes shining like pure blue sapphires as it followed the perfectly timed blinking of the multicolored lights, of which were still pulsating hypnotically from the lighthouse's beacon. "Oh my!" was all Bill could say, his breath caught in his throat, eyes wide and his legs frozen in place. "Amazing!" Misty's own voice trembled, thick with a varying host of emotions that Giselle mimicked perfectly. "It's so mysterious. And appealing too." Ash, for his part, remained completely silent as he took in the wondrous sight before his wavering eyes. While the identity of the creature was still too dark to see, its sheer presence and mass, not to mention the sounds it was making, and the glowing of its eyes, made it seem to be the very picture of majestic mystery. "It's massive." Brock openly marveled. "How tall would you say it is, Bill?" The stunned researcher could only hope to stammer a reply. "I have no idea. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX comrades hung from the cliff and stared up at the giant enigma. No kidding. Jessie nodded in agreement before a heinous idea suddenly entered her villainous mind. And a Pokémon so rare and unique should also belong to Team Rocket. She gave her teammate a pointed look, James being able to understand her meaning as he shakily nodded. While intimidated at the sight of such a monstrosity, he was more fearful of Jessie's temper and therefore did not question her. Therefore, he made sure his footing was stable on the rocky crag he was standing upon and then pulled their newly unshrunken rocket launcher around into his arms, which he had been carrying strapped to his back. Just as he took aim at the creature, James looked over at his teammates with sorrow in his eyes. "You know, I do feel a little bad for attacking something so majestic and unique." Meowth held one of his furry fists up. "Yeah, well, stop feeling bad and think about the pay raise we'll get from the boss." "Yeah, James, stop being such a wimp." Jessie growled, her tone promising repercussions if he disobeyed. "Okay. Here we go." The blue-haired man swallowed nervously and looked through the sight lens as he prepared to take his shot at the unaware creature. Once he had a clear shot, the nervous coward finally pulled the trigger. Immediately, a sleek black stun rocket came erupting out of the portable cannon's long barrel and sped toward its colossal target. Just as the mysterious Pokémon began coming closer to the lighthouse, the unseen projectile suddenly struck the creature right in its side, causing it to wail in pain and stumble back a few steps. Due to its sheer enormity, each step caused huge waves to spring up and smash against the cliffside, the deep rapidly becoming unsettled. James, against his better judgment, continued to fire salvo after salvo at the massive Pokémon. Each rocket unfortunately hit its mark, such a target being nearly impossible to miss, and this replaced the creatures singing with a cacophony of repeated cries of distress. The unexpected attack caused the mysterious marine Pokémon to begin thrashing violently, its massive legs raising and falling and the sudden appearance of a huge tail adding to the chaos as the ocean turned into a disaster zone. Gigantic waves were created by the creature's distemper that viciously pounded against the jagged cliff that the lighthouse resided upon. As the monolithic Pokémon neared the lighthouse due its uncontrolled thrashing and violent upheaval, everyone standing atop the platform just under the beacon could only stare in aghast. A mixture of shock and even fear replacing their earlier excitement and joy. "I don't understand, what happened?" Giselle yelled as she held tight to the railing, eyeing the distressed creature wearily as it came closer and closer. "I don't know." Bill shook his head, helpless to do anything more than watch the scene of chaos unfold. "I believe something has hurt and angered it. Watch out!" Ash shouted just as the rampant Pokémon swung a huge arm around and struck the top of the lighthouse, smashing and destroying the beacon above as if it were a mere pebble. "We need to get down from here." Bill called out over the sound of falling debris and the deafening roar of wildly crashing waves. They all quickly made haste and followed Bill as he led them to a set of steps that went down from the platform, skirted around the side of the lighthouse and ended at the ground. As they ran with all expediency, the enraged and assaulted Pokémon again swung its arm and this time completely took off the top half of the lighthouse. This caused them to run even faster, taking the steps two at a time while holding their arms above their head to provide some form of protection against the large chunks of falling concrete and metal now raining down upon them. Ash and Giselle were the last to make it to safety, but just as the latter reached the final step, a large chunk of the upper platform itself fell down toward her. Acting fast, Ash put on a burst of speed and shoved Giselle from behind, wrapping his arms around her and leaping forward just as the massive hunk of concrete smashed into the bottom set of steps, utterly destroying it. "You okay?" He looked over at her as they both lay on the ground for just a moment, his arms still around her protectively. Heart hammering in her chest at the close call, Giselle quickly nodded. "Why yeah, thanks." Hurrying to their feet, both of them ran over to where the others were now standing at the edge of the cliff, looking up at the still unknown Pokémon as it thrashed about wildly. "What's causing this?" Giselle yelled over the sound of the titanic Pokémon's keening cries and the roiling ocean churned up by its ballistic movement. Brock suddenly pointed up at the shadowy creature a few seconds later and exclaimed, "Everyone look." Looking closer, they indeed saw a small, speeding projectile making contact with the panicking creature and exploding against its massive form. "Someone's shooting at it," Bill exclaimed in a tone of indignant disgust. "Someone is what?" Misty replied angrily. Who? Giselle demanded as she began looking around the dark cliffside. Brock pointed again, his squinty eyes no less sharp. Down there near the lower cliffs. They all looked down and there saw James, rocket launcher on his shoulder, emptying the cannon of its rounds. Jessie and Meowth were right beside him, cheering their teammate on in his heartless, and begrudging, act. That's who it is. Bill exclaimed in sheer outrage, proving that even a man as refined as himself could become rightly incensed giving the proper motivation. Ash stared down at Team Rocket with pure, unmistakable hatred and fury burning in his amber eyes. He felt a terribly horrible bloodlust rising up inside of him as he watched the worthless trio of criminals ruthlessly assault an innocent Pokémon who had done absolutely nothing to deserve it. He felt his blood begin to boil, as if it were on fire. His vision started to haze over and his eyes began to glow in the likeness of electric blue flames. He felt raw, unstoppable power flooding into every cell of his body as a shroud of dark blue energy began shrouding his body. The enraged boy crouched down and felt an overwhelming, primal urge well up inside of him to destroy that which was causing the tormented creature so much turmoil. Suddenly, he shot straight back up and threw his arms out to the side, the energy shroud blazing violently around him. His friends and Bill, wide-eyed in shock and fear, backed away from him while he arched his spine and roared in a voice that was both his and not his. Booming like thunder itself and somehow louder than the commotion being carried on around them. Team Rocket. The energy encasing his body exploded out of him like an electrode using self-destruct. The blast was so powerful it knocked his friends, Bill and Pikachu, who had thankfully leapt from his trainer's shoulder after spotting Team Rocket, off their feet and onto the ground. Even the grass where he stood had been completely burned away by the electric blue fire blazing around him. Ash then put his hands together, almost as though moving on sheer instinct, and a bright white sphere of energy began forming in the space between them. As the strange orb of glowing energy grew in his hands, vibrating as though it were alive, he bellowed down to the rocket trio in a tone that sent uncontrollable tremors of fear down the spines of all who heard it. I have had enough of you. This ends here. Gah! Jessie, James and Meowth looked up toward the top of the cliff when they heard his shout. And when they laid their eyes upon his brightly blazing form, the dark blue aura twisting and spinning around him and the white sphere of energy forming between his hands, a feeling of utter terror gripped their hearts. Is that the Teetwerp? Jessie's voice trembled with the fear she felt at the horrifying sight. James immediately dropped the rocket launcher on his shoulder, causing it to fall far below into one of the jagged rocks jutting up from the water, where it also exploded immediately on impact. I think so. And he doesn't look very happy. The blue-haired man replied in a panicked tone as he desperately tried to start scaling up the wall again. Meowth's fur was standing on end, almost as though he could feel the menacing danger and imminent threat of annihilation looming over them. We need to get out of here too, right now. In the terror for their own lives the three of them tried scurrying up the cliffside. Unfortunately, the mad thrashing of the creature they had been shooting at made that endeavor just as dangerous as staying where they were. Both because of its swinging tail and the huge waves that were being repeatedly tossed against the rocky cliffs. This is it. Your time has come. Ash raised the now fully formed energy sphere above his head, leaning back as he prepared to launch it. Now you will pay. However, just before he could release the otherworldly blast of raw power that would have doubtlessly eliminated all three rockets at once, he suddenly felt a tug on his arm. Looking back with rage burning in his eyes, he saw Giselle standing behind him holding onto his arm. A look of true fright on her face. Please Ash, stop this. You're scaring us. You're scaring me. Similar to water being doused on a fire, as soon as he heard those words it was like a hammer smashing through a glass door. It was like her words were the soothing melody to a rampaging beast and they pierced down deep into his soul. All the way down into where the real Ash was being overshadowed by whatever powerful presence was controlling him. As his sense of self slowly began to return back to him, the energy shroud around his body also started to dissipate in kind. His eyes ceased glowing as well, and the sphere of bright light between his hands eventually vanished altogether. Giselle reached out and embraced him tightly, heedless of the burning and slight feelings of electrocution she experienced from touching him, since the energy itself had not yet fully disappeared. While holding him to her chest, she rested her cheek against one of his own marked ones and felt tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. "Please, Ash. Please just calm down. Calm down. It's all okay, just please come back to us." As she held on to him tightly and whispered comforting, pleading words into his ear, Ash finally came back to himself. His eyes fully returned to normal, and the crackling blue glow around his body at last faded away. With a heavy groan he sagged against her, his breathing deep and slow as he shook from the fatigue that the recent episode had rendered upon him. Gradually, he blinked his eyelids a few times and then pulled slightly away from Giselle in order to shake his head. What happened? His legs felt weak, and the brunette initially seemed to be at a loss for words to respond to him. It seemed as though he had no memory of what had just occurred, as evidenced by the confused look on his face. There was no time to ponder on the perplexities of his inhuman outburst though, for neither he nor any of the others who just seemed relieved to see that he had returned to normal. And the reason could be found still rampaging in the ocean, just a very short distance away. With another loud wail, the massive creature turned once again and swung its tail downward. While Jessie, James and Meowth initially seemed relieved that Ash had calmed down, their momentary salvation was cut short as the gargantuan tail went right toward them and smashed against the cliffside they had been clinging to. Thankfully for them, the tail smash did not crush them. Unfortunately for them, however, it did launch all three of them sky high, speeding away into the dark of the nighttime atmosphere. In a fortunate twist of fate though, the uproarious commotion currently underway deafened and drowned out the rocket trio's annoying shout of, "We're blasting off again!" as they disappeared into the night sky with not so much as a twinkle or gleam left of them to be seen. After a short time, the creature's violent thrashing gradually began to slow and lessen until, at last, it halted completely. Everyone was left to stand and stare with trepidation and anxious concern as the mysterious Pokémon remained still for a time and cast its glowing blue eyes upon the surrounding area. To the great regret of all present, it slowly turned around and began wading back out to sea again. A mixture of fear, pain and mistrust having replaced the curiosity and innocent naivety it had earlier displayed. "No. Wait. Please. Bill." Called out with a raised, pleading hand. "Pokémon, don't go. We weren't the ones who were trying to hurt you, please come back." His words accomplished little though, the creature refusing to turn around or give heed as it continued to depart. Brock, Misty, and Giselle watched with sorrowful expressions as the great Pokémon began to disappear into the night. Ash, however, pushed himself away from Giselle and almost immediately fell to his knees. His entire body felt incredibly weak from his earlier outburst, but even still, he utterly refused to let anything stop him. "Ash, what are dash," Giselle tried to say just as he pushed himself back up onto his feet, breathing and sweating from effort, as he began stumbling toward the edge of the cliff. "I'm not gonna let it end like this," he called back through heavy respirations. "I won't let that innocent Pokémon be scarred from what Team Rocket did." His friends and Bill watched him in surprise as Ash struggled and stumbled to the very edge of the cliff. Then, just as the creature was about to vanish into the fog, Ash fell flat on his stomach upon the ground, half hanging off the cliff with his right hand extended out toward the retreating Pokémon. "Wait!" No sooner did the shout leave his lips and his right palm suddenly erupted with pure white light. The bright, powerfully radiating energy soon encompassed the entirety of his prone form and became so all-consuming it almost hurt to look at him. His friends initially went to run toward him, but Bill called out to them with an extended arm. "No, wait. Let's see what happens." While not up to the present time having had any positive experiences when it came to Ash and strange energies, his friends nonetheless heeded Bill and did nothing. Being relegated to naught but standing wearily watching, hoping dearly that he did not lose control again, they waited with incredibly bated breath. The white energy swirling around Ash seemed to focus in the greatest concentration within his palm before, suddenly, it shot out of his hand like lightning across the waters of the ocean. The ethereal energy came in contact with the mystery Pokémon just as its head was about to disappear beneath the waves and coalesced around it, thereby stopping the large creature mid-step. It was the strangest thing really, an out-of-body experience. As though one's entire self was being separated from the physical anchor of their mortal form and being cast into the great expanse of the worldly energies around them. That is exactly what Ash experienced as it felt like he was being yanked from his body and move across the ocean in spirit form, heading straight toward the motionless Pokémon. Just before his incorporeal form made contact with the giant creature, he noticed the same bright light around him now fully encompassing the massive Pokémon as well. On instinct, he brought his arms up to prepare for the impact he knew was coming. And then everything faded into nothing. In the blink of an eye, Ash returned to himself and found that he was floating, literally, in midair. He glanced around and had not the foggiest idea where he was. And for quite sensible reason. The realm, for lack of a better word, in which he found himself in was not really distinguishable, nor did it have any defining characteristics. This was mainly because there was actually no solid, physical form to anything he saw. Everything was mostly comprised of strange, swirling, cosmic-looking energies. Ash looked down and noticed that he himself was cloaked in a white veil of energy. Very similar, in his opinion, to what had shrouded him back when he had those mysterious connections with Pikachu or Bulbasaur and saw some of their individual pasts. Looking ahead, he was further stunned to see the very same giant Pokémon from earlier floating not all that far away from him, suspended just as he was in the cosmic dimension. Strangely enough, it was still cloaked in shadow, and that meant he still could not make out its true form or appearance as it towered above him. He also noticed that the mystery Pokémon was shrouded in two odd types of energy. The first was a kind of yellow, wavering energy that reminded him of what Bulbasaur and Pikachu looked like when he had connected with them before. However, there was also a bright red, far more furiously blazing energy around the massive creature. An aura in which Ash had not yet seen before and actually looked like it was the physical manifestation of anger or rage itself. As he processed what it was he was seeing, and had seen before, his mind started to slowly piece each perplexing bit of the mystery into place, one at a time. All the while, he thought to himself. Let's see. The yellow energy is wavy and flickering. Almost like it's maybe reflecting nervousness. And the red one. The red one looks more wild and fierce. Like a fire getting out of control. It kind of looks angry almost. I wondered if maybe somehow they represent like emotions. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he realized what was happening. Somehow, in a vast departure from before, he was actually speaking out loud, not merely thinking inwardly. Which was very different from when he had similar experiences with Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Moreover, unlike during those times, he also found it odd that he was not swapping or sharing memories with the giant creature before him. All of that led him to believe that, while indeed similar, the prior events he had taken part in were quite different than the current one. He then looked down at the still glowing mark on his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Okay. Ash knit his brows together in a thin line of concentration. I just need to keep trying to figure this thing out, whatever it is. Guess the best way to go about it is to just learn as I go. He then looked back at the massive Pokémon who was shrouded in shadow and immediately felt his heart go out to it. Compassion grew hot within him as he called up to it, his voice echoing in the formless dimension. I don't know how this happened and I don't know why we're both here, but I think it has something to do with me trying to help you. The unmoving and unspeaking Pokémon simply stared down at him as he continued. Listen. I know you've just been hurt and I know how badly betrayed you feel, I understand. But you also need to know that me and my friends, and Bill, the one who's been communicating with you, we had nothing to do with that attack on you. He held his arms out imploringly. It was a bad group of people named Team Rocket who attacked you, but they're gone now. We just wanted to get to meet you, to see you. And Bill has been waiting for a really long time to have that chance. A frown marred his face as the great emotion he felt in his heart was reflected in the intensity of the white aura around him that was attempting to penetrate the yellow and red energies shrouding the mystery Pokémon. Bill told us he thinks you've been alone for a really long time now and that you've just been searching for a friend, for someone to care for you. A look of great sincerity and passion came alighting into his eyes and was matched by the sincerity of his tone. Whoever you are, I promise that if you just come back to the lighthouse and give us all a chance, we won't let you down. You don't have to be alone anymore. For the longest time after that, if time even applied in that particular dimension, the gigantic and ambiguous Pokémon simply stared down at Ash as the boy's heartfelt words harmonized into the brightly glowing, white aura radiating from him like a star. Eventually, to his great relief and amazement, Ash saw the wavering yellow energy around the creature slowly beginning to dissipate. Then, in a manner akin to it, the angry red aura also started to subside until, finally, the Pokémon's massive form was now blanketed in the same calm, glowing white energy as Ash's own. As the moment of now serene tranquility washed over both of them, the much smaller human boy saw the towering Pokémon above him merely give a small nod of acknowledgement. A show of the creature's acceptance of his heartfelt plea. No sooner did this occur and Ash suddenly felt his consciousness being yanked upon, as if getting sucked backward by a vacuum. Just as he felt his awareness fading once again and the celestial, ethereal realm of brightly luminescent colors beginning to blur, Ash could have sworn he heard a soft voice whisper into his mind. You have done well, my chosen one. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX on the face of Giselle, who was looking down at him in concern as she held his head in her lap. Assuming that he was back in the normal realm of the physical world, Ash allowed his senses to come fully back online before, with a groan, he slowly sat up, Giselle helping to support his back and head in the process. "How are you feeling, Ash?" she asked in a manner of concern that was evident by the look on her face. I'm okay. Just really tired." he answered wearily just as Pikachu hopped into his lap and nuzzled his trainer with a relieved-sounding, "Pika Pie." Smiling and greeting his relieved Pokémon with an affectionate head scratch, Ash then looked up and saw Misty, Brock and Bill also standing around him with similar looks of concern for his well-being. However, the green-haired man in question flicked his gaze only momentarily toward the sea before, in the next breath, they all but popped out of his head in shock. "I don't believe it. Everyone, look there." Following his gaze, they saw, to their amazement, that the giant marine creature was now slowly returning, its massive form once again lumbering toward the lighthouse. "What did you do, Ash?" Misty's mouth gaped as she watched the massive Pokémon approach the cliffside. Indeed. Bill was, himself, in a state of both shock and overwhelming anticipation as he watched the mysterious Pokémon near them. "Truly it was a miracle, whatever you did. I honestly don't know." The black-haired boy grabbed at his sore head and shook it. While he knew what had occurred between he and the giant Pokémon in the strange metaphysical dimension, as well as what he said, he was still at a loss for how it happened. Finally, the mammoth creature in question came to stand right in front of the cliffside they were waiting at the edge of, a short distance away from the lighthouse. The majestic and hypnotizing Pokémon looked down on them with its eyes still glowing as bluish-white as ever. As they all stared upon it in awe and wonder, the moonlight at last had a break through the clouds above and allowed its lunar light to bathe them in its bright, dark-dispelling glow. With the sudden illumination provided by the moonlight, the once mysterious Pokémon's identity was at long last revealed, and it caused everyone to gasp in unison. "It's a dash," Misty began in disbelief. "How?" Brock exclaimed, his voice laced with the dumbfounded incredulity he felt at seeing the impossible come to life before his very eyes. "But it's massive." Giselle blinked, her eyes nearly as wide as the moon itself. "All this time. The Pokémon I have been hoping to meet was a dash," Bill began in a wavering tone. Slowly getting to his feet, Ash walked up to the very edge of the cliff and stood before the massive creature whom he had just shared such an NTMT emotional connection with. His eyes held the Pokémon's own, and it too maintained his gaze, looking right down at him, while he spoke in a tone that was just loud enough for everyone to hear. "You're a Dragonite." The titanic and no longer unknown creature merely nodded in response to his declaration, confirming his statement to be true. Although, with the moonlight now fully illuminating it, there was no need. Everyone could fully discern its features, and there was no denying it most definitely belonged to the aforementioned species of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. "How can it be a Dragonite though?" Misty shook her head violently. "It's too massive." Ash continued to stare up at the unequivocally unique Pokémon and replied without breaking his gaze. "Remember Krabby? This is the same thing, I think. But on a way larger scale." He shook his head. "I don't know how, but this Dragonite grew way bigger than any other member of its species is supposed to get. It's like a super exaggerated form of what happened to Krabby. That's so amazingly incredible." Giselle breathed in mystified wonder while Bill stepped forward as well and gave a bow to the giant Pokémon. "Dragonite. For so long I have wanted to meet you, and now I have achieved that goal." He finally looked up at it and held his arms out wide. "You have honored me with your presence, and I thank you for that, my friend. I only sincerely apologize that you were attacked by those horrible people, all because I brought you here. I hope you can forgive me." The large Pokémon turned its gaze onto him and gave a soft, deep, reverberating coo that nearly seemed to shake the hillside. "Drew." Understanding what had been said by the inflection in the Pokémon's voice, Bill smiled gratefully and once more dipped his head. "Thank you so very much, Dragonite. You are a most gracious Pokémon indeed." The towering dragon type acknowledged his words with a nod and then turned its attention back to Ash, whom its focus was predominantly directed upon. Cooing softly, it leaned down until its massive face was level with both he and the cliffside. With Pikachu on his shoulder and staring up at the massive Pokémon in a similar state of awe, Ash closed the little distance still remaining between them and reached out, laying his hand ever so gently upon Dragonite's massive snout. Feeling slightly rough, wet and warm scales greeting his touch. As he very lightly began to slide the huge creature's nose, Ash smiled at the soft coo of enjoyment it gave from his ministrations. "See that, Dragonite? We're friends. I promise, no one like Team Rocket will ever hurt you again." As he shared the heartwarming moment with Dragonite, his friends, and Bill watched and smiled, the outcome of the seemingly desperate situation much better than its anticipated end. After several long moments, Ash finally stepped back and felt a wave of fatigue pass over him again, the strain on his body from his earlier outburst having taken its toll. However, just as he went to stumble and fall down again from sheer weakness, much to the worry of the others as they rushed toward him, Dragonite surprised everyone by being the one to catch him instead. In a movement that was quicker than one would expect for its size, the colossal dragon type reached its massive hand up and very carefully caught Ash with just the tip of one of its digits. "Ash, are you okay?" His three friends called out in tandem, their concern mirrored by Bill as they surrounded him while Dragonite kept him safely from falling. Pikachu was still on his trainer's shoulder, worry quite evidently seen in the electric mouse's eyes for him. Yeah, I'm fine." He slowly managed to right himself while reaching up and grabbing onto one of Dragonite's long nails. Just really drained." Giselle rubbed his back gently. "I think you need a good night's rest, Ash. He nodded again, agreeing with her sound logic as he looked up at Dragonite, who finally withdrew its hand seeing he was now stable. Well Dragonite, it's really late and we're all exhausted. Will you still be here tomorrow if we go to bed now? With a soft nod of its massive head, the draconian seafarer gave a gentle-sounding coo in reply that relayed a positive affirmation. Alright then guys, let's head off. I'm spent. Ash tried to give a smile of amusement but the fatigue he wore only made him look pityingly exhausted. Turning to them, Bill pointed toward the lighthouse while directing, if you go inside and past the entrance hall, to your left will be a door that leads into a small hallway. There are a couple of rooms that you can choose for yourselves if you wish, mine is the one at the end of the hallway. You are more than welcome to stay here my friends. After saying their own farewells to Dragonite, Ash's friends prepared to head inside while he himself smiled up at the giant dragon type. Good night Dragonite, I'll see you tomorrow okay? Pika Pikachu. Pikachu also bade good night in his own way. However, Dragonite surprised them all by leaning down and pressing its large nose up against Ash, as if affectionately nuzzling him. While initially surprised at the gesture and nearly being knocked off his feet in the process, Ash smiled and wrapped his arms around what he could manage of the huge Pokémon's face. Even Pikachu smiled and gave a pat to the ocean-dwelling dragon's snout. After witnessing the special connection that had occurred between them, neither his friends or Bill were surprised by what they were seeing. Though it did cause them all to smile at the tender scene and Bill's brilliant mind to begin considering something that no one else was at the present time. After their embrace of sorts had ended, Ash and the others went to go inside before Misty called back to Bill. Aren't you coming too? He shook his head. Not quite yet, I'll be along shortly. First I would like to ask Dragonite a few questions that I have been absolutely dying to ask it for some time now. He then looked up at said Pokémon and beseeched it with another quick, polite head bow. Would you mind terribly if I did so Dragonite? I am just so enthusiastic to finally get to meet you that I don't think I'll be able to wait until tomorrow. Finding the eccentric human to be quite amusing, Dragonite actually gave a kindly smile and nodded, which caused a big smile to stretch across his lips. Wonderful. Absolutely marvelous. These will be simple yes or not questions so just shake your head or nod to give your answer. Oh this is so exciting. Ash and his friends shared a look of amusement between them before heading into the lighthouse, all while Bill began to rattle off questions as if each one were already rehearsed. Right then. My first question would happen to be XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX awake and ready to go. After taking turns freshening up in Bill's bathroom and preparing for a long day's travel, they all dressed quickly, packed their things and prepared to depart. When they stepped out into the morning sun, they immediately felt the cool breeze rolling up off the ocean as it blew across their faces, as well as the salt air wafting into their noses. There wasn't a cloud in the sky to boot, showing what a magnificent day it was shaping up to be. Looking ahead, they saw Bill sitting at the edge of the cliff talking to Dragonite, who had indeed stayed through the night. In daylight, they finally got a clear look at the especially unique Pokémon and in so doing, marveled at how gigantic it truly was. In every way the super-sized dragon type looked exactly like a normal Dragonite, only several times larger. As they walked up to join them, Ash called out in an amused tone. "You been at it all night?" Turning to look at his guests, the green-haired man stood up and chuckled while wiping his suit off. "Yes, I suppose we have been. Honestly, I wasn't even aware of the time until I saw the sun begin to rise." He then gestured up at Dragonite as they came to stand next to him at the cliffside. "I just had so many questions for Dragonite, and truly, it is an exceedingly intelligent Pokémon, well able to answer many more of the questions I had than I thought possible." Seeing Ash, Dragonite gave a happy-sounding coo and then leaned down to nuzzle its nose against him one more time, cheerfully smiling all the while. "Drew! Drew!" As he was greeted by the skyscraper-sized marine drake, Ash laughed and hugged back as best he could. "Good morning to you too, Dragonite." Just as the embrace ended, Brock smiled and put his hands on his hips. "Well everyone, how about some breakfast before we hit the road? And that includes you too, Bill." While the declaration of breakfast had almost all their stomachs growling in tandem, Bill nodded gratefully. "That sounds wonderful, Brock, thank you." Ash reached down to his cloth belt and started to withdraw each Pokeball that held one of his current teammates. "Well guys, I recommend we let our Pokemon out for a while we wait." In agreement, they all released their Pokemon right there on the side of the windy cliffs, Bill's eyes lighting up as so many appeared before him at one time. Oh my, such healthy looking and well taken care of Pokemon. This really is a treat for a passionate researcher such as myself. While initially, all of the Pokemon seemed a little nervous at the sight of Dragonite towering high above them, Ash smiled and gestured up at it in a placating manner. "Don't worry everyone, Dragonite is a friend. Why don't you come say hello and make it feel welcome?" Seeing Brock, Misty, and Giselle nodding in agreement, all of the Pokemon went up and started to introduce themselves, one after the other. Soon, they were all making conversation with Dragonite in Pokespeech, bringing visible joy to the loner Pokemon as it replied in kind to each of them. Suddenly, Pikachu ran right up Dragonite's arm, which it had resting on the cliffside, and sat down on its massive shoulder. "Pika. Pika Pikachu Pika, Pikachu Pika." It almost seemed as though the two of them were old best buddies as the friendly and outgoing electric type began speaking animatedly to Dragonite with gestures of his small paws. In kind, the gentle giant cooed and softly grunted to the yellow mouse perched on its shoulder until, eventually, the two of them appeared to be in deep conversation. After a few minutes of allowing everyone to settle in, Ash took off the jacket portion of his tracksuit and called out to his Pokemon. "Time to train, guys. Bring it in." Hearing his trainer's call, Pikachu ended his conversation with Dragonite and then ran back down the length of its arm in order to obediently join his teammates for training. Dragonite stood where it was at the cliffside and watched with rapt interest as Ash and his Pokemon soon started to train in the grassy, open area right outside the lighthouse. While Brock had went inside to cook, Bill and the girls sat beside the door and watched them train, enjoying the already brightly shining sun all the while. About an hour later, Ash and his Pokemon were laying sprawled out on the ground in utter exhaustion. A usual occurrence for them after they were done training. Such a position really wasn't so much a luxury as it was a necessity. They were almost always unable to stand after training, even Ash, and would promptly fall to the ground within seconds of it ending. After finally regaining his breath and strength, Ash stood up, stretched and then praised his exhausted Pokemon before looking up at Dragonite. He could see the enraptured gleam in its satellite dish-sized eyes and smiled. Putting a hand to his chin in thought, he decided to act on the hunch he had and called up to the motionless dragon type. "Hey Dragonite, you wanna show me one of your attacks?" Eagerly and with eyes now shining in excitement, the enormous Pokemon nodded. "Drew. Drew." Chuckling at its eagerness, Ash held his hand up for patience and then ran over to grab his Pokédex, which Giselle had along with his pack and other items. Once the black and red device was in hand, he hurried back over to the cliffside and pointed it up at Dragonite. As the Pokédex began to scan, Dexter's autonomous voice began to speak aloud the information it gleaned from its bio-observation. Pokédex entry number 149. Dragonite, the Dragon Pokémon. This Pokémon is known as the Sea Incarnate. Figureheads that resemble Dragonite decorate the bows of many ships. It is said to make its home somewhere in the sea. It guides wrecked ships to shore. This Dragonite is female and has the abilities Inner Focus and Multiscale. This Pokémon knows the moves, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Roost, Thunder Wave, Slam, Twister and Dragon Rage. This particular Pokémon is far larger than other recorded members of its species and stands at a height of 105 foot tall. It weighs exactly 218,768 IBS or 99 tons. Ash gaped in shock at the info the Pokédex gave out. As did his friends and Bill. That is one huge Pokémon. Brock whistled in awe, having come out to let everyone know breakfast was ready. No kidding. Both Misty and Giselle spoke in perfect tandem. I knew Dragonite was immense, but hearing its exact measurement and size is completely astonishing. Bill exclaimed in unrestrained excitement. Ash looked back up at Dragonite after he put his Pokédex away and then smirked while pointing out to sea. Alright Dragonite, give me your Dragon Rage attack. The Titanic dragon nodded and turned to face the ocean. Eyes narrowing and face contorting into an expression of deep concentration, she began building up a mass of brightly glowing energy in her stomach that soon made its way up into her now open mouth. After letting the spiraling, dark bluish energy build up for a few more moments, she reared her head back and then released it with a loud roar of "Deree." A massive vortex of draconian energy exploded from Dragonite's mouth and shot across the ocean. The blazing beam of raw energy was so powerful and immense that when it finally hit the water it completely parted the waves, exposing the dry seafloor beneath. From there it went on, cutting a trail through the sea until it was out of sight into the horizon beyond. All of them could only stare in slack-jawed amazement at the power of the attack. And Misty was the one who oh so eloquently managed to stammer something that only partially did it justice. Oh. My. Arceus. That was unbelievable. Bill jammed both arms high into the air until it seemed like he was almost about to have an aneurysm in his excitement. Oh dear me, that was amazing. Phenomenal. I've never seen such raw power before. Brock and Giselle were silent as stone while Ash gaped with wide eyes. The sea had been turned into a turbulent kettle of thick white foam and violently crashing waves when he finally looked up at the source of the unrest. Dragonite, that was incredible. You're more powerful than I can even find a word to describe it. I mean, you're totally amazing. The bashful dragon type merely scratched the side of her neck with her claw, embarrassed at the glowing praise he showered upon her. And once the Pokémon all joined in and began cheering for her, it only made her embarrassment that much worse. When he finally returned to his senses, Brock jolted in place and remembered why he had come outside to begin with. Oh, that's right. By the way, breakfast is ready, everybody. Since the excitement had dissipated enough for the others to hear his announcement, Ash, Misty, Giselle and Bill soon went inside to help Brock bring out all the food. Then, with the ocean as their backdrop, they laid out the healthy prepared breakfast of eggs, toast, oatmeal and fruit. Before everyone dug into their meal, Brock called all the Pokémon over and set their own bowls of food before them. He then looked up at Dragonite and offered a particularly large bowl of food to her. The biggest he could find in Bill's kitchen. Here you go, Dragonite. I don't know what dragon-type Pokémon eat since I've never had one myself to cook for, but I did my best. Leaning down, the orange and cream-colored reptilian Pokémon gently took the bowl from Brock between two of her claws and brought it up to her nose. In a manner which was both cute and humorous, she sniffed it before tipping the contents of the bowl into her enormous mouth and eating it all in one go. Almost immediately her eyes lit up and she gave an exceedingly happy-sounding "dro" to relay her enjoyment of the delicious food. Brock laughed upon seeing this. Well, I'm glad you liked it. However, just as the spiky-haired young man prepared to return to his own breakfast, he was suddenly knocked flat to the ground by Dragonite, who couldn't keep herself from nuzzling him with her nose in a sign of gratitude. Gah! Why, you're welcome. I see can make seconds, ack. If you like. Can't breath. He gasped while being pressed repeatedly into the ground by the joyful giant's boulder-sized snout. Of course, all the current spectacle did was cause the others to laugh at the former gym leader's plight. Although, when Dragonite finally let the now ruffled-looking teen clamber back to his feet and realized what she had done, she smiled sheepishly and scratched at her cheek with one of her claws. Even as Brock humorously tried to regain his breath and straighten himself up, all she could do was tilt her head to the side in a true display of her innocence and give a keening coo of rather obvious embarrassment. Drew. Which only further endeared everyone to her. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX eventually come to leave. Thus, with their supplies all packed up and their Pokémon returned, after they all had a chance to say goodbye to Dragonite of course, Ash and his friends prepared to depart. The messy-haired boy walked up to Bill, who stood at the door of the lighthouse with Dragonite towering above the cliffside. "Well Bill, thanks for everything." He bowed his head in a show of appreciation. "It was great getting to meet and talk to you. I can see what Professor Oak meant by saying you really are a great person to learn from." "Yeah, it's been great," Brock smiled in agreement. "You were a great host Bill, thanks for everything. Talking to you was even better than one of the classes back at Pokemon Tech." Giselle I smiled in a manner befitting her sincere compliment. "Yeah, you really know how to make anything about Pokemon really interesting Bill, I definitely enjoyed myself." Misty rounded out the troop's unanimous agreement. The researcher himself only shook his head modestly. "No, it is I who should be thanking all of you. If it wasn't for the four of you then I would never have gotten to meet and become friends with Dragonite. She would have disappeared after Team Rocket attacked and I most likely never would have seen her again." Misty tilted her head and sweat dropped. "Well, given that they probably wouldn't have shown up at all if we weren't here then I'd say it's more of an even washout." Ash chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Regardless, I'm still grateful Bill. If we hadn't come then I never would have gotten to meet Dragonite either. And she really is a great Pokemon." Looking up at the massive marine reptile herself, he noticed how morose and saddened she appeared. Her head was hung low and even her antennae were drooping. "Hey, come on girl." He smiled up at her softly, in an effort to console her. "I know it's sad saying goodbye but we'll meet again someday. I guarantee we will." She looked down at the boy and gave a sad coo in reply, though her spirits were no less dampened by their impending farewell. A great well of sadness was reflected in her eyes. Seeing this, Bill had the same thought pass through his mind as before and this time, he spoke on it by turning and allowing a small smile to cross his lips. "You know Ash," he began, causing the boy to look at him. "I believe Dragonite would be the happiest if she were to join you." While Ash and even his friends went wide-eyed hearing that, Pikachu's ears flicking in a sign of his own surprise, Dragonite's head quickly shot up. Even her antenna stood straight up in the air again. "Well I mean." Ash shook his head slowly as his brain registered Bill's words. "Yeah, that would be totally great and I'd love to have her along but." He then looked up at the gigantic evolved form of Dragonair. "Dragonite. Would you want to come along with me?" She looked down at the much smaller human and, for a time, nothing happened. Then, in a rather unusual gesture, she lowered her head, almost as though she were bowing to him. She even gave a soft, low crooning sound that matched her strange motion. Well, I believe Ash just received his answer and I must say, what an honor that was indeed. Truly, I have never seen that before. Bill observed, arms crossed as he watched the unfolding events with a knowing smile. What does it mean? Giselle looked at the experienced researcher for clarity. Without looking away, he began to explain in a factual manner. Dragon-type Pokemon are very proud and regal Pokemon. Add to that also the fact that Dragonite are pseudo-legendary Pokemon. For one to bow their head to a human as Dragonite just did is a sign of acceptance and respect. And considering her unique status, that makes it even more incredible. Bill nodded, as if agreeing with himself. Dragonite is essentially showing Ash that she is willing to accept him as her trainer if he so chooses to capture her. It is a true honor the way in which she chose to make known her decision. One in which Ash should feel very fortunate and humbled to have been given. Brock, Misty and Giselle all appeared amazed at Bill's explanation while Ash, equally as flummoxed and yes, beyond humbled indeed, looked back up at the oversized evolved form of Dragonair. Is that true, Dragonite? Would you really accept me as your trainer? I mean, I've really not even been one all that long yet. Are you sure? An intense and very serious light entered her eyes as Dragonite knelt her face down to his level and gave the boy a firm nod. It was more than apparent that she could care less how experienced he was. Supremely touched by her vote of confidence in him, Ash smiled and reached out to place a hand upon her snout. He then gave a grateful nod before looking back at Bill one more time. Are you sure about this, Bill? I mean, you've been wanting to meet Dragonite for so long, and now that you finally have, I don't want to feel like I'm taking her from you. The green-haired man smiled and walked over to Dragonite, where he began stroking the other side of her snout. No, Ash, Dragonite is not my Pokémon. She is a free spirit that I have been blessed enough to meet. He looked up at the illustrious giant Pokémon with great admiration in his eyes. I told you before that meeting her was enough for me. I didn't need to capture her. And I definitely never thought in a million years that I would actually become friends with her like I am now. That is more than enough for me, and it is what any Pokémon researcher dreams of accomplishing. Finally, he looked at Ash again. Being able to study Pokémon you are fascinated with and also befriend them at the same time is a dream come true. That is where my heart truly lies. He then went over and clapped the boy on the shoulder. You are training to become a Pokémon researcher also, Ash, and you will know these joys too. However, you mustn't forget, you are also a Pokémon trainer. And you will always be one. Bill gestured to the world around them. Trainers seek to capture and befriend new, special, and amazing Pokémon so that they may train them up to be the best they can possibly be. That is a natural outlook on life for any Pokémon trainer to have. He then pointed up at Dragonite specifically. She is a truly magnificent Pokémon, but yet, she also has much room to grow and learn. Under the right trainer I see her becoming a fantastic Pokémon, even more so than she is now. You are that trainer if there could ever be one for her, Ash, I know it. The boy in question lowered his head gratefully. Thanks, Bill, I really appreciate hearing your faith in me, it means a lot. He then looked back at his friends. What do you guys think? Believe I can do it? Brock was the first to respond. Training Dragonite will be far from an easy task, Ash. She is an incredibly powerful Pokémon and a pseudo-legendary to boot. Even elite trainers can have problems raising Pokémon like her. He nodded toward his friend. But, if any new trainer could ever raise a Pokémon like Dragonite, I believe it would be you, Ash. I've seen enough already to have faith in you. I agree with Brock, Ash. Misty spoke up. It won't be easy, but I know you can do it. Giselle nodded in agreement. Yes, Ash, I believe in you too. I know you can raise Dragonite. Pika Pikachu Pika Pie. Pikachu looked down at his trainer from his shoulder perch and gestured animatedly with his small but strong little arms. He had all the faith in his human best friend possible, and it was Pikachu's unintelligible words that sealed the deal for Ash. So highly did he consider the small electric type's counsel. Thanks, buddy. He smiled up at his first Pokémon. If you believe in me, then what else do I need? Offering a grateful smile to his friends as well, the young man turned back to Dragonite and placed his hands on his hips. Well, Dragonite, everyone else has faith in me to do this. Do you? His simple reply was getting nuzzled softly by her and receiving a small coo of affection. He smiled and nodded at her nonverbal response before holding up his hand. Okay then, I just have a couple of things to go over first. She listened attentively as he began. We're going to train you to get stronger and get to know one another better too. But you have to understand that because of how big you are, there aren't going to be many battles I'll be able to use you in. Dragonite nodded her head back and forth, cooing in such a manner as though such a thing was already rather obvious to her. Secondly, I won't have you with me all the time. I'll be suching my Pokémon around so they can all have time to travel and be with me. A fond smile crossed his lips. But, you'll be going to stay back home where I come from with a really nice man named Professor Oak. He's like family to me and he'll help to take care of you when you're with him, just like he does for my other Pokémon. It's a really nice place and I know you'll love it there. Ash then rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled sheepishly. Lastly, you're gonna have to bear with me it comes to feeding you. I think I might have an idea how to fill you up since I know you must have a massive appetite but I'm going to need to play around with it. So if the food doesn't taste all that great at first, just try and be patient with me, okay? In an amused manner, Dragonite smiled and made a sound that almost seemed like she were laughing at him. Although, the nod she gave bore witness to the fact that she agreed and understood his words. Exhaling slowly, excitement running through him at the major catch he was about to make, Ash smiled up at her. Alright then, you ready? Showing a similar enthusiasm, Dragonite nodded eagerly, which caused him to grab an empty Pokeball and hold it up. Though he merely blinked at it for a moment before murmuring to himself. I hope this little thing can actually hold her. Guess we'll see. With that said and all eyes watching in anticipation, he reared back and threw the ball as high as he could into the air. Welcome to the family, Dragonite. With the happiest sounding wail they had heard from her yet, the massive Pokémon reached out and touched the tiny ball with one claw. As soon as she did this, Ash's concerns were put to rest as the ball dutifully popped open. Before everyone's eyes, Dragonite's whole body began to glow bright red before, in an astounding display of technological wonder, her towering form was immediately SCKED inside of the much smaller Pokeball. The spherical device fell back to the earth and Ash smoothly caught it in his hand. There, it rocked several times in his palm, as though Dragonite were adjusting to her new accommodations in the pocket dimension, before it went still, a bright burst of stars hailing a successful capture. However, seeing the black and white ball beginning to glow, Ash was reminded that he already had 6 Pokémon with him since he had forgotten to send Fiero back to the lab the previous night as he intended. Thus, to keep her from teleporting away, Ash hurriedly pulled his Pokédex out, as well as Fiero's own Pokeball, and made the transfer as quickly as he could. Thankfully, he did so just at the right time and kept Dragonite's Pokeball from disappearing. After the deed had been done, everyone just stared at the spot where the colossal Dragonite had once stood and then at the Pokeball in Ash's hand where she was now safely being held. In that very same moment, the magnitude of the moment really hit them all. Ash just captured a Dragonite. Misty breathed in disbelief. A giant Dragonite. Giselle added with a wide blink. I knew I would see amazing things when I left home to start this journey of my own, but... Brock chuckled and shook his head. I never would have expected to see something like this. I'm just glad he didn't have Dragonite when he battled me at the gym. Bill walked up to stand at the cliffside, staring out at the wide open ocean where Dragonite had once roamed aimlessly but never would again. It truly is amazing. The Pokémon who once had no friends, who was a lone wanderer, now has a home. Seeing what I have just now, this is what being a Pokémon researcher is all about. Pikachu looked down at the Pokeball in Ash's hand while his trainer did the same. We just captured a Dragonite. A huge Dragonite. This almost doesn't seem real, does it? Pikachu shook his head. Pika. The boy smiled and then looked at his first true Pokémon friend. Everything's getting more and more intense, Pikachu. But you know what? Together, with our friends and new family members like Dragonite, I know we can handle whatever comes our way. The adorable yellow mascot of Team Ketchum showed his voluminous personality once again by smiling and holding up his small little paw. Pikachu Pika Pie. As long as Pikachu was around, Ash knew he could handle anything their journey brought their way. And training Dragonite would be no different. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX By the time noon had come, Ash and his friends stood on the main road that lead to Vermilion City. Bill was present to see them off, standing as he was before the lighthouse. "My friends," he began while casting his eyes and a smile over them all. "I am truly grateful for having the chance to meet you. This has been an adventure in its own right. I got to achieve one of my most coveted desires and met a Pokémon I never thought I would get the chance to see. Moreover, I was fortunate enough to witness that very same Pokémon finally find a home. This is an experience I will never forget." He then shook hands with each of the younger travelers, Brock, Misty, and Giselle, giving their own words of farewell to him before Ash finally came last. "Thank you for everything, Bill. I promise I'll take good care of Dragonite." The older man smiled and shook the rookie trainer's hand firmly. "I know you will, Ash, and I wish you both the brightest of futures together. Professor Oak was right to speak so highly of you." He then stepped back and addressed all of them as a whole. "Farewell, all of you, and the best of luck in your journeys, as well as each of your individual endeavors. I feel certain we shall meet again." With those last words spoken, the 4 traveling Pokémon trainers turned and set off down the road with the sea at their backs. They were heading for their next destination and their next adventure, but what they would encounter next, no one knew. All that was for certain was that, whatever they faced, they each knew they could handle whatever it was as long as they had each other, their friendship and their unyielding passion for their dreams. And of course, having a 100-foot Dragonite on your side never hurt your chances either. Episode 6, End.